Chapter 1. Teacher Kaido, may you meet an untimely end. In the Paradise phase, on the northern side of a small island, amidst the shadowy streets of an ancient town cloaked in dark clouds, accompanied by a heartfelt blessing, an old hammer, stained a deep crimson with blood, whistled through the air, its sharp, blood-licked spikes finding their marks squarely in the forehead of a ferocious zombie, its claws outstretched in a menacing display. Thud! The dull sound of metal colliding with bone resonated, and the zombie fell, lifeless. The living corpse had transformed into a mere lifeless body. Cui Ze, adorned with an grade item, a gas mask, flicked the decaying blood and murky brain matter from his hammer and traced a rather unorthodox inverse cross over his chest, a tribute to Teacher Kaido for his 7-day mourning period. At that moment, 3 lines of ethereal text flickered in the periphery of Cui Ze's vision. You have slain a zombie with an overall evaluation of F. The passive effect of ease-level skill fishing has activated. You have acquired grade victory bait, which can be used to fish for talents, abilities, information entries, or other miscellaneous items of grade or below from the Dimensional Sea. Cui Ze had no time to ponder these peculiar lines of text, as a thunderous roar reverberated in his ears, splitting the very heavens. Roar! The magnificent dragon's roar, akin to the harmonious clash of golden bells, resonated through the sky, scattering the heavy clouds above the small town. Damn that goddess of fortune! Irritated, Cui Ze dug into his ears, raising his gaze toward the roiling black clouds on the horizon, his right hand raised high, the middle finger standing resolutely in a gesture he dubbed the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger. Amidst the churning clouds, a sinister, serpentine blue-green dragon form emerged, its hard, tightly packed, diamond-shaped scales reflecting a chilling glimmer amidst the clash of orange flames and white lightning. Fish fruit, mythical beast type, azure dragon form. What a tragic experience it is to traverse the world of One Piece only to encounter Kaido right at the outset. Yet, that was not the most harrowing revelation. Suddenly, an untraceable, overwhelming force struck the mythical azure dragon. With his keen eyesight, Cui Ze barely caught a glimpse of a faint shadow flitting through the sky. This terrifying power forced the soaring dragon downward, revealing much of its once concealed blue-green form amidst the clouds, along with 2 massive, intersecting scars across its bright yellow belly. Provoked by the assault, the azure dragon opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire, tearing through the oppressive dark clouds above, rendering them sparse and tattered. However, this scorching breath did not achieve its intended effect. Instead, it was obliterated by the same overwhelming force that had struck moments before, the fiery breath erupting as if it had collided with an ancient reef, exploding in a brilliant display. The sky was instantly illuminated by a super invincible, splendid explosive firework generously presented by Kaido. The scattering embers of the fiery breath cascaded like a meteor shower, bathing the dim sky in a vivid crimson glow. A cataclysmic battle. The clash of the Sea Emperor. What could be more terrifying than encountering a pirate emperor right after crossing over? Certainly, it would be the encounter with 2 pirate emperors, and they were engaged in fierce combat. Presumably a censored curse. Cui Ze spat, his chest swelling as he inhaled a surge of filtered air through his gas mask, oxygen swiftly separating and circulating through his bloodstream, filling him with explosive energy, particularly in his legs. Beast breathing, 8th form, boar rush. 2 slender jets of white mist erupted from the filter of the gas mask, unmistakably concentrated streams of breath. With his upper body slightly leaned forward, Cui Ze sprinted, legs spread wide, akin to a beast frantically attempting to escape, pouring every ounce of strength into reaching his nest. Along the way, this little beast had to continually adjust his position to evade the falling meteor fire rain. Kaido, an unidentified top-tier powerhouse, a desolate island swarming with zombies. What a chaotic torrent from the goddess of fortune. What on earth is happening here? Surely, I have crossed into a world utterly ravaged by disaster. Boom! As Cui Ze stepped onto a street, murmuring to himself, His pace abruptly faltered. He witnessed with his own eyes the shabby doghouse he had painstakingly constructed over the past 3 days obliterated in a flash by a descending fire meteor. The structure erupted into a massive torch radiating intense heat, the shockwave from the explosion nearly knocking Cui Ze off his feet. "Teacher Kaido, you truly deserve an untimely demise." Grinding his teeth, Cui Ze turned on his heel, relieved to recall he had a backup layer if that too were compromised. He had a backup for the backup specifically prepared for such unforeseen circumstances. To inadvertently stumble into a battlefield between emperors demands one be perpetually ready for loss. Approximately 5 minutes later, Cui Ze, devoid of expression, watched as his backup layer was similarly engulfed in flames. It seemed he had no choice but to retreat to his backup for the backup. The third stronghold was, in fact, a hidden cellar in the backyard of a wealthy household within the town. This was the most secure and discreet nest Cui Ze had prepared over the course of 3 days. He quickly opened the cellar door, traversed the thick layers of earth, and, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the floor without turning on the lights. Overexertion from the beast breathing left his lungs and legs in excruciating pain, yet he remained silent. It was not that Cui Ze lacked fortitude. Rather, he had grown numb to the pain after experiencing similar situations too many times in the past 3 days. Time slipped away in the darkness with no clear awareness. Uncertain of how long had passed. Surviving, Cui Ze struggled to rise from the floor, fumbled in the dark to turn on the cellar light, and removed his gas mask, revealing a handsome face, though weary and drained. He made his way to a soft leather sofa in the corner of the cellar, collapsing onto it, and uncorked a bottle of red wine from the well-stocked cellar. The deep red liquid spilled from his lips, trickling down his jawline and soaking his chest. After downing nearly half the bottle, Cui Ze felt a resurgence of vitality. What began as a boisterous gulp transformed into a delicate sip. Cui Ze savored a small drink, summoning forth his golden finger, the source of the peculiar text that had flickered during the Batlia's surreal, pale, white virtual screen. Displayed upon the screen was Cui Ze's personal attribute information. Name: Cui Ze feet trace felt. Strength: F. The intensity of physical power, primarily determining melee attack potency. Durability: F. The strength of physical defense, mainly determining how much damage one can withstand, while also enhancing life force and stamina. Agility: F. The speed of physical movement, primarily manifesting as nimbleness, attack, or evasion frequency, and slightly influencing ranged attack power. Dominance: D. The scale of the team one can command, primarily influenced by personal charisma and impact. Haki: Unawakened the extent of Haki control, pending activation. Luck: F. Currently boosted to D. The variability of personal fortune, which is not constant and fluctuates. Talent entry: Visitor from the other shore red talent. Ability entry: Fishing ease level skill, beast breathing level skill can be enhanced. Information entry: blank. Overall evaluation: F. This luminous screen represented the golden finger bestowed upon Cui Ze through his crossing. The 6 attributes of strength, durability, agility, dominance, haki, and luck require no further elaboration. Most crucial within the screen were the last 3 entries, representing Cui Ze's true external capabilities. Talent entries signify innate gifts. Ability entries represent learned skills. Information entries denote personal identity information. Talent entries, ability entries, information entries. These 3 elements form the true core of the golden finger. In summary, Cui Ze possesses the ability to acquire various attributes through the collection of different word entries, thereby enhancing his overall personal strength. A clear path to advancement. Cui Ze's personal attributes are rather dismal, predominantly rated at F, with his overall combat power estimated to be below 5. Moreover, his personal entries appear quite meager at first glance. However, this is far from the truth. During the 3 days since his arrival in the perilous Emperor of the Sea battlefield, Cui Ze's survival has not relied on anything other than those few entries. The traveler from another world is the sole innate talent entry Cui Ze possesses, a gift that comes with his transmigration. As the name suggests, it acts as a transmigrator's aura, and its effects are remarkably potent. Ease level entry. Traveler from another world red talent. Entry effect. Permanently gains a 2-tier enhancement to his luck attribute. The maximum value for luck is EX. Entry evaluation. Apologies, but the luck of a transmigrator is indeed exceptional. Even though Cui Ze's current circumstances seem rather bleak, the reality of his initial transmigration was truly dire. In comparison to other predecessors who traversed to the ocean, Cui Ze's rebirth luck was abysmally poor. Some predecessors began their journeys on a secluded island, enjoying a stable period for early development. Others started their adventure as part of the Eastern Sea Navy, ensuring steady progression even in hiding. And some fortunate individuals even secured residency in the holy land of Mariehua. No, I'm not referring to slaves. In stark contrast, the pitiable Cui Ze, on the day of his arrival, can only recall the howling winds, towering waves, and seawater that was exceedingly salty 100 times saltier than his tears. What the heck? How could one be unceremoniously thrown into the Grand Line right at the onset? Even a mere patch of ground to stand on would have sufficed. Why was he cast directly into the ocean? Had it not been for the enhancement of his luck attribute from the traveler from another world, Cui Ze feels he might have been reborn on the very day he arrived. Nonetheless, despite being forcibly thrust into the sea at the outset, the unexpectedly high luck value allowed Cui Ze to miraculously make it ashore, where he also pieced together the identity of his past self. Cui Ze Feite felt, a 16-year-old youth. In the year 1491 of the Sea Circle era, he was born into a minor kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, hailing from royal lineage. For reasons unknown, while on a family trip at sea, they encountered a pirate attack, witnessing the tragic demise of his family due to pirate cannon fire. To avoid becoming a slave to the pirates, he was pushed into the sea by his retainers and subsequently drifted for several days before losing consciousness. A transmigrator orphaned wandering Princia quintessential protagonist narrative. Cui Ze thought as much, until he emerged onshore and collided headlong into a battlefield between Kaido and another top-tier powerhouse of the sea. With the lucky aura from the traveler from another world, Cui Ze's fortune should not have been so dire. Had the story unfolded normally, upon reaching the shore, he would have encountered a group of just allies, a contingent of Navy members arriving at the island around the same time. But alas, Cui Ze had made a hasty decision to claim the one-time beginner's lottery bestowed by the light curtain before reaching the shore. Before he landed, with luck still overflowing, Cui Ze struck gold in the beginner's lottery, drawing an extraordinarily powerful EX skill. Ease level ability entry. Fishing red skill. Entry description. Using sea kings or other entities as bait, one can fish for corresponding levels of talent, abilities, informational entries, or other miscellaneous items from the dimensional sea. The items or entries fished are not confined to the current world. They are likely to vary with the surrounding marine environment and island conditions. Entry effect. For fish or sea creatures below 5 meters, one can fish for talent, abilities, informational entries, or other miscellaneous items rated F or lower for sea kings between 5 and 20 meters. One can fish for a level for small sea kings between 20 and 50 meters. One can fish for level for medium sea kings between 50 and 500 meters. One can fish for level for large sea kings between 500 and 5,000 meters. One can fish for level 4. Ultra-large, intelligent sea kings above 5,000 meters. One can fish for a level 4 sea kings. One can fish for ease level talent, abilities, informational entries, or other miscellaneous items. Additionally, defeating opponents of varying comprehensive evaluations grants corresponding victory bait, allowing for the fishing of corresponding levels of talent, abilities, or other items, with the fishing yield related to the defeated opponent's abilities. Furthermore, a demon fruit of any category can directly yield ease-level talent, abilities, or other items, with the fishing yield related to the demon fruit's abilities. Entry evaluation. The vast, boundless sea necessitates reliance on fishing to sustain life. The description of abilities is somewhat lengthy. In essence, The fishing skill entails utilizing sea kings as bait to vanquish adversaries and harnessing the powers of devil fruits to fish for boundless luminous attributes or wondrous items within the vast ocean of dimensions. For instance, the beast-breathing technique from the world of Demon Slayer, which enhances one's physical prowess, is a skill that has been extracted from the dimensional sea through the fishing skill, although it is categorized as an F-level ability. The beast-breathing technique explicitly details the subsequent total concentration breathing methods, including total concentration, constant, and all 11 sword forms, with potential for further enhancement through rigorous training. Returning to the fishing skill, it is indeed formidable, perhaps even excessively so. While it may appear to be merely an EX-level skill, given sufficient bait resources, it has the capacity to reel in countless EX-level skills. It is likely due to this very reason that, upon returning to shore, the individual named Cui Ze experienced a significant depletion of fortune, missing the optimal moment to rendezvous with the Navy and consequently finding himself subjected to the terrifying tyranny of Master Kaido. Cui Ze remains blissfully unaware of certain truths. To this day, he has yet to discern the identity of the formidable warrior engaged in battle against Kaido in the skies above. He erroneously assumes that this opponent is likely an unrecorded pirate from the original narrative. Having meticulously consumed the entirety of the manga and the Wano arc prior to his transference, Cui Ze harbored a modicum of sympathy for the diligent Kaido, who is, after all, a conscientious educator. However, as a villain aspiring to dominate the world, facing the child of destiny is far from tragic. The true misfortune lies in contending with a child of destiny who is currently in an inexplicable period of unparalleled power. And what a bewildering phenomenon it is. This mythical Zoan, sun god fruit, how astonishingly outrageous. Yet, when Cui Ze found himself thrust into the tumultuous world of pirates, standing face to face with his teacher, Kaido, his feelings of sympathy underwent a dramatic and profound transformation. Enduring the relentless onslaught of battle remnants for 3 consecutive days was merely a minor inconvenience. The crux of the matter is that Cui Ze loathes the feeling of being unable to control his own fate, a deep-seated aversion, should the opportunity arise in the future. Cui Ze vows to repay Kaido for the grievances endured during these tumultuous days. As for the present, Cui Ze should first contemplate the myriad methods of fishing with the bait of victory. During these 3 days since his arrival, although he has primarily been evading the residual chaos of the battles in the sky, he has still managed to eliminate a considerable number of zombies. Each F-grade zombie he vanquishes grants him a piece of F-grade victory bait. Currently, Cui Ze's stock of victory bait stands at an impressive 9. A total of 9 opportunities to fish. Today, as fortune seems to be. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze retrieved an F-grade victory bait, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Is there not a saying, from extreme adversity comes great fortune? On his very first fishing expedition, he had already caught something as remarkable as the breath of beasts. Confident in his fishing luck, Cui Ze patiently endured for 3 whole days, gathering 9 pieces of victory bait, all in anticipation of this very moment. He relished in making a significant impact. Most importantly, fishing skills were his sole avenue for escape from his current predicament. Let us begin with the cast. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's fingers flickered slightly as he drew back the luminous curtain, discarding the bait he had just consumed. There remained 8 pieces of bait. The fishing skill possessed a concealed feature whereby low-quality bait could be fused together to create higher-quality bait. Cui Ze's 8 F-grade bait, though derived from the lowest tier of zombies, fortuitously conjoined to produce a rather inferior E-grade bait. After a moment of hesitation, Cui Ze took another sip of red wine. His eyes slightly reddening, resembling a gambler on the brink of intoxication. The fisherman does not believe in tears. Let us take the plunge. A bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Resolute in his decision, Cui Ze shed his doubts and directly fused the 8 F-grade baits, resulting in a brand new E-grade bait, and promptly commenced fishing. Using his fingers as a rod and his thoughts as the line, the fish were soon hooked. Fortune smiled upon him. Fishing harvest details. Type. Item E-grade item. The bamboo mouthpiece of Nezuko Kamadu item origin. Demon Slayer. Kimetsu no Yaiba item description. The bamboo mouthpiece that the demonized girl Nezuko Kamadu wears, filled with her sweet saliva. Item effects. 1. Wearing the bamboo mouthpiece for a rather subpar cosplay. 2. The saliva contained within the bamboo mouthpiece, infused with the abilities of the demonized girl, possesses slight healing properties, providing a certain degree of healing enhancement to specific demon races. 3. Quenching thirst. Item evaluation. This flavor is truly perverse. The following morning, Cui Ze awoke abruptly from his slumber, instinctively tracing an inverted cross upon his chest. Grateful to have survived to witness another day, while simultaneously offering prayers for his celestial mentor, Kaido. After swiftly addressing the matter of breakfast, Cui Ze donned his gas mask, securing a verdant bamboo tube at his waist, and positioned himself beneath the hatch of the cellar, channeling the technique of beast breathing. Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial perception. Harnessing the power of spatial awareness, Cui Ze swiftly surveyed the streets surrounding Nest 3, discovering no significant congregations of the undead. Freedom awaited. Familiar with his surroundings, Cui Ze relinquished the effects of spatial perception and silently pushed open the cellar hatch. He traversed the backyard and emerged onto the desolate streets of the town, ready to commence his day's hunt for zombies. Before embarking on his mission, Cui Ze gazed skyward, intending to assess the intensity of the aerial battleground. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that the clashes occurring above seemed less fierce than in previous days. Surely, this should be considered a positive sign. Cui Ze muttered under his breath, quickly diverting his attention from the situation above. Having been ensnared by fishing skills just yesterday, he had expended a considerable amount of resources only to obtain a peculiar item, a bamboo tube plug belonging to the character Nezuko Kamado. Today, with all his victory bait depleted, Cui Ze found himself in dire need of new supplies. The frail Cui Ze must seize every opportunity for survival. Would fortune smile upon him today? He opened his personal attributes panel and glanced over it briefly, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Luck rated D, how disappointing. Shutting off the display, he grasped his hammer and embarked on his quest to vanquish the zombies. Thanks to the combat experience accumulated over the past 3 days, Cui Ze now felt quite adept at dealing with these slow-moving, sound-sensitive creatures. As long as he refrained from provoking the imposing and formidable mutated zombies, like those lurking in the expansive central plaza of the town, ordinary zombies were mere fodder for his hammer. The intensity of the aerial battlefield today was indeed much lower than in the preceding 3 days. Merely half a morning had passed. Yet Cui Ze had already dispatched 5 zombies, acquiring 5 F-grade victory baits, all without a single interruption from the aerial battlefield. Cui Ze often feels as though the goddess of fortune has become indifferent. Yet, whenever he draws back the veil of light, he is reminded that the goddess remains the same formidable entity, a wicked and ample D-cup. As he becomes increasingly adept at the beast-breathing technique, Cui Ze retrieves a piece of dried meat of unknown origin from his pocket, savoring it slowly to replenish the energy expended during his recent skirmish. The rice balls he had caught the previous night, reminiscent of Tanjiro Kamado, had already been consumed for breakfast that very morning. After enduring the relentless tumult of battle in the sky for 3 consecutive days, the density of zombies in the small town was already quite sparse. Following Cui Ze's merciless onslaught, the streets adjacent to the 3rd lair were nearly devoid of the undead, compelling him to seek out a new location for exterminating zombies in anticipation of future victories. If Cui Ze were to eliminate all the zombies in the town and the aerial battlefield had yet to conclude, Cui Ze needed to contemplate venturing deeper into the islands, penetrating the settlements of other wandering souls. Fortunately, the zombie resources in the medieval town were relatively abundant, ensuring that he would not have to concern himself with this issue for at least 2 or 3 days. After consuming the last small piece of jerky in his possession, Cui Ze ascended to the highest nearby building, retrieving an aged brass monocular. He extended the barrel with the intention of surveying the remaining areas of the town. The skill beast's breath, spatial perception was indeed advantageous, yet Cui Ze could not afford to rely on it constantly, at least, not at this moment. However, as he adjusted the monocular, his gaze was directed toward the outskirts of the town, where a peculiar white area was reflected in the circular lens. Was that smoke drifting near the ground? Furrowing his brow, Cui Ze lowered the monocular, rubbed his eyes, and looked back towards that direction. Instantly, he discerned a half-body figure continuously soaring through the mist. It was a young man, possessing only a truncated physique, with grayish-white hair framing a somewhat fierce visage. Clad in a white naval recruit's short-sleeve shirt, his muscular form was impressive, yet he bore no lower half. Was this the admiral from the original work? A user of the smoke fruit? Smoker? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's thoughts whirled as he lifted his gaze to the sky. After a delay of 3 days, he finally discerned the truth. It turned out to be the Navy Admiral. It is important to note that Zephyr had come to clash with Kaido by mere accident. He had lost his senses, leading him to bring a group of inexperienced recruits in pursuit of trouble with the Pirate Emperor. Zephyr, along with the recruits from the Navy training camp, was currently engaged in a campaign against a zombie-infested island, previously ruled by a paramecia-type devil fruit user, an evil biologist named Mzan. Unfortunately, this biologist also held another identity as a close friend of the beast pirates captain, Kaido, and belonged to the exceedingly rare Oni tribe of the seas. Upon noticing the arrival of Zephyr and the Navy, Mzan, who was conducting experiments on the island, immediately contacted Kaido, who resided deep within the New World. However, it was not until Mzan was apprehended by the Navy that Kaido finally made his tardy appearance. Then, the Azure Dragon clashed with Zephyr. Kaido, Surrender now. The deep-sea prison impelled down shall be your ultimate fate. Zephyr stood poised in midair, his violet hair standing sharply toward the heavens, resembling a metallic sheen, while a profound black luster enveloped his robust arms from his knuckles to his wrists, with not a single inch neglected by his haki. Blackleg Zephyr, renowned across the seas for his unparalleled dual haki and breathtaking combat skills. Oh ho ho, what nonsensical words are you uttering, old Zephyr? Kaido, in his dragon form, unleashed an unabashed mockery, each scale on his fearsome beastly visage radiating a palpable irony. You speak as if you could possibly defeat me. Thunder. With a thunderous roar, the mythical azure dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a cacophony of sound that morphed into a series of thunderous bolts, weaving an impenetrable net of lightning that streaked toward the position of the Navy Admiral. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling electric net surged toward Zephyr. A sharp red glint flashed in Blackleg Zephyr's eyes as he raised his right fist, enveloped in haki, and delivered a straightforward yet powerful blow. The immense force and weighty haki instantly shattered the thunderous net, with fragments of electric light dissipating into the air. At this moment, Zephyr was not the man who would later be left crippled. His right arm severed by Whitebeard's successor, his strength remained at its pinnacle. It is well known that every true powerhouse standing atop the seas experiences a terrifyingly prolonged peak. Kaido, Zen has been captured by the Navy. If it were not for his rarity as a devil fruit user, he would have already faced execution for the countless innocent lives he has harmed. Zephyr turned his gaze toward the Azure Dragon, but before he could voice his half-hearted attempt to persuade Kaido to surrender, he was abruptly interrupted by a torrent of weeping. Ah, Zan, my poor kin, how could you be captured by these useless Navy scum? Kaido lamented, tears streaming from his dragon eyes. Moreover, you have yet to deliver my payment. Payment? Zephyr's expression turned peculiar as he pulled at the corners of his mouth, seemingly struggling to articulate. Kaido. He's your longtime friend and fellow tribesman. Indeed. Kaido's demeanor shifted abruptly, stopping his tears and winking at Zephyr. So he increased the payment. That is 2 ancient devil fruits. I will not let this slip by. Heatwave. Humph. Cui Ze was oblivious to the conversation between Kaido and Zephyr in the sky. As he gazed upward, he was met with the familiar sight of a crimson stream of flames slicing through the heavens once more. A slight twitch at the corner of his eye caused his heart to leap to his throat, and he instinctively prepared to flee. However, upon witnessing that the scorching breath of the Azure Dragon had not been obliterated by the Marine Admiral's punch, transforming into a cataclysmic meteor shower of fire as it had the previous day, the tense Cui Ze gradually began to relax. He silently hoped that his mentor, Kaido, was safe. Cui Ze once again extended his heartfelt wishes to teacher Kaido in the heavens. He redirected his gaze to the desolate wilderness beyond the town, where a contingent of Navy recruits, led by Smoker, was advancing towards the medieval town at a visibly rapid pace. In contrast to Cui Ze's slow and inefficient manual approach to clearing the zombies, the Navy recruits employed various methods that, while seemingly diverse, were all remarkably efficient and swift. According to Cui Ze's calculations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this group of Navy recruits should be able to completely eradicate the horde of zombies in the wilderness within half an hour, after which they would enter the town to continue their sweeping operations. With a quick glance at the aerial battlefield from the corner of his eye, Cui Ze found himself momentarily conflicted. He was faced with 2 choices. First, to remain in the town and await the arrival of the Navy recruits, or second, to proactively depart the town and venture into the wilderness. The advantages of the former were clear, it promised a degree of safety. However, the disadvantages were equally apparent. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze's mind began to race as he deliberated. After careful contemplation, he ultimately chose the second option. This decision stemmed not only from his reluctance to be subjected to the stringent oversight of the Navy, but, more crucially, from his realization of the true peril that lurked on this island teeming with the undead. Undoubtedly, it was Kaido, for everyone except Zephyr. The threat posed by Kaido was far more menacing, even fatal, than the clawing and gnashing zombies on the island. By aligning himself with the Navy's recruits, Cui Ze secured a semblance of safety. However, in reality, this only amplified his visibility in Kaido's eyes. Should Kaido suddenly succumb to madness and resolve to target the group of Navy recruits on the island, would Zephyr possess the capability to thwart him entirely? Impossible. Even without slaying the Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr's ability to control the aftermath of battle was not sufficient to ensure the perfect protection of every Navy recruit. At that moment, Cui Ze, who had drawn close to the Navy yet completely forfeited his freedom, would truly become a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. The false sense of security gained through his affiliation with the Navy came at the cost of diminishing his presence in Kaido's sight. Cui Ze deemed this exchange quite advantageous. Moreover, entering the wilderness for adventure held profound significance for him, as it represented the prospect of acquiring victory bait. Should he choose to align with the Navy, he would, at least in the short term, be deprived of any chance to secure even a single piece of bait. With this thought, Cui Ze's determination solidified. His gaze sharpened. He looked towards the wild outskirts of the town and softly declared, "Before we meet, let me present a resounding gift." With a swift turn, Cui Ze hastened towards the direction of the third stronghold. During his 3 or 4 days in this town, aside from slaying zombies and evading the fallout from aerial battles, the primary endeavor he undertook was gathering intelligence on the locations of all remaining firearms and ammunition within the town and relocating them to the nearest temporary base. Anyone with a fundamental understanding of zombies knows that firearms are vastly more effective and safer than engaging in hand-to-hand combat with these mindless creatures. In this sea ravaged by pirates, any orderly town would certainly lack supplies, but it would never be short of gunpowder weaponry to combat the marauders. For the first 3 days, Cui Ze had never contemplated the use of gunpowder weapons because he had always planned to utilize all the gunpowder reserves within the town before departing, sending those formidable, hard-to-deal-with zombies skyward in one fell swoop. As previously mentioned, Cui Ze revels in orchestrating grand schemes. The progress of his plan to amass explosives has been remarkably smooth. In a mere 20 minutes, he successfully relocated all the gunpowder he had scavenged from the third stronghold to the expansive central square of the town. Thanks to the thunderous sounds of battle echoing in the sky, his operation went unnoticed by the towering mutated zombies lingering in the square. Those colossal beings continued to roar into the heavens without a hint of fatigue. I recall that on the day of my arrival, the central square, with its open terrain and excellent sound reception, was teeming with zombies. Now, only 3 of those giants remain, accompanied by dozens of ordinary zombies. Even without my intervention, it is likely that within a day or 2, these monsters will succumb to the aftermath of the battle between Ze Fe and Kaido. Cui Ze swiftly ascended the towering clock tower adjacent to the central square. Utilizing his telescope, he once again surveyed the movements of the naval recruits and discerned that a few figures clad in blue and white uniforms had already ventured to the outskirts of the town. It was nearly time. Cui Ze uttered a soft exclamation before swiftly descending the bell tower. Upon reaching the ground, he ignited the pre-prepared fuse and dashed recklessly toward the northern part of the town. If he hesitated any longer, he would meet his demise alongside the undead monstrosities. Let them bathe in the artillery shells. With a faint hissing sound accompanying the fuse's gentle burn, the air filled with a subtle scent of gunpowder. The sparks from the fuse raced toward the towering mound of explosives. As time slipped away, Cui Ze summoned the explosive energy bestowed by the beast's breath. Charging forward like a frenzied wild boar, his keen senses detected an ever-growing aura of danger approaching from behind. Just as he rounded a dilapidated building, the ignited fuse made contact with the explosive mound, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Boom! A blinding flash of red and yellow illuminated the sky above the town, followed by a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens. Several miles away, Smog and his companions, who were engaged in the extermination of the feral zombies, suddenly witnessed a brilliant light rising from the direction of their target town, followed by the deafening sounds of the explosion that caused the very ground to tremble. Even Zifa and Kaido, who were locked in battle above, were momentarily distracted by the intense explosion emanating from the earth below, casting curious glances toward the town engulfed in flames. At the epicenter of the explosion lay a vast crater spanning several dozen meters, with surrounding structures utterly obliterated, leaving not a single brick intact amidst the swirling dust and debris. The zombies that had gathered in the square were mercilessly torn apart by the shockwaves of the explosion, reduced to mere pulp, while the towering mutated zombies had vanished without a trace. On the northern edge of the medieval town, Cui Ze, feeling the force of the explosive blast, disregarded the trembling ground beneath him and immediately summoned a protective light barrier. As he gazed at the cascading notifications appearing before him, his heart swelled with joy. An E-grade bait, and a countless number of F-grade baits. What does it mean to strike it rich in a single moment? This is what it means to strike it rich. Cui Ze stared at the luminous screen, where the words special rice balls of Tanjiro Kamadu glimmered in a pale, ethereal hue. He struggled to keep his eyes open, scrutinizing the words for what felt like an eternity, until he finally deciphered them. The screen was filled with just 2 characters, orthopedics. Even if I were to die, entombed within a coffin, I would still wish to shout from the grave, may all lovers in this world ultimately become siblings. With a flick of his wrist, he turned off the screen, grasping the special rice ball in his hand, utterly perplexed by its purpose. And what of that bizarre bamboo tube stopper from earlier? The fishing skill seemed decidedly peculiar. He tucked the special rice ball into the pocket at his waist, regardless of how absurd its effects might be as a rice ball. It retained the fundamental purpose of satiating hunger. It was far more suitable as emergency rations than any modern-day reindeer. Yet, to his astonishment, it was valued as an E-grade bait. Just contemplating this made Cui Ze's heart ache faintly. Regaining his composure, Cui Ze leaned against a massive stone and rose from the ground. The acquisition of his tenacity talent eradicated the lingering soreness in his legs. Breathing deeply, Cui Ze tested the effects of beast breathing once more, and to his delight, he discovered a significant reduction in the strain on his body, along with a remarkable enhancement in the efficacy of the breathing technique. As his physical prowess improved, the potential of beast breathing was fully unleashed, leading him to believe that an upgrade to this ability was imminent. With the mastery of total concentration breathing, as well as the variant of total concentration, constant, he took a moment to ease his aching muscles before invigorating his spirit and hastening toward the summit of the small stone peak. He intended to leverage the advantageous terrain of the peak to survey the surrounding area, thereby formulating a strategic plan for the days ahead. His acute auditory perception was fully engaged, capturing an array of subtle sounds within a 50-meter radius. And this ability to remain attuned to his environment greatly bolstered his sense of security, albeit a false one. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed from above, creating an unsettling contrast to the otherwise tranquil atmosphere. Cui Ze cast a glance at the sky and, upon discerning no significant issues, quickened his ascent up the mountain. Within mere minutes, he charged to the summit of the small rocky peak, promptly retrieving his binoculars to survey the general condition of the surrounding area. The first sight to greet him was the situation in the town. Led by Smog, the new recruits of the Navy had already infiltrated the town, following the earlier explosion. These elite Marines, possessing commendable skills, had come to realize the potential presence of additional threats on the island. They were now pairing off, diligently scouting the town for any signs of danger. Take your time to investigate in the city, he mused. In the next moment, Cui Ze shifted his binoculars towards the sky, only to quickly avert his gaze. The aerial combat could be monitored by ear. No further action was necessary. His focus then shifted to the vicinity surrounding the small rocky peak. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze pressed the telescope and immediately began moving towards the hidden cave. Although he had initially intended to use the small stone peak beneath him as a temporary stronghold, the barren summit offered no shelter from the elements. In contrast, the cave appeared significantly more habitable. After approximately half an hour, Cui Ze reached the location of the concealed cave without any hindrances. However, as he drew closer, his expression grew increasingly grave. Contrary to his expectations, the hidden cave was not a pristine natural formation. Along the way, Cui Ze had noted numerous signs of human activity. The inhabitants of the island had all transformed into zombies, and even if there were any living beings within the cave, they would have likely fled after these few days. Despite this reasoning, Cui Ze could not help but heighten his sense of vigilance. Standing in the clearing before the cave, he unhesitatingly employed the beast-breathing technique, spatial perception, sending forth an invisible and colorless wave from his feet that expanded to probe the depths of the cave. There appeared to be no biological activity within. But what of those two little creatures imprisoned deep within the cave? Were they still alive? Cui Ze furrowed his brow, unsheathed the hammer, and gripped it tightly in his hand as he gradually ventured deeper into the cavern. Just as he had surmised earlier, the desolate expanse of the cave had not remained undiscovered. It bore the unmistakable signs of extensive human activity, though the original inhabitants had long since vanished. The dim light cast an eerie glow upon the cavern's walls, where enormous transparent containers stood, each filled with a pale green, enigmatic solution that submerged grotesque biological organs. The scene resembled the sinister laboratory of a nefarious biochemist. A sudden sound echoed through the stillness. Cui Ze retrieved a flashlight and illuminated the surroundings of the cave, revealing an environment that would send shivers down the spine of an ordinary person. However, after enduring 4 days of a zombie apocalypse, it appeared trivial to him. Indeed, from the very first day of my arrival on this island, I discerned that although it is a haven for the undead, it is certainly not the domain of the shadow fruit user, Gecko Moria. The mindless zombies and those infused with shadows are entirely distinct entities. Observing the peculiarities within the cave now further solidifies my hypothesis. The architect of the tragedy that befell this island is likely a biochemist, most probably a user of a virus-type devil fruit. Otherwise, Admiral Zephyr would never have ventured here. In the mind of Cui Ze, a flurry of deductive thoughts raced, indistinguishable from the truth itself. The only mystery that remained was Kaido. What could possibly compel Master Kaido to venture to the paradise? Why would he not simply remain in Wano, awaiting the brilliance of the sun god 20 years hence? With an asymmetry of information, Cui Ze found himself unable to untangle the entirety of the situation on the island. Yet, with a brisk pace, he had already arrived at the depths of the cave. Standing before the prison he had sensed earlier, the light from the electric lamp pierced the darkness like a blade of dawn, illuminating the conditions within the prison. Inside the cell, constructed from a special material, were 2 emaciated children. The older one, struggling to support himself, knelt on the ground, shielding the smaller, who lay gasping for breath, with his own frail body. Cui Ze fixed his gaze intently. The larger figure was a girl, her disheveled hair resembling withered grass, adorned with a pair of large, white horns resembling those of a bull on either side of her head. Her pale red pupils flickered with a mix of vigilance and fear. The most striking feature, however, was the girl's mouth, which could only be described as tragically disfigured. Her cherry-like lips were grotesquely slashed open, revealing a set of interlocking, sharp white fangs. The smaller figure lying on the ground was androgynous, with horns that were considerably more slender than those of the girl. Moreover, their condition was far more tragic. Almost the entire left side of their skull had been brutally cleaved open, exposing the cranium intertwined with delicate white horns. The most unsettling aspect was that, under the harsh glow of the electric light, the exposed skull appeared to exhibit a bizarrely deep green hue. In a moment of disorientation, Cui Ze fancied he had traversed from the world of One Piece into the set of a horror film. Yet, in truth, The seasoned sailor quickly identified the two small beings through certain distinctive traits. Simultaneously, Cui Ze grasped why Kaido had flown from the depths of Wano in the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. These two small beings were evidently the future wards of Kaido, the two members of the Beast Pirates Flying Six. The girl with the disfigured mouth was named Run-Ti, and the boy with the damaged skull was called Pei-Ji-Wan. Who are you, and why are you here? Run-Ti's voice was weak and frail, yet it conveyed a palpable sense of caution. I am merely a wretched soul whose fate has been distorted. In the face of the girl's watchful gaze, Cui Ze refrained from making any hasty movements, merely shrugging his shoulders. Although Run-Ti did not comprehend Cui Ze's peculiar words, she felt a sense of relief. At the very least, the individual standing before her and her brother was a human capable of rational communication, unlike the mindless, flesh-devouring monstrosities conjured by their father. Run-Ti did not respond immediately, but Cui Ze found himself unable to contain his thoughts. Do you not sense that the atmosphere here is rather unsettling? May I kindle a small campfire? Since arriving in these waters, it was the first time he encountered someone capable of conversing. And the solitude he had endured for 3 or 4 days surged forth in a moment of expressive urgency. Moreover, Cui Ze was genuinely struggling to tolerate the cave's oppressive environment, its eerie darkness, the terrifying figure of the girl with the disfigured mouth, and the stark beam of a flashlight illuminating the presence of a seemingly normal male human. It was quintessentially a scene from a horror film. Run-Ti nodded gently, watching as Cui Ze methodically gathered simple materials within the cave to ignite a small campfire. The bright, warm glow of the fire instantly illuminated the surrounding area, dispelling some of the oppressive darkness. With the fire now ablaze, Run-Ti's demeanor visibly improved. At the very least, her complexion was no longer as pallid, though this could have been an illusion. To answer your earlier question, I am but a pitiful creature who has been marooned on this accursed island due to a shipwreck. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was undoubtedly aware of the identities of Run-Ti and the individual reclining behind her, Peggy-Wan. He recalled with clarity even the intricate patterns on the pink lace mask adorning her face many years later. The current exchange was merely a means for Cui Ze to alleviate his ennui by engaging in conversation, while also seeking to gather information about Run-Ti, whose father's identity was only briefly mentioned in the original text. Little Run-Ti pressed her lips together, refraining from answering, and instead softly remarked, "You have yet to respond to the second question." Cui Ze could hardly contain himself as he fervently recounted all his experiences since his descent, pouring out his heart to the small, caged female crackling with energy before him. His words were interspersed with numerous references to teacher Kaido, Admiral Zephyr, and the gory, undead rooster. Of course, Cui Ze omitted his precise origins and the details of the information conveyed by the light screen. The fearsome fire-breathing dragon in the sky, the utterly inept naval fool, and the sudden assault of lifeless corpses all came crashing into his narrative. Cui Ze's endless chatter left Run-Ti feeling somewhat dazed, to the extent that even Peggy-Wan, who lay behind her, exhibited involuntary spasms. It was evident that Cui Ze's loquacious nature had significantly altered his overall persona, and in a positive manner. Run-Ti's sense of vigilance diminished considerably, allowing her, after Cui Ze concluded his tales, to selectively share her own experiences. Having just vented his feelings, Cui Ze felt remarkably lighter, listening with keen interest as Run-Ti recounted the hidden background story from the original work. A pair of siblings from the tragic line of the Ghost Clan emerged from a severely fractured family within the Vodka Kingdom. Their father possessed the superhuman virus fruit ability, harboring the desire for immortality, which he pursued at the expense of his own children, subjecting them to experimentation. They had mysteriously vanished 5 days prior. When discussing her father, Zan, Run-Ti's voice grew noticeably somber, and she skipped over substantial portions of the narrative, yet Cui Ze managed to extract significant information. What a scoundrel of a father, Cui Ze mused. Countless men cast aside their wives in the pursuit of fame and fortune across the vast oceans. However, individuals of such despicable caliber as Run-Ti and Peggy-Wan's father are indeed rare. Utilizing one's own offspring for bioweapon experiments. What kind of wretched being resorts to such depths? Do not dare to insult my father. The little girl with the small fisher glared fiercely at Cui Ze. The boy behind her mustered his strength to prop himself up, casting a mournful gaze at Cui Ze. Very well, I apologize. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze grasped the water bottle, swaying it back and forth, causing 2 pairs of eyes to follow his movements incessantly. Ultimately, the unable to bear Ruinai interrupted his mischievous antics. Could you spare me just a little water? Ruinai extended her tongue, moistening her parched, cracked lips. Yet her plea was not for her own sake. My younger brother hasn't had a sip of water in many days. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze gently pinched his somewhat sore nose, first taking a small sip from the water bottle to confirm its safety before tossing it into the cage. Overjoyed, Runti immediately reached out to embrace the water bottle. But its weight, though not substantial, caused the slender girl, as fragile as a wild grass, to stumble precariously, nearly falling to the ground. Ignoring her clumsiness, Runti turned around, cradling the water bottle, and wrapped her arms around Peggy 1's upper body, gradually feeding her younger brother the refreshing water. Drink slowly. Make sure you leave some for yourself. Cui Ze recalled the specially crafted rice ball made by Tanjiro Kamado during his previous fishing trip. He retrieved it from his pocket, first pinching a small piece to place in his mouth as a gesture of assurance regarding its edibility, before tossing it to Runti. This rice ball was a heartfelt creation from a devoted brother to his sister. Perhaps you should offer a morsel to your brother as well, for it might improve his condition slightly. Runti silently accepted the rice ball, resisting the tempting aroma of the rice. She tore off a small piece, feeding it gradually to Page 1. It was uncertain whether he sensed the warmth of Tanjiro's brotherly affection or the comforting embrace of Runti's sisterly care. After consuming a substantial amount of water and nearly half of the rice ball, Page 1's strength visibly improved. Gazing at the dwindling supply of water and rice ball, Page 1 tightly shut his mouth, unwilling to eat any further. Had he not been so weak, he would likely have insisted that his sister finish the remaining morsels. Young lad, you had best consume every last bit of that rice ball. I have other provisions that would suit your sister far better. Cui Ze harbored a tinge of concern regarding the peculiar efficacy of the specially crafted rice balls on Runti, and he was reluctant to bear the dubious title of a Lilicon, prompting him to offer a gentle admonition. Yet, it was evident that his words bore a hint of ambiguity in that moment. Page 1, being of tender age, failed to grasp the underlying meaning. However, the slightly older Runti discerned the implication, or rather, misconstrued it. With a few hasty bites, she consumed the rice balls that Page 1 had no desire to continue eating, and instantly, a flush of color returned to her pallid cheeks, followed by a defiant glare directed at Cui Ze. Observing this scene, the corners of Cui Ze's mouth involuntarily twitched. Damn it, if a typical little girl looked at me this way, I might even feel a flicker of delight. Yet, when this horned little fisher girl gazes at me, I inexplicably feel an urge to flee. The fisher girl belongs to the fisher demon clan. Cui Ze's eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled the bizarre item he had caught the previous night, the bamboo tube stopper of Nezuko Kamado. Item Effect 2. The saliva contained within the bamboo tube stopper, tainted by the powers of the demonized girl, possesses a slight healing capability, providing a certain healing effect enhancement for specific demon races. Could this gentlemanly item actually be useful? Perhaps it was the special rice ball's capturing effect, Misty. Without expending much effort, Cui Ze successfully persuaded Runti to utilize the sweet saliva of the demonized girl contained within the bamboo tube stopper to tentatively heal her substantial mouth wound. Initially, Runti had intended to test the healing effect of the bamboo tube stopper on Peggy 1 first. She thought that if the liquid within truly had the power to heal her wounds, she would undoubtedly sprinkle the remaining liquid onto her younger brother's head at the earliest opportunity. However, when Runti learned from Cui Ze exactly what the so-called liquid in the bamboo tube stopper was, she immediately dismissed the idea, setting aside the question of whether this was reasonable, reliable, or effective. What kind of surreal operation would it be to pour another girl's saliva onto the skull of her half-brain brother? Cui Ze was perplexed by the psychological intricacies of the young, ghostly girl. Holding a bamboo tube to his lips, he approached the iron bars of the prison, gesturing for Runti to draw near. The latter seemed to have envisioned a mysterious ritual of self-sacrifice, closing her eyes and gently pouting her lips. Do not pout. Simply maintain a natural demeanor, Cui Ze irritably reminded. As he removed the cover from the bamboo tube, he inserted his index finger inside and extracted a small amount of the medicinal liquid. Upon recalling the owner of the liquid, Cui Ze instinctively pinched his index finger and thumb together, gently rubbing them for a moment, before stretching them apart to form a slender thread. Ahem! Cui Ze felt a sudden shiver coursing through his body, feigning nonchalance, as if nothing had occurred. He gently applied the medicinal liquid from his fingertip onto the uneven scarred fissures flanking Runti's lips. In that instant, his heart became as tranquil as still water. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze gently flicked the center of Runti's brow with his index finger, bringing her back to her senses. The healing treatment has concluded. How do you feel? Startled like a frightened cat, Runti took a considerable step back, covering her forehead as she stammered, What? I was inquiring if you sensed anything unusual about your split. Cui Ze chuckled, gesturing to the corner of his own mouth. Whether it be itchiness, pain, or perhaps a tingling sensation akin to flesh regrowth. No sensation. Runti initially shook her head, then slid her palm down from her forehead. Suddenly, her fingertips brushed against a dry, cracked texture that elicited a moment of surprise. It seems to have truly taken effect, Cui Ze remarked, equally astonished. Is the healing efficacy of that medicinal liquid in the bamboo tube somewhat exaggerated? Has it really healed a minor split so swiftly? Have I possibly overlooked a miraculous remedy? After a brief daze, Runti, in a frenzy, began to tear at the dry, dead skin surrounding her split, disregarding the pain. Large flakes of ashen skin cascaded down like snowflakes, revealing the tender, smooth skin beneath. As she reveled in the long-lost sensation of completeness at the corner of her mouth, tears welled in her eyes, spilling forth freely. The act of weeping, a sign of weakness, had been cast aside by Runti the day after her father had abandoned her in the laboratory. The resilient little demon girl had never anticipated that she would experience the act of shedding tears once more. Wait, Xiaopei, wiping her cheeks frantically like a little kitten. She grasped the iron bars with both hands, her eyes ablaze with emotion as she implored Cui Ze incoherently. Xiaopei's injury is far more severe than mine. Could you possibly give me the remainder from that bamboo tube? Cui Ze handed the entire bamboo tube to Runti, who, as if in possession of a precious treasure, immediately turned around and meticulously poured the medicinal liquid, drop by drop, onto Peggy Wan's green skull, until the last drop was completely expended. Nezuko, the eternal goddess of droplets. Not long after, a thin layer of membrane formed upon Peggy Wan's skull. Although its appearance remained quite ghastly, it was at least less terrifying than before. Observing the siblings, who were embracing each other and weeping bitterly, Cui Ze felt a profound sense of solace. As the murderous rage that had accumulated over the past few days began to dissipate, this is my last sustenance. You two must remember to ration it in the days to come. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g., check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze nodded gently. With the provision of food and water, the two of you will be safer remaining in the cave. Moreover, it won't be long before others come to rescue you, be it the Navy or Kaido. Cui Ze inadvertently finds himself rescuing Runti and Peggy Wan. At this moment, his own survival presents a significant challenge. If he were to bear the additional burden of two companions, it is conceivable that the trio might embark upon the path to the underworld together. Furthermore, Cui Ze harbors numerous secrets, rendering him ill-suited for collaboration with others. I am Runti, and the full name of the little one is Peggy Wan. Runti inquired. What is your name? Cui Ze replied with a click of his tongue. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze suddenly turned around, his eyes gleaming like a bonfire in the darkness, radiating a fierce brilliance. Under the guidance of Runti, Cui Ze unearthed two wooden treasure chests from the depths of the cave, opening them one by one to reveal two exquisitely shaped and vividly colored fruits, their surfaces adorned with intricate, arcane vine-like spiral patterns. Regarding the abilities of these two devil fruits, Cui Ze harbored suspicions, which were subsequently confirmed by Runti. Ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, Brachiosaurus form. Ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, Spinosaurus form. However, the dilemma lies in Cui Ze, Runti, and Peggy Wan had never perused the devil fruit compendium. Although they were aware of the precise abilities of these two devil fruits, they were unable to discern which fruit belonged to the dragon with a swollen head and which to the spiked-back dragon. Which one will you choose, Cui Ze? Runti and Peggy Wan gazed at him with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his decision. The oblivious siblings seemed entirely unconcerned that Cui Ze might simply abscond with both fruits. I suppose I'll just pick one at random. Fishing skills do not equate to identification skills, reliant solely on the fruit's exterior. Cui Ze found himself incapable of distinguishing between them. After a careful selection process, Cui Ze ultimately grasped the devil fruit on the left. It was his first experience with fishing for a devil fruit, and he was astonished to have the opportunity arise so swiftly. Feigning the act of stowing the devil fruit in his waist pocket, the moment it was drawn into the pouch, Cui Ze commenced his fishing endeavor. A devil fruit of any category corresponds to an EX-level ability that transcends data limitations. Cui Ze can hardly contain his excitement. With a finger as a rod and thoughts as a line, fortune smiles upon him. Let the fishing commence. This fishing expedition yields the following rewards. Type of harvest. Talent attributes EX-level talent attribute. Body of wildness. Blank ancient species blank. Source of talent. Animal system ancient species bumphead dragon fruit attribute description. A body that can be deemed perfect in its natural essence. Attribute effects. 1. Prior to reaching A level in attribute values, one's strength, agility, and endurance will receive a prolonged and substantial enhancement. 2. Personal resistance sees a significant boost, greatly reducing damage from attacks while considerably increasing vitality, stamina, and recovery rate. 3. Acquires the trait Iron Head, a law-level iron forehead, the most indestructible existence in the universe. Impervious to any form or force of destruction. Attribute evaluation, a bodily talent that only true monsters possess. Truly terrifying. After browsing the latest information on the luminous screen, Cui Ze couldn't help but exclaim, "Kid, are you talking about me?" Accompanied by a rough and boisterous laughter, an exceptionally towering figure strode into the cave. He boasted a pair of grotesque, massive horns atop his head, while on either side of his upper lip, long black whiskers reminiscent of dragon tendrils cascaded down. His battle-scarred torso was devoid of clothing, and his left arm was adorned with vivid orange-red dragon scales, while a colossal spiked club rested on his right shoulder. Towering above him, the captain of the beast pirates, the mightiest creature, Kaido, had arrived. A terrifying aura, akin to that of ancient behemoths, permeated the depths of the cave. The invisible pressure coalescing into a palpable force. Even with Cui Ze's resolute heart, he felt beads of cold sweat spring forth from every pore, his back thoroughly drenched. It was a primal instinctive reaction of sentient beings confronted with ultimate peril. Kaido's eyes, resembling twin brass bells, swiftly scanned the cavern, instantly grasping the situation at hand. His deep voice resonated like the rumble of distant thunder, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. Do you know where the contents of that empty box have gone? Kaido had no time to engage in idle chatter with a weakling whose presence was as insubstantial as wild grass. Moments prior, in his dragon form, Kaido had unleashed a devastating whirlwind, utilizing his fruit abilities to summon thunder and fierce winds. Launching a broad attack on the medieval town that had just erupted in an explosion, targeting the group of novice Navy soldiers who had ventured into the town. To protect the elite seeds of the Marine forces, the reluctant Zephyr had been compelled to abandon Kaido and retreat from the aerial battlefield. Kaido finally found an opportunity to extricate himself from Zephyr's relentless pursuit, freeing his hands to pursue his own objectives. Musen's 2 children. Musen's 2 fruits. I must have them all. Yet, Kaido was acutely aware that the whirlwind posed no significant challenge to a master of Zephyr's caliber, thus his time was exceedingly limited. Originally, the 2 ancient Zoan-type devil fruits were within his grasp, but now it appeared that complications had arisen. One of the treasure chests was empty. With a heart as clear as ice, I remain unperturbed by the heavens collapsing. Confronted with the Pirate Emperor's amplified inquiry, Cui Ze fervently recited the Ice Heart mantra in his mind, striving to maintain a grave expression reminiscent of a sorrowful Sema, feigning calmness as he responded. I do not know. Oh, Kaido softly echoed, taking a small step forward. That damned sense of oppression. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the sound of the first syllable reached Cui Ze's ears, his vision suddenly blurred. A fist, as large as a grinding wheel, struck him with the swiftness of a fleeting black lightning bolt, delivering a forceful blow to his head. His instinctively raised hammer could barely withstand the impact for a fraction of a second before it shattered into a flurry of scattered metal and splintered wood. Drifting like willow catkins in the air. Bang! The iron fist descended upon Cui Ze's head without any obstruction, causing the scenery before his eyes to rapidly recede until it dissolved into a chaotic haze of light. Then came a thunderous crash, as Cui Ze was forcefully propelled back, embedding him directly into the cave wall, dust flying everywhere, and his entire body nearly disintegrating from the shock. With a single punch, he was utterly defeated. As he grappled with the overwhelming pain coursing through him, Cui Ze's heart sank into a profound darkness. Wait, I'm not dead. After being struck on the head by Kaido's fist, I am still alive? In the mind of Cui Ze, the distinctive characteristic of the iron head from the wild body flashed momentarily. Initially perceived as a bizarre and persistent ability, it surprisingly became his lifeline at this crucial moment. Furthermore, he recalled that the talent description for the wild body specifically mentioned the information of a blank ancient type. Does this imply that the powers of the wild body are still incomplete? Might it be possible for it to gain enhancements by fishing out the powers of other animal-type devil fruits? Could it continue to acquire new characteristics akin to the iron head at a rule level? Despite being driven into the wall, Cui Ze, feeling relatively unharmed, found his thoughts wandering at that moment. Meanwhile, in the prison, Run-T and Pei Jivan, upon witnessing Cui Ze's tragic demise, nearly screamed in horror. The man who had just brought warmth to the siblings was now felled by a single punch from the tattooed giant. Run-T bit her lip tightly, and Pei Jivan clenched his fists, both siblings glaring fiercely at Kaido. Such weakness and useless emotions. Kaido's perception was remarkably keen, yet he paid no heed, merely snorting dismissively. Instead, he was far more concerned with the whereabouts of the 2 ancient-type devil fruits. Those 2 little imps in the cell. Did your deceased father Musen mention how many devil fruits he left behind before he met his end? Kaido was certain that the individual he had previously killed was not a devil fruit user, at least not one possessing an animal-type fruit. The soil on the 2 small chests was still fresh, evidently just recently unearthed. If anyone in the cave had consumed a devil fruit, given the brief time that had passed, they would surely still be adjusting to the powers of the animal type. In short, the opponent would undoubtedly be undergoing varying degrees of animal transformation. Regarding this, Kaido, having personally consumed the Azure Dragon fruit and witnessed many of his subordinates utilizing animal-type fruits, was quite experienced. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. First, someone else entered the cave before Kaido and took the devil fruits. Second, that damned Musen truly left only 1 fruit but deceived him into believing there were 2. The former was entirely implausible. No one could evade the observation of a Yonkos Kenbunchika haki. Hence, the latter was far more likely. Run-T instinctively wished to turn her head to look in Cui Ze's direction, but the precocious little girl knew that if she dared to make such a move, it would yield no favorable outcome. I don't know. Run-T stiffly held her neck, glaring at Kaido, speaking each word deliberately. I only know that my father left behind treasures, intending for that person to retrieve them and set us free. Kaido fell silent. The atmosphere within the cave grew exceedingly grave. Just as Run-T anticipated that this tattooed giant would undertake something monumental, Kaido suddenly burst into tears, his tears, the size of a human head, cascading like raindrops upon the ground of the cave, stirring up clouds of dust. Musin, you damn fool. How dare you deceive me? How are you going to repay me for the ancient-type devil fruits you owe me? True electronic music? Run-T stared, mouth agape in astonishment. Could this fellow truly be a simpleton? Pei Jivun, equally taken aback, tugged at his sister's sleeve upon hearing her inadvertent words. My sister. My dear sister. Even a natural airhead wouldn't be this foolish. Kaido's emotions shifted rapidly. Or rather, his kin Bunchika Haki had sensed a familiar presence drawing near, leaving him no time to indulge in his emotions. With a flick of his finger, a plume of flame-like cloud, resembling a spirit serpent, snatched the remaining Spinosaurus fruit. And he approached the prison, effortlessly twisting the iron bars into a twisted mess with a gentle grip. As Run-T and Pei Jivun emerged from the damaged prison, still regaining their footing, the cave suddenly trembled violently. Boom, boom, Kaido, Kaido. Continuous crashing sounds echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by escalating shouts. As if someone outside was using the small mountain as a punching bag. Kaido, clutching the Spinosaurus fruit retrieved by the flame cloud in his left hand, had yet to respond. Just then, Cui Ze, who had been feigning death, inadvertently fell from the wall due to the constant shaking of the mountain. Thud. Just as Cui Ze contemplated how to combine the devil fruit with the characteristics of the wild body, he suddenly landed on the cave floor. He instinctively wanted to curse, but immediately realized the need for silence, promptly closing his mouth. It was a rather embarrassing situation. Kid, you're still alive? Kaido's astonished voice reached Cui Ze's ears as he lay on the ground. Cui Ze, you're still here. Run-T exclaimed joyfully, and Pei Jivun mirrored her excitement. Almost dead. Almost dead. Aware that he could not hide his condition, Cui Ze reluctantly rose from the still trembling ground. Once Captain Kaido leaves, I'll immediately find a quiet place to die far away. Run-T and Pei Jivun's shoulders shook, their faces displaying a mix of wanting to laugh yet holding back. Kid, you certainly have some nerve. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly, observing closely. This weak presence, aside from being somewhat disordered, had surprisingly sustained little harm from that explosive punch. Such an unusual physique. As if recalling something, Kaido's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki emanated from him, spreading outwards. The air around them crackling with numerous black-red arcs, creating a fearsome sight. What a truly terrifying aura. Cui Ze felt an abrupt weight descend upon his shoulders, as if he were suddenly burdened by an immense mountain. His teeth clacked under the oppressive force of Kaido's Conqueror's haki. To alleviate the pressure emanating from Kaido, Cui Ze's chest heaved as he inhaled deeply, employing the technique of the beast breathing to augment his physical prowess. Simultaneously, he swiftly unsheathed the Nichiren blade from his waist, gripping the hilt tightly to consolidate his strength. The power of the beast breathing surged into the Nichiren blade, enveloping him in a wisp of white mist. As the blade's radiant white surface gradually transformed into a stunning hue of misty blue-gray. A color-changing blade. Are you a warrior? Kaido raised an eyebrow, his Conqueror's haki intensifying significantly. A mere jester's trick. Indeed, is that so? In his struggle against Kaido's overwhelming presence, Cui Ze's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck. His speech fragmented and labored. Yet, this lofty oppressive stance ignited the pent-up dissatisfaction, fury, and violent spirit that Cui Ze had accumulated over the past few days. Like a spark igniting kindling. As he bore the brunt of Kaido's haki, a metallic taste of blood began to seep into his mouth, but instead of lamenting, he responded with a fierce grin directed at the formidable Yonko. What, then, was the jester's trick that allowed you to narrowly escape death at the hands of Kazuki Oden? Kaido's eyes transformed into furious, blood-red slits, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Dragons have their lethal scales. To touch them is to invite death. Boy, are you seeking your own demise? Cui Ze's smile was stained with blood, as I have consistently granted you 7 days of grace. Poor little caterpillar. With a sneer. The colossal wolf Fang Club of 8 precepts swiftly sliced through the air, unleashing a chilling wail that echoed like the cries of the damned. The sharp, spiked head gleamed ominously with a terrifying light. Enraged, Kaido evidently unleashed the full extent of his formidable power, intent on smashing this audacious brat's head like a watermelon. This time, Cui Ze's instinctive reflexes could offer him no salvation. The speed of the swinging 8 precepts far surpassed the limits of Cui Ze's nervous system to react. The thick, dark, and sturdy wolf Fang Club struck his forehead with a resounding impact before it could even register in his retina. Bam! API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's form sank relentlessly, propelled deep into the heart of the mountain. He was engulfed by a cacophony of rumbling sounds. His vision obscured by utter darkness, unaware of how many meters of rock he had shattered or how far he had plunged into the earth. In a haze of excruciating pain that enveloped his entire being, Cui Ze lifted his head, glancing upward. where he beheld a blue dragon that had been driven away by Zefa. The dragon's left claw was clutching two children of the ghost clan, the larger of whom wielded a gray-blue long knife, furtively attempting to peel a devil fruit nestled within the crevice beside him. A knife, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Only these fragmented thoughts flickered through Cui Ze's mind. Kaido. The gentle, moist scent of the ocean wafted through the air, warm and intoxicating. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Cui Ze sensed the bed swaying slightly, akin to a ship's gentle rocking. "Stop it," he murmured with his eyes closed. Furrowing his brow, instinctively reaching out to embrace someone in the expansive bed. Something's amiss. I distinctly remember slaying Kaido with a single strike. In an instant, Cui Ze jolted awake from what had been a blissful reverie. His deep brown eyes reflected not the dark abyss he had seen before closing them, but rather a layer of unfamiliar, deep brown wooden barriers. Cui Ze propped himself up, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed that every inch of exposed skin was encircled by bandages. Not a single finger was spared. Before him lay a small, unpretentious room. Its walls constructed entirely of wood, the air infused with the scent of seawater mingled with a faint hint of antiseptic, neither unpleasant nor overpowering. Bright sunlight streamed through a large square window, the soft golden beams appearing almost tangible, while outside, the horizon revealed an expanse of deep blue. He has been rescued, Cui Ze concluded in that fleeting moment. Observing the gently swaying bed, he discerned that he must still be aboard a ship. It must be the Navy. With this second realization, Cui Ze felt as though he had finally discovered a trustworthy organization. His body relaxed, and he reclined back onto the bed, his taut nerves, which had been strained for several consecutive days, finally yielding to a profound sense of relief. It was only then that he became acutely aware of the throbbing pain radiating from his limbs to his brain, coupled with the gnawing hunger reported by every cell in his body. The pain was both sharp and dull, yet not as excruciating as he had anticipated. However, the hunger was undeniably intense. Cui Ze temporarily suppressed the acidic bile rising within him, lifting his bandaged hand and flexing his fingers repeatedly. His right hand was in excellent condition, as was the left. I recall being struck down to the base of the mountain by that old brute Kaido with his spiked club before losing consciousness. Regardless of the phrases like tendons severed and bones fractured, that outcome seemed inevitable. Yet, why does it feel as though I have merely gone several days without food? By the way, how many days was I unconscious? Bereft of elucidation, Cui Ze was left to grapple with his burgeoning perplexity. Instead of immediately rising from his bedchamber, Cui Ze's mind was awash with the experiences he had endured on the Isle of the Undead. He summoned the ethereal screen. The contents that materialized were unexpectedly profuse. You administered E-grade victuals, specifically Tanjiro Kamido's crafted rice balls, to the juvenile denizens of the Oni clan. You employed E-grade implements, namely Nezuko Kamido's bamboo muzzle, upon the youthful members of the Oni lineage. Your F-grade protective respirator was irrevocably decimated in the throes of combat. Your E-grade Nicaran blade, Breath of the Beast, was irretrievably lost amidst the fray. You mastered the Breath of the Beast, total concentration, thereby elevating your F-grade aptitude to F. You were vanquished in your confrontation against Kaido, the formidable A-grade adversary, thus failing to secure the bait of triumph. A compendium of your sojourn on the Isle of the Undead reveals the ensuing acquisitions. Having vanquished a plethora of low-grade zombies, you have garnered the F-grade informational epithet. Slayer of the Undead. F-grade epithet. Slayer of the Undead epithet effect. Inflicts a modicum of augmented damage upon the undead and other creatures of mortality. Epithet assessment. Where once a mighty blow sufficed to dispatch a zombie, now a mere 8/9 of that force will suffice, orchestrating a cataclysmic conflagration. You have obtained the F-grade informational epithet, Inferno Ascendant. F-grade epithet, Inferno Ascendant epithet effect, heightens personal influence, bestowing a single F-grade augmentation to the stat of governance. Epithet assessment, a trifling act of arson, scarcely worthy of mention. Enduring a harrowing 4 days and 3 nights, your E-grade endowment of fortitude has been amplified, endowing you with 2 E-grade augmentations to your resilience stat. Having rescued a Kukase Kana and a hemicephalous Oni, you have acquired the D-grade informational epithet, Friend of the Grotesque. D-grade epithet, Friend of the Grotesque epithet effect, facilitates the garnering of favor from beings of macabre countenance. Epithet assessment, your eccentricity is my delight. Having confronted Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and emerged unscathed, you have secured the C-grade aptitude epithet, Audacity beyond measure, and the C-grade informational epithet, Vanquished by an emperor's hand. C-grade epithet, Audacity beyond measure epithet effect. 1. Bestows a single C-grade augmentation to the stat of governance. 2. Bestows a single C-grade augmentation to the latent stat of psyche, whilst granting immunity to all mental incursions of C- grade or lower, encompassing but not limited to intimidation, coercion, and the like. Epithet assessment, the cub of a tiger, though yet unformed, possesses the spirit to devour oxen. C-grade epithet, Vanquished by an emperor's hand epithet effect. 1. Heightens personal influence, bestowing a single C-grade augmentation to the stat of governance. 2. Your renown commences its dissemination throughout the Grand Line, simultaneously attracting the scrutiny of certain individuals. Epithet assessment, we failed to breach the enemy's defenses. The sheer volume of information that cascaded upon the screen prompted Cui Ze to dismiss the notifications and instead peruse his personal stat panel. In order to ascertain the totality of the changes. Name: Cui Ze Feite Might, F Resilience, E Agility, F Governance, C Hockey, Dormant Fortune, D Augmented, Endowment Epithets, Denizen of the Otherworld, EX, Savage Physique, EX, Fortitude, E, Aptitude Epithets, Fishing EX, Audacity Beyond Measure, C, Acute Hearing E, Breath of the Beast, Total Concentration, F, Informational Epithets, Vanquished by an Emperor's Hand, C, Friend of the Grotesque, D, Slayer of the Undead, F, Inferno Ascendant, F, Overall Evaluation, D. Save for Hockey and Fortune. All other stats have undergone comprehensive amplification, with the increase in governance being the most pronounced. Might and agility have likely increased naturally, albeit at a more gradual pace. The effect of the Fortitude Endowment epithet has been enhanced, resulting in augmented stamina. The new Aptitude epithet, Audacity Beyond Measure, has been acquired, and the Breath of the Beast has ascended a single tier. The 4 informational epithets, Vanquished by an Emperor's Hand, Friend of the Grotesque, Slayer of the Undead, and Inferno Ascendant, have been obtained in one fell swoop. The overall evaluation has surged from F to D. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze let out a long sigh. Finally liberated from the confines of mere subsistence as an ordinary fisherman. However, one must admit that receiving a few blows from Kaido in exchange for such an array of advanced abilities seems to be a rather advantageous deal. It is somewhat peculiar, though, that the description of the defeated foes of the Emperor includes the term those with ulterior motives. It appears that being vanquished by one of the 4 emperors serves as an implicit criterion for becoming a warlord of the sea. The 2 longest-serving members among the warlords, Crocodile and Gecko Moria, seem to fit this pattern. The former lost a hand to Whitebeard and subsequently succumbed to despair, while the latter's crew met with total annihilation in Wano, leading him to regress into a mere collector of figurines. Oh well, it's best not to dwell on such trivial matters. Cui Ze closed the panel and rubbed his stomach, which was continuously churning with acidity. Despite having been struck by Kaido and being wrapped in bandages, he still displayed such vitality. It was undoubtedly the result of his EX-class wild physique at work. Crack, crack. Cui Ze rose from his bed, stretching his slightly sore neck, and made his way towards the door. The X-level talent acquired through the devil fruit truly was formidable. Moreover, it possessed no fatal weakness to seawater. In other words, I have obtained a recovery ability on par with that of the protagonists, no matter how intense the battle. A good night's sleep and a hearty meal suffice for rejuvenation. You are the indomitable Iron Leg, while I embody the invincible Iron Head. Cui Ze stepped into the center of the room, and before he could reach the door, it swung open from the outside. A young girl, accompanied by the refreshing sea breeze, entered. Beneath her blue and white naval recruit cap cascaded a magnificent mane of soft pink, straight hair. Her delicate, fair face was adorned with a pair of sparkling dark eyes. Glancing downward, her pristine, tailored naval uniform hugged her curvaceous figure, while her exceedingly short white shorts revealed a pair of long, slender legs, bare and snow-white. Cui Ze instantaneously fell silent, directing his gaze towards the door, blinking as he vaguely recognized the identity of the visitor, though he remained uncertain. Fortunately, the other party initiated the conversation with a soft and alluring voice. "Oh, you're awake?" Tina expressed her delight, noting that Teacher Ze Fa had mentioned he would take her to meet him as soon as she regained consciousness. "Hello, Miss Tina." Cui Ze feigned a look of confusion, inquiring, "But Teacher Ze Fa?" Teacher Ze Fa serves as the chief instructor at the Navy's boot camp and is also a general at the Navy headquarters, a figure whom Tina greatly admires. Tina did not disguise her admiration for Ze Fa. Furthermore, it was Ze Fa who brought you to the training camp. Upon hearing this, Cui Ze lowered his eyelids, his gaze flickering slightly. Did Ze Fa not perceive me as a mere casualty, but rather wish to guide me into the training camp? To become a member of the Navy? Cui Ze had never contemplated this matter before. During these days, he had either been adrift on the tumultuous sea, fighting for survival, or struggling to endure amidst the relentless horde of zombies. The pressing concern he faced was merely how to survive on the battlefield of the 4 emperors. How to see the dawn of the next day. Where was the time to ponder such lofty questions regarding career direction? However, now that his mind has eased and the situation has stabilized, Cui Ze indeed needs to earnestly consider the trajectory of his future life. The overt main storyline of the world of One Piece revolves around the conflict between the Navy and the pirates, while the covert narrative focuses on the Straw Hat Pirates' quest for lost history and the liberation of the seas, interwoven with the existence of the Celestial Dragons, the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and various independent kingdoms. In the recesses of Cui Ze's mind, a myriad of career paths flashed by: Navy, pirates, CP agents, revolutionaries, and other formidable factions that truly dominate the world stage. However, Cui Ze had no desire to become a nefarious pirate, nor was he inclined to sacrifice himself for the liberation of the people of another world, nor would he ever stoop to serve the opulent nobility. Upon reflection, joining the Navy indeed appeared to be a rather commendable option. It promised a stable salary, lawful engagement in combat against pirates, a plethora of subordinates, a clear path for advancement, and, most enticingly, the freedom of thought. Once he became a naval officer, adopting the leisurely work methods of Admiral Kizaru would certainly be a delightful endeavor. Moreover, upon attaining the rank of vice admiral, he could profoundly study the indifference to fame exemplified by Vice Admiral Garp, resolutely avoiding the pursuit of promotion. Why should he bow and scrape to the powerful when it would rob him of his joy? Who are the celestial dragons but refuse in the refuse bins of the world? In a fleeting moment, a wealth of undisclosed thoughts surged through Cui Ze's mind. He lifted his gaze towards Tina, his expression suddenly imbued with sincerity and fervor. Oh, so it was the infamous not killing admirals. That title indeed resonated like thunder. He implored Miss Tina to swiftly escort him to meet Admiral Zephyr, so he might express his gratitude. Observing Cui Ze's courteous and enthusiastic demeanor, Tina couldn't help but widen her eyes. Over the past few days, the tales of Cui Ze had circulated wildly within the new recruits training camp. Although the Navy recruits were unfamiliar with his name, they were well aware that this man, who had been unconscious for days, had faced off against the beast Kaido on Zombie Island. The remarkable aspect was that he had survived. During their training breaks, countless recruits speculated about what manner of formidable individual he was, and whether his strength could rival that of an admiral or an emperor. In this atmosphere, Tina had her own conjectures. Yet she never anticipated that the man who had been subtly hailed as an unrivaled hero would exhibit such refined civility in private. Not to mention his strikingly handsome appearance. Tina recalled the motley crew of men aboard the ship she had trained with, and a shiver ran down her spine. The cigar-smoking chain smoker, the scruffy man with remnants of food on his face, the lecherous figure who donned a mask, and the sumo wrestler clad only in a loincloth. Such was the disparity among men. No, this was the disparity of the world. Follow me. Tina snapped back to reality, tilting her chin towards Cui Ze before turning to lead the way. As he trailed behind a youthful and vibrant female sailor, Cui Ze's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the swaying pink tips of her hair, the snug white shorts accentuating her figure, and the smooth, powerful curves of her thighs. No. Focus on the task at hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze cast a cursory glance and immediately recognized several acquaintances. It appears that Smoker does not need to clutch a cigar throughout the day. At least not during training. Is that a fried egg smeared across that man's face? Such a peculiar style. Could he possibly be an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family named Virgo? Ah. In an instant, he corroded a portion of others' weapons with the superhuman-type rust fruit. He certainly seems to be a noteworthy character. What an eccentric aesthetic it is to don a belly band over a white naval short-sleeve shirt. Is that individual perhaps named Momotaro? Or could it be the warrior, Momotaro? Cui Ze's sojourn on the deck was brief, as Tina pivoted and led him toward the rear of the naval vessel. Deprived of the opportunity to observe familiar faces, Cui Ze redirected his attention to Miss Tina ahead of him. May I inquire how many days I've been unconscious? He asked. After a moment's contemplation, Tina accounted for the 2 days spent on Zombie Island, revealing that today marked the 5th day. No wonder I feel so famished, Cui Ze thought, giving his stomach a firm rub. We are currently at sea. May I ask what our next destination is? Tina turned to him, a hint of regret in her expression, and replied, I apologize, but that information is classified. Tina cannot disclose it. Cui Ze nodded, not feeling disappointment, but rather astonished by the female marine's remarkable professional diligence. He subtly probed Tina with a few more inquiries, yet most of his responses were shrouded in secrecy, with replies akin to classified information. No comment. A few minutes later, Tina led Cui Ze to the door of an office and knocked gently. General Zifa, I am Tina, the new recruit responsible for today's duty. A steady and authoritative voice emanated from within. Come in. Tina and Cui Ze entered the office in succession. The man seated behind the desk, engrossed in paperwork, looked up. His face was resolute and commanding. Clad in a deep purple suit, his muscular build stretched the fabric of his jacket, while a deep red patterned tie adorned his collar, complemented by a coat symbolizing his esteemed rank. He was Admiral Zifa of the Naval Headquarters, the chief instructor of the Navy's new recruit training camp. Admiral Zifa, I sincerely thank you for your life-saving intervention. Cui Ze stepped forward, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Your rescue is a debt I shall never forget. I merely extracted you from the pit. It was your own resolve that truly saved your life, Zifa replied, shaking his head without taking undue credit. Kaido's blows are not easily endured. Indeed. Cui Ze instinctively raised his hand to touch his forehead, then his neck. Although several days had elapsed, he still felt a lingering phantom pain in his neck. This handsome man had indeed engaged in combat with Kaido. Tina, standing nearby, listened intently, her eyes gleaming, yet refrained from interjecting. The military doctors were not optimistic about your physical condition at that time. Most believed you would not survive, while a handful thought that even if you regained consciousness, you would likely emerge as a mere shell of your former self, or worse. Zephyr looked at Cui Ze, his tone devoid of emotion. It seems, at present, that you are no longer in grave danger? The wild physique, eternally divine, Cui Ze blinked and placed his right hand on his abdomen, while his left thumb and index finger formed a tiny universe. At this moment, I merely felt a slight pang of hunger. Haha, what an amusing fellow. Even Zifa couldn't help but find Cui Ze's demeanor entertaining. As for the matter of dining, let Tina escort you to the restaurant shortly. New recruit Tina, you may wait outside for now. Yes, instructor. With a serious expression. Tina saluted crisply before swiftly exiting the room. Cui Ze soon realized that Ze Fa had matters of significance to discuss with him. As expected, Ze Fa retrieved a document from the drawer of his desk, offering it to Cui Ze without a word. Take a look. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Cui Ze suppressed the smile that had graced his face and accepted the document, meticulously flipping through its pages. The kingdom of Tobias, renowned for its exquisite delicacy, milk pudding, had found itself under siege after refusing the coercive tribute demanded by the Big Mom pirates. While the royal family sought refuge from the pirates' onslaught, they were ambushed by an unknown faction, resulting in a complete annihilation of their forces and the subsequent breach of their territory by the Big Mom pirates. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering and resolute, and inquired word by word, might I ask, General Ze Fa, which son of the Big Mom pirate crew has besieged the kingdom of Tobias? Charlotte Opera, the fifth son of the Charlotte family, Ze Fa replied, emphasizing the point. Furthermore, according to naval intelligence, Charlotte Opera recently acquired a paramecia-type devil fruit, thus becoming the cream minister of Tato Land. Tato Land, the Big Mom pirate crew, and previously, the beast Kaido, infuriating Kaido, thus incurring the wrath of Big Mom. Cui Ze felt a bitter pang at the corners of his mouth, as if his life's fragile boat could scarcely withstand such overwhelming waves. Pressing his lips together, he managed to force a smile. Admiral Zephyr, might I inquire if the naval training camp is still accepting recruits? Zephyr did not decline Cui Ze's application for enlistment. The Navy is, after all, a vast melting pot, welcoming any righteous individual aspiring to combat the malevolent pirates and stabilize the tumultuous seas. Moreover, Cui Ze hailed from a respectable lineage, accompanied by a formidable combat record, a vanquished foe of the Emperor. There are scarcely a handful of such formidable characters across the entire ocean. Zephyr held high hopes for Cui Ze. Half of this year's elite training camp had already elapsed. The island we are soon to reach is the ancient Isle of Little Garden, situated at the nascent stage of paradise. After a day of rest and recuperation there, the training vessel will turn back toward the headquarters at Marineford, embarking on the latter half of the training camp. Since you have willingly chosen to join the Navy, there should be no concerns regarding your capabilities. However, during the activities of the latter training camp, do remember not to bully the other recruits. What does it mean that there are no concerns regarding capabilities? What does it mean not to bully the other recruits? The corners of Cui Ze's mouth twitched slightly. If his abilities were not lacking, why would he resort to joining the Navy as a means of seeking support? After receiving the documents handed back by Cui Ze, Ze Fa casually returned them to the drawer. Are there any other inquiries? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze awkwardly altered his form of address. Do you not care that I join the Navy solely to exact vengeance on the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates? Each year, there are numerous individuals who enlist in the Navy driven by their hatred for pirates. Zifa shook his head and sighed. I only hope that you do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. Both Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin are formidable monsters standing at the pinnacle of the sea. To recklessly seek revenge against them before attaining a certain level of strength is simply courting death. I understand, Cui Ze nodded earnestly. When the day comes that I possess sufficient power, I shall confront both emperors simultaneously. As for the other matters regarding the training camp, I will arrange for personnel to explain them to you, specifically the new recruit Tina who just escorted you here. Zifa gestured for him to leave, adding that if there were no further questions, he was free to go. Cui Ze imitated Tina's recent gesture, rendering a somewhat unorthodox naval salute to Zifa before departing the room. Unbeknownst to him, after his exit, Zifa retrieved 2 pieces of intelligence. The older report detailed the attack on Mariewa that occurred a fortnight prior. The adventurer Fisher Tiger from Fishman Island had audaciously scaled the Red Line and successfully infiltrated Mariewa, liberating numerous slaves and igniting a tempest across the seas. The new report, however, remained undisclosed, known only to a select few within the Navy. In response to the upheaval caused by the Mariewa incident, and to deter the increasingly brazen pirates, the true governing body of the world government, the 5 Elders, intended to formulate a novel system, the Warlords of the Sea. This system would grant notorious pirates the legal right to plunder in exchange for compliance with the world government's mandatory summons and a regular contribution of their earnings. They would also be tasked with instilling fear and combating other pirates. Zifa's assessment of this new system was simply, what utter nonsense. The stipulations within the new intelligence were numerous, indicating that the warlords of the sea system was nearing its preparatory phase. The 5 elders showed no inclination to genuinely solicit the Navy's input. They merely issued a unilateral notification, suppressing his disdain. Zifa continued to peruse the details of the new intelligence. The system required that the pirates recruited must meet criteria in both strength and reputation. The preliminary plan aimed to enlist those who had previously been defeated by figures such as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Upon reading this requirement, Zifa could not help but pause, suddenly recalling the young man who had just exited his office. Cui Ze stepped out of the office of ZFA. And in the periphery of his vision, several lines of ethereal text flickered before him. Join the Navy Elite Training Camp. And you shall receive the E-level information entry, Elite Marine. E-level entry, Elite Marine. Entry description. This title can only be bestowed upon those naval soldiers who have undergone rigorous selection, chosen from the best of the best. Entry effect. Grants a 1-point E-level enhancement to one's strength, endurance, and agility attributes. Entry evaluation. Upon returning to the city, one embodies the essence of a super warrior. Your strength and agility attributes have been elevated to E. Your endurance attribute has risen to D. Your overall evaluation has received a slight enhancement. Is it truly such a fortuitous event to join the Navy Elite Training Camp? An automatic acquisition of an E-level information entry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze remarked. General ZFA is willing to welcome me into the Navy and forge a bond with Miss Tina that allows us to entrust our lives to one another. Could you perhaps choose your words more carefully? Tina quickly reacted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shot a glare at Cui Ze. Every justice-minded comrade in the Navy is capable of placing their lives in one another's hands. However, Tina is different. Cui Ze shook his head. For Miss Tina is about to receive praise from a handsome gentleman. Instinctively, Tina straightened her petite figure, her fair, long legs coming together elegantly. Oh, Miss Tina. Cui Ze completed the sentence with a smile, for Tina was indeed Tina. Her unprecedented words of affection surged through the naval girl's mind like a tidal wave, causing Tina's fair and smooth face to flush a deep crimson, as if steam were about to rise from her head. With watery eyes that bore a semblance of annoyance, she shot a glance at Cui Ze, striding forward with her long legs, her footsteps echoing as she led him towards the mess hall of the new recruits training ship. It was evident that Tina still remembered Cui Ze's earlier remark about being hungry in the office, observing her striking figure clad in a naval uniform. Cui Ze couldn't help but reflect, beneath the azure sky and white clouds, a naval maiden. This is indeed a fitting and composed beginning to life. In the spacious and bright mess hall of the warship, Cui Ze devoured an astonishing 10 servings of food in one go, akin to a tempest sweeping away remnants in its path. It is worth noting that this feast had been meticulously prepared by the ship's cook, specifically tailored for the elite Marines, comprising high-calorie and high-protein dishes, many of which were sourced from the robust sea creatures. Typically, an ordinary Marine would require only a single portion to satiate his hunger, perhaps even feeling slightly overindulgent. However, Cui Ze remained unsated. His abdomen resembled an insatiable abyss, accepting every morsel offered to him without exhibiting the slightest sign of fullness. Cui Ze harbored suspicions that this newfound wild physique might be a side effect of his extraordinary talent. Yet, he possessed no concrete evidence to support such a claim. However, as he consumed an increasing amount of food, he genuinely felt his physical condition improving. The once feeble body was becoming increasingly robust. Ah, how delightful! Observing the pristine white plates stacked ever higher on the table, Tina, seated across from Cui Ze, could not help but clear her throat. The aromatic delicacies, combined with the presence of a strikingly handsome and wild gentleman, brought her immense joy. But why, oh why, was Tina so insatiably hungry? As she swallowed hard in anticipation, Cui Ze had already devoured an astounding 20 portions, and his pace of eating finally began to slow, allowing him the opportunity to converse with the naval beauty. My apologies. Miss Tina, it seems I have been rather inconsiderate. Just call me Tina. As she gazed at Cui Ze's delightful eating manner, Tina instinctively swallowed again. Yet she mustered her spirits and continued. You have sustained severe injuries and have only just regained consciousness. It would be wise not to consume such an excessive amount of food at once. It's quite all right. I can feel my body thriving. In the midst of their conversation, Cui Ze effortlessly polished off another serving. Gulping, Tina extended her small hand to cover her mouth, attempting to mask her embarrassment, while discreetly wiping away non-existent drool from the corner of her mouth. Let me first explain the basic rules of the training camp. I am immensely grateful. Cui Ze interjected during a brief pause between bites. Tina refrained from delving into trivial details, focusing instead on the essentials. The two most critical rules of the elite training camp revolved around combat assessments and military merit rewards. The camp nurtured the most elite recruits within the Navy, And it is no exaggeration to state that any member emerging from such a training camp could immediately ascend to the ranks of local officers within the branches of the Navy. Placed in the Paradise G-type branch, they could even commence their careers as junior officers. Thus, the combat assessments in the training camp spanned a wide array of topics, meticulously designed to prepare candidates for officer roles. A small assessment was conducted weekly, followed by a larger one monthly. The evaluation criteria encompassed various disciplines, including hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, marksmanship, navigation, political training, survival on deserted islands, and simulated naval battles, among others. Of course, not every member of the training camp was required to master all these areas. Aside from the fundamental navigation skills, the remaining courses were largely elective. This situation provided Cui Ze, a novice with no substantial background, with considerable relief. Lacking knowledge of combat, swordplay, and firearms was inconsequential. Navigation, after all, was merely a matter of studying for examinations, which posed no challenge for a modern youth like Cui Ze. Military merit rewards constituted another vital pillar supporting the training camp. Throughout the elite training camp, naval warships roaming the Paradise would select specific targets based on intelligence provided by the main or branch bases, allowing the recruits to engage with them. Most of these targets were pirates causing disturbances, while a few were situations beyond the capacity of ordinary branch bases, akin to the infamous Zombie Island. The difficulty level would not exceed what elite recruits could handle. As they neutralized these targets, the sailors would continuously accumulate military merit. This merit primarily influenced the assignment of positions after the conclusion of the training camp. However, another significant aspect pertained to the redemption of military merit. Benefits, monetary rewards, firearms, renown blades, and much more fell within the realm of military merit exchange. This also encompassed the advanced, secret techniques of the world government and Navy headquarters, known only to a select few. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze etched this piece of information into his mind. Having just recently joined the naval training camp, he possessed no military merits and was unable to exchange for any of the 6 styles. He could only contemplate future strategies. After elucidating the 2 most critical points, Tina proceeded to discuss an unspoken rule. In accordance with Teacher Zephyr's directives, every member of the training camp, apart from their routine training tasks, was required to undertake additional chores aboard the warship. Cui Ze inquired, specifically, which aspects are you referring to? Cleaning the cabin, laundering garments, scrubbing the deck, maintaining weapons. Tina counted them off on her fingers, noting that there were indeed numerous tasks at hand. At times, Tina found herself quite troubled by the endless array of chores. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze wore a dark expression. It seems I have recently developed a peculiar affliction that causes me great discomfort unless I slay sea beasts. What a strange ailment. Tina rolled her eyes and tossed a tissue at Cui Ze. However, it is true that kitchen duties fall within the realm of menial tasks, and the demand for personnel is quite substantial. This is quite agreeable. Cui Ze let out a sigh of relief. In truth, the authentic name for his peculiar affliction was the ailment of discomfort due to the absence of victory bait. Upon joining the naval training camp, Cui Ze had initially been apprehensive about how to continue reaping the rewards of victory bait, for the autonomy within the training camp was starkly inferior to that of his previous experience on the Zombie Isle, and there were far fewer individuals aboard the ship from whom he could harvest bait. To his surprise, an opportunity presented itself unexpectedly. Cui Ze, are you truly not coming to the mess hall to pilfer food? Tina still harbored some concerns. I assure you, that is not the case. Cui Ze replied helplessly. How about you join me in working at the mess hall? Tina immediately nodded. Absolutely. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you, the glutton. No sooner had she spoken than Cui Ze's peripheral vision caught a flicker of text. You have obtained an F-grade information entry, little glutton. F-grade entry, little glutton. Entry effect. Grants a 1-point F-grade enhancement to personal endurance attributes. Cui Liangzi found himself utterly speechless. Is it truly necessary to receive the unflattering moniker of a little food tub simply for consuming a mere 20 extra portions? Life is arduous, and with a heavy sigh, Liangzi lamented. His illustrious reputation had been distorted. In response to the indignation, Cui Ze transformed his frustration into an insatiable appetite, devouring several large bowls of food with fervor. After reluctantly satisfying himself to about 70 or 80% fullness, Cui Ze finally bid farewell to the oblivious, pastel-haired naval beauty, leaving the cafeteria and returning to the solitary dormitory where he had awakened earlier. The operational style of Blackwrist Ze is characterized by decisiveness and efficiency. Cui Ze had scarcely returned to his room and rested upon the bed for 5 minutes when a knock resounded at the door. His new naval uniform, accompanied by subsequent arrangements, was delivered to him, along with a thoughtful medical examination conducted by a military doctor. The middle-aged, balding physician expressed astonishment at Cui Ze's remarkable recovery, his eager gaze seeming to yearn to dissect him on the spot. Despite the doctor's apparent prowess, Cui Ze resolutely declined all unreasonable requests, confirming his good health before personally escorting him from the room. Upon closing the door, Cui Ze opened a note sent by Zefe. Considering Cui Ze's recent illness, Zefe had scheduled his entry into the boot camp for 3 days hence. Additionally, Zefe had approved Cui Ze's request to assist in the ship's mess hall. Ordinarily, such a minor matter would hardly catch the attention of the esteemed chief instructor, yet Zefe personally ensured the arrangements were made. 3 days hence, Cui Ze thoughtfully stroked his chin. According to Tina's recent explanation, it must have been around the time they departed from the small garden. At this stage, Cui Ze harbored no interest whatsoever in the ancient island's small garden. A desolate place devoid of allure, it offered little beyond the incessant brawls of 2 colossal giants. Unfortunately, Cui Ze currently harbors a profound aversion to intruding upon the battlefields of others. Indeed, he has been thoroughly intimidated by the formidable alliance of Kaido and Zephyr. However, after 3 long days of respite, even though Zephyr has exceptionally granted Cui Ze the liberty to roam freely aboard the naval vessel, he finds it hard to reconcile such a squandering of time. Truth be told, what he truly yearns for is the exhilarating taste of victory that comes from vanquishing sea kings. Thus, he must devise a plan to see if he can assist in the kitchen ahead of schedule. In the afternoon, after removing his bandages and donning the crisp blue and white naval uniform, Cui Ze left his quarters, invigorated, and made his way to the mess hall. Yet this time, he did not take a seat in the dining area. Instead, he stealthily slipped into the bustling kitchen. With less than 2 hours remaining before dinner service commenced, the kitchen was a hive of activity, alive with the mouth-watering aromas of a medley of delectable dishes being prepared to cater to the entire ship's crew. Cui Ze instinctively touched his stomach, surprisingly feeling a hint of hunger. A robust man, seemingly the head of the kitchen, quickly spotted Cui Ze standing idly in the back kitchen and approached with a furrowed brow. Before the man could utter a word, Cui Ze preemptively presented a trimmed version of a note from Zefe. It read, "Permission granted for Navy soldier Cui Ze Feite to assist in the kitchen with the procurement of sea beast ingredients." Upon reading the note, the burly man was momentarily taken aback, recognizing it as the personal signature of the esteemed General Zefe. Concealing the note in his pocket with a composed demeanor, he managed to force a friendly smile, gesturing for Cui Ze to come closer. "Remember to arrive earlier next time. Follow me." Cui Ze's expression remained unchanged as he followed the burly man into the food preparation area of the kitchen, in stark contrast to the fragrant atmosphere of the front area. The scent in the preparation room was far from pleasing. The mingling aromas of earth, fresh produce, and wild game combined to create a rather peculiar odor. However, the most overpowering scent was the unmistakable stench of blood, an inevitable consequence of the Navy's insatiable demand for meat during training. Consequently, several personnel had been specifically assigned to handle the slaughter of marine beasts and sea kings, which was the primary objective of Cui Ze's visit. Thud, a marine beast, measuring approximately 3 meters in length, was decapitated with a single stroke. Flash, a nearly 10-meter-long sea king, with the head of a catfish and the tail of a fish, was ruthlessly dismembered. Cui Ze watched with a heart full of anguish. "These are my hard-won trophies." Without a hint of hesitation, he eagerly immersed himself in the gruesome task of slaughtering sea beasts. Initially, with his unrefined skills, Cui Ze struggled to sever the heads of the common fish-like sea creatures. However, as his technique gradually improved, bolstered by the occasional guidance from his naval colleagues, his efficiency in dispatching the creatures soared. "You have slain a sea beast rated as F. You have slain a sea beast rated as F." The information on the display flowed like a torrent, and Cui Ze became completely absorbed in the thrill of vanquishing the sea beasts and acquiring his coveted trophies, relishing every moment. As dinner time slipped away and the work in the processing area came to a close, Cui Ze finally took stock of his spoils. His current reserve of F-grade trophies stood at 22, tantalizingly close to merging into 3 E-grade baits. A bountiful harvest devoid of risk. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Cui Ze. Am I truly becoming a glutton? As night falls, Cui Ze returns to his chamber, gazing at the replenished F-grade bait. He swiftly dismisses the distorted reputation that has befallen him. With 22 pieces of F-grade bait, he can merge them to create a maximum of 2 E-grade lures. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze intended to merely dip his toes into the waters of fishing. With his finger as the rod and his thoughts as the line, he cast an F-grade bait into the dimensional sea. The outcome of his fishing endeavor was as follows. Item type. Goods. F-grade item. 5,000 berries. Item effect. Common equivalent. A light, grayish-white square of paper fluttered into the hands of the dazed Cui Ze. Can a fisherman really reel in money? Clutching the 5,000 berries, Cui Ze found it difficult to comprehend the situation. After a brief moment of hesitation, he cast another F-grade bait into the dimensional sea, and immediately felt a tug on the line. The result of this fishing attempt was as follows. Item type, goods, F-grade item, treasure map. Item description, a map indicating the location of a treasure on Magnet Drum Island. Item effect, worth between 10 to 10,000 berries, approximately 100 berries. Item evaluation, it's not about the money. Rather, it's the thrill of the treasure hunt that matters. What a disappointment. With a sharp motion, Cui Ze slammed the yellowed parchment of the treasure map onto the ground. This was worth less than the 5,000 berries in cash. Feeling the invisible mockery of Lady Luck, a furious Cui Ze decided to abandon fishing altogether. His luck was poor tonight. He would fish another day, with 20 remaining F-grade baits in hand. Cui Ze had no intention of merging them for now. He would consider it after the kitchen's fish-cleaning duties were completed the next day. Stuffing 50 chobas into his pocket, Cui Ze fell into a deep slumber. A night passed without incident. The following morning, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze partook in a mere 10 portions of food for breakfast. Yet, the other naval soldiers dining in the mess hall gazed at him with a sense of astonishment, many whispering among themselves. Is this the person? He consumed so little today. Following the conclusion of breakfast, most of the sailors proceeded to their respective training grounds, while Cui Ze embarked on a tour of the naval vessel. The note delivered by Zephyr yesterday not only granted him permission to work in the kitchen, but also allowed him the freedom to explore the ship at his leisure. Armed with Zephyr's note, Cui Ze began to openly roam the vessel, simultaneously acclimating himself to the life within the naval elite training camp. His first destination was the foredeck. This area was spacious and offered a broad view, with numerous naval soldiers gathered here for joint training, including the pink-haired naval girl he had met the previous day. Cui Ze subtly nodded towards Tina in the queue, his gaze inadvertently brushing past the gray-haired youth standing beside her before he turned to leave. Tina pondered. Is this the individual that Teacher Ze brought aboard? Smoker scowled at Cui Ze's retreating figure, a flicker of fervor evident in his eyes. His name is Cui Ze. Not that guy. Tina cast a glance at Smoker, noticing the slight excitement in his demeanor, which caused her to pause momentarily. Smoker, what are you planning? Tina's curiosity was piqued. Smoker inhaled deeply, tendrils of white smoke emerging uncontrollably from his nostrils, resembling a serpent of mist. It's nothing. Just a bit curious about what someone who can battle the beast Kaido looks like. If possible. Tina's expression turned inquisitive. Smoker replied earnestly. I wish to challenge him. Cui Ze, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that he had merely revealed a glimpse of his abilities, thus attracting a formidable challenger, an almost invincible user of a nature-type devil fruit at the paradise stage. At this moment, Cui Ze continued to meander about the ship. After departing from the foredeck, he gradually explored various training rooms dedicated to the assessment courses, encompassing, but not limited to, combat, swordsmanship, and marksmanship. And he had the opportunity to interact closely with numerous elite Marines. As he journeyed through the ship, the experiences he encountered filled him with a mix of astonishment and delight. He was astounded by the Navy's meticulously structured training system and equally pleased by this very aspect. Cui Ze was exceedingly confident that once he formally joined the training camp, he would soon transform into a qualified naval warrior. Moreover, through the Navy training camp, Cui Ze would swiftly address his various deficiencies, particularly in terms of combat experience. Before long, he would no longer be the novice who merely wielded a hammer to strike zombie skulls. Additionally, through his interactions with numerous elite Marines, Cui Ze managed to gauge his true capabilities within the training camp, placing himself in the upper middle tier. This assessment took into account the assistance he received from his wild physique and the breath of the beast. Despite his astonishing combat history, the reality of his prowess was not as formidable as it appeared. The elite naval training camp was a congregation of monstrous new recruits from across the seas. Not to mention, the likes of Smoker, who had consumed the smoky fruit, were targets that Cui Ze would struggle to contend with at his current stage. Lacking the mastery of Haki, he would easily find himself at a disadvantage against those wielding the powers of nature. Fortunately, upon joining the training camp, there would not be an immediate comprehensive assessment. Otherwise, his true capabilities would be exposed. With a hidden sense of relief, Cui Ze departed the shooting training room and continued his explorations in other areas. Before lunchtime, aside from certain secret locations, Cui Ze, armed with Zephyr's little notes, nearly traversed the entire naval warship, gaining considerable insights. While Cui Ze was earnestly enjoying his meal, a conversation unfolded in the highest office of the naval warship. Has there been a conclusion regarding the so-called warlords of the sea system? Zephyr inquired, seated behind his desk, directing his question to the transponder snail. The petite transponder snail manifested the appearance of a spirited, elderly female Navy officer. It was Vice Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, a staunch believer in pure justice. Alas, Kizaru sighed. The headquarters nearly faced devastation from that rascal Akainu's magma. Kazan, who has always been at odds with him, has also shown support for Akainu this time. Understandably so. Zephyr snorted derisively. What about that other fellow? You mean Borsellino? Tsuru instantly grasped Zephyr's intention. In truth, Akainu, Borsellino, and Kazan were collectively recognized by their veteran naval peers as the pillars of the next generation of the Navy. The issue lay in the fact that while each of these individuals commanded extraordinary natural powers, they were also plagued by problematic personalities. Akainu was excessively aggressive. Kazan, overly lethargic. Borsellino, excessively slippery. It was quite troublesome. The transponder snail shook its head, noting that Borsellino had never been one to express his stance proactively. Humph. Zephyr huffed heavily once more. Tsuru was aware of Zephyr's attitude towards Kizaru and did not take offense. She merely asked, "You should be nearing Little Garden, right?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "As for the warlords of the sea system, we in the Navy cannot deny it, so we should expedite the consideration of suitable candidates. Not denying it, however, does not preclude us from engaging in subtle maneuvers." Zephyr understood Tsuru's insinuation. In fact, he had a candidate in mind, albeit one that seemed somewhat weaker. Regaining his focus, Zephyr inquired, "Ahi, what do you mean?" Tsuru slowly articulated her plan. "I recall that there are two formidable giants on Little Garden, correct? The captain of the giant pirate crew from over a century ago possesses sufficient strength and prestige to qualify as a warlord of the sea. Moreover, their temperaments are stable and unlikely to stir trouble." Zephyr clenched his fist, producing a series of resounding cracks. "I will attempt to persuade those two giants." In the afternoon, the new recruit training ship arrived in the nearby waters of Little Garden, where the lookout on the warship offered a distant view of a small active volcano emitting thick black smoke. The naval soldiers initially believed this to be yet another trial island and prepared to disembark. However, they were surprised when the warship anchored directly on the surface of the sea, and the instructors subsequently issued orders for the Marines to remain aboard and train independently. Many observed that Chief Instructor Zephyr and his several deputies gracefully glided toward the island, including Cui Ze, leaning against the ship's railing. Cui Ze watched Zephyr's figure shrink into a distant black dot in the sky, lost in contemplation. He had never heard of any connection between Zephyr and the two giants on Little Garden. Had the Navy headquarters never relinquished its ambition to recruit these formidable giants? Or was this a consequence of his butterfly effect? After some reflection, Cui Ze deemed the latter hypothesis more plausible, though he soon cast aside such trivial matters. Now arriving at Little Garden, a pristine island inhabited by two top-tier giants, he thought, "Tonight, I shall cast my line again." While the naval soldiers engaged in their training activities, Cui Ze re-entered the kitchen's ingredient processing area, ready to butcher sea beasts and sea kings. "You have slain a fish of F rank." Just as he had dispatched several sea creatures, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the ingredient processing area as window. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze paid no heed to the incessant chatter of his colleagues in the kitchen, fully immersed in the art of fish preparation. With one swift stroke, then another, he deftly handled the task at hand. High-quality ingredients often demand the simplest methods of slaughter. As night fell, the industrious teacher Ze returned to his chamber, illuminated the screen, and commenced his fishing endeavors for the day. Having gradually honed his skills in the butchery of marine beasts, he had amassed a collection of F-grade bait that exceeded yesterday's yield, bringing his total to 48 pieces, including those left over from the previous day. However, in light of the negative repercussions from yesterday's catch, Cui Ze resolutely decided against engaging in F-grade fishing tonight. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the screen and began the process of bait fusion. The lower-grade bait could be merged into higher-grade bait, with the quantity of fusion determined by the quality of the lower-grade bait. The marine beasts collected in the food processing area were of commendable quality, predominantly consisting of mid-grade F-bait. Cui Ze executed a profound fusion, merging every 16 F-baits into a singular, exquisite E-grade bait. Clutching 3 premier baits, he inhaled deeply and offered a silent prayer to the goddess of fortune. "After all, a modicum of luck is within my grasp." During this fishing endeavor, the type of harvest was ability attribute, E-grade ability attribute, navigation attribute description, a navigation skill possessed by elite navigators, remarkable in its prowess. Attribute effect, enables seamless sailing across the 4 vast seas and most routes of paradise. Attribute evaluation, the weather is splendid. Had it rained, it would have been disastrous. During this fishing endeavor, the type of harvest was item E-grade item, replica of the Holy Mother of Dissection, weapon, item source, Fate series item description, a top-tier surgical knife crafted as a replica of the renowned weapon of the infamous killer Jack the Ripper, known as the Holy Mother of Dissection. Item effects, 1. Exceedingly sharp, in comparison to ordinary weapons. The replica of the Holy Mother of Dissection boasts unparalleled sharpness, surpassing most fine knives and a select few exceptional ones. 2. Ignores defense against targets with durability attributes below E-grade. Attacks from the replica of the Holy Mother of Dissection can completely disregard the opponent's physical defenses. 3. Resistant to wear, As a replicated artifact, it possesses a durability that exceeds that of conventional surgical knives, making it less prone to damage. Item evaluation. The gruesome sound of blood splattering echoes, as entrails scatter in disarray, succumb to despair swiftly. During this fishing endeavor, the type of harvest was item E-grade item. Permanent pointer to the ancient isle item description. A special compass that eternally points towards the small garden of the ancient isle. Unaffected by any island's magnetic fields. Item evaluation. A compass that may not necessarily guide. In the void dimension of the sea, layers of invisible ripples emerged, and two items materialized in Cui Ze's hands as if in slow motion. In his left hand, he held a pocket watch-like permanent pointer. Its pale silver casing enclosing a transparent spherical core made of special material, within which a stable, unwavering directional needle floated. In his right hand, he grasped a silver surgical knife, approximately the length of a palm, its slender, white, willow leaf blade glimmering ominously, as though it could slice through skin at any moment. Cui Ze meticulously examined today's harvest. The E-level navigation skill was rather commendable, at the very least. It meant he would not have to exert any effort in memorizing or reviewing for the upcoming navigation assessments at the training camp. The Divine Mother-S disintegration imitation. A premier weapon, boasted a sharpness that even surpassed that of a swift blade. Of course, its most formidable trait was its ability to ignore defenses. However, as someone who lacks even the most fundamental understanding of swordsmanship, having a surgical knife thrown at me for fishing seems rather unfair, doesn't it, Fat Tiger? The permanent compass from the ancient island, TSK. Essentially a useless item, resembling a pocket watch, yet it fails to even tell time. Overall, today's haul could be considered satisfactory. Although it did not include any signature products from the ancient island, it at least justified the investment in top-tier e-bait. Cui Ze casually tossed the permanent pointer from Taiku Island onto the table, idly toying with the newly acquired disintegration mother imitation. Tentatively, he traced the blade of the willow leaf knife across his fingertip. Before he could fully register the sensation, a faint crimson mark abruptly appeared where the blade had grazed his skin, and several droplets of vivid red blood swiftly seeped forth from the wound. Hiss. Cui Ze promptly inserted his finger into his mouth, savoring it for a moment. His current endurance attribute stood at D. Yet he was unexpectedly vulnerable to the assaults of the Holy Mother of Disintegration, a mere imitation. What a splendid weapon. Compact and portable, it was just perfect for self-defense. The following morning, brimming with vitality, Cui Ze stepped out of his room. His plan for the morning was to closely observe the shooting training room. However, after only a few steps, an acquaintance approached, accompanied by a semi-familiar face. "Hello, Tina." Cui Ze greeted, raising his hand, and acknowledged the gentleman with gray hair. "Good morning." "Cui Ze," replied Smoker, the chain smoker. "This is Smoker, my peer who joined the Navy alongside me." Tina cheerfully introduced the two friends. "Greetings, Mr. Smoker." Cui Ze nodded towards Smoker, then turned his gaze back to Tina. "Tina, is there something you wish to discuss with me at such an early hour? Do you not have training today?" The instructor mentioned that today is a day of respite, Tina clarified. "As for our presence here, it is actually Smoker who has matters to address with you." "Smoker?" Cui Ze raised an eyebrow. He could hardly recall having any prior interaction with this chain smoker. "Ah, Mr. Smoker." Cui Ze gazed at the piercing eyes of Smoker, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. "Is there something on your mind?" Smoker asked, his gaze unwavering and direct. "I wish to challenge you. Do you have a moment?" The ominous premonition proved to be true. The corners of Cui Ze's mouth twitched slightly. Just yesterday, he had contemplated his approximate ranking within the naval training camp. At that time, he had considered Smoker, who had consumed the smoke fruit, to be an overwhelmingly formidable opponent, virtually beyond his capacity to confront. To his surprise, this smoke-wielding adversary had come knocking at his door today, casting a glance at Smoker, whose gaze burned with intensity, and then at Tina, who appeared to be watching with keen interest. Cui Ze realized that there was no evading today's challenge. Furthermore, as he was about to join the elite naval training camp, he indeed required a worthy opponent to establish his reputation, ensuring that he would not be entangled or hindered by lesser competitors during his time there. However, it seemed that this opponent, who had sought him out, was somewhat beyond his expectations. Cui Ze initially intended to seek out a formidable opponent, specifically Virgo, the undercover agent sent by the future warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo to infiltrate the Navy. He had already formulated his primary argument. "Mr. Virgo, you would not wish for Admiral Zifa to uncover your true identity as an infiltrator, would you?" Such a statement dripped with a palpable threat. However, before Cui Ze could set his plan in motion, Smoker approached him of his own accord. Based on the intelligence gathered over the past 2 days, it became evident that, aside from his somewhat abrasive personality, Smoker had firmly established himself as the top contender in the training camp, a position he held with unwavering confidence. There was little recourse. In the early stages of everyone's power development, the Logia-type devil fruit undeniably constituted an overwhelming advantage, rendering all logical thought futile, unless one could specifically identify the weaknesses inherent in such powers. Smoke, too, must possess vulnerabilities. Gazing at Smoker, Cui Ze felt as though he could perceive the intricacies of the situation. "I accept this challenge." The venue for the confrontation was designated as the foredeck. A choice not initiated by Cui Ze, but rather by Smoker, who, feeling at a disadvantage against an opponent capable of challenging Kaido, recognized the need for a spacious arena to fully exploit the properties of his smoke fruit. Indeed, Smoker was acutely aware of his own precarious position. Cui Ze, what a predicament. On the flat and spacious foredeck, naval soldiers were tightly clustered together, forming a massive human ring, leaving only a sufficiently wide combat arena in the center. These individuals rushed here upon hearing the news of Smoker's intention to challenge Cui Ze, and many others were still making their way from different locations. Not only the naval soldiers, but also most of the training camp instructors, including Zifa, were casting their curious gazes in this direction. Such a spirited group of youngsters. In the highest office of the battleship, Zifa stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling foredeck. The previous day's unsuccessful recruitment of 2 captains from the giant pirate crew did not stir a single emotion within him. He had never been fond of the warlord system and held little hope regarding the recruitment of pirates. As for those 2 giants who had declined the admiral's invitation, they were currently recuperating on Ancient Island. Given the constitution of their kind, their injuries would require at least 10 days to a fortnight for proper healing. Behind Zifa stood several high-ranking naval officers clad in justice coats. Aside from his longtime aide, there was also a rear admiral from the naval headquarters. This man was a rare sight on the sea, possessing an unusually elongated skull that necessitated the wearing of a specially crafted bearskin naval hat to conceal it completely. Beneath the naval hat was the expressionless face of a middle-aged man, his eyes half closed, with 2 slightly ornate longswords hanging from his waist. Rear Admiral Stalaberry. Due to his recent promotion, Stalaberry had specifically requested to join this year's elite training camp, hoping to select 1 or 2 suitable candidates from the new recruits to serve as aides. Stalaberry, we are now halfway through the training camp. Have you identified any suitable candidates? Zifa inquired, casting a glance at Stalaberry, his demeanor less than welcoming. Stalaberry understood the reason all too well. After all, he was a follower of Rear Admiral Borsalino, and it was common knowledge within the naval headquarters that Zifa held a disfavor towards him. I already have suitable candidates. Teacher Zifa, Stalaberry replied, his tone exceedingly respectful, devoid of any flaw. Zifa nodded slightly, his gaze shifting down to the deck, noticing the young man standing opposite Smoker. He casually inquired, I have heard that little brat Borsalino plans to take on several covert special forces recently, such as the Navy Science Unit and the Sword Unit. Does he have any such arrangements for you? The Navy Science Unit, a groundbreaking technological force established by Dr. Vegapunk. The Sword Unit, an ultra-secret special force of the Navy, dedicated to monitoring the movements of pirates at sea. Stalaberry shook his head, saying, I am not privy to that information, Teacher Zifa. Zifa gently nodded, then crossed his arms, gazing at the imminent clash below, as if he had not just broached the topic. On the foredeck, Smoker held his breath, completely ignoring the surrounding naval colleagues who were watching, focusing intently on Cui Ze across from him. Without waiting for any combat signal, Smoker instantly activated the powers of his smoke fruit. In an instant, his tanned arms transformed into 2 wispy, swirling tendrils of white smoke, with only his fists retaining their original form. White blow. Smoker shouted, forcefully thrusting his arms forward as the 2 streams of smoke erupted from his body, whistling through the air toward Cui Ze's position. Cui Ze's reaction was swift. His nostrils flared slightly as he silently unleashed the primal breath of the beast, enhancing his physical prowess significantly in an instant. He raised his left arm to intercept Smoker's oncoming white smoke fist. The slight tremor in his forearm did not impede his subsequent actions. With a deft movement, he gripped the solidified surface of the smoke fist and, in a flash, swung his right hand, a glimmer of sharp, cold light flashing between his fingers. The technique of the Holy Mother of Disintegration imitation. In a blink, the cold gleam severed the white smoke fist. In a swift motion, akin to a rabbit's leap or a hawk's dive, Cui Ze employed the same method once more, wielding his scalpel to slice through another incoming smoke fist. Smoker allowed Cui Ze to sever his white fists. Such destruction posed no threat to him as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. With a flicker of thought, Smoker once again commanded the powers of the smoke fruit. White vines. The 2 arms that had just been severed by Cui Ze, under the manipulation of the smoke fruit's abilities, suddenly swelled and expanded, morphing into 2 enormous white vines suspended in midair. The menacing white tendrils extended from the clusters of smoke vines, dancing wildly in the air, intent on ensnaring Cui Ze completely, rendering him incapable of resistance. In the recesses of Cui Ze's mind, memories of the past 2 days spent in the cafeteria handling fish flashed vividly. In his hand, the disassembly Saint Mother, an exquisite blade, sliced through the massive smoke cloud formed by man, akin to severing the tentacles of an octopus. Seizing this fleeting moment while man momentarily delayed him, Smoker's eyes sparkled with intensity. White smoke emitter. Suddenly, Smoker's lower half transformed into an amorphous mass of white smoke, which, in an instant, erupted into voluminous clouds of smoke particles. Utilizing the explosive recoil generated by the ejected smoke, Smoker darted across the foredeck with remarkable speed, as if gliding just above the ground. Simultaneously, he manipulated the thoroughly dispersed smoke cloud of man, rapidly expanding its coverage and artificially creating a small war fog zone upon the deck, blending seamlessly into the mist. Smoker intended to harness the extensive offensive capabilities of the smoke fruit to secure victory in this battle. The surrounding Navy soldiers gasped in hushed astonishment. They were no strangers to Smoker's prowess, having witnessed countless recruits falter beneath his fluid combination of techniques during the recent training camp assessments. Among the crowd, Tina instinctively clenched her hands, biting her pink lip as she gazed into the chaotic haze. Little did they know, Cui Ze was also waiting for this precise moment. Beast breathing, total concentration. Before being enveloped by the smoke, Cui Ze inhaled a deep breath of fresh air, two slender streams of condensed mist surging into his nostrils, instantly amplifying his explosive physical capabilities. Eighth form, explosive charge. The soles of his shoes emitted a spine-chilling creak against the wooden deck, with every ounce of his strength unleashed. Cui Ze's speed escalated to the point of becoming a mere shadow, akin to a frenzied beast on the hunt, as he plunged into the war fog. Upon entering the smoke zone, he held his breath to avoid inhaling the smoke particles, yet his velocity showed no signs of diminishing. His heightened auditory senses were fully engaged. Every rustle and whisper within a 50-meter radius materialized in his mind, allowing him to pinpoint Smoker's location in an instant. The next moment, Cui Ze gripped the hilt of the demonic mother imitation with his left hand, while his right palm pressed against the slender blade of the scalpel. The blade grazed his skin, emitting a barely perceptible sound of cutting. Fresh blood gushed forth from the wound, instantly transforming Cui Ze's right fist into a hand drenched in crimson. The essence of smoke is composed of solid dust particles suspended in the air. In the face of such dust and sand, Wang Lufei imparted a lesson to all the admirers through the tragic defeat of the sand crocodile. Dust fears water. At this very moment, as Cui Ze charged forward with explosive momentum, he reached Smoker's side, channeling all his strength. Cui Ze raised his blood-soaked right fist high and unleashed a devastating blow. The force of his punch was fierce and wild, captivating all who beheld it. Beast breath, first form, penetrating thrust, alter, boom. This was the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Useless, useless. Smoker's eyes flashed with unabashed contempt as he faced the incoming blood-red strike. I, who have consumed the smoke fruit, am invincible. He intended to declare this, however, boom. His stubbled chin was struck squarely by the blood-red fist, the immense force nearly dislocating it on the spot. In the next instant, Smoker's head jerked violently to the side, and a wave of intense dizziness washed over him, causing his eyes to involuntarily roll back, an unmistakable sign of losing consciousness. Under the relentless assault of Cui Ze's heavy punch, Smoker's body flew backward like a cannonball, breaking free from the white mist and hurtling further away. Boom. Under the astonished gaze of the naval soldiers, Smoker collided forcefully with the ship's railing, only to slide down to the deck like a limp rag, his cheek marked by a glaring blood-red imprint. Smoker had been defeated. Is this a joke? How can this be possible? He is a monster who has consumed a logia fruit. What transpired within the smoke? As the naval soldiers could hardly contain their discussions, the white mist that had gathered on the deck suddenly dissipated, revealing Cui Ze standing at the center, breathing heavily. A few astute naval soldiers cast a glance at Cui Ze's bloodied right hand, and then at Smoker, who lay motionless on the ground, their shock evident. The disappearance of the white mist could only signify one thing. In most cases, the loss of a devil fruit user's powers occurs only when the user completely loses consciousness. In simpler terms, Smoker cannot rise again. What exactly transpired in the smoke? The naval soldiers regarded Cui Ze, now calm, with a complex mix of astonishment, confusion, admiration, and even reverence. My apologies, everyone. Cui Ze raised his right hand, thoroughly stained with blood, gesturing to those around him while displaying a serene smile. I need to tend to my injuries, he stated. If possible, could someone assist in bringing Mr. Smoker to the infirmary as well? I may have overexerted myself. A low murmur of concern arose from the crowd. After speaking, Cui Ze shook his head towards Tina, whose expression was filled with worry, forming a silent assurance that he was fine before departing from the main deck. He needed to address his injury swiftly, otherwise, he might be too slow. Allowing the primal instincts of his body to aid in healing. In the highest office, Zifa observed Cui Ze's disappearing figure amidst the crowd and suddenly inquired, "What are your thoughts on this battle?" Smoker was too careless. The smoke fruit cannot protect him from all attacks devoid of haki. As the top student of the training camp, his abilities were not adequately showcased, which was truly humiliating. The officers voiced their opinions in turn. Brigadier General Stollerberry added, "Among the Logia-type abilities, the smoke fruit is not particularly outstanding. He requires further mastery of fundamental combat techniques." Zifa listened quietly until all had expressed their views, then asked, "And what about that boy across from us?" The officers exchanged glances swiftly. His movements were disordered. His swordsmanship was superficial. His punches were robust, yet lacking finesse. His combat fundamentals were severely lacking. As the discussion continued, one officer suddenly shifted the tone. However, his innate combat talent is remarkably high, brimming with vitality. He maximally leveraged his strengths to instantly defeat an opponent who should have been insurmountable, due to their distance from the office. The officers failed to notice that Cui Ze's most remarkable attribute was his breathing, yet their overall assessment remained exceedingly positive. They unanimously regarded Cui Ze as an unrefined gem. This description seems somewhat inaccurate. After all, this gem has seemingly clashed head-on with Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Zifa nodded slightly and returned to his desk, issuing commands. Smoker disrupted the discipline of the training camp. He shall be punished with a week of deck cleaning duties. As for Cui Ze, who intercepted Kaido on Zombie Island and publicly defeated the camp's top rookie, considering his weak combat fundamentals, let us first teach him a technique from the 6 styles. The officers immediately understood. Teacher Zifa intended to focus on nurturing that new recruit who boarded midway. The rationale was indeed compelling. If one were dissatisfied, they could try intercepting Kaido themselves. One officer inquired, Chief Instructor, which technique shall we teach him? Zifa pondered for a moment. Teach him nothing. Let him choose for himself. Cui Ze remained blissfully unaware that a celestial gift, one he had longed for the 6 styles, was about to descend upon him. At that moment, he was in his room tending to his injuries. His method was simple. He turned on the faucet, washed away the blood from his right hand, and dried the remaining droplets from his palm. That was all. Indeed, in the fleeting minutes it took to return from the foredeck to his room, the wound on his palm, which had been profusely bleeding moments before, had miraculously healed, leaving behind only a faint white mark. It was likely that within half an hour, this trace would vanish entirely. Such was the terrifying healing ability of an EX-level wild physique. I had previously underestimated this remarkable talent. Cui Ze gazed in astonishment at the palm of his right hand, now fully healed. To avert any unnecessary complications, he sought out a roll of clean bandages and rewrapped his recently restored hand, transforming it into a bandaged appendage. Having disguised himself adequately, Cui Ze took a deep breath and activated the holographic display. By triumphing over the top contender of the training camp, Cui Ze had garnered not merely an ethereal sense of intimidation, he had also secured tangible rewards. You have defeated an elite marine with an overall evaluation of D. The passive effect of the EX-level skill fishing has activated. You have obtained a D-level victory bait. Indeed, victory bait, and of the D grade. As he beheld the notifications on the holographic screen, a glimmer of unprecedented ambition sparkled in Cui Ze's eyes. He had previously believed that only by vanquishing his opponents could he acquire victory bait. To his surprise, he discovered that merely defeating an adversary could yield the same rewards. What does this signify? It signifies that Cui Ze could genuinely sustain himself through battle. He could utilize the prowess of all the masters of the sea to nourish his own growth. The crux of this sustenance lies in its potential for a completely green cycle, fostering continuous development. This revelation was indeed formidable. Cui Ze took a deep breath. Concealing this grand idea, which could be regarded as a remarkable strategy, deep within his heart, awaiting the day it would truly germinate. Now, it was time to embark on his inaugural D-class fishing expedition. Before casting his line, Cui Ze cast a glance at his own luck attribute. Luck, D. I knew it would be like this. The tumultuous goddess of fortune is upon us, with his finger as the rod and his thoughts as the line. Let the fish be hooked. This fishing endeavor yielded the following type of reward. Ability entry, D-class ability entry, smoke form. Source of ability, Dungeons Dragons, Beholder. Description of entry. A cloud of black smoke moves with the gentle breeze, shifting its form as it approaches, resembling rolling fog. Suddenly, the black smoke erupts, transforming into a devilish creature surrounded by wind and smoke, equipped with enormous bat-like wings. Effects of the entry. 1. Flight. In smoke form, one will attain a flight speed of 80 km per hour, exhibiting impeccable maneuverability. 2. Immunity to general physical attacks below D-class. Entry evaluation. A specter in the smoke. A shot to the soul? With a single D-class bait, I have directly drawn forth the most fundamental and primal natural ability of the smoke fruit. Gazing at the name of the ability entry that refreshed on the light screen, Cui Ze could not help but be momentarily taken aback. However, as his gaze shifted downward, he soon realized it was a misunderstanding. What exactly is the Beholder from Dungeons Dragons? Cui Ze found himself somewhat perplexed as this delved into his area of ignorance. Fortunately, the effects of the abilities were not particularly difficult to comprehend. The relatively rare ability of flight, coupled with the terrifying efficacy of immunity to damage. Cui Ze instantaneously distilled the elemental essence of his smoky form, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. He swiftly approached the door, locking it securely to prevent any unforeseen intrusions. Standing at the center of the room, Cui Ze inhaled deeply, subsequently activating his newly acquired ability. An unprecedented sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, as if he had shed the burdensome shell of humanity and entered a realm of zero gravity. Instinctively, he raised his palm. His right hand, once wrapped in white bandages, had transformed into a sinister, dark claw, its ethereal form swirling with undulating black mist. At that moment, the rest of his body underwent a similar transformation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze let out a slight, dissatisfied TSK. Judging by its effectiveness, the smoke form indeed boasted impressive flight speed and evasion capabilities. However, was its appearance not rather horrendous? At present, he was a commanding and distinguished young naval officer. How could he possibly face others with such a fearsome visage reminiscent of a specter shrouded in smoke? That said, deep down, Cui Ze regarded the smoke form as his secret weapon. The ability to soar through the skies was truly remarkable. With a flicker of thought, Cui Ze dissipated his smoke form and returned to his original state. Just as he intended to reflect on the experiences from his battle with Smoker, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Assuming it was Tina, Cui Ze strode towards the door. Upon opening it, he was met not by the naval maiden but by an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The man was tall, with dark skin and a muscular build, sporting a prominent ponytail atop his head and a thick, unruly black beard covering his jaw. The most striking feature, however, was the hair on his upper lip. To refer to it as a mustache might be somewhat misleading, for those two clusters of long, dark hairs actually protruded from his nostrils. What many might mistake for facial hair was, in fact, nasal hair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was not surprised by the identity of the other party. The immaculate white coat of justice draped over them served as the finest testament. Have you encountered Colonel Shiozua, Instructor Shiozua? Cui Ze shifted his identity, saluting with his bandaged right hand in a naval salute. Observing the courteous demeanor of this extraordinary newcomer, who had previously clashed with the 100 Beasts and publicly triumphed over Smoker, Shiozua's stern countenance softened considerably. Marine Cui Ze, in accordance with the directives of Admiral Zifa, you have successfully intercepted the 100 Beasts, yet you are profoundly lacking in combat fundamentals. Therefore, you are permitted to select one of the 6 styles for study. 6 styles. Cui Ze blinked, nearly dazed by the unexpected surprise that had descended upon him. He had been contemplating how many military achievements he would need to accumulate in order to exchange for the training methods of the 6 styles from the training camp. To his astonishment, after merely engaging in a skirmish with Smoker, he was presented with the opportunity to learn the 6 styles. If only he had known sooner. Had he anticipated this, he would have sought out Smoker for a duel immediately upon awakening. Struggling to contain his excitement, Cui Ze inquired of his instructor, Sir, given my limited combat experience, will it be feasible for me to engage directly in the practice of the 6 styles? The 6 styles represent a martial technique that transcends the physical limits of ordinary humans, wielding immense power. Cui Ze harbored such a perplexity, which is quite understandable. It matters not, the 6 forms constitute an extraordinarily formidable martial technique. However, the acquisition of this skill is largely independent of the learner's combat experience and is primarily contingent upon whether the learner's physical prowess meets the requisite standards. Shiozua shook his head and earnestly elucidated, I have observed the battle between you and Smoker, and your physical capabilities are already sufficient for the study of the 6 forms. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze found no reason to hesitate, nodding repeatedly. After Shiozua closed the door and departed, Cui Ze recalled the instructor's recent remarks about the novice techniques related to the iron block. Unable to resist, he decided to experiment on his own. He inhaled deeply, absorbing a significant volume of air, which accelerated the flow of blood and quickened the movement of his muscles. As he tentatively attempted to grasp the operation of the iron block, he found himself momentarily stunned. According to instructor Shiozua, the iron block technique was among the more challenging of the 6 forms. An individual of average talent would need to invest 3 to 5 years honing their physique before even attempting to approach the threshold of the iron block. If one's physical strength was adequate to engage directly in iron block practice, achieving any progress within a year would be considered extraordinary talent. In the decade and more since the establishment of the naval training camp, only a handful of recruits had fully mastered the iron block technique during their training, including the renowned superphenomena Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan. Yet, Cui Ze, after merely one attempt, seemed to have grasped a flicker of understanding. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze fell into deep contemplation. The beast breathing technique, particularly the explosive charge, facilitates the intake of oxygen, thereby accelerating blood flow and enhancing physical speed. Could it be that the beast breathing technique also serves as a training threshold for iron weights? This realization is nothing short of a windfall. However, what truly exhilarates Cui Ze is not the enhancement in training with iron weights provided by the beast breathing technique. Who, in their right mind, would train with iron weights? Cui Ze met his demise. He perished outside. He leaped from the warship. He would never confront the enemy's assault with sheer force. To speak candidly, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze wholeheartedly agrees with this notion. Nonetheless, he remains a fledgling, yet to unlock the true potential of his innate prowess. Secluded within his chamber, he diligently practiced with the iron block, experimenting repeatedly with the subtle techniques mentioned by instructor Shiozua. Only after several iterations did he cease his exploration of this newfound ability. Standing in the center of the room and taking a moment to center himself, Cui Ze bellowed. Iron block. A substantial volume of air surged into his body, causing the velocity of his blood flow to escalate dramatically, coursing through his veins like a relentless stream. His muscles accelerated in movement, tightening and reddening as steam from the heat of exertion radiated from his form. With the foundational strength derived from the breath of beasts, Cui Ze managed to grasp the threshold of the iron block in less than half an hour. A modest success indeed. However, this state was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds before he was compelled to withdraw. At this moment, his entire body was flushed crimson, resembling a lobster that had been steamed to perfection. Cui Ze bent down, bracing himself on his knees, releasing labored breaths that echoed with profound heaviness. The state of being as solid as iron was still an overwhelming burden for him at this moment. On one hand, his endurance attribute at the D level barely reached the threshold required for such a state. On the other hand, achieving this solidity necessitated the complete concentration of the beast's breath, which demanded considerable energy. In simpler terms, there was still a need to continue building his physique. After a prolonged moment of catching his breath, Cui Ze finally began to regain his composure. He decided to halt his iron training for the day, intending to seek guidance from a professional the following day. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was still before noon. Reflecting on his original plans for the day, Cui Ze resolved to leave his room. However, just as he stepped out, he suddenly pivoted and headed towards the medical room. He had forgotten to check on the defeated opponent. In the naval warship's medical room, Smoker lay in a dazed state on the bed, his vacant gaze fixed upon the pristine white ceiling. The bruised imprints of fists on his face had yet to fade, leaving him with an expression that conveyed the feeling of having been thoroughly dismantled. Cui Ze's physical assault on Smoker was not particularly severe. Rather, the emotional toll was far more profound. Coupled with the recent communication from Instructor Kyozo regarding Admiral Zephyr's punitive measures, Smoker's spirits plummeted even further. How could he have lost? How could he have been struck down? Why, as the vanquished, must he endure an additional physical punishment? Smoker found himself utterly perplexed. He could accept the reality of being defeated by the Emperor's formidable subordinate, yet he could not reconcile the manner of his own downfall, being felled by a mere fist. Was his smoke fruit not a natural type, but rather a peculiar paramecia? Smoker was engulfed in existential doubt. Tina sat beside Smoker's hospital bed, softly offering words of comfort, endeavoring to uplift her comrade's spirits. However, regardless of her attempts, Smoker remained steadfastly silent. Just then, Cui Ze entered the medical room. Tina sprang to her feet, her expression brightening with joy. Cui Ze, you have arrived. Come quickly and see Smoker. I fear your blows may have damaged his mind. Cui Ze's motion to approach abruptly halted. Smoker, who had just risen from the bed, nearly tumbled down. Tina, I'm fine, Smoker declared with a serious expression directed at Tina. Yet the blood-stained imprint on his face rendered him somewhat absurd. Despite his rigorous training, Cui Ze refrained from laughing. The young female Marine, however, could not suppress a chuckle, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Smoker, disregarding Tina's disruptive presence, turned his earnest gaze towards Cui Ze. Let us engage in another bout. Ahem. Cui Ze cleared his throat, suppressing the laughter that nearly escaped him. Such a delightful opportunity? A D-grade leak presented right at our doorstep. I have no concerns on my end, but Mr. Smog, are you truly prepared for this? Cui Ze said with a stern expression. Smog, feeling dissatisfied, replied, I have made all the necessary preparations. I will certainly not be so careless again as I was today. However, I am not fully prepared. If we were to engage in another match now, I might very well falter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze spoke in a solemn tone. I have made thorough preparations. I shall not exhibit the slightest carelessness in battle. The notion that I might underestimate my opponents simply because I have consumed the smoke fruit has undoubtedly crossed your mind more than once. Smoker, taken aback by Cui Ze's sudden verbal onslaught, appeared momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Tina sat beside him, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Cui Ze, thinking to herself that a man who speaks earnestly is undeniably the most handsome. Cui Ze failed to notice the expression of the pink-haired naval girl. He gazed at Smoker and spoke with earnest gravity. Reflect deeply on the entirety of today's battle. When you are truly prepared, then come and challenge me. Smoker's lips moved, as if he wished to say something more. I shall officially join the training camp tomorrow. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was acutely aware of this fact. In this ocean teeming with monstrous entities, the meager threat posed by mere firearms was indeed pitiable. Those who could truly wield firearms with finesse were predominantly masters of haki. The observation haki allowed for targeting, while the armed haki provided enhancement. This was largely independent of the weapon itself. To reiterate, haki is the supreme force that transcends all. The reason Cui Ze ventured into the shooting range, aside from a man's inherent fascination with firearms and gunpowder, was his belief that firearms could serve as a considerable aid in the initial stages. At the very least, one should not be utterly ignorant of weaponry. With this thought in mind, Cui Ze stepped into the shooting range. Given the awkward status of firearms, while lower-ranking naval soldiers might appreciate such projectile weapons, members of the elite naval training camp seldom devoted their energies to this aspect. The shooting range was well equipped with a variety of firearms and comprehensive training facilities. Yet the number of individuals practicing their marksmanship was strikingly sparse, rendering the space quite desolate. Cui Ze paid little attention. Today, he merely wished to indulge in the thrill of shooting. A satisfying experience would suffice. Should he also acquire a shooting skill in the process, it would be an even greater boon. In the shooting training room, neatly arranged on a shelf against the wall were an array of firearms, while a table nearby was stacked with wooden boxes filled with hollow projectiles. Beside the ammunition boxes lay a small stack of pristine booklets, their covers embossed with the words Basic Shooting Training Manual. As he listened to the sporadic gunfire and inhaled the faint scent of gunpowder, Cui Ze approached, first picking up a training manual to meticulously read through it, ensuring no step was overlooked. "Young man, is this your first visit?" A deep, resonant voice suddenly inquired. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze saluted the scar-faced instructor, then revisited the training manual before grasping a long rifle and a box of ammunition, making his way towards the target range in the training room. At first glance, the weapon in Cui Ze's hands bore a resemblance to a flintlock gun from a previous life. However, what should have been a muzzle-loading firearm could inexplicably accommodate multiple rounds at once. Considering the shooting principles of flintlock firearms, such a capability is indeed quite absurd. Nonetheless, the technology within the pirate world is inherently flawed. Cui Ze pondered for a brief moment, yet soon ceased to delve further into such matters. After all, he was not a time traveler destined to become a great scientist, loading the bullets and gently caressing the metallic barrel of the long rifle. Cui Ze resembled a young boy who had just received an intriguing new toy, his expression tinged with excitement. After toying with the barrel for a while, he finally raised the gun, aimed at the target across from him, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A thick plume of smoke erupted from the muzzle as the round, plump bullet shot forth, traversing the shooting range in the blink of an eye before striking the target. 6 points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's shooting performance exhibited a steady improvement. After exhausting a box of bullets, his shots were predominantly concentrated within the 8 and 9 ring zones, with a few fortunate strikes hitting the bullseye. He eagerly retrieved another box of ammunition and continued his shooting practice with unwavering enthusiasm. Upon depleting the second box, a new notification suddenly appeared on the screen. After repeated practice, you have acquired an F-level ability entry, close-range shooting. F-level entry, close-range shooting entry effect, when launching ranged attacks against targets within 10 meters. Your accuracy will experience a notable enhancement. Entry evaluation. Steady your stance, brace yourself, align the muzzle, and maintain a steady barrel. Yet, there lingered a sense that something was amiss. Ignoring the bizarre evaluations of the entries, Cui Ze savored the newly acquired ability associated with the entries, and promptly retrieved another box of ammunition to commence shooting. Bang, 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 bang. By the time he had exhausted the third box of bullets, the effect of the close-range shooting entry transformed into a modest enhancement in accuracy. Before lunch, through the expenditure of a considerable number of bullets, Cui Ze elevated this ability to entry effect. When launching a ranged attack against targets at a close range not exceeding 10 meters, your attacks are particularly precise. At that moment, Cui Ze resumed shooting. Out of 10 shots, 8 found the bullseye, while 2 hit the 9 ring. Remarkably accurate. With his spirits lifted, Cui Ze returned the rifle and exited the shooting range. The scarred instructor gazed at the multitude of spent shell casings, his lips twitching. The quantity of ammunition this individual consumed in half a day equaled that of others in an entire week. However, he certainly possesses talent. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch fit for 50, amidst the admiring gazes of the naval soldiers, Cui Ze departed the mess hall with a composed demeanor, returning once again to the shooting range. This time, he altered the shooting distance, replacing the 10-meter target with one set at 20 meters. After depleting 2 more boxes of ammunition, Cui Ze once again acquired a new F-level ability, mid-range shooting. The effect of this entry bore little distinction from that of the initial close-range shooting, save for the change in range description, now spanning from over 10 meters to below 20 meters. Just as the scarred instructor believed Cui Ze would continue his fervent practice, he instead holstered his firearm and exited the shooting range. It was time for the afternoon fish-killing session in the kitchen of the mess hall. Upon seeing Cui Ze arrive at the food preparation area, as he had over the past 2 days, the assistants erupted in cheers. "Cui Ze, you're here. Your performance against Smoker today was simply magnificent. When will you be the top of the training camp?" Most of these kitchen aides had witnessed Cui Ze's public defeat of Smoker, while those who had not heard of his achievement through the accounts of others all showered him with praise for his remarkable feat. Cui Ze responded to everyone's inquiries before making his way to his usual spot for fish slaughtering, methodically and robotically executing the task. In a swift motion, he dispatched a lowly sea creature, rated an F in overall evaluation. In the blink of an eye, 2 more such creatures met their demise at his hands. The upper right corner of the holographic screen displayed the familiar notifications of fish slaughtering, followed by a new prompt. Having cumulatively slain 50 lowly sea beasts, he was awarded the F-grade title Fish Slayer. F-grade title, Fish Slayer title effects. 1. Acquaints one with the habits and physical weaknesses of most common sea creatures. 2. Slightly enhances damage inflicted on ordinary sea beasts. Title evaluation. Do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. I am merely referring to those present, who are akin to dead, salted fish. Engrossed in his task, Cui Ze remained oblivious to the new title notification, yet he sensed a subtle increase in his fish slaughtering speed. It must be due to practice, he mused. The thought fleeting and soon forgotten. It was not until he returned to his room that evening that he discovered the new title. No wonder he had managed to eliminate a staggering 32 sea creatures today. It was the auxiliary effect of the new title that had aided him. Cui Ze drew back the shimmering curtain. In the previous fishing expeditions, all the victorious baits had been completely exhausted. Today, these 32 F-grade baits represented the entirety of Cui Ze's current resources, capable of merging into 2 top-tier E-grade baits. Should he proceed with the fusion of the baits and continue fishing? After a moment of hesitation, Cui Ze resolved to temporarily cease his fishing endeavors. The abilities he currently possesses are not insignificant. The beast breathing technique, in its entirety, requires diligent practice for enhancement. The smoke form necessitates repeated acclimatization. The recently acquired skills of close-range and mid-range shooting also demand continuous training, not to mention the impending acquisition of iron blocks and even the formidable armament hockey. As it stands, what Cui Ze needed to focus on was solidifying his foundation and adapting to his capabilities, rather than incessantly acquiring uncertain new skills. Having clarified this relationship, Cui Ze resolutely turned off the light curtain, foregoing even the operation of the fusion bait. After a brief refresh, he retired to bed, preparing for the official commencement of the training camp the following day. The rigorous training in mid-range shooting, the exercises with iron blocks, the accumulation of bait, and the subsequent challenges posed by Smog promised a fulfilling and secure routine that brought him peace of mind. The next day, a sharp and fleeting ringing shattered the tranquil morning aboard the warship. The rest day concluded, and the naval vessel resumed its regular training camp schedule. Exiting his quarters, Cui Ze, clad in a blue and white naval uniform, gathered with other new recruits who hurried along the corridor, converging on the deck of the ship to partake in the joint morning exercise of the rookie training camp. After the vigorous morning workout, Cui Ze made his way to the ship's mess hall, swiftly consuming breakfast meant for dozens, before heading towards the shooting training room. In the rookie training camp, aside from a few collective training sessions, the Marines primarily engaged in courses of their choosing, seeking specialized instructors for individualized training. This arrangement ensured that those practicing swordsmanship would not disturb those training in boxing, and shooters would not interrupt readers, allowing each Marine to find their own training focus. This not only enhanced learning efficiency but also prevented resource wastage. As Cui Ze approached the shooting training room, the naval vessel gradually departed from the surrounding waters of Tycho Island, with the 2 Elbaf giants on the island ultimately remaining unrecruited by Zephyr. A few minutes later, Cui Ze stepped into the shooting training room, where the sound of gunfire was noticeably more intense than during yesterday's break. A cursory glance revealed that the number of naval soldiers in the training room had increased by more than half compared to the previous day. It seems that even within the elite naval training camp, there exists a principle of balancing work and rest, Cui Ze murmured to himself, then took a flintlock pistol and commenced his own shooting practice. The scar-faced instructor, responsible for teaching firearm shooting, was weaving through the crowd, occasionally offering guidance to the naval soldiers who had made errors in operation or incorrect shooting stances, urging them to correct their mistakes. After advising a naval soldier, the scar-faced instructor noticed Cui Ze's arrival. He stood in the shadows, quietly observing Cui Ze's training for a while, finding no faults. Cui Ze performed better than the majority of novices handling firearms for the first time. In fact, the results of Cui Ze's training astonished the scar-faced instructor. Had this fellow's accuracy at close range reached such an extraordinary level? At a 10-meter target, 10 shots, 9 in the bullseye, 1 in the 9-ring. Remarkably precise. The cacophony of gunfire in the shooting range concealed the instructor's scrutiny, and Cui Ze remained engrossed in his target practice. After briefly reviewing the effects of close-range shooting, Cui Ze nodded in satisfaction, then adjusted the distance, moving to the 20-meter shooting area to begin his training in medium-range shooting. The morning swiftly passed. Cui Ze has elevated his F-class medium-range shooting to the standards of close-range shooting. His next objective is to target the 50-meter range within the shooting training facility, to explore the possibility of unlocking new long-range shooting skills. Should fortune favor him, Cui Ze may even attempt the 80-meter range, a distance that nearly represents the limit of a flintlock's effective range, presenting a formidable challenge. If the 50-meter target yields insights into long-range shooting, the 80-meter target might unveil abilities akin to extreme shooting. The scarred-faced instructor is profoundly astonished by Cui Ze's shooting talent. Since joining the training camp, he has yet to encounter a student whose shooting accuracy has improved at such an astonishing pace. On the first day, after merely handling a firearm, he achieved precise shots at the 10-meter target. By the second day, this precision extended to the 20-meter mark. Is he witnessing the emergence of a super sharpshooter? Observing Cui Ze's departing figure, the instructor silently reflects. If this individual were to master the use of armed hockey and observation hockey, reinforcing his bullets and achieving precise targeting, perhaps a top-tier sniper would soon emerge upon these waters. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze, adhering to the notice left by instructor Shiozwa the previous day, made his way to the advanced physical training room aboard the naval warship, intending to delve deeply into the study of iron blocks. The advanced physical training room resembled an expansive gymnasium, replete with a myriad of exercise equipment, similar to a shooting range. This training facility also featured a colossal storage rack against the wall. However, instead of standard firearms, it housed an array of substantial and cumbersome blunt instruments, such as iron rods, mallets, and hammers. In the very center of the room lay a vast open space, the purpose of which remained a mystery. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze felt a profound sense of assurance. The elite Marines, who were currently warming up in the advanced physical training facility, also took note of this newcomer. They soon recognized that this unfamiliar face belonged to the individual who had triumphed over Smoker just the previous morning. Instinctively, the elite Marines exchanged glances, discovering a shared sentiment of eager anticipation within each other's eyes. The thought surged through their minds. The one who could defeat Smoker, who had consumed a Logia-type fruit, was indeed a formidable being. It was rumored that he had once been bested by the pirate emperor himself, a true powerhouse. Most of the elite Marines found themselves entertaining the notion of challenging him. Cui Ze, with his keen perception, swiftly sensed the sudden shift in the peculiar gazes of the Marine elites before him. Rather than feeling apprehensive, he was instead filled with a sense of delight. Having defeated Smoker, he had acquired a D-grade bait. Given that Smoker was the undisputed star of the naval training camp, a simple calculation revealed that, although the training camp boasted of gathering the finest new recruits from across the seas, the overall evaluation of these individuals barely reached a D at best. Ordinary recruits might only possess a mere E-level evaluation. Such a caliber of existence was something Cui Ze felt entirely capable of handling. Cui Ze eagerly anticipates the arrival of the next smog. However, at this moment, he must direct his energy towards practicing the iron block. After selecting a few familiar pieces of athletic equipment, Cui Ze commenced his preliminary warm-up. The other recruits also recognized this situation and began their own warm-up routines. A few minutes later, Instructor Shiozwa entered the training room. He briefly introduced Cui Ze, the new addition to the iron block training class, and without further ado, he proceeded to explain the practice of the iron block. The iron block, as it is known, entails harnessing one's physical strength to attain a hardness akin to steel. Instructor Shiozwa crossed his arms, accentuating his already impressive pectoral muscles. Mastering the iron block is akin to a process of tempering iron. To temper iron, one must first learn to endure blows. Cui Ze was suddenly taken aback, feeling as though he had unwittingly stepped into a den of wolves. Instructor Shiozwa cast his gaze upon the tender and delicate Cui Ze, revealing a philosophically charged smile that exuded an aura of camaraderie. Every recruit, proceed to the weapon rack and select a suitable armament. Once you have found a training partner, commence your practice independently. The seasoned naval recruits swiftly sprang into action, having long been acquainted with the procedure. Only Cui Ze remained, bewildered and standing in place. The philosophical demeanor of the burly instructor intensified. As for the newly inducted recruit Cui Ze Fei, I shall be the one to mold you. When the instructor's iron rod landed upon Cui Ze's back, a singular thought echoed in his mind. Endure the fiercest blows to don the sturdiest armor? I thought I had come to acquire skills. Crack. The solid iron rod collided with flesh and bone, producing a resounding impact. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze ground his molars, the lingering pain from earlier still not fully dissipated. As he gritted his teeth and spoke, "Remember, instructor, just yesterday, I practiced several times in private." Instructor Xiozhua did not inquire about Cui Ze's results. Nor did he harbor any expectations. Even the most gifted naval soldier could hardly expect to achieve success upon their very first attempt with the iron block. Were Cui Ze able to accomplish such a feat, Xiozhua would surely mistake the iron rod in his hand for a chocolate bar. Very well. Instructor Xiozhua nodded in satisfaction, proceeding to elucidate more comprehensive knowledge about the iron block. When I strike you with the iron rod shortly, remember to apply the techniques I taught you yesterday. Pay close attention to your breathing rhythm, the exertion of your muscles, and other related aspects. Remember, you are practicing with the iron block, not merely passively enduring blows. API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze took a deep breath, nodded toward Instructor Xiozhua, and immediately activated his innate abilities. Breath of the Beasts. Total concentration. Iron block. A heavy iron rod cut through the air with a piercing whistle, striking Cui Ze's body with a force that failed to produce the loud impact sound heard previously. Thud. The iron rod landed as if it had struck a thick layer of leather, emitting a dull thump. How could this be? Feeling the recoil transmitted from the iron rod to his palm, Instructor Xiozhua was left dumbfounded. What this fellow had just executed was, astonishingly, iron block. The relentless training with the iron rod from the old tormentor lasted a full hour, with the dual enhancement of his wild physique and resilience. Cui Ze swiftly adapted to Instructor Xiozhua's layered armor training. Moreover, his Breath of the Beast's total concentration had also seen considerable improvement. As for the yet-to-be-fully formed ability of Iron Block, Cui Ze grew increasingly familiar with its application, although its endurance attributes still lagged behind. Repeated practice of Iron Block, especially when combined with the Breath of the Beasts, proved to be a significant drain on Cui Ze's current capabilities. After the layered armor training concluded, Cui Ze, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, had skin that glowed with a sheen, marked by the crimson bruises from the strikes. Muscles, masculinity, iron rods, and sweat. Stand properly, huh? However, the utterly exhausted Cui Ze remained oblivious to the astonishment that overshadowed his fatigue within Instructor Xiozhua's mind in such a short time. He has managed to practice iron block to this extent. Instructor Xiozhua gripped the thick iron rod tightly, nearly leaving fingerprints on its hard surface. Such talent. Truly terrifying. I even begin to believe that the rumors of someone mastering all 6 forms within the training camp over the past decade are not mere jest, but indeed a reality. At this rate of practice, in half a month, 10 days, he'll likely be able to execute true iron block. A groan echoed in Instructor Xiozhua's mind. This is genius. This is akin to the likes of Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan, a true monster. Standing still, waiting for the next strike, Cui Ze, perplexed by the absence of the familiar whistle of the iron rod, raised his gaze toward Instructor Xiozhua. The look in the old tormentor's eyes startled him. That expression, a curious blend of shock, admiration, envy, and indignation, was astonishingly peculiar. Especially when it emanated from a muscular man with nasal hair and a beard. Cui Ze tightened his grip, letting out a couple of dry laughs. Instructor Xiozhua, will today's training not continue? You have reached the end of today's training, Instructor Xiozhua responded, regaining his composure. Your stamina is not yet sufficient for the upcoming training session. Seeing that the old tormentor Wang had regained consciousness, Cui Ze breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Very well, instructor, I shall take my leave. Indeed, report to the advanced physical training room tomorrow afternoon for further instruction, Xiozhua said solemnly. Additionally, you must intensify your foundational stamina training. Understood. API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Suasia, weary from exhaustion, swiftly returned to his chamber. After a brisk shower, he donned a fresh set of garments and hurriedly made his way to the ship's mess hall. The recent iron block training had been utterly depleting, and if he wished to avoid weakness during the impending fish filleting task, it would be prudent to replenish his energy beforehand, within the confines of the ship's mess hall. As Cui Ze savored his meal, he reflected on the outcomes of today's training session. After concluding his exercises with the iron weights, he noticed a new notification had seemingly appeared in the corner of the luminous screen. Upon closer inspection, his suspicion was confirmed. Through rigorous training, he had acquired an E-level ability, Power Strike. E-level ability, Power Strike effect. Having undergone training, you possess the knowledge of how to strike in a manner that inflicts greater pain upon your adversary. Evaluation: familiarity breeds discomfort. It was indeed peculiar that, despite receiving defensive training, he had unexpectedly attained an offensive capability. After replenishing himself sufficiently, Cui Ze traversed the bustling dining hall and entered the food preparation area of the kitchen. To his surprise, an unexpected guest awaited him there. Tina, what brings you here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze had no intention of engaging in a debate with the enchanting young lady. Instead, he beckoned her with a gesture. Let us join together to prepare the fish. In the food preparation area, Tina's arrival undoubtedly transformed the chaotic kitchen, filled with disordered ingredients and a medley of aromas, into a breathtaking scene of youthful vibrance. However, it also inevitably resulted in a decline in work efficiency. The first to feel the impact were the sycophants, the kitchen assistants. Even when Tina merely stood on the floor of the preparation area, her very presence was sufficient to capture the attention of the majority of the male figures within the room, excluding Cui Ze. Nevertheless, Cui Ze's efficiency in fish preparation was also influenced by Tina's presence. Tina, I heard you attended the iron block training class? Cui Ze inquired. Yes, she replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was compelled to divert his gaze from the dying sea creature to the inquisitive Tina. In comparison to the other 6 styles, the paper drawing, which emphasizes evasion and deflection, is indeed more suited for girls with less remarkable physical attributes. Indeed, Tina nodded vigorously. It seems that Tina's idol, Admiral Tsuru, had previously expressed the same sentiment. How intriguing that Tina holds such admiration for Admiral Tsuru. Cui Ze instinctively showcased a highly practiced, charming smile, reminiscent of a notorious womanizer. In truth, I am not as good as I seem. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze instantaneously altered his stance, exclaiming, in truth, I prefer the work ethic of Admiral Borsalino. Tina responded with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, as the diligent Cui Ze continued his task of fishing, the iron block training session was drawing to a close. As soon as the class concluded, Instructor Shiozwa promptly announced the freedom to disperse. In the next moment, Instructor Shiozwa vanished as if he were a specter, leaving the members of the iron block training bewildered. Where did the instructor go? It's impossible to see him. What just happened? That was one of the 6 forms. The shave. Perhaps the instructor had urgent matters to attend to. Everyone, the instructor has his own plans. Let us instead discuss how to challenge that fellow Cui Ze. Hooray. I anticipated you would have such an idea. Shiozwa was oblivious to the ensuing conversation behind him in the training room. After exiting, he swiftly made his way to the highest office aboard the warship, where he approached Chief Instructor Zifa. Zifa-sensei, I have a matter to report. Calm yourself, Shiozwa. Your impulsive temperament truly requires adjustment. Without lifting his gaze from the documents, Zifa gestured towards the guest seating area. Once he had finished with the paperwork, he turned his attention to his longtime aide. What is it? Shiozwa sprang to his feet, his demeanor brimming with uncontainable excitement. That Cui Ze is the young lad you tasked with learning the 6 forms. Zifa's interest piqued. What of him? He is a prodigy, Shiozwa asserted with conviction. Zifa raised an eyebrow. Are you accusing a student of having a dubious background? Before Zifa could inquire further, Shiozwa continued. That young man's speed in mastering the iron block is astonishing. I estimate that in no more than 10 days, he shall have it mastered. A flicker of surprise crossed Zifa's eyes. Could this young man possess such innate talent? Undoubtedly, Shiozwa declared, raising his fist. Cui Ze's physical prowess is truly remarkable. He is reminiscent of the 3 prodigies from the early years of the training camp. Zifa finally took the matter seriously. Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kazan. These are the 3 prodigies of whom Shiozwa speaks. If Cui Ze's talent could indeed rival that of these 3, then his prior plans would allow for considerable flexibility. At noon, I heard that scar-faced fellow mention Cui Ze's shooting talent is equally impressive. Shiozwa scoffed. But a man should not engage in frivolities with handguns. A true man ought to focus on what men do. His words resonated powerfully. Iron block, shooting. Zifa raised his hands, fingers interlaced, leaning forward strategically. Aside from these 2 skills, is there anything else noteworthy about Cui Ze? Shiozwa reined in his fervent expression, furrowing his brow as he reflected on his interactions with Cui Ze over the past few days. His breathing. Cui Ze's breathing frequency is peculiar. It differs from that of an ordinary person, and moreover, he employs this strange breathing to assist him while practicing the iron block. Zifa's brow furrowed slightly as a sudden insight flashed through his mind. He murmured softly, is there a necessary connection between Cui Ze's breathing and his iron block technique? Recollecting his scattered thoughts, Zifa addressed Shiozwa, do not draw too much attention to that child, nor disclose that his speed in mastering the iron block exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Inform me only after Cui Ze has fully grasped the technique. Shiozwa snapped to attention, rendering a precise military salute. I shall ensure the task is completed, Zifa-sensei. As night descended, Cui Ze returned to his quarters after enjoying a sumptuous dinner in the dining hall. Following his evening ablutions, he began to reflect on the day's accomplishments. Influenced by Tina's presence, he had only managed to slay 28 sea beasts today, a slight decrease from yesterday's tally. Currently, the total stock of victory bait amounted to 60 pieces, all of F rank. Fortunately, Tina had mentioned that she would only be present for today. Cui Ze closed the light curtain, intending to continue storing bait. Otherwise, the subsequent fish-catching harvest would be adversely affected, leading to substantial losses. Cui Ze currently has no intention of revealing his true nature. He is not inclined to indulge in trivial pleasures. With his feeble strength, he feels utterly insecure in this ocean teeming with monsters. His singular focus is on enhancing his prowess. Women merely hinder my efficiency in fishing. Standing in the center of the room, Cui Ze first reflected on the progress of the iron block, then his breathing gradually transformed into a long, rhythmic pattern, embodying the specific frequency of beast breathing. With the complete concentration of beast breathing, the next step is the constant state of full concentration. Maintaining this breathing technique at all times, whether awake or asleep. In the past few days, due to pressing matters, Cui Ze lacked the necessary focus to sustain the fixed frequency of beast breathing. Now, however, most affairs have fallen into a steady routine. Cui Ze was also able to shift his focus towards the subsequent enhancement of the beast's breath. In the days to come, he needed to compel himself to alter his long-held instinctual breathing patterns. While it was manageable during the day, assistance from others would be necessary for training at night. Perhaps it would be best to first maintain the all-day breathing technique before considering anything else. He climbed into bed, covered himself, and drifted into a deep slumber. In the following 2 days, Cui Ze was wholeheartedly immersed in the enhancement of his skills. After the morning assembly of the training camp concluded, he would indulge himself in the shooting training room following breakfast. He mastered long-range shooting at the 50-meter target area and achieved extreme shooting at the 80-meter target area. Upon acquiring 4 F-level abilities, close-range shooting, medium-range shooting, long-range shooting, and extreme shooting, they fused together to form a new E-level ability, which further enhanced the effects. E-level ability, precision shooting ability effects. 1. Grants a 1-point E-level bonus to agility attributes. 2. Within a 100-meter radius, when attacking fixed targets, he achieves perfect accuracy. Ability evaluation. Well, it seems I shoot quite accurately. Through the evaluation of precision shooting, Cui Ze realized the next direction for his shooting practice, moving targets. However, the current precision shooting ability thoroughly satisfied his daily needs. In the short term, he did not intend to invest further effort in this area. Following the completion of the morning shooting training, the afternoon was dedicated to rigorous iron block training, where the tormenting methods of Instructor Wang became increasingly refined. Every day, Cui Ze can sense the progress he is making with the iron block. He has a strong premonition that he is likely to master this skill before the weekly assessment this week. When faced with Smoker's challenge, he will be more confident. After the training with the iron block, there follows the unwavering task of fishing. In just 2 days, Cui Ze has collected 60 F-grade baits. His total bait quantity has now reached a perfect 120 pieces. Such a quantity, even if consisting solely of the lowest grade F baits, is sufficient for 2 rounds of D-grade fishing. However, Cui Ze continues to store these baits like a hamster, preparing for future use. Moreover, life in the training camp has significantly enhanced Cui Ze's physical condition. With the growth effect of his wild physique, both his agility and strength attributes have received a slight boost, as reflected in the personal attributes displayed on the screen. Cui Ze's strength attribute remains at E, yet his agility attribute has ascended to E. While the overall evaluation remains unchanged, his actual capabilities have surged dramatically. On this particular day, following the routine morning exercise and breakfast, Cui Ze, much like the days prior, made his way to the shooting training room. However, this time, he sought not to enhance his shooting skills further but had certain inquiries for the scar-faced instructor within the training room. Amidst the incessant gunfire, the instructor, scratching his chin with a hint of curiosity, regarded Cui Ze. Indeed, there exists a workshop aboard, specifically designed to cater to naval soldiers accustomed to unconventional weaponry, where they can either request materials or procure them independently. What prompts your question? My current shooting proficiency has reached a plateau. Cui Ze suppressed the joyous emotions within him and spoke with an air of composure. Standard firearms no longer suffice for my needs. Hence, I wish to forge a more suitable long-range weapon. Upon hearing these words, the scar-faced instructor could not help but twitch his lips in incredulity. It had only been a mere 3 days in total. Cui Ze has rapidly transformed under his very gaze into an almost infallible sharpshooter. Even if confined to the professional training room, even if merely targeting stationary objects, this is still exceedingly formidable. However, what appears even more daunting is that this individual possesses an unrelenting spirit of advancement. After a moment of contemplation, the scar-faced instructor solemnly remarked, "At your current level, enhancing your shooting prowess cannot solely rely on the notion of a suitable weapon." A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Cui Ze's eyes. Perhaps you have already begun to speculate. The scarred instructor keenly discerned this nuance, immediately growing more optimistic about the shooting prowess of the individual before him. Indeed, it is sheer dominance that serves as the sole pathway for a marksman to ascend to greatness. However, I currently lack the ability to wield such power, Cui Ze lamented. Whether it be the armament haki or the observation haki, the cultivation of haki is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It necessitates a protracted period of arduous training. The scarred instructor spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Nevertheless, your thoughts are certainly not unfounded. A more fitting and specialized weapon can undoubtedly aid you in further enhancing your shooting skills. Here is what I propose. I shall provide you with a certificate, which you can present at the weapons workshop to request the crafting of the weapon you require. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze aspires to forge a weapon uniquely his own. Yet the true motivation behind this endeavor extends far beyond the mere words spoken by the scarred instructor. In fact, his statements merely scratch the surface of a deeper truth. The reality is that Smoker's next challenge looms ever closer. Having thoroughly absorbed the lessons from his previous encounter, the Smoke Man is resolute in ensuring he will not be easily felled by a single blow this time. Lacking mastery over the armament haki, Cui Ze can only strategize in advance to ensure victory in this round of combat. This yet-to-be-forged weapon serves as one of his meticulously crafted tactics and aligns harmoniously with his newly acquired precision shooting skills. The bait for Smoker's downfall is firmly within my grasp. Before long, Cui Ze procured a certificate adorned with the instructor's personal signature. By the way, instructor, do you have any recommendations for practicing moving targets? Moving targets? The scarred instructor pondered for a moment. The shooting range lacks the necessary conditions for such practice. You might consider using seabirds for training. There are always newsbirds delivering papers daily, though that may not suffice. I recall that the naval vessel stockpile seems to have some balloons left. You might start with those. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze spoke in a methodical manner as he retrieved the weapon materials he had gathered in advance. Although I had not prepared the materials for a handgun, I had amassed a considerable collection of suitable fish bones for the slingshot, along with a resilient rubber band sourced from a manatee-like sea creature. The weapon envisioned by Cui Ze is none other than a slingshot. While its physical damage may be minimal, its capacity for humiliation is profoundly significant, making it a toy-like weapon of exquisite mockery. It is certain to inflict substantial psychological distress upon Smoker. Moreover, the slingshot is easily sourced and simple to manufacture, aligning perfectly with Cui Ze's overarching strategy. Merely defeating Smoker? No. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze had little demand for the firearm. He desired merely a short pistol, as the long flintlock was rather cumbersome to carry. What pirate does not have 5 or 6 flintlocks tucked at their waist? Ah, it is quite straightforward. The elderly naval officer nodded in agreement. Let us collect it together this evening. Very well, thank you, sir. Cui Ze bid farewell to his counterpart after confirming their appointment. Having successfully accomplished the 2 significant objectives set for the day, his steps became noticeably lighter. With the remaining time in the morning, Cui Ze chose not to return to the shooting training room, but instead ventured for the first time into the battleship's combat training facility. This combat training room is an expansive space filled with a multitude of training apparatus, and numerous combat arenas are strategically placed throughout its corners for the Marines to practice. While it may not be the largest room aboard the naval vessel, it undoubtedly stands as the most favored locale among the elite Marines. After all, in this vast ocean, it is the fist that reigns supreme. The atmosphere in the bustling combat training room is electric. Cui Ze cast a cursory glance and immediately recognized a plethora of familiar faces, including but not limited to Smoker, Tina, Virgo, and Bartolomeo, among others. These elite Marines dedicated a substantial amount of their time each day to honing their skills in the combat training room. Cui Ze was just about to commence his training when a powerful sense of unease suddenly washed over him. Cui Ze halted his movements and cast a sweeping glance over the familiar figures in the combat training room. Smog Tina Virgo, it was he. Unbelievably. Virgo's face bore no remnants of food today. How utterly peculiar. Cui Ze's surreptitious observation of Virgo persisted until the conclusion of the combat training session, alas, yielding no discoveries. Midday approached, heralding the luncheon hour. As Cui Ze journeyed towards the mess hall, he encountered Tina and promptly divulged the intelligence he had acquired. Virgo's countenance was devoid of the usual detritus of sustenance today, he reported. Upon hearing Cui Ze's confidential dispatch, Tina's brow furrowed in exasperation. Are you jesting with me? She exclaimed. I am blessed with innate beauty, and the throng of suitors vying for my affections could stretch from Sabaody Archipelago to Marineford.
Many would discuss celestial bodies and lunar phases with me, yet you speak of a slovenly fellow perpetually adorned with remnants of his meals? Indeed. Has the act of eviscerating fish in the kitchen addled your senses, Cui Ze? Affirmative. Cui Ze immediately sensed the peculiar expression on the face of the pink-haired maiden. His vast experience informed him that he could no longer pursue this line of conversation, so he deftly shifted the topic. Most importantly, he harbored an unsettling premonition. At this moment, Tina became considerably more serious. Premonitions, such an enigmatic notion, yet far more reliable than the bizarre intel from some disheveled informant. Just as Tina was about to delve deeper into her inquiries, Cui Ze smoothly bypassed Virgo and broached an entirely different subject. Tina, I recall you mentioning that I was unconscious for a full 3 days aboard a naval warship before I regained consciousness? Tina blinked, instantly casting aside thoughts of the tiresome informant. Indeed. Following closely, Zephyr inquired, it has been 3 or 4 days since the naval vessel departed from the primeval island. In other words, are we currently situated in the vicinity of that zombie-infested isle? Zephyr had been contemplating this matter for days, finally seizing the opportunity to inquire about it today. His keen interest in the zombie island's intelligence did not stem from any unforgettable life experiences on that island, but rather from having fished out the beast-breathing technique there. Even though Zephyr's beast breathing is currently only developed to the level of total concentration, one must always plan ahead. He needs to incorporate the subsequent upgrade capabilities of beast breathing into his considerations. Zombie Island is the only island currently known to Zephyr that is related to beast breathing. Hence, he takes this matter to heart. Theoretically, that is indeed the case, Tina replied, furrowing her brow and speaking with some uncertainty. The training camp's ship routes are not fixed, and the Grand Line is far too vast. Tina did not finish her sentence, but Zephyr already understood. At best, she could only confirm that the current naval vessel was on the same horizontal plane as Zombie Island. But whether it was in the vicinity of Zombie Island could not be fully ascertained. As a result, Zephyr had no choice but to abandon the idea of fishing tonight. Tina, what was the previous name of that zombie island? Kamadu Island, a rather peculiar name, wouldn't you agree? Tina promptly provided the answer, adding that she also had a deep impression of the strangely named island. Cui Ze's lips twitched slightly. What a persistent specter, this Uchiha Tanjiro. To think he has re-emerged today. That desolate isle, which I refer to as Demon Island, must have once been a tranquil and harmonious haven, right? Cui Ze steered the conversation, pondering how it transformed into its current ghastly state. According to the instructors, a nefarious pirate conducted abhorrent experiments on the island's inhabitants, resulting in its tragic fate. Tina exclaimed indignantly, even shaking her tiny fist in agitation. If it weren't for the fact that this pirate possesses a rare devil fruit ability, necessitating his confinement in the deep-sea prison, he would have long been subjected to the righteous judgment of justice. Cui Ze had already acquired a general understanding of Musen's information from Run T, the little demon girl, and now he was merely supplementing his knowledge with the proposed course of action against him. Cui Ze was more concerned with a different aspect. So, the elite training camp's assessment island includes the underwater prison, Impel Down? Why would we go to a prison? Tina inquired with some bewilderment. If we don't go to Impel Down, how are we going to detain that nefarious pirate? At this question, a joyous smile suddenly grazed Tina's face, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. A rear admiral from headquarters will be here to take custody of the prisoner. Observing the expression on Tina's face, Cui Ze's thoughts stirred. Could the rear admiral be Vice Admiral Tsuru? Hiki. This is a secret between Navy sisters. Though she said this, the expression on Tina's face clearly telegraphed. You should beg me to tell you. Cyrus was still somewhat intrigued by the disposition of that human detritus, Musen. He immediately adopted a pitiable expression, brimming with inquisitiveness, profoundly gratifying Tina's little whims. It is Vice Admiral Tsuru who will be escorting the prisoners to the training camp. Even though Tina lowered her voice, she couldn't conceal the anticipation in her tone. Vice Admiral Tsuru will arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. The sisters are all eagerly awaiting her. It seems that Vice Admiral Tsuru holds considerable prestige within the female naval ranks. Just as Cyrus was musing about this, a familiar sensation of mental oppression descended from the heavens, instantaneously sweeping through the entire naval vessel's mess hall. A scant few naval soldiers, caught off guard, succumbed to this mental assault, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. However, the majority managed to maintain their lucidity. Conqueror's Haki. Who is it? Who dares to cause such a disturbance here? A commotion erupted in the naval vessel's mess hall as the naval soldiers surged out, inflamed with indignation. In the midst of the crowd, before even stepping onto the deck of the warship, Kurosawa heard a distinctive and almost iconic cackle. The sound echoed in his ears. And recalling the peculiarities of Virgo that day, he swiftly deduced the identity of the source. Upon ascending the deck, his suspicions were confirmed. A grand pink flamingo soared through the sky not far from the naval vessel. Its symbolic pink velvet coat fluttered in the wind, and beneath a mane of golden hair was a pair of sinister sunglasses that obscured its eyes, accompanied by a devilish grin. It radiated an overwhelming aura of supremacy, embodying the essence of a tyrant. Don Quixote da Flamingo. The impact of this oppressive presence was felt not only by the trainees but also by the instructors, who immediately recognized the audacity of this flamboyant flamingo. Zephyr, stepping forth with determination, was the first to confront Doflamingo in midair. You audacious brat, daring to intercept a naval warship? It seems the undersea prison is about to welcome another resident. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Doflamingo's forehead in the face of Zephyr's formidable aura, yet he remained undeterred. With a hand on his forehead, Doflamingo erupted in laughter. Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, do you intend to overthrow the world government? What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Zephyr furrowed his brows, cracking his knuckles with a resonating sound. I am no mere lowly pirate. Realizing he had genuinely provoked Zephyr, Doflamingo hastily amended. Don Quixote Doflamingo is my name. Zephyr's aggressive stance abruptly ceased. Despite his years of absence from political affairs, as an admiral, he was privy to many obscure secrets of the sea, including the identity of this audacious golden-haired youth. He was a disgraced celestial dragon cast out from Mariehua. A smirk danced upon Zephyr's lips. Upholding justice, he had little tolerance for the parasites of the world. While he would maintain a modicum of decorum when dealing with celestial dragons within the Navy headquarters or Mariehua, he felt no such obligation outside of those bounds. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Doflamingo's forehead tensed with visible veins, his domineering presence escalating in intensity, clearly incensed. Zephyr narrowed his eyes. So, Doflamingo, are you tired of being a ruffian in the North Sea and seeking a new life as a pirate? With a low, sinister chuckle, Doflamingo replied, Gangster? Pirate? I am but an ordinary citizen with no bounty. Ordinary citizen? Humph. Zephyr scoffed heavily. Only a pirate would dare to intercept a naval vessel. Who said I was intercepting a warship? Doflamingo pointed toward the sea below, maintaining a stoic demeanor. I merely received intelligence about a pirate attack on the naval vessel and came to warn the Navy for their safety. Not far from the naval ship, two sailing vessels traversed the waters. The first was a relatively rare single-masted ship found in the Grand Line. Beneath the dark, demonic ram's head prow gleamed a main cannon, accompanied by 6 additional cannons on either side. The sail of the central mast bore the emblem of a red heart combined with a skull, suggesting it belonged to a fledgling pirate crew newly arrived in the Grand Line. The second vessel was a more conventional double-masted ship, yet its design was remarkably unique. From its exterior, it resembled a gigantic pink flamingo floating on the water. The prow mimicked the slender neck of a flamingo, adorned with a pair of oversized sunglasses akin to Doflamingo's. Its broadside panels were intricately crafted to resemble flamingo wings. Notably, the flamingo ship bore no cannon ports, and the canvas tied to the mast was pristine. This was the exclusive vessel of the Don Quixote family, the Numantia. Ordinary citizen? Zephyr's gaze sharpened, piercing through Doflamingo. Do not tarnish the meaning of goodness, nor the essence of the people. Zephyr had always harbored the worst suspicions toward the celestial dragons. He was dubious that the fledgling pirate crew was acting independently and suspected they were under Doflamingo's influence, heading toward the naval vessel at his behest. No need to inquire further. The answer was clear: celestial dragon. Unfortunately, Zephyr lacked the evidence to directly apprehend Doflamingo. In the North Sea, the Don Quixote family reigned as the unchallenged rulers of the underworld. Yet in the paradise, they were merely a fresh crew yet to earn a bounty. The Navy's responsibilities were extensive, but did not extend to capturing gangsters or individuals without bounties. Sensing Zephyr's unmasked disdain, Doflamingo's eyes glinted with a cold light beneath his sunglasses. His fingers twitching slightly as fine, nearly invisible threads emerged from his fingertips. In truth, as Zephyr suspected, today's maritime encounter was orchestrated entirely by Doflamingo. His objective was none other than this elite naval training ship. The reasoning was simple. In this era of rising pirate prominence, Doflamingo yearned for the prestige and glory that belonged to the Don Quixote family. Having unified the North Sea without any lingering concerns, Doflamingo was resolute in leading his family to formally enter the Grand Line, seizing fame, status, power, and wealth. The naval elite training ship was meticulously selected as his target. Doflamingo had prepared an array of plans for the assault on the elite training ship. If Zephyr was aboard, there was one plan. If he was absent, another. If he was present but incapacitated, yet another. Each plan was tailored with distinct operational guidelines. The ultimate goal of all these plans was to sink the naval elite training ship, massacring an entire generation of naval recruits, thus announcing the arrival of the Don Quixote family to the Grand Line. However, it appeared that Zephyr was indeed on board, unaffected by the previous battle with Kaido, and maintained his peak strength. Despite Doflamingo's confidence, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could easily eliminate Blackarm Zephyr. Therefore, he was currently executing the B option of the first plan, employing the fledgling North Sea pirates to ram the naval elite training ship while simultaneously advancing the agenda of a high-ranking family undercover operative aboard to accumulate military merit. Regardless, the thief does not leave empty-handed. The transparent silk thread sliced through layers of invisible airwaves in midair, while Doflamingo momentarily suppressed his urge to challenge the admiral. Smirking coldly, "Fufufu, black-leg Zephyr, you should tend to those inexperienced recruits. After all, firearms do not discriminate." On the naval warship, following a brief period of chaos, everyone soon realized that Instructor Zephyr had gone to confront the unfamiliar figure who was indiscriminately unleashing Conqueror's haki. Trusting in their instructor, the crew swiftly redirected their attention to the pirate ship that was steadily approaching. Maintain military discipline. Distribute weapons. Gunners, prepare. The seasoned instructors of the training camp immediately transformed into temporary commanders for this naval battle, issuing commands in an orderly fashion. And the elite sailors followed suit with remarkable efficiency. Cui Ze received a long flintlock gun and a box of ammunition from the arms distribution officer. Before he could immerse himself in the unique atmosphere of naval warfare, he noticed a gunner giving a thumbs up in the direction of the pirate ship. Cui Ze nodded silently, absorbing the lesson. Those who raise a thumb in your favor may not necessarily be offering praise. They could very well be aiming at you with artillery. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a round cannonball soared from the barrel, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for the pirate ship. Alas, just as the cannonball was poised to strike the vessel with precision, a formidable wave of sword energy erupted from the pirate ship, effortlessly cleaving the projectile in two as if slicing through tofu. Meanwhile, cannonballs fired from the pirate ship were similarly thwarted by the elite marine soldiers, each employing their unique skills to send them plummeting into the sea. It appears that artillery tactics are rather unreliable, and the confrontation is inevitably destined to devolve into a boarding battle or even a collision. Cui Ze tightened his grip on the long flintlock musket. This was indeed his inaugural experience in a naval artillery battle. As time flowed inexorably onward, neither the naval forces nor the pirates achieved any tangible success with their bombardment tactics, as most of the projectiles soaring through the air were deliberately intercepted. Meanwhile, the distance between the naval warships and the pirate vessels steadily diminished with the passage of time, drawing ever nearer. With a serene composure, Cui Ze raised his flintlock pistol, aligning its barrel towards the pirate ship. The distance dwindled, 200 meters, then 100, and finally, a mere 80. Cui Ze held his breath, his focus unwavering. As the distance between both parties narrowed to an optimal range, he abruptly squeezed the trigger. A flash of fire and a plume of smoke erupted from the muzzle. In the dark, sleek bullet shot forth, traversing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. It struck the forehead of a pirate wielding a long knife, whose expression was one of fierce malevolence. Blood erupted as the bullet effortlessly penetrated the pirate's skull, extinguishing the spark of life in his eyes. Before the other pirates could react, Cui Ze discharged the entirety of his flintlock pistol's ammunition with a rapid succession of pulls of the trigger, felling 4 more pirates. The notification scrolling across the translucent screen, indicating you have slain a pirate with an overall evaluation of F.X5, were disregarded by Cui Ze. With composure, he retreated a pace, retrieving an ammunition box with the intention of replenishing his firearm. At that very moment, a flintlock pistol was unexpectedly proffered to him from the side. As Cui Ze loaded the ammunition, he turned to see a stranger in marine uniform handing him a rifle. I just witnessed your marksmanship. It was quite impressive. There's no need to squander time on reloading, the unfamiliar marine said, offering Cui Ze a sincere smile. Cui Ze nodded, dispensing with idle chatter, and promptly seized the flintlock rifle, resuming his fusillade towards the pirate ship. Crack, 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 crack. A quintuple volley of lightning-fast shots echoed, and 5 pirates on the opposing vessel promptly succumbed. As soon as Zephyr relinquished his spent flintlock pistol, another was promptly offered to him. Swiftly, he unleashed a quintet of shots in rapid succession. 5 more pirates succumbed to the fusillade. As the tally of casualties mounted, the pirates aboard their vessel discerned that a marksman of exceptional skill was present on the naval warship, and they began to direct a concentrated barrage in his direction. However, Zephyr's accuracy and reflexes far surpassed those of the pirate rabble fresh from the North Blue. With his firepower alone, he effortlessly suppressed the majority of the opposing ship's gunmen. This continued until the pirate ship collided with the naval warship. Cui Ze has already claimed the lives of over 30 pirates, resembling a merciless reaper on the battlefield. Thud. The devilish ram of the pirate ship crashed forcefully against the hull of the naval vessel, producing a sound of resounding impact. Both ships trembled under the force of the collision, and thus began the most exhilarating boarding battle. The pirates, long suppressed by Cui Ze's overwhelming firepower, surged forward en masse, intent on sending the naval soldiers who had slain many of their brethren to a watery grave. However, the elite naval forces surrounding Cui Ze were far from helpless, skillfully intercepting each of the charging pirates. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze raised his flintlock gun and fired 5 shots in rapid succession. Apologies, but possessing a firearm grants one the liberty to act with impunity. 5 bullets soared through the air with tremendous velocity. In order to ensure the precision of his shots, Cui Ze did not aim at the enemy's head, but rather targeted the broader area of the chest and abdomen. In the blink of an eye, the dark, rounded bullets hurtled towards the elderly man in the tight-fitting attire, seemingly intent on piercing his frail, withered form directly. Sensing the lethal threat posed by the gunpowder weapon, the elderly man's expression shifted slightly, and his forward momentum faltered. In the next instant, the elderly man firmly planted his left foot on the railing of the naval warship. Using it as a pivot, he forcefully angled his body, bending his upper body downward while simultaneously positioning his arms to form the letter G. The waist pain stance. Several bullets narrowly grazed past the elderly man, who had assumed this peculiar posture, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Observing this movement, reminiscent of the elderly man's typical reaction during an episode of back pain, Cui Ze instantly recognized his identity. He was Aokiji, a mid-level cadre of the Don Quixote family and an instructor of the combat unit under the command of the formidable Block Diamante, an adept martial artist whose prowess only seemed to grow with age. Dispatching family cadres to brazenly assault a naval warship? Quickly reloading with a fully stocked new gun. Cui Ze suppressed the urge to glance skyward. Is Xiaoming planning to emulate the legendary Captain Jack and challenge the admirals of the Navy headquarters one-on-one? That being said, you were quite brave. Cui Ze remained unaware that Doflamingo's comprehensive scheme did not entail a direct confrontation with the admirals of the Navy headquarters. At most, it involved a duel with a severely injured admiral. However, upon realizing that Zephyr was still at the pinnacle of his strength, Doflamingo promptly revised his tactical approach. Otherwise, the assault on the naval warships would not have been limited to merely this single-masted pirate vessel, but would also have included the nearby Numancia Flamingo, which was merely spectating. The Devil's Goathead pirate ship indeed concealed a significant number of the Don Quixote family's square troops. Yet, the remaining main forces awaited the young Master's command aboard the Numancia. In the skies above, a sharp crimson glimmer flashed in Zephyr's eyes as he activated his observation hotkey, swiftly assessing the situation aboard the single-masted pirate ship below, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to other fledgling pirate crews recently venturing into the Grand Line, the crew below possessed a notably higher number of personnel and overall strength. Within the Devil's Goathead pirate ship, two formidable individuals lay hidden, each with a bounty ranging from 60 to 70 million berries. Had this band of pirates targeted a standard branch base of the Navy, they might have succeeded. However, for the Navy's elite training camp, such a level of strength was perfectly suited for training purposes. Naval soldiers who had not yet experienced the baptism of gunfire were but delicate flowers in a greenhouse, utterly fragile. Zephyr cast a glance at Doflamingo. Don Quixote Doflamingo, you ought to concern yourself more with your crew. Do not let them fall into peril. Ha ha ha. Admiral Zephyr, do not speak foolishly, Doflamingo replied with a dispassionate demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Zephyr's words. I shall reiterate, I am a legitimate businessman who entered the Grand Line from the North Sea, not a lowly pirate with a bounty. Above the sea, the skirmish between the naval warships and pirate vessels raged fiercely, with the sounds of gunfire, collisions, and anguished cries resounding incessantly. Numerous pirates surged onto the decks of the naval warships, wielding weapons in a brutal clash against elite naval soldiers, concurrently. A significant number of Navy personnel utilized the pirates' grappling lines to counterattack onto the pirate ship, inflicting considerable damage. Cui Ze remained locked in a standoff with Aokiji. At this moment, Cui Ze had already exhausted 4 flintlock pistols, yet every bullet discharged was deftly evaded by the remarkably agile Aokiji through a series of extraordinary maneuvers. The fresh recruits who had just replenished his ammunition and swapped out his firearms had now engaged in combat with other pirates. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was acutely aware that his current combat skills were utterly incomparable to those of Aokiji, a master of physical techniques. Therefore, he had no intention of engaging in close-quarters combat or attempting to close the distance. However, at that moment, Aokiji forcefully stomped several times on the deck of the naval vessel, channeling energy through his core, and spun through the air, spiraling towards Cui Ze with increasing velocity. The distance between them diminished rapidly. This was Aokiji's innovative rapid movement technique, a refined variation of his waist-driven abilities. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's demeanor was strikingly composed as he inhaled 2 streams of air, solid as white pillars, through his nostrils. The enhancement effect from the beast breathing, total concentration surged through his physique in an instant. Iron block. He silently urged himself, his muscles tautened in unison, gathering strength in his shoulders. What was once a supple shoulder transformed into something as unyielding as iron under this force. This was the essence of iron block. Thud, thud, thud. Aokiji's fist struck rapidly against Cui Ze's shoulders, delivering punches that would normally inflict excruciating pain. Yet, upon impact, they only produced a series of dull, ineffective thuds. With his initial assault yielding no results, Aokiji swiftly shifted his technique. The waist pain style, eye puncture. His fists rose, redirecting their assault from the shoulders to the more vulnerable eye region. In response, Cui Ze felt a surge of exhilaration rather than fear. He maintained his full power explosion state from the beast breathing, total concentration, while slightly bending his knees. Due to this subtle movement, Aokiji's strikes aimed at his eyes suddenly veered towards his forehead. Aokiji's expression remained unchanged. Striking the eyes might temporarily incapacitate his opponent, but hitting the forehead would likely render him unconscious on the spot. Smack. The collision of fist and forehead produced a sound far more crisp than the earlier dull thuds. Aokiji paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as a seasoned martial artist. He sensed something was amiss. It's my turn. Seizing the moment of Aokiji's distraction, Cui Ze grinned fiercely, letting the holy mother of disintegration, imitation slip from his grasp as he deftly flicked it upward. The surgical blade, ignoring defenses, sliced through Rao Ji's tight-fitting attire and the soft flesh beneath as effortlessly as a knife through butter. Blood erupted in an instant. Wait, this isn't right. Inside the Navy ship, the high-ranking undercover agent, the pangolin Virgo, dropped the unconscious pirate lackey from his hands. He stared in shock at the other side of the deck, where Rao Ji was nearly cleaved in half by Cui Ze's strike. As the only individual aboard the Navy vessel fully aware of the impending pirate assault's intricacies, Virgo had previously discussed the events with the young master. He understood that the young master, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was executing the B plan of the primary strategy. According to the young master's scheme, this band of new pirates, disguised as a myriad of family block troops from the North Sea, was expected to yield considerable military merit. Rao Ji was a crucial component of this B plan. Initially, Rao Ji was to unleash his superior martial skills aboard the Navy ship, wreaking havoc before being confronted and defeated in person by Virgo, subsequently plunging into the sea, fate unknown. Virgo, heavily wounded from battle, would continue to fight valiantly, leading the Navy elite to subdue all invading pirates, with only a few high-ranking pirates escaping by the skin of their teeth using their fruit abilities. In the end, Virgo would emerge as the indomitable hero, garnering immense prestige and military accolades within the Navy. This was the anticipated trajectory of events. But now, Rao Ji had just boarded the Navy vessel, failing to eliminate a single target, and was on the verge of being felled. Young master, the performance has already collapsed before it even began. What am I to do next? Amid Virgo's bewilderment, Rao Ji silently lamented his predicament. How could the sharpshooter's head be so resilient, and his methods so insidiously vicious? Rao Ji had noticed the sharpshooter aboard the pirate ship earlier, realizing that he had single-handedly suppressed the entire pirate crew's firepower while precisely eliminating numerous pirates. Motivated by the belief that snipers were typically inept in close combat, and fueled by a desire for vengeance against family members, Rao Ji had chosen this conspicuously vulnerable target, intending to use his life and blood to advance his ensuing plans. Yet he never anticipated that after decades of drifting across the sea, he would meet his downfall in this minor skirmish. Just moments ago, Cui Ze's strike with the holy mother of disintegration, imitation not only tore through Rao Ji's outer layer of attire, but also carved a deep gash into his abdomen. It was an extraordinarily sharp blade. Rao Ji could distinctly feel his blood, strength, and vitality ebbing away through the wound in his belly. Without prompt medical attention, he sensed that his frail body would soon perish aboard this Navy vessel. However, a flicker of resolve ignited in Rao Ji's weary eyes. How could he allow his mere physical suffering to jeopardize the young master's plans? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was acutely aware of the terrifying damage inflicted by his recent strike. He had witnessed it vividly. Had it not been for Lao Ji promptly pressing his hand against the gaping wound in his abdomen, it was likely that the opponent's entrails would have spilled forth from that gruesome aperture. The sharpness of the Divine Mother Disassembly's blade was indeed formidable. Furthermore, this surgical knife possessed a remarkable capability to bypass defenses to a certain extent. However, having dealt a heavy blow to the boss, one must now brace for the inevitable repercussions of its fury. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's pupils slightly contracted as he observed a copious amount of blood gushing from the wound of Rao Ji, even accompanied by a small segment of crimson intestine. However, this gruesome display seemed to have no effect on the elderly man. The ultimate secret technique unleashed an increasingly potent aura from Rao Ji's body, radiating outward. His muscles and physique gradually expanded alongside this surging energy, causing his form to swell significantly while more blood poured from the wound. Just then, a figure abruptly entered the battlefield between Cui Ze and Rao Ji. With a youthful mushroom haircut and a clean face free from any remnants of food, it was the pirate undercover agent, Virgo. Iron block, hollow bamboo, he shouted, rapidly moving in front of Rao Ji and delivering a powerful strike to his body, all the while exclaiming, Cui Ze, get out of here. I'll handle this guy. With tension in the air, Rao Ji prepared for action, while Cui Ze, feeling a bond of camaraderie, responded, all right, brother. It's settled then. This strange old man is in your hands. Cui Ze was perplexed by the inexplicable madness of Virgo, yet in that very moment, his fondness for him surged dramatically. It was highly probable that he would no longer leverage Virgo's undercover identity for coercion. Virgo appeared to exert considerable force as he collided with Rao Ji, yet in truth, he employed a gentle but skillful maneuver. His true intention was to propel the gravely injured Rao Ji off the naval vessel. As a companion of the Don Quixote family, Virgo would never allow himself to witness Rao Ji perish aboard a Navy ship. Sensing Virgo's unwavering determination, Rao Ji, caught between laughter and tears, had no choice but to relinquish any thoughts of self-detonation unless he wished to include Virgo in the range of his attack. However, the ultimate technique of the D'ing fist, the G-mark, was beyond what Virgo could withstand at that moment. Enough is enough, Rao Ji sighed internally. retracting his overwhelming power. With a resounding crash, the self-sacrificing Virgo launched the explosive Aokiji into the air. Aokiji's body flew through the air, shattering the ship's railing before plunging into the depths of the sea. At the precise moment Aokiji immersed himself in the ocean, Cui Ze's light screen emitted 2 new notifications. You have defeated an elite pirate rated D. You have received a D-level victory bait. My valiant comrade Virgo. With a radiant smile, Cui Ze approached, heartily patting Virgo on the shoulder with a warmth akin to that of long-lost brothers. You have driven away that wretched old pirate. However, there are still many pirates aboard who remain unvanquished. Now, let us embark on a quest to hunt down more pirates together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze interpreted the other party's silence as an implicit agreement, or rather, Cui Ze had anticipated that Virgo, the pirate infiltrator, would leave him with no means to decline his invitation unless the latter wished to reveal his true identity at that moment. However, having just performed a rather clumsy act, how could Virgo possibly relinquish his role as a naval undercover agent? I observed just now that when you sent that old pirate flying, you employed an extension technique with an iron block, did you not? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze interrupted the other party's words. Since your proficiency with the iron block is so exceptional, let us join forces. You shall stand in the vanguard while I provide cover fire from the rear to eliminate the pirates. Virgo replied, this diverges drastically from our original plan. The young master anticipated that I would emerge from this battle as a hero on the battlefield. How did it come to pass that I am to become merely a shield or a pawn for others? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze, as if issuing commands to a Pokemon, instructed the meat shield and cannon fodder before him, simultaneously raising his flintlock pistol to unleash the last 3 bullets from its chamber, claiming the lives of 3 pirates. I am about to reload. Buy me some time, my valiant comrade. With clenched fists, his arms trembling ever so slightly, Virgo took a deep breath, his eyes glistening with tears as he invoked the 6 styles, standing resolutely like an indomitable wall before Cui Ze. Iron block. Ha. Bang. Bang. The hail of bullets rained upon Virgo, yet it felt akin to striking against an impenetrable umbrella, causing little more than the tearing of some fabric without inflicting any harm. After the pirates completed their volley of gunfire, Cui Ze had completed the loading of his ammunition. Raising his flintlock, he unleashed a barrage of shots, causing the pirates to scurry away in panic. Thus it was. Cui Ze and Virgo, this formidable duo adept in both offense and defense, swiftly became a captivating sight aboard the naval warship. Wherever they traversed, chaos ensued, and pirates perished without exception. As Cui Ze navigated the battlefield, he resembled a grim reaper, harvesting lives with each gunshot that echoed, signifying the demise of yet another pirate. On the lookout of the pirate ship, what was Virgo up to? The man donned in a crimson cloak, adorned with 2 vivid red vertical stripes on his face, stroked his chin in bewilderment, perplexed by his companion's actions. This seemed rather inconsistent with the plan previously articulated by Doflamingo. The man was none other than Diamante, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, possessing the powers of the Flutterfruit and known by the codename Square, though he had indeed sent Aokiji tumbling off the naval warship. The distance rendered Diamante unaware of the complete details of the battle unfolding aboard. He mistakenly believed that Aokiji had truly been subdued by Virgo. Enough was enough. He could not afford to wait any longer. The number of members in the Square army was dwindling too rapidly, and the prowess of these elite recruits from the naval training camp exceeded his expectations. With resolve, Diamante grasped the rapier at his waist, focusing intently, and directed it towards the naval warship, executing a powerful swing. Half-moon funeral. A torrent of solidified sword energy erupted from the blade, sweeping through the air with the force of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, aiming to cleave the warship, reinforced with steel and iron, in 2. Moments earlier, Diamante had employed this very technique to sever all the explosive shells aimed at the pirate ship. Beyond his Flutterfruit abilities, Diamante was also a formidable swordsman skilled in the art of the one-sword style, mastering the technique of aerial slashes. Many aboard the naval warship sensed the formidable flying slash and rushed to counter it. In an instant, a barrage of white vacuum slashes, executed through the Rokushiki technique, Rankyaku, surged forth to obliterate the aerial assault. The 2 slashes collided with a thunderous roar, akin to a series of deafening thunderclaps resonating in the sky, creating a violent shockwave that rippled outward in all directions. In this tumultuous scenario, Diamante made his grand entrance. Aboard the naval warship, Cui Ze cautiously raised his flintlock and aimed it towards Diamante, but alas, as the bullet soared through the air, it was deflected by the lingering shockwave, losing its trajectory. Incompetent Navy, allow me to present you with a grand farewell spectacle. Diamante retrieved several specialized fireworks from his cloak, launching them into the sky where they erupted into a flurry of paper shreds. The lightweight paper transformed in midair into razor-sharp thorny iron balls, which then morphed into a torrential downpour of terrifying iron rain, plummeting downwards. Boom, boom, boom. The naval warship was instantly engulfed in chaos and turmoil. Both the remaining Navy personnel and the invading pirates found themselves ensnared in this relentless barrage of thorny iron rain, becoming targets of the assault. Cui Ze, quick-witted and agile, positioned himself directly behind Virgo, with his left hand firmly grasping Virgo's shoulder and his right hand seizing the leg of Virgo's trousers. He lifted him above his head like a human shield. Quick, use the iron block, Virgo shouted from below. Make sure to protect yourself. After a torrential rain of iron, the naval warship lay in disarray. In the midst of this chaos, the pirate ship, tightly nestled beside the naval vessel, suddenly underwent a peculiar transformation, accompanied by an inaudible, high-pitched voice. A multitude of rough, hard gray rocks surged from the pirate ship's hold, flowing like liquid and enveloping the vessel completely, morphing it into an immense stone sphere. The sudden increase in weight rendered the sea incapable of supporting the pirate ship any longer. With a cacophony of crashing waves, the stone sphere plunged into the depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. One moment, the pirates were brimming with menace. The next, they had submerged, leaving only turbulent waves in their wake. The abrupt change caught everyone aboard the naval ship off guard. What was happening? The pirates could submerge into the sea. Had this crew mastered a technique akin to that of Feite Archipelago's coding? Impossible. Only the Archimand red trees could provide the bubble film necessary for deep-sea diving. And they were still far from Feite Archipelago. Returning to the matter at hand, what on earth was that peculiar, stone-like fluid that had emerged? Could it be the handiwork of a devil fruit user? The elite marines aboard the naval ship began to murmur amongst themselves. Even Zephyr, soaring in the sky, squinted in contemplation. Ah, I see, Zephyr remarked, casting a glance at Don Quixote da Flamingo, unveiling the truth. Utilizing the powers of a devil fruit, you allowed the wooden sailing ship to descend into the ocean, evading the Navy's subsequent pursuit. Is this your premeditated escape route for them? I don't understand a word you say. Da Flamingo retorted defiantly, tilting his head. I have no connection to those lowly pirates. Ward of evil, you celestial dragon brat. Zephyr spat, choosing to disregard the troublesome figure entirely, plummeting from the sky towards the ships below. You better not let me catch you slipping. Rebellious, cold-hearted, and unafraid of sacrifice to achieve his goals. Coupled with his mastery of Conqueror's Haki, Zephyr recalled his brief encounters with Doflamingo and a thought emerged. A dazzling newcomer was about to rise in the Grand Line. Even without mentioning his noble lineage, the experienced Zephyr swiftly drew his conclusions. An absolute focal point of attention. It seems I must find a seasoned veteran to keep an eye on him. String fruit, huh? Crane? Unbeknownst to Doflamingo, his actions today had inadvertently summoned a formidable adversary, Vice Admiral Crane, who wielded the wash fruit, capable of cleansing the malice in people's hearts. She would undoubtedly deliver a significant surprise to Little Ming. The sudden naval engagement concluded unexpectedly, following the pirates' frenzied assault and the baptism of cannon fire. Particularly the final onslaught of relentless thorny iron rain, the naval warship was left in utter disarray. It was truly regrettable that those accursed pirates managed to escape. Cui Ze reluctantly lowered the humanoid shield from his head. Virgo, you must feel quite regretful as well, don't you? Since joining the Navy and becoming an undercover agent, Virgo had never experienced a day as distressing as today. What troubled him the most was that he had to concur with Cui Ze's perspective, the Navy's righteous image. After all, Virgo stood upright on the deck and vaguely remarked, Indeed, I loathe pirates the most. By the way, your iron block still lacks proper refinement, doesn't it? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze appeared utterly oblivious to the situation, enthusiastically draping his arm over Virgo's shoulder. My valiant comrade, behold the skirmish we face today. I vanquished a multitude of pirates, and you have amassed a wealth of experience in handling iron blocks. Cui Ze wore a smile. We each gained something. This is truly a win-win situation. Is this truly what one would call a win-win? This is you winning twice. Virgo could hardly contain his expressionless face any longer. Cui Ze gently patted Virgo's shoulder a few times. Good comrade, we must enhance our collaboration in the future. One of us wields a gun, while the other carries a shield. We are a perfect pairing. Virgo exerted every effort to muster a rather unsettling smile in response to Cui Ze. Next time for sure. The injured sailors were transported to the medical room, while the pirates, still clinging to life, were cast into the warship's dungeon. The menial workers were tasked with repairing and maintaining the damaged vessel. Once the dust had settled, Cui Ze returned to his chamber and summoned the luminous screen. The recent pirate attack was categorized by the screen as an experience, which could subsequently be distilled into entries. As anticipated, a stream of information cascaded across the screen. During the skirmish, his marksmanship was impeccable, with nearly every shot finding its mark, resulting in the acquisition of a D-grade information entry, Sniper. D-grade entry, Sniper entry effect. 1. Personal influence is enhanced. Both command and agility attributes receive a D-grade augmentation of 1 point. 2. Vision is significantly improved. allowing the ability to discern the movement frequency of an ant's antennae within a 50-meter radius. Entry commentary. I wager that your firearm is devoid of ammunition. Through stealthy tactics, he eliminated several pirates, resulting in the acquisition of an E-grade ability entry, Cold Shot. E-grade entry, Cold Shot entry effect, 1. Personal agility attribute receives an E-grade enhancement of 1 point. 2. Should an opportunity arise where a target is inadequately defended, one can aim for vital areas to inflict additional damage. Entry commentary. Can the actions of a sniper truly be deemed a sneak attack? With astonishing speed, he executed precise assassinations of numerous pirates, culminating in the acquisition of a D-grade information entry, Killing Machine. D-grade entry, Killing Machine entry effect, 1. Personal influence and intimidation are augmented. Command attribute receives a D-grade enhancement of 1 point. 2. Exhibiting relentless lethality akin to a machine. Both endurance and strength attributes receive a D-grade enhancement of 1 point. Entry commentary. Love, death, robots. In aborting action, he garnered 3 new entries, 2 D-grade information entries, and 1 E-grade ability entry. Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement. The attribute enhancement from the sniper entry not only amplified his capabilities but also brought about an improvement in static vision, coupled with heightened auditory sensitivity. His sensory perception within a 50-meter radius could be likened to that of a human radar. The Cold Shot entry, an E-grade attribute, offered little more than a modest increase in agility. For someone of my current standing, the E-grade entries, barring those capable of continuous training and enhancement like Beast's Breath, hold little value. The Killing Machine entry, a formidable D-grade attribute, offers a comprehensive boost to all attributes and is exceptionally powerful. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's overall evaluation has ascended to D, symbolizing that his prowess has genuinely reached the D rank. No longer is he the faux D elevated by a commanding C attribute. The phrase killing and arson. Golden Belt aptly applies to this skirmish with pirates. Besides summarizing the 3 new attributes acquired from his experiences, Cui Ze also garnered other invaluable resources during this battle. The nearly 40 F-grade baits provided by the pirate henchmen can be disregarded. The crux lies in the fact that one of them is a D-grade bait derived from the victory of Aokiji. A devilish temptation suddenly echoed in the depths of the seasoned angler, Xiao Ze's mind. Fishing? Fishing? Cui Ze, without doubt, yearns to fish. While the experience gained through reflection can indeed yield valuable abilities, the duration is excessively lengthy, the results frustratingly sluggish, and it is fraught with uncertainty. How could it possibly rival the ease and delight of fishing? Moreover, the fisherman never returns empty-handed. This adage rings profoundly true for Cui Ze. Baiting guarantees a catch. Though it is true that he has occasionally reeled in peculiar items such as bamboo tube plugs and specially crafted rice balls. Nevertheless, despite his fervent desire to fish, Cui Ze harbors certain reservations. During his brief sojourn aboard the naval vessel, he has engaged in fishing thrice. His first endeavor yielded 5,000 berry and a treasure map of the magnetic drum kingdom. The second brought forth the replica of the Holy Mother, a permanent compass from the ancient island, and navigational skills. The third resulted in the acquisition of the smoke form. In total, he has fished 6 times, obtaining 4 items and merely 2 ability attributes. The statistics reveal that the likelihood of acquiring items while fishing aboard the naval vessel far surpasses that of obtaining attributes. This discrepancy is precisely what stirs Cui Ze's apprehension and is one of the reasons he had temporarily ceased fishing. The miraculous notion of guaranteed catches, while immensely satisfying, is counterbalanced by the absence of any spatial storage capabilities akin to a system warehouse within the light curtain itself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze is reluctant to let his fishing prowess become widely known, for it is, after all, his ultimate trump card. Cui Ze originally intended to utilize the respite during the training camp to engage in conventional sea fishing as a guise for his ulterior motives. The entries garnered from fishing would escape the attention of others, and the items caught could be cleverly disguised as anomalies retrieved from the depths of the ocean. The camouflage was impeccable. However, unexpectedly, the sudden pirate attack allowed Cui Ze to harvest a significant amount of victory bait, including a rare D-grade lure. Cui Ze extracted the D-grade bait from the luminous screen, contemplating silently. Upon reflection, the probability of fishing up items indeed surpasses that of reeling in attributes. However, it is also noted within the effects of fishing attributes that the victory bait obtained through defeating an opponent correlates with the ability to catch. For instance, the D-grade bait acquired from vanquishing Smoker resulted in a smoke form. Conversely, the victory bait from Aokiji, a martial arts expert devoid of any devil fruit abilities, does not utilize weaponry. In essence, the likelihood of reeling in attributes from Aokiji's victory bait undoubtedly exceeds that of obtaining items. Furthermore, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cui Ze's eyes. My most significant shortcoming at present is the brevity of my development period, resulting in a severe lack of combat experience. Once I successfully utilized the bait of victory from Aokiji to fish out any combat-related abilities from the dimensional sea, I will swiftly fill this gap. However, Laoji is not entirely devoid of utilizing tools, for instance, that red and blue bodysuit he wears, recalling Laoji's tight-fitting old man's attire. Cui Ze couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Surely not. The luck of a fisherman could not possibly be this unfortunate. Cui Ze resolutely decided to commence his D-grade fishing expedition. Before casting his line, he habitually opened his personal attributes panel to observe the fluctuations in his luck. What did the goddess of fortune bestow upon him today? AD. As ever, her figure was rather unremarkable, with the goddess of luck, categorized as D, watching over him. He wielded his fingers as a rod and his thoughts as line, enticing the fish to bite. The outcome of this fishing endeavor yielded a type, ability entry. D-grade ability entry, mastery of unarmed combat. Description of the entry. Some martial artists excel in seeking combat methods that transcend firearms and blades. Adept at uncovering the weapons that lie dormant within themselves. Even unarmed, they can inflict harm or even slay their adversaries with the precision of a sword or knife. Effects of the entry. 1. The strength attribute receives a D-grade enhancement of 1 point. 2. A fundamental mastery of various exceptional combat techniques commonly found in the ocean, particularly excelling in unarmed combat. Entry evaluation. Can you withstand a punch that embodies 20 years of mastery? This is the ability I yearn for the most. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze exhaled a heavy breath, realizing in that moment, as a master of unarmed combat, the recklessness of his previous close quarters battle with Laoji, had it not been for the absolute defensive characteristics of the wild body, Iron Head, which led Laoji to believe victory was assured and caused him to lose focus. Cui Ze would have had no chance whatsoever to counterattack that eccentric old man. Thus, it is evident that Virgo is indeed a splendid shield and a valiant comrade. Next time we engage in a team battle, I must ensure he joins us again. Having compensated for his prior lack of combat experience, Cui Ze's spirits were exceedingly buoyant. The remaining number of victory baits in the luminescent screen stood at a precise total of 160, a result of previously defeating sea beasts. Coupled with this recent massacre of numerous pirates, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze closed the luminous screen. However, before the day of rest, he must confront Smoker's challenge. With my mastery of hand-to-hand combat, I feel considerably more assured. After assessing his condition, Cui Ze stepped out of the room. Due to an unexpected pirate attack today, Instructor Shiozwa temporarily suspended the advanced training course for Iron Block. Nevertheless, while the Iron Block practice may be on hold, Cui Ze's fish hunting endeavors will not cease. Whether it be wind or rain, thunder or hail, nothing can hinder the relentless blade of a fishmonger. Fish, I am coming for you once more. The following morning, after completing the routine morning assembly exercises, Cui Ze's Neptune radar precisely detected the exhilarated emotions of the female Marines aboard the naval warship. Slightly puzzled, Cui Ze recalled his conversation with Tina from the previous afternoon, and a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. Admiral Tsuru is arriving today. Cui Ze felt no significant emotional upheaval regarding Admiral Tsuru's arrival. In her youth, Admiral Tsuru was undoubtedly a striking and formidable presence, a naval beauty with a captivating figure. Yet, this is the aged Admiral Tsuru. It must be said, the world of One Piece is exceedingly cruel to elderly women. It could even be described as a curse of aging. In the mind of Admiral Tsuru, images of extraordinary and captivating elderly women flashed rapidly, causing an involuntary shiver to run down her spine. It was morning, and under the eager gazes of the female sailors, a seemingly ordinary naval warship gradually docked beside the training camp's vessels. This was a standard naval ship, devoid of any distinctive bow design. Its pristine white sails emblazoned with large, simple black characters spelling crane. Upon facing the admiring, respectful, and longing looks of the ship's female crew, Admiral Tsuru wasted no time and followed Zephyr as they made their way toward the highest office. The brief appearance of their idol was followed by a swift departure, leaving the group of enamored young women casting discontented glances at the chief instructor Zephyr. It was amusing, indeed, that the highly respected chief instructor Zephyr found himself the target of collective disdain from the female sailors over such a trivial matter. In the highest office, Tsuru remarked, "Your reputation among the female sailors is no exaggeration." Zephyr, with great warmth, poured a cup of strong tea for Admiral Tsuru and teased, "Did you notice the way they looked at me before we arrived? Their gazes must resemble how they regard bugs or rats, haha. Isn't your reputation among the male sailors similar to that of Carp and Sengoku?" Tsuru replied with a slight smile, before shifting the conversation to the matter at hand. "What is the situation regarding that notorious pirate who has caused havoc on multiple islands?" The individual Tsuru referred to as the malevolent biochemist, Mzan, who had orchestrated the tragic events on Zombie Island. A user of the superhuman virus fruitability. With him shackled in sea stone, he poses no threat, Zephyr asserted. his expression turning stern. Moreover, that individual has focused almost entirely on the development of his devil fruit powers and is merely an ordinary researcher incapable of defending himself. Zephyr had always held a disdain for those who prioritize the development of their abilities over physical training, particularly individuals like Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino. Tsuru acknowledged Zephyr's perspective. Even though she herself was a formidable user of a devil fruit, the older generation of the Navy firmly believed in the unyielding principles of physical strength and haki. However, in recent years, the emergence of increasingly formidable devil fruit users at sea was undeniable. Take, for instance, Kizaru, whom Zephyr disdained. His light fruit ability rendered numerous martial techniques obsolete. No matter how swift one might be, could they surpass the speed of light? Tsuru silently shook her head, contemplating the support of those monstrous abilities, heralding a new era for the Navy. I will expedite Zan's transfer to the deep-sea prison, Tsuru declared, sidestepping the ideological clash between Zephyr and Kizaru. Given Zan's bounty, he would likely be confined to the Red Lotus Hell on the first level. But considering his powers and the destruction he had wrought, being sent to the 6th level Infinite Hell would be more than justified. After discussing the transport of prisoners further, Zephyr broached the newly established Shichibukai system. So, the elders of the world government still intend to fully implement this pirate system? Zephyr slammed his fist on the desk, producing a harsh sound. I cannot discern the thoughts of the Gorosei. Perhaps they were spurred into action by Fisher Tiger's audacity. Scaling the red line and nearly toppling Mary Geos, Tsuru shook her head. The world government must exert sufficient deterrence over the seas. Otherwise, with one Fisher Tiger, there will inevitably be another, and the face of the world government will be utterly tarnished. When have they ever cared about maintaining their facade? Zephyr scoffed. It is merely fear of death. Regarding the Shichibukai system, it was anticipated that news would spread across the seas by next week. Tsuru stated that the Navy headquarters had received the latest information. Zephyr, momentarily taken aback, inquired if they had already found 7 willing pirates to serve as Shichibukai. Tsuru shook her head slightly, explaining that pirates of great renown and exceptional strength willing to work for the world government were exceedingly rare. The world government's plan was to establish a few role models. Zephyr nearly laughed in disbelief. Role models? Since when do pirates deserve such a title? He questioned sarcastically. Which individuals do the Gorosei intend to set as role models? There are currently 2 candidates. The first has already been settled, while discussions with the second are still ongoing. Tsuru stated calmly. The first Shichibukai is the user of the Sansan fruit, Crocodile. He once suffered a devastating defeat while challenging Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and is one of the Emperor's defeated subordinates. The second candidate the world government wishes to invite is the user of the Shadow fruit, Gecko Moria. He previously challenged Kaido of the Beasts, only to see his entire crew wiped out, escaping Wano alone. Another of the Emperor's defeated subordinates. Zephyr stroked his chin, his mind not envisioning Crocodile or Moria, but rather a new recruit training aboard the ship. The nth Shichibukai, the Navy undercover agent, Tsuru Zephyr, had once challenged Kaido and was also one of the Emperor's defeated subordinates. Is there something amiss? Tsuru inquired, noticing Zephyr's momentary distraction. Do these 2 individuals pose any issues? No, Zephyr replied, regaining his focus. I was reminded of another suitable candidate. Are you referring to the 2 giants on the island of Antiquity? Tsuru assumed he meant the captains of the giant warrior pirate crew. Yes, Zephyr vaguely acknowledged, as his plans had yet to be disclosed to anyone and currently existed solely in his mind. Whether this plan would come to fruition depended not on Zephyr's opinion, but on the capabilities of Tsuru Zephyr. To become a Shichibukai, merely being a defeated subordinate of an emperor was insufficient. The seas ultimately spoke the language of strength. Zephyr shifted the conversation, by the way, Tsuru. I encountered a new pirate yesterday who is bound to rise to prominence. Tsuru adopted an attentive posture. A user of Conqueror's Haki. Zephyr raised 2 fingers. The key point is, his name is Don Quixote da Flamingo. Cui Ze was unaware that he was about to be appointed by the general. Yesterday afternoon, thanks to a sudden enhancement of his physical strength, Cui Ze excelled in the food preparation area, achieving an astonishing speed in fish processing and ultimately harvesting a total of 40 F-grade baits. This remarkable feat can be hailed as the pinnacle of his prowess as a fishmonger. As evening approached, Cui Ze proceeded to the weapon workshop, where he collected his 2 custom-made weapons from the old marine, a short flintlock pistol and a fishbone slingshot. While general he was engaged in discussions with instructor ZFA. Cui Ze was in the shooting training room, honing his skills with the newly acquired arms. As for the short flintlock pistol, after merely firing a few rounds and discovering its exceptional accuracy, he casually tucked the pistol into his waistband. The focus of his practice, however, lay with the fishbone slingshot. With the aid of precise shooting techniques, Cui Ze rapidly mastered the art of slingshot shooting, quickly achieving a commendable proficiency. Within a 10-meter range, his accuracy rivaled that of a firearm. That was more than sufficient. Half the morning had passed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's objective is none other than Virgo, who has a miniature octopus sausage stuck to his face. While I hone my combat skills, you practice with iron blocks. It is a win-win situation. Virgo, UXX. IXX. The vice admiral hurriedly comes and goes, much like a fleeting shadow. The spirits of the naval maidens resemble those of fervent fans abandoned by their idols. Disheartened and in a state of confusion, their training efficacy consequently diminishes. Cui Ze felt no sensations yet continued to enhance his abilities in various aspects. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The naval training vessel docked at a small island blanketed in ice and snow. The climate of the Grand Line is peculiar and unpredictable, however. The climate on most islands tends to be relatively stable, generally categorized into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Of course, there are extreme exceptions like Wano Country and the island of 48 seasons. At this moment, the naval training vessel approached a quintessential winter island, which served as the venue for this training camp's weekly assessment. Students, this desolate island of ice and snow is your first checkpoint for this week's evaluation. Instructor Shiozwa stood prominently on the deck of the warship, delivering the announcement to the neatly arranged naval soldiers before him. The initial checkpoint was aptly named Traversing the Deserted Island. Within a single day, you are required to traverse this small, snow-laden island, facing challenges such as severe cold, snow, and hunger, all of which you must resolve on your own. Before landing on the island, each participant may select 3 items to accompany them, be it cold-resistant clothing, explosive weaponry, or cooking tools, with a strict limit of 3 items allowed. The deadline is set at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Any student who fails to traverse the island and reach the opposite side by that time will receive a failing grade for this week's assessment. Lastly, a friendly reminder. Instructor Shiozwa crossed his arms, presenting a chilling smile to the naval personnel. This icy island is near the kingdom of science. Indeed, you heard correctly. It is the homeland of Dr. Vegapunk. Prior to joining the world government, Dr. Vegapunk was active in his homeland for many years, conducting technological modifications on numerous creatures from the kingdom of science. Thus, the adversaries you will encounter while traversing this deserted island will not only include the harsh elements but also the technologically altered beasts created by Dr. Vegapunk. Now, the assessment begins. Upon receiving the command, the naval soldiers swiftly departed from the deck of the warship, racing toward the snow-covered island below. Among the crowd, an exhilarated Cui Ze reveled in the moment. Finally, the time for the first weekly assessment has arrived. I have gained a brief period of free movement. That means all the bait I have saved over these days is finally ready for use. Cui Ze breathed steadily as he swiftly plunged into the interior forest of the ice and snow island, outpacing the majority of the members in the training camp. Most importantly, this island is in proximity to the future kingdom, the homeland of the eminent scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. I wonder what kind of entries I might reel in. As he ventured deeper into the Winter Island's forest, Cui Ze's pace gradually diminished. His acute hearing and the sniper's exceptional vision operated in unison, ever vigilant of his surroundings. This range is still insufficient. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze retracted the breath of beasts. This technique, which had once bestowed upon him a significant enhancement, now yielded only negligible improvements to his physical attributes, as all 3 primary combat traits had been elevated to AD grade. Nevertheless, Cui Ze continued to refine the intricacies of the breath of beasts. After all, this technique was not merely a means to amplify one's physical prowess. It also served as an accelerator for training with iron weights. Currently, Cui Ze had mastered the ability to maintain the breath of beasts throughout the daylight hours. Yet he still struggled to sustain a specific rhythm during his nightly slumber, leaving him with a considerable distance to cover before achieving full concentration in a state of constant focus. Summoning a luminous screen, Cui Ze surveyed his current stock of bait. After days of diligent effort, he had amassed a remarkable total of 240 F-grade bait, an unprecedented quantity. However, despite the abundance of bait, the efficacy of F-grade items had become rather limited for him at this stage. Cui Ze pondered silently. It is best to commence with the fusion. Among the 240 F-grade baits, 200 were sourced from the miscellaneous fish and sea beasts, while 40 were obtained from the previous crew associated with the Don Quixote family. All of these can be deemed as mid-level F-baits. After a thorough fusion process, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze retrieved an E-rank bait. This time he did not concern himself with the whims of Lady Luck and commenced fishing directly. Type of catch. Item E-rank item. Health bracelet source of item. A certain magical index series description of item. A wearable smart device effects of item. 1. This bracelet can automatically record real-time data related to daily activities, including exercise, sleep, respiration, and heart rate. 2. It is solar-powered and features water and cold resistance. Item evaluation. Now I too am a boy with a little rubber band. It is just perfect for enhancing the beast's breath technique. It seems fortune is smiling upon me today. In an instant, a sleek, obsidian-hued smart bracelet materialized in Cui Ze's palm, approximately 1 finger's width, adorned with a technologically advanced screen embedded within. At first glance, one might mistake it for a simple black woven wristband. The most astonishing revelation was that the future kingdom was somehow intertwined with the world of the magical index. Could it be possible to summon the railgun? Whether it be the railgun girl or her sister, I could manage either. Oh woo. Upon hearing the distant howl of a wolf, Cui Ze was momentarily startled. Nearly convinced that he had howled involuntarily himself, it soon dawned on him that the sound originated from a distant ice wolf. No, remaining stationary to fish was utterly foolish. I still have a power yet to employ. With a flicker of thought, Cui Zeshin's form abruptly transformed into a fearsome specter cloaked in smoke. He glided to the vicinity of the dense branches high above the winter forest, choosing not to advance further but instead remaining in place. This smoky visage, impervious to ordinary physical assaults of D-grade and below, ensured his safety within the snowy woods of Winter Island, alleviating any lingering concerns. Cui Ze merged the remaining 14 premium E-baits in pairs. Ultimately, these baits transformed into one superior D-bait, one intermediate D-bait, and one inferior D-bait. This granted him a total of 3 fishing opportunities. In the depths of Cui Ze's eyes sparkled a glimmer of anticipation, clearly indicative of his eager expectations. Judging by the remarkably compatible health bracelet attuned to the breath of beasts, it seemed that fortune favored my fishing endeavors today. In light of this, I shall disregard the physical stature of Lady Luck and proceed directly to fishing. During the fishing expedition, the acquired item was categorized as follows. Item type: Object Grade D item. Clockwork bandage source, a product from the A Certain Magical Index series. Description: a military-grade adhesive strip equipped on the inner side of the body, possessing supersonic extensibility, born from the independentization of the power components of the driving armor. Effect: by wrapping the clockwork bandage around one's legs, one can attain speed surpassing that of a train, D, and possess leg strength formidable enough to break steel bars, D. Evaluation: outstanding. I am the Iron Leg. Suddenly, in his smoky form, a resilient and thick white bandage materialized in Cui Ze's grasp. Before he could secure it, the clockwork bandage pierced through the dense gray mist, plummeting directly downward until it became ensnared upon a branch. Witnessing this peculiar occurrence, Cui Ze dispelled his smoky form and alighted upon the branch to retrieve the bandage. This was an unprecedented situation, presenting a rather strange ability effect. While he had willingly transitioned into his smoky form, allowing all items on his person to follow suit, he found himself unable to grasp anything thereafter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze committed this piece of intelligence to memory and swiftly redirected his attention to the newly acquired spring bandage. After inspecting the item's effects, a flicker of delight danced across his brow. Is this the legendary fishing effect of the top-tier D-bait? How enchanting. He had directly fished up an item with peak attributes soaring to D. Currently, Cui Ze's strength and agility attributes are both rated as D level. According to the upgrade rules of the attribute panel, D represents a doubling of the D level, and then a further doubling. This means that after acquiring the winding bandage, Cui Ze can unleash a maximum speed and leg power that is a remarkable 4 times greater than before. How formidable! Cui Ze wound the spring bandage around his leg, and an overwhelming sense of power surged within him, as if he could shatter mountains and dry rivers with a mere kick. However, Cui Ze was well aware that this was merely an illusion born from a sudden enhancement of strength, and he quickly acclimated to it. The health wristband and the spring bandage. Today, as fishing luck was simply off the charts. Filled with excitement, Cui Ze rubbed his palms together and took out the remaining 2 D-grade bait, one of medium quality and the other of lower quality, tossing them into the dimensional sea. Could it be that fortune is finally on my side? Oh, goddess of luck, grant me a double catch. During the fishing expedition, the following items were acquired. D-grade item: ample-bosomed handmade in origin, series of a certain magical index. Description: S-class Indian poker, a superpower card crafted as a simulated learning device. Effect: enhances the user's bust size. With effects as described. Literally evaluation: a true gentleman appreciates a generous bosom. Continuing the fishing endeavor. The subsequent item acquired was D-grade item, white telephone worm. Description: a creature used for communication, resembling a snail. Effect: a rare white telephone worm that can attach to communication telephone worms, emitting interference waves to prevent eavesdropping on conversations. Evaluation: why are you shouting so loudly? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze casually tucked the white telephone bug into his pocket, his fingers gripping the edge of the Indian playing cards tightly. If the white telephone bug could indeed prevent eavesdropping, it might prove somewhat beneficial. But what utility does this voluptuous card possess? It is nothing but a sheer absurdity. Even a pervert like me finds it grotesque. The crux of the matter is, are there truly such rare creatures as flat-chested beings amidst this vast ocean? This fishing ability has a remarkable way of playing with one's mindset. Once upon a time, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze leaped gracefully from the branch, akin to an agile bird. landing upon the snow-covered ground and sending ripples of white crystalline snow into the air. In this frigid isle adorned in a silvery shroud, only the warmth of a cough syrup, or perhaps the embrace of a winding bandage, could bestow upon me a semblance of human warmth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a swift motion, Cui Ze delivered a powerful kick, his right leg, ensconced in winding bandages, traced an almost ethereal blur in the air before crashing forcefully into the soft abdomen of the semi-mechanical snow wolf, resulting in a catastrophic fracture that led to the creature's immediate demise. You have vanquished a semi-mechanical snow wolf with an overall evaluation of E. You have earned an E-level victory bait. Cui Ze no longer regarded such trivial adversaries with seriousness and proceeded to engage in fishing. The type of catch this time: ability entry, E-level ability entry, 45-degree angular attack, mechanical repair method source, a certain magical index series description, a handy tip for repairing malfunctioning machinery effects. 1. A powerful kick at a 45-degree angle directed at a worn-out vending machine yields a random free beverage. 2. Enables one-handed opening of pull-tab cans. 3. When encountering malfunctioning machinery, using this ability may have a minuscule chance of restoring the machine to normal operation. Evaluation. The wretched safety pants, crossed out. It is confirmed that there will be no updates this afternoon. The author is in mourning today and tomorrow, attempting to carve out time to type on a mobile device. This pirate, standing firm in righteousness, will not be updating this afternoon. Currently engaged in manual typing. Please hold on for a moment. After content updates, please refresh the page to receive the latest updates. Undoubtedly, yet another peculiar skill has been acquired through fishing. Cui Ze deactivated the light screen, confirming that the day's fortune was not conducive to fishing, thus he refrained from wasting time in the snowy forest. He fully harnessed the acceleration effect of the spring bandage, propelling himself like a shooting star racing towards the temporary camp at the opposite end of Winter Island. His D-level attributes had elevated him to the upper echelon of the elite training camp. With the aid of the spring bandage, Cui Ze's current explosive speed had reached D, a feat that could arguably place him at the pinnacle of the entire elite training camp. As Cui Ze sped along, successfully traversing the icy expanse of Winter Island and reaching the temporary camp set up by the instructors before noon, he found the area largely deserted. Only a few naval soldiers had completed the island traversal assessment ahead of time, or rather, there was but one, Smoker the Smoke Man. In terms of speed, you truly excel. Cui Ze mused, acknowledging that despite the recent assistance of the spring bandage, he had still relied on his own legs to complete the task, unlike Smoker, who had taken to the skies. It was well known that in this era, infantry could not compete with cavalry, let alone the aerial forces soaring above. Just as Cui Ze silently lamented this disparity, Smoker's eyes brightened upon seeing him arrive at the temporary camp. He instantly discarded the training apparatus he was holding and strode over with great enthusiasm. You've arrived, Cui Ze. Smoker's expression resembled that of a predator ready to pounce on its prey, filled with desire and excitement. You have no idea how long I have waited for this day. Cui Ze shrugged lightly, speaking with a casual nonchalance. In fact, it has been less than a week, although I have undergone a profound transformation. If prior to acquiring the spring bandage, Cui Ze believed he had a 95% chance of triumph against Smoker, then at this moment, his probability of winning this challenge has escalated to an impressive 98%. The 1 in 10,000 chance of failure stems from external factors that may interfere. Another 1 in 10,000 arises from the possibility of Smoker unexpectedly unleashing his latent potential and awakening the powers of the smoke fruit. Come on, Cui Ze. Smoker displayed an exceptionally rare expression, both philosophical and fervent. Face me directly. I apologize, but I must decline. Cui Ze crossed his arms, signaling a firm refusal. Currently, we are still in the midst of the first assessment, and the true challenge between us awaits in the forthcoming combat evaluation. Time swiftly passes, the sun dipping low in the west. This snow-clad island, adjacent to the kingdom of the future, is graced by a splendid evening glow. With the command of the training camp instructors, the initial phase of this week's assessment, navigating the deserted island, has concluded successfully. After enduring an intense half-term of elite training, no one is likely to falter at the first hurdle. Next, the members of the training camp must confront one another in combat. The combat evaluation looms ahead. Those elite naval soldiers who arrived early at the temporary encampment enjoyed a well-deserved respite and ample nourishment, allowing them to maintain peak condition for the upcoming battles. In stark contrast, the last soldiers to reach the encampment find themselves dragging their weary, cold, and hungry bodies, facing their opponents with a significant disadvantage. According to the training camp instructors, all combatants for the evaluation are selected at random. Yet, when Smoker's name was called first, his own name followed closely behind. Cui Ze soon realized that he ultimately could not evade the subtle manipulations at play. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the training camp instructors were merely eager to witness the unfolding drama. Under the collective gaze of numerous members of the elite training camp, Cui Ze and Smoker emerged from the crowd, one following the other. Smoker maintained his usual attire, and despite his internal reminders to regard this confrontation with Cui Ze seriously, he failed to make any specific preparations in advance. Perhaps in Smoker's perspective, his previous defeat at the hands of Cui Ze was merely a result of carelessness. He believed that as long as he exercised sufficient caution this time, he would undoubtedly triumph over Cui Ze, indeed, with a resounding victory. In stark contrast to Smoker's everyday garb, Cui Ze was far better prepared. He possessed 2 flintlock pistols, one slung across his back and the other tucked at his waist. Beside his legs, wrapped in spring-loaded bandages, lay a mysterious wooden box. Adorning his face was a rudimentary protective mask, and in his hands, he wielded a rather peculiar weapon, a slingshot. Although I was aware of Cui Ze's exceptional marksmanship, employing a slingshot against Smoker seemed audacious, perhaps even overly arrogant. Had Cui Ze truly mastered the application of armament hockey? The surrounding Navy soldiers began to murmur among themselves, and even the observing instructors could not help but cast curious glances. Leading the group were Instructor Xiu Zhua and the scarred-faced instructor. Isn't this lad's weapon a bit too presumptuous? The scarred-faced instructor pondered. Does Cui Ze believe he can defeat Smoker with mere iron? Instructor Xiu Zhua stroked his beard thoughtfully. When Smoker beheld Cui Ze's full array of gear, especially the seemingly trivial slingshot, fury ignited within him, his eyes widening like cowbells. Cui Ze, you are undeniably arrogant. Smoker roared. Not waiting for the examination instructor to issue a command, he immediately transitioned into a semi-smoke state. In an instant, his powerful legs transformed into a swirling mass of dense white smoke, propelling him rapidly toward his target, the distance between the two narrowing swiftly. At that moment, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze swiftly seized a balloon, wedging it into the leather pouch of a slingshot, and instantly tightened the manatee rubber band, launching the balloon into the air. Despite Smoker's cautious intent to steer clear of the bulging, enigmatic balloon, the proximity to Cui Ze left him with little choice but to divert slightly, resulting in the balloon striking the dense white smoke enveloping his lower body. The balloon collided with the smoke, its rubber composition inflicting no harm whatsoever, merely producing a ring of white vapor. A feigned attack? Just as Smoker was engulfed in uncertainty, a resounding bang erupted, and a round bullet appeared with the swiftness of thunder, striking the very center of the rubber balloon with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. Bang. The sounds rang out in succession, the former a sharp pop as the balloon burst, sending droplets flying, and the latter a booming report of gunfire as the bullet soared forth. Just when the naval soldiers presumed that Cui Ze was merely toiling in vain, Smoker let out a cry of anguish. A crimson hue began to stain the viscous white smoke. This was no ordinary water balloon, but rather a balloon filled with seawater. Cui Ze stood with a cheerful demeanor, dissipating the faint smoke from the muzzle of his flintlock. The specific form of the smoke, resembling particles of dust, was inherently restrained by the liquid. If it were seawater, this vulnerability would be magnified to an extraordinary degree. Furthermore, bullets tainted with seawater transcended the nature of ordinary ammunition. For certain self-righteous wielders of natural-type devil fruits, bullets imbued with seawater possessed at least the capability to bypass defenses. In essence, the natural type does not embody the invincibility that many presume at the outset. The gathered naval soldiers erupted in astonishment. They could scarcely believe that Cui Ze had managed to injure Smoker, the top-tier powerhouse of the training camp, merely by employing the commonplace elements of seawater and bullets. This realization was precisely what Cui Ze aimed to challenge, the seemingly indisputable truth held by the masses. A seawater balloon and a flintlock, combined with a commendable marksmanship, indeed posed a threat to natural-type fruit users. Of course, this was only applicable to a select few among them. Entities like magma or ice would remain unaffected by a mere splash of seawater. Similarly, phenomena such as lightning or thunder would not be hindered by a trivial amount of seawater. Ultimately, the inadequacy lay with the smoke fruit, Smoker, which proved to be notably deficient. Smoker, decidedly wary, stood rooted in place, his legs having reverted from their smoke form back to flesh and blood. A bloom of crimson splattered across the azure fabric of his naval uniform, glaringly vivid. The bullet that had ruptured the balloon, through the medium of seawater, had struck Smoker's leg, inflicting considerable damage. Smoker could hardly fathom that his long-anticipated second challenge would find him at such a disadvantage, and at a pace far surpassing the last encounter. In a mere exchange, he was wounded by Cui Ze, employing the very ordinary firearms he typically derided. Cui Ze, I shall advance. Smoker resolved not to recklessly shift into his smoke form this time. He showcased the prowess of the foremost elite soldier of this naval training camp, executing a swift kick with remarkable finesse. The bullet wound to his leg, for someone of Smoker's unique constitution, seemed to pose minimal hindrance. Cui Ze fixed his gaze intently on the rapidly approaching Smoker. This time, he abandoned the teasing fishbone slingshot and instead grasped the seawater balloons with both hands, hurling them towards the location of the smoke man. With the aid of precise aim, Cui Ze's throws proved to be quite accurate, as the seawater balloons scarcely deviated from Smoker's form. A multitude of seawater balloons were launched, followed closely by a barrage of merciless bullets. The punctured seawater balloons burst in midair one by one, creating a small curtain of seawater in the vicinity. Aware of the peril posed by the seawater-soaked bullets, Smoker transformed into his mist state and ascended into the sky. Reacting swiftly, Cui Ze immediately cast seawater balloons upwards, detonating them one after another. Smoker once again evaded the assault. Observing how Cui Ze, armed with merely a gun and a plethora of seawater balloons, was able to corner Smoker, the star of the training camp, the elite Marines could only stare in astonishment. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Navy soldiers' characteristic bulging eyes, mouths agape, and faces etched with disbelief. Cui Ze considered his educational session to be relatively satisfactory and voluntarily ceased his antics of hurling seawater balloons. Smog, perplexed by the turn of events, continued to soar above, apprehensive that this might be yet another of Cui Ze's cunning tricks. However, upon glimpsing the scarce number of seawater balloons within the wooden crate, Smog swiftly discerned the truth of the matter. Cui Ze is running low on ammunition. He nearly burst into laughter at the realization, unwilling to concede defeat. He transformed once more into a thick, viscous cloud of white smoke, descending from the heavens directly towards Cui Ze's position, utilizing the powers of the smoke fruit. Smog's descent accelerated dramatically, accompanied by a strike from above. White fist. Cui Ze, calm and composed upon the ground, gazed up at the exuberant smog in the sky, reminiscent of a master who had perfected the art of the Buddha's palm, observing another still grappling with the arduous practice of the frog technique. Thud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze, unwilling to grant the chain smoker any further time to vent, stomped heavily on the ground, causing a burst of white snow dust to explode around him. Utilizing the force of the impact, Cui Ze soared into the air, delivering yet another merciless downward kick. Just as Smog had begun to coalesce into form, he was once again obliterated by this overwhelming force, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Cui Ze appeared as an indefatigable machine, relentlessly bombarding Smoker's form, transforming it into ephemeral wisps of white smoke time and again. Cui Ze, you have gone far enough. After enduring countless blows from Cui Ze's leg techniques, Smoker's pent-up fury finally reached its zenith. As Cui Ze leaped high into the air once more, Smoker forcefully restrained his smoke fruit ability, refusing to revert to his intangible state. With crimson eyes ablaze with rage, Smoker glared intensely at Cui Ze. This time, I shall not be easily vanquished, he bellowed, his blood surging like a mighty river through his veins, muscles swelling and hardening with ferocity. Hiya! Iron block! A resounding crash erupted, far more powerful than any preceding collision. Cui Ze's downward kick struck Smog directly on the shoulder, with leg strength formidable enough to shatter steel. The so-called iron block, which boasted the defense of steel, felt as soft as a layer of cotton. Smog could barely withstand the impact for less than 2 seconds before Cui Ze's kick shattered his scapula. The intense pain overwhelmed him, causing his vision to blur, and his body was propelled into the thick snow, rendering him incapable of rising again. Cui Ze descended upon the snowy ground, his expression somewhat peculiar. What could possibly serve as a barrier? It had to be an iron block. As a result of employing the notorious skill of the iron block, the player Smog was compelled to withdraw from the battlefield, inadvertently providing Cui Ze with yet another D-grade bait. He did not rush to fish immediately. Cui Ze turned his gaze towards the camp instructor overseeing the combat assessment. Only after the latter announced the results did he slowly withdraw from the arena. Subsequently, a group of robust medical personnel, their skin a deep hue and uniforms impeccably arranged, carried a white stretcher, escorting Smoker out of the venue. Truly, a display of professionalism. Cui Ze was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Smoker now infused with a touch of sympathetic warmth. The fierce clash between Cui Ze and Smoker had cast a shadow over the subsequent assessments of others, rendering them somewhat lackluster. However, most instructors, along with the majority present, seemed indifferent to the proceedings of this minor weekly battle assessment. In contrast, it was Smoker's second devastating defeat that sparked far more discussion among the attendees. Even as the weekly evaluations came to a close and everyone returned to the naval warship, conversations continued to buzz about the intricacies of Cui Ze and Smoker's second encounter. The combat philosophy of Cui Ze, the intricacies of his battle strategies, and the formidable prowess he displayed have become subjects of fervent discussion among the people, who are captivated by everything he demonstrated during this challenge. When did Cui Ze become the champion of the training camp? Today? Indeed, today? Upon returning to his room, Cui Ze summoned a holographic screen and retrieved the D-grade bait he had obtained after defeating Smog. It was still D-grade bait. It seems that a second victory does not diminish the quality of the bait. Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, undoubtedly providing substantial assurance for his green cycle and sustainable development initiative. The concern lies in the subsequent defeats. It remains uncertain whether these repeated setbacks can diminish the quality of the bait. Thus, I still find myself in great need of Smog, this formidable and experienced adversary. Cui Ze cast the D-grade bait into the dimensional sea. During the last fishing expedition with Smoker, he acquired a flying ability in the form of smoke. One can only wonder what treasures await this time. This fishing expedition yielded the following type of reward: ability entry. Degrade ability entry. 6 styles. Shave entry description. A movement technique from one of the 6 styles. Entry effect. Within a mere moment. 36 seconds. The user can execute a series of rapid footfalls against the ground, harnessing the explosive reaction force generated to achieve swift movement. The speed of movement varies according to the user's agility attribute. Note: the ability requires strength, agility, and endurance attributes to all reach D grade, which has been satisfied. Entry evaluation. One might assume that the smoker is a natural power jet warrior, but in reality, he is merely a leg-powered jet machine. Shave? Gazing at the newly acquired ability entry, Cui Ze couldn't help but be momentarily startled. This marked his second acquisition of a technique from the 6 styles. Indeed, just today. Prior to accepting Smoker's challenge, Cui Ze had already mastered the ability of Iron Block, transforming it into his own ability entry. Degrade ability entry. 6 styles. Iron Block entry description. A defensive technique from one of the 6 styles. The completely unified naming convention indicates that the 6 styles comprise a series of abilities. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze produced the carefully prepared speech he had devised. After 2 days of diligent practice, he was confident in his mastery of the capabilities of the Iron Block. Show me, he requested. Instructor Shiozua beckoned to Cui Ze with a motion of his finger, simultaneously raising his fist, which was as large as a cauldron. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Cui Ze remarked, however. I have observed that most members within the elite training camp are able to freely choose their study of the 6 styles. Instructor Shiozua pondered for a moment before responding. I believe you may have misunderstood something. Firstly, the 6 styles indeed require military merit for exchange. Secondly, with the exception of yourself, the vast majority of individuals in the elite training camp were selected from various naval bases due to their exceptional military achievements, which naturally allows them to effortlessly exchange for the opportunity to study the 6 styles. Lastly, the elite training camp has already completed more than half of its course. Even those Marines who initially lacked sufficient military merit have, through diligent training over this period, captured numerous pirates, thereby enhancing their military achievements and qualifying for the study of the 6 styles. So, do you understand now? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze aspires to gather all 6 styles. First and foremost, he must procure the corresponding D-grade bait. Secondly, he requires a sufficient foundation of fishing luck. In essence, even if Cui Ze manages to collect the D-grade bait, without favorable fortune in fishing, he will still catch nothing. After consulting with instructor Shiozua, Cui Ze's gaze instantly focused on Virgo, who was diligently honing his physique in the advanced martial arts training room. A sincere smile blossomed on his face as he strode purposefully towards Virgo's position. Virgo, shall we engage in a sparring session together? The moment these words escaped his lips, they captivated the attention of the other elite recruits in the training room. Even though Cui Ze had publicly defeated Smoker the previous day, effectively establishing his position as the new star of the training camp, not everyone was entirely convinced. Many Navy soldiers believed that had Smoker not consumed the smoke fruit and become an invincible Logia-type user, he would never have ascended to the top rank within the training camp. Others speculated that if Smoker were not a user of the smoke fruit, the true champion of the camp would likely emerge from the ranks of skilled martial artists such as Weratumaru or Virgo. Thus, when they witnessed Cui Ze directly challenging Virgo, it was impossible for the other recruits not to be intrigued. However, Virgo, the subject of this challenge, found himself momentarily stunned in place. This fellow, could he be any more naively enthusiastic? Virgo stared blankly at Cui Ze, who approached him with unwavering resolve, his emotions surging within. Merely having assisted him in withstanding Lao Ji's assault was enough for Cui Ze to place such trust in him. Despite the fact that Cui Ze had inadvertently disrupted a plan set forth by the young master, Virgo felt that this earnest trust could potentially aid Cui Ze in the future, particularly in the Navy's undercover operations orchestrated by the young master. Virgo even sensed that he might be able to harness this trust to win Cui Ze over. Yet, for reasons unknown, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, Cui Ze had reached Virgo's side, giving a hearty pat on the latter's shoulder. "Virgo, were you not practicing with the iron block?" Cui Ze exclaimed loudly. "Just recently, my leg strength has significantly increased, and since it is not an exceedingly sharp or piercing offensive technique, it can perfectly assist you in honing your iron block training." As one of the participants in yesterday's Winter Island assessment, Virgo had naturally witnessed the explosive power of Cui Ze's legs. Those were thighs capable of withstanding even Smoker's iron blocks. However, Virgo held immense confidence in his mastery of the iron block, convinced it surpassed the need for supplementary martial arts like Smoker did, attacks that Smoker could not endure. "I am certain I can withstand." Moreover, Virgo perceived Cui Ze, with his innocent and fervent demeanor, as a worthy ally to cultivate. "No problem." Virgo set down the training equipment in his hands, his face, smeared with the batter of fried tempura, reflecting a serious expression. "Let you accompany me in training the iron block, Cui Ze. A good brother. A steadfast comrade." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze raised his right leg, which was wrapped in winding bandages. Virgo took a deep breath and shouted, "Ha! Iron block." Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air as Cui Ze's thigh swung through the air, creating a blurred afterimage, akin to a formidable whip, striking Virgo. The impact was thunderous as the slender calf collided with the solid body, producing a dull sound of muscle meeting muscle, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding naval elite. Virgo, once filled with confidence, suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from Cui Ze's leg, causing him to stagger. The stance he had just assumed faltered almost immediately. Even more critically, under the tremendous strength exerted by Cui Ze, Virgo's prized iron block defense crumbled swiftly. A mouthful of blood spewed from Virgo's throat, accompanied by a scream and a soaring battered tempura. Virgo was hurled backward, crashing against the training room wall with a resounding thud. To the onlookers, the duel unfolded as follows. Ha! Iron block. In the esteemed high-level physical training room, the renowned Virgo's iron block defense was shattered in mere moments by Cui Ze. The gazes of the elite naval trainees towards Cui Ze intensified with a mixture of gravity and admiration, while Instructor Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "This fellow has grown stronger. You have defeated an elite Marine rated D." The flashing notifications on the screen were dismissed by Cui Ze. Xiao Ze, with a tense expression, rushed forward to support Virgo, who had crashed heavily against the wall and was now sliding down. His face flushed with concern, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. He cried, "Virgo, wake up. Don't die." Instructor Xiao's perception of Cui Ze elevated further, noting his deep concern for his fellow Marines. However, the reason behind Virgo's need for care was a trivial matter beyond his focus. "Cui Ze, Virgo has already lost consciousness." A glimmer of red light flashed in Instructor Xiao's eyes, signaling the activation of observation haki. "Take him to the medical room for examination. Also, be mindful of your strength when sparring with other Marines in the future." "Understood." Cui Ze's simple reply caused a subtle shift in the demeanor of the onlookers. It was a jest, yet even Virgo, who wielded the iron block with prowess, could not withstand the force of Cui Ze's kick. Who would dare to recklessly accept Cui Ze's challenge? After escorting the disoriented Virgo to the medical room, Cui Ze eagerly returned to his quarters, intent on utilizing Virgo's D-class bait for fishing. He pondered whether he could reel in Virgo's iron block ability. Although Cui Ze had independently mastered the iron block, his progress was still significantly behind that of Virgo. Should he truly succeed in fishing out Virgo's iron block skill, he wondered if it would result in fusion, replacement, or perhaps even failure of the skill. "Virgo, my dear brother, grant me fortune in this endeavor." During the fishing expedition, the results yielded: item type, D-class. Item, 1 million berries. Item effect, equivalent currency. A neatly arranged stack of banknotes materialized in Cui Ze's palm, each note bearing the denomination of 10,000. The air fragrant with the faint scent of ink. "Damn it, Virgo, you miserable loser." Time passed swiftly, months dwindling away. The elite trainees of the Navy traversed the seas, exploring uncharted islands, battling pirates, and punishing bandits. Their fulfilling yet arduous training journey was nearing its conclusion. One day, the Navy training ship arrived in an unfamiliar sea region. The boundless azure waters were adorned with clusters of verdant islands, blooming like flowers. The expansive, broad, diamond-shaped leaves formed the landmass of these islands, while their slightly pointed edges were interspersed with lush forests, vibrant petals adding to the deadly allure. On the wide deck of the Navy training ship, the current elite sea soldiers stood in orderly formation, silently awaiting commands. At the forefront stood the charismatic and imposing figure of Cui Ze, the renowned leader of the sea soldiers. Months had passed. The prowess of Cui Ze has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to the moment he first boarded the training vessel. This is evident through the personal attribute hologram. Name: Cui Ze. Feat strength, sea endurance, sea agility, sea leadership, C. Intimidation, not activated luck. D. Augmented by visitors from the otherworld. Overall evaluation. D. Through months of relentless effort and the rapid growth spurred by his primal nature. Cui Ze's 3 primary combat attributes have all reached the C level. The talent and information entries remain largely unchanged. However, there have been developments in the ability entries. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze has amassed a personal fortune of 5,005,000 Bailey over time, showcasing his remarkable luck in fishing. However, despite his mastery of the 6 techniques and the elevation of all his attributes to grade C, it is rather peculiar that his overall evaluation remains stagnant at grade D. D, still D. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze once sought guidance from instructor Xiozhua, who is indeed a master of the formidable haki. The response he received was that haki represents a latent power possessed by all humanity, and that unwavering conviction is the essence of strength. Indeed, the essence of instructor Xiozhua's answer can be succinctly captured in 4 characters. Unwavering conviction. Cui Ze, this half-native who has been diluted by the waters of time, currently lacks a resolute and fervent belief in combat. He can only rely on the daily honing of iron and the art of drawing on paper, hoping to awaken the power of dominance within. Standing in formation, Cui Ze is still pondering how to harness this power when he suddenly hears instructor Xiozhua's proclamation. This monthly assessment is also the final evaluation of this training camp. What? Startled, Cui Ze abruptly lifts his gaze towards instructor Xiozhua, whose meticulous expression indicates that this statement is no jest. The training camp is drawing to a close. Cui Ze found himself unable to fully reflect upon the myriad experiences of the past few months. For instructor Xiozhua had already commenced discussing the particulars of the final assessment. Do you see that row of enormous flowers upon the sea? Instructor Xiozhua gestured toward the audience. Those flowers were, in fact, an expansive archipelago known as the Boeing Islands. Throughout the ensuing month, the members of the training camp would each venture into the Boeing Islands to engage in personal survival training. Everything on the islands would serve as the basis for your assessments. At this juncture, instructor Xiozhua could not help but inhale deeply, solemnly declaring, "May you rely on your own fortune." Before long, small boats began to depart from the naval training vessel, ferrying elite sailors toward the nearby Boeing Islands. Due to the considerable number of participants in the training camp and the limited number of islands, an average of 4 to 5 naval soldiers would be assigned to each island. Accompanying Cui Ze to the islands were Smoker, Virgo, and Bartolomeo, essentially the Sea Army de la Sea Army of this year's elite naval training camp. Upon reaching the Boeing Islands, the composed Cui Ze was first assigned to a vast, leaf-like expanse. Shortly thereafter, the boats carrying Smoker, Bartolomeo, and Virgo slowly departed from the shore. The soldiers would not be stationed in the same area of the islands. Once the boats had completely vanished from sight, Cui Ze turned to observe the vividly colored petal-like islands. The majority of the naval soldiers had never even heard of the Boeing Islands. However, Cui Ze, well-versed in the original narrative, was acutely aware that the Boeing Islands were the very site where Usopp, the sharpshooter of the Straw Hat Pirates, had spent 2 years training. Externally resembling a blossoming flower, these islands were, in truth, enormous carnivorous plants known as barren of the stomach, floating upon the ocean. A fantastical island teeming with giant beasts and alluring sustenance. One could only wonder if there existed a corresponding fishing range in another world. Cui Ze skillfully retrieved an F-grade bait and cast it into the dimensional sea, immediately engaging in fishing. Over the past few months, whenever he arrived at a deserted island for assessment, Cui Ze would tentatively try his hand at fishing. However, he rarely encountered any suitable fishing islands. Thus far, the only ones he had encountered were the zombie island corresponding to Demon Slayer and the future kingdom linked to the series of the Forbidden Magical Index. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze was momentarily taken aback, his hand now clutching a piece of succulent grilled tenderloin infused with a rich aroma of vanilla. At last, it has arrived. A new otherworldly realm, a captive of culinary delights, a tale of a gastronomic adventure filled with extraordinary and rare delicacies, diverse culinary techniques, and formidable foes. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze held the tenderloin of a whole roasted pig in his hand, the tantalizing aroma and the flowing fat gently trickling through his fingers. I must swiftly procure the magnetic compass corresponding to the Boeing Islands to ascertain the truth. At this thought, Cui Ze found himself momentarily lost in contemplation. But one must wonder, do the Boeing Islands truly possess a magnetic compass? The Boeing Islands are not islands in the traditional sense. Their substance is, in fact, A colossal baron of aquatic flora adrift upon the ocean. Can such a massive botanical entity truly possess the so-called magnetism? Cui Ze found himself in a state of uncertainty. Regardless of whether it was the magnetic compass or the maritime map, he needed to acquire them as swiftly as possible. The location of the Boeing Islands could not be overlooked. After all, when it comes to the global stage, the pinnacle of culinary captivation surpasses even that of the Pirate King. The pressing issue at hand lay in the bait of victory. Over the past few months, aside from fundamental training, Cui Ze had dedicated himself diligently to the kitchen, meticulously preparing fish with a ruthlessly precise technique that showcased his unparalleled skill. Due to the previous trials on the deserted island, he had not encountered islands as conducive to fishing as Winter Island or Zombie Island. Consequently, the bait of victory he had accumulated through his fish preparation remained largely intact. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze gently licked the remnants of pork fat from his fingers. Yet before he could truly savor the exquisite flavor of the tenderloin, it had already been consumed. Could it be that after the survival assessment on Boeing Island, I, now accustomed to the delights of gourmet cuisine, would find myself unable to enjoy any other food? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Cui Ze, causing him to shudder involuntarily. I sincerely hope not. Having satisfied his hunger, Cui Ze began to recall the information regarding Boeing Island as depicted in the original narrative. At the outermost perimeter of the island, powerful sea beasts and other creatures were drawn in by the tantalizing aromas of food. The central area of the island was a forest teeming with the temptation of various delicacies. As for the very core, it was the gaping maw of the Baron of Gluttony. Cui Ze briefly discerned his direction and set forth towards the alluring central forest of the Boeing Islands. The sea creatures lured by the aroma of food on the island became his targets for slaughter, particularly the plump denizens of the central region, whose capture promised to be both simple and efficient. Throughout his journey, Cui Ze continuously contemplated his survival strategy for the forthcoming month. Most critically, the Baron of Gluttony himself was a form of plant organism. Though larger in size, he currently lacked sufficiently powerful weaponry to confront it. As he pondered, Cui Ze transitioned from the outer coastal area into a dense forest, abundant with diverse flora and lush trees. Upon entering the woodland, he ceased his wandering thoughts and focused his attention. The breath of beasts, spatial awareness was unleashed, allowing him to sense the surrounding environment. The outermost fringes of the Boeing Islands were also the most perilous, teeming with numerous large creatures yet to be ensnared by the Baron of Gluttony. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In midair, Cui Ze's right leg traced a fierce arc, executing a high-velocity kick that summoned a powerful air slash. 6 styles, gale kick. The luminous air slash whistled through the atmosphere, swiftly reaching the colossal cockroach before it, cleaving the incessantly chirping insect cleanly in two. Shattered exoskeleton, severed limbs, and gushing blood painted a scene of sheer horror. Despite Cui Ze's overall rating still resting at a mere D, his primary attributes all rated C, revealing that his true prowess belied the screen's portrayal. Even without a summoning device, Cui Ze stood as a formidable D-warrior. You have vanquished a giant insect with an overall rating of E. E-grade bait? Quite commendable. Cui Ze retracted the luminous curtain and hastened his departure, making his way towards the heart of the island. It seemed that for the other Marines, the resolution of this situation would pose considerable challenges. Approximately 10 minutes later, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze encountered a plethora of mutated creatures, including but not limited to colossal cockroaches, carnivorous sunflowers, gigantic ants, and deceptive man-eating flowers, ultimately acquiring a total of 7 E-grade bait. The perilous nature of the robber's forest, located on the outskirts of Boeing Island, is evident, After vanquishing a formidable giant earthworm that obstructed his path, Cui Ze attained his 8th E-grade bait and promptly ventured into the central area of Boeing Island, a forest replete with tantalizing culinary delights. The first sight to greet him was an utterly incongruous ramen waterfall. Enormous Naruto rolls, sliced halves of gigantic soft-boiled eggs, generous portions of succulent char siu, and delicate fragments of nori filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Cui Ze averted his gaze from the ramen waterfall, surveying his surroundings. Beneath the waterfall, what appeared to be a rocky terrain was, in fact, a thick layer of succulent meat, tantalizingly roasted by an unseen force, exuding an irresistible aroma. Further to the side, one could also spot fragrant herbs of pasta, ham fruits, chocolate rocks, and hot dog thickets, among a myriad of other delightful curiosities. Cui Ze finds himself immersed in a fantastical culinary kingdom, where the flora is utterly beyond reason. Cui Ze crouched down and plucked a tender green blade of grass from the ground, tasting it as he popped it into his mouth. To his surprise, it resembled the flavor of a sweet apple candy. It seemed less like a product of nature and more akin to the creation of a certain devil fruit user. Could it be the work of the esteemed chef of the big MOM pirates, the one who wields the power of the Paramecia-type Sarasara no meat, which allows him to transform all things into ingredients? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze discarded the remaining half of his candy apple and surveyed his surroundings. The biological density of this enchanted forest was hardly inferior to that of the previous bandit woods. However, the creatures within the enchanted forest were markedly different. They lacked the aggression and carnivorous tendencies that characterized those in the earlier woods. Each creature, lured by the delectable delicacies of the enchanted forest, appeared plump and robust. Their once primal instincts significantly diminished, along with their desire to attack. In summary, they had become utterly domesticated. The rotund antelopes, the corpulent wild boars, the hefty cheetahs, the chubby little birds, and the portly cows all exemplified this transformation. Cui Ze initially believed he had arrived at the set of an animated film where all the animals were plump creatures. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from addressing these corpulent beings and instead focus on constructing a temporary shelter. Cui Ze pondered for a moment. Constructing a shelter on the Boeing Islands is no trivial endeavor. The land of these islands is, in fact, the feeding organ of the Baron of Stomach. At a specific hour each day, the Baron of Stomach raises this ground, funneling all the plump creatures from the Temptation Forest directly into the central feeding orifice of the islands. Of course, the outermost area, the Bandit Forest, lies beyond the Baroness' control. Logically, it would be most suitable for Cui Ze to establish a temporary camp within the Bandit Forest. However, the density of colossal creatures within the Bandit Forest is alarmingly high. Should Cui Ze venture out to hunt and leave the temporary shelter, there exists a considerable risk of it being ravaged by other beings. Even if he remains within the confines of the temporary shelter, those famished yet reluctant to enter the Temptation Forest may still initiate an attack. While establishing a temporary shelter in the Bandit Forest poses a lower threat of destruction by the Baron of Stomach, the inherent dangers are significant. In contrast, constructing a temporary refuge within the Temptation Forest alleviates such concerns. The sole issue to consider is the stability of the temporary shelter. Thus, let us seek a sufficiently robust tree within the Temptation Forest and craft a treehouse. After making up his mind, Cui Ze immediately set his plans into motion. With the breath of beasts, spatial perception fully activated, he swiftly located a massive tree that perfectly met his specifications in both shape and thickness. The trunk of this tree was robust enough for several individuals to embrace it, and its lush branches were adorned with an abundance of pink watermelons, resembling lanterns, hanging densely from the foliage. Strangely enough, in comparison to other peculiarities, the pink watermelons growing on the tree seemed rather plausible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze resembled an emotionless automaton, fervently thrusting his hands against the robust trunk before him, accompanied by a frenzied shower of wood shavings. Cui Ze swiftly unearthed a remarkably spacious interior treehouse from this colossal tree, whose girth was sufficient for several individuals to embrace it. The bed, chairs, table, shelves, and other furnishings were intricately connected to the tree itself, alleviating any concerns about potential collapse. It was the twilight hour. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze murmured quietly to himself, glancing at the cup of the goddess of fortune. O fortune, the bountiful D-cup goddess. Fishing. During this fishing expedition, the acquired item type is goods. E-rank item, rainbow fruit. Item source, the captive of cuisine. Item description. The aroma of the juice conjures a vibrant rainbow in the air, and upon tasting, its flavor undergoes 7 distinct transformations influenced by the surrounding temperature and humidity, hence the name rainbow fruit. Item effects. 1. It serves as a delightful dessert for life's menu. 2. It produces juice. Note: a single drop of the pure essence of rainbow fruit can transform the water of a 25-meter swimming pool into a rich, aromatic juice. Item evaluation. Enjoy the delightful juice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze lifted the colorful fruit and gently took a bite. The rich and luscious juice erupted in his mouth like a bomb, instantly overwhelming his taste buds with an exquisite sweetness. Were it not for the constraints of special effects, Cui Ze would have surely burst forth in delight. Is this culinary delight? This must be a miraculous fruit. Cui Ze, with great restraint, refrained from devouring the vibrant fruit entirely. He turned his gaze towards the pink watermelon outside the window. What had seemed to him a moment ago as an incredibly sweet and thirst-quenching delight now appeared as a bland model, akin to a mere pile of sand. After having taken just a single bite of the colorful fruit, Cui Ze found himself utterly disinterested in the remaining fruits. Alas, could it be that I am truly destined to perish from hunger on the Boeing Islands? This morning at 5 o'clock, I was summoned to the mountain due to the numerous funeral customs of the author-s community, thus the update for this afternoon will be slightly delayed. Rest assured, there will be no cessation in updates. This pirate, steadfast in justice, is currently engaged in typing. Please hold for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest information. After thoroughly enjoying an entire colorful fruit, Cui Ze intended to venture into the enchanting forest to procure some of his favorite delicacies for dinner. Given his current appetite, a single roasted pig's tenderloin and a colorful fruit would hardly suffice to satiate him. They would merely serve to fill a gap. However, curiously, even before he had stepped out of the treehouse door, he experienced an inexplicable sensation of fullness, akin to the volume of food sufficient for approximately 90 people. As per the standard meal portions on the naval training ship, Cui Ze, with a hint of perplexity, gently rubbed his abdomen. After finishing the tenderloin, he felt no sense of satiety. Instead, the tantalizing aroma of the roasted pork only intensified his hunger. Thus, the issue must lie with the vibrant fruit that followed. Could it be that? Cui Ze furrowed his brow in contemplation, endeavoring to recall the general attributes of the colorful fruit from the world of Gourmet Captor. Regrettably, he found himself at a complete loss, only able to entertain an alternative possibility. The realm of Gourmet Captor is replete with an array of extraordinary high-grade ingredients, which far surpass ordinary food in both delectable quality and the difficulty of acquisition. Most crucially, those premium ingredients, marked with a grade, can provide a certain degree of evolutionary value to culinary cells. Although my body currently lacks these culinary cells, the high-grade food hailing from the Gourmet Captor world can still fulfill its most fundamental role of replenishing the substantial caloric expenditure required by the body. Broadly speaking, the ingredients within the Gourmet Captor universe can all be regarded as rich in energy and nutrients. Upon hypothesizing this possibility, Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with a sudden brilliance. His mind began to craft an ambitious aquaculture scheme titled the Baron of Gastronomy. As for the reason, the average person can scarcely comprehend the torturous ordeal of a meal requiring at least 50 bowls for a voracious eater. Ever since he acquired the wild physique, Cui Ze has transformed into an unyielding consumer of sustenance, dedicating nearly 2 to 3 hours daily to this relentless endeavor. It is an egregious squandering of life. Once he secures the captivating allure of high-energy gourmet ingredients, Cui Ze will no longer need to invest such extensive hours in his merciless feasting. He will be able to devote more time and energy to the more noble pursuit of fishery. I, Cui Ze, the fish slayer, angler, shall never be confined to walls. I am not merely a heartless glutton. High-grade delicacies are a vital avenue to alleviate the current burdensome duration of my meals. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze stood within the wooden cabin, stretching his limbs and subsequently executed the technique of shaving, vanishing from his original position like a fleeting shadow. Moments later, a series of anguished cries from dying animals reverberated through the temptation forest. You have vanquished a wild boar with an overall evaluation of F. You have defeated a crocodile, also rated F. The notifications on the luminescent screen cascaded like a flowing stream, their density nearly forming a solid mass. In the galley of the naval warship, while Cui Ze meticulously processed the marine beast ingredients, he had to exercise utmost caution in deboning and separating the flesh to prevent any wastage of the precious meat. However, on the Boeing Islands, Cui Ze's singular objective was clear: slaughter. A single strike to extinguish life was all that was required. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze temporarily altered the future hunting plans. Nevertheless, one should still hunt within the bandit forest. The temptation lies in resting and recuperating within the enchanting woods. However, this has always been the conventional developmental approach within the Boeing Islands. One indulges in abundant feasting within the safe zone, while in the wild, one engages in frenzied foraging. Expending the calories and fat accrued in the safe zone, Cui Ze lifted his gaze to the sky, realizing that twilight was swiftly approaching, prompting him to conclude the day's hunting expedition. At that moment, a thunderous tremor suddenly erupted from the depths of the enchanting forest. Accompanied by a colossal roar reminiscent of landslides and earthquakes, the entire earth tilted towards the center of the island, while its extremities reached skyward. The Baron of Gluttony stood majestically upon the sea. The ground slanted. The heavens turned upside down. The once plentiful creatures of the enchanting forest, decimated by Cui Ze, their lifeblood spilling forth, tumbled like rolling stones towards the gaping maw of the Baron, until they vanished into an unfathomable abyss. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a mere glance, Cui Ze could discern several colossal beasts struggling in midair, having inadvertently plummeted due to the sudden upheaval of the island's surface. The graceful and powerful, streamlined bodies of these creatures were evidently not the domesticated dregs of the temptation forest, but rather the resilient beasts engaged in ceaseless battles within the bandit forest. It seemed that the forthcoming hunting expedition would not only involve vying for targets against the other beasts of the bandit forest, but also contend with the Baron of the stomach. Suspended in the air, Cui Ze shook his head and activated beast breathing, spatial perception, continuously scanning the group of beings destined to be devoured by the Baron of the stomach, in hopes of uncovering any unexpected discoveries. It appeared that Smog and his companions remained unaffected by this catastrophic upheaval. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze's concern for Smoker and his companions extends beyond the mere fact that they are fellow Marines. The more significant reason lies in the fact that each of these individuals possesses an overall rating of D. Each one of them is akin to a D-grade bait, an opportunity that Cui Ze would never overlook. While the Boeing Islands are indeed teeming with numerous sea beasts and wild creatures lured by the aroma of food, as well as a plethora of domesticated livestock rendered useless, their overall ratings seldom exceed E. At least, Cui Ze is yet to encounter any large creatures on the Boeing Islands with a rating surpassing E, with the exception of Baron Gastric. Cui Ze would undoubtedly not overlook the densely populated E and F-grade beasts, as well as the sea creatures within the bandit forest. However, he would equally not disregard the formidable naval forces present on the island, such as Smoker, Virgo, and the formidable Bartolomeo. The value of a D-grade bait far exceeds that of E and F-grade baits, often by several times or even dozens of times. Defeating Smoker and his companions would prove to be far more lucrative than slaying beasts or sea creatures. Just as Cui Ze was contemplating how to cleverly orchestrate an encounter with Smoker and the others, Baron Gastric finally concluded his daily feeding activities. The ground of the Boeing Islands trembled several times before gradually returning to its original smooth curvature. Baron Gastric resumed his reclining position. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze raised his hand and plucked a cluster of cucumber-like plants from a nearby giant tree. Their exterior resembled that of cucumbers. Yet unlike cucumbers that grow individually, they appeared more akin to hanging green bananas. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze arrived at the bandit forest. The insurrection on the island yesterday had instilled a profound sense of panic among the beasts residing within the bandit forest, rendering them far less fervent in their combative and aggressive instincts compared to the previous day, with no creatures presenting themselves willingly. Cui Ze had no choice but to seek them out individually. Whether it was the enormous earthworm partially buried in the soil, the green serpent entwined around the tree trunk, or the seemingly innocuous man-eating plant skillfully camouflaged within its surroundings, none could evade Cui Ze's keen gaze. The caliber of the wildlife in the bandit forest indeed surpassed that of the temptation forest by a significant margin. The morning passed swiftly. Cui Ze has decisively eliminated over 30 E-level beasts. Such a pace and quality of slaughter far surpasses previous endeavors in the kitchen's fish preparation area. The current facility at the new recruit training camp is gradually becoming inadequate to meet my consumption demands. I require a larger venue for my Piscine endeavors. As Cui Ze pondered, he made his way towards the enchanting forest in the central region of the island. Fortunately, he was about to return to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, whose cafeteria was surely far more spacious than that of the recruit training camp. There, one could expect not only lowly sea creatures but also the presence of medium and perhaps even large sea kings. If he could endure for another 2 or 3 years and achieve the title of Sword God of 10 Mile Slope, he would master the art of fish slaying and assist his mentor, Kaido, in the kingdom of Wano. Upon returning to the enchanting forest, Cui Ze immediately noticed the arrival of a familiar guest. "Ah, Smoker, you've come." A warm smile graced the face of Cui Ze as he approached the young Marine amidst the rising white smoke. "Smoker, please, take a seat." With Smoker's arrival, the D-grade bait follows. And with Smoker here, how far can Virgo and Trafalgar Law be? In this unfamiliar environment, the sudden sounds of conversation elicited a reflexive alertness in Smoker. Upon turning to investigate, he soon recognized that the speaker was Cui Ze, and his expression relaxed immediately. "Cui Ze?" Smoker began to inquire why Cui Ze was present in this place, only to realize the implication of the earlier statement. "Did you mean to say I have arrived, suggesting that you had already reached this forest last night?" Cui Ze approached Smoker and casually explained, to be precise. "Ever since I landed on the island yesterday, I have been making my way towards the heart of the island. It is merely a personal habit. Shortly thereafter, I stumbled upon this forest, which I have temporarily dubbed the Temptation Forest." "Temptation Forest, you say?" Smoker responded, surveying the surroundings as his gaze traversed the myriad delectable delights scattered throughout the forest. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed. This is a place that can easily lead one astray. It is not merely a challenge for humans." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze nodded, affirming the revelation. Indeed. At the very heart of the Boeing Islands lies an immense feeding maw. The earthquake that struck the island yesterday evening was merely a manifestation of the island's insatiable appetite. Smoker displayed a look of incredulity. "It's nothing extraordinary," Cui Ze replied, shaking his head. "It is merely a living island. I have heard tales of colossal goldfish that feast specifically on islands. You must be referring to the island-eating goldfish, correct?" Smoker's expression of shock gradually softened, transforming into one of yearning, tinged with a hint of excitement. "I too have heard legends of that monstrous creature, capable of devouring an entire island in a single bite." Cui Ze remained unfazed. In comparison to himself, Smog was the true native of the ocean, well-versed in the lore of various sea monsters. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cui Ze sensed that the atmosphere was ripe and decided to extend an invitation for a duel. This daring bait that had conveniently presented itself was something Cui Ze eagerly wished to pocket without delay. "Hey, Cui Ze," Smog called out. "Do you think we might one day hunt down the island goldfish?" "The island goldfish?" Cui Ze pondered. Such a colossal sea creature would surely be worth an A-rank bait. Or at the very least, a B-rank one. In the recesses of Cui Ze's mind, an equivalent formula rapidly took shape, as he casually remarked. "Who can predict the future with certainty? Yet, I am resolute in my pursuit of that colossal catch." Smoker nodded in acknowledgement, having heard of Cui Ze's peculiar penchant for fishing. After all, it is indeed rare to find a Marine like Cui Ze, who diligently spends months in the ingredient preparation room, tirelessly engaged in the art of fishing. The future, undeniably, remains an enigma. Smoker softly mused. "We cannot guarantee that we will encounter the golden fish of Food Island, but this Boeing archipelago lies right before us, does it not?" Cui Ze widened his eyes slightly. "You wish to annihilate this island?" Smoker replied calmly, "Do not pretend that you do not desire it." "I certainly do." Cui Ze spoke with a hint of irritation. "However, the Navy must always proceed with practicality. The vast expanse of Boeing Island poses a challenge. Is there any feasible method for either of us to defeat it? Even to harm it? After all, Boeing Island is still an island. Do you possess the ability to annihilate an island?" Smoker fell silent, for this question had not crossed his mind until now. The notion of obliterating an island seemed almost fantastical. He began to assess his own capabilities, the smoke fruit, the 6 powers, marksmanship, and staff techniques. Indeed, the suggestion he had just made was a near impossible venture, and success appeared utterly unattainable. In truth, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze found himself in dire straits with a scarcity of high-grade bait. A resource not to be squandered. Shaking his head, he ceased to contemplate this elusive aspiration. Rather than fixating on the elusive baron of the stomach, it would be wiser to strategize on how to vanquish Smog and procure D-grade bait. Come, let us engage in combat, Smog. You have triumphed over an elite marine with an overall rating of D. Months prior, Cui Ze had employed various means to defeat Smog. Now, with his significantly enhanced prowess, overcoming Smog posed little challenge. Soon enough, he harvested this willingly offered D-grade bait and converted it into his own reserves. A D-grade bait secured. Cui Ze cast the fainted smoker beside a rock heated by a fire. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Virgo and Sabo remained oblivious to when they might depart from the outer thieving forest and venture into the inner forest of temptation. I must take the initiative to embark on a hunt. Within the forest of temptation, danger is virtually non-existent, and Smoker, being a user of the smoke fruit, is impervious to ordinary harm. Cui Ze felt quite at ease leaving this individual in the temptation forest, taking the initiative to venture into the outer circle of the robber forest. While continually harvesting E-level beasts within the robber forest, Cui Ze also employed his multifaceted perception abilities to seek out the whereabouts of Virgo and Zhantao one across the vast island. The afternoon's hunting yield was less than that of the morning, yielding only over 20 E-baits. After all, despite the expansive nature of the robber forest, the number of high-level predators within it was still limited. The reason Cui Ze was able to eliminate so many E-level creatures in one go was that these provisions had been painstakingly accumulated over a long period by Baron of the Stomach. It is to be anticipated that in the days to come, the rate at which Cui Ze gathers bait will only decrease, not increase. Fortunately, I do not solely rely on the creatures of the Boeing Islands for sustenance. Cui Ze concluded today's hunting expedition and returned to the enchantment forest. Those 3 D-rank marine soldiers were truly the significant contributors. Virgo and Jean Taoan, come forth. The enchantment forest still resembled a fantastical culinary kingdom. After a day of indulgence, numerous low-level beasts from the robber forest had been lured here, feasting to their heart's content. Compared to yesterday, the overall density of the plump creatures in the enchantment forest had significantly decreased. This allows one to deduce that the Baron of the Stomach does not dine merely once a day. Upon Cui Ze's return to the enchantment forest, Smog had vanished, likely off to prepare his makeshift refuge. Cui Ze paid no mind to the departure of the smoker, for he remained within the bounds of Boeing Island. Upon returning to the treehouse, he savored his dinner, attended to his hygiene, and retired for the night. In the ensuing days, Cui Ze traversed the temptation forest and the bandit forest, harvesting E-class beasts while continually challenging Smoker to amass a substantial stockpile of bait. By the 3rd day of his arrival at Boeing Island, Virgo arrived at the temptation forest and was soundly defeated by Cui Ze. On the 5th day, Bartolomeo ventured into the temptation forest, only to be bested by Cui Ze as well. His days were filled with dining, slumber, battling marines, and slaying beasts. Through the selfless contributions of Smoker, Virgo, Bartolomeo, and a multitude of creatures from the bandit forest, Cui Ze steadily accumulated bait, ultimately gathering several C-class bait. On this day, with gentle breezes and clear skies, the environment was perfectly suited for fishing. In the temptation forest, within the treehouse, he proudly surveyed his entire stock of bait. For C-class baits, this constituted the entirety of his current bait reserves. Cui Ze summoned a luminous screen to examine the fishing baits at his disposal. He possessed 4 C-grade baits, in addition to the premier C bait he already owned. The latter had been acquired through months of relentless training, during which he had vanquished numerous fish to accumulate and fuse materials. The first premier C bait was forged by repeatedly defeating Smog, Virgo, and Bartolomeo, resulting in the amalgamation of D-grade baits. The second, an intermediate C bait, was crafted over the past few days by slaying hundreds of E-grade creatures within the temptation forest and the bandit forest. The third, a lower-grade C bait, was primarily composed of materials sourced from F-grade beasts on the Boeing Islands, with a minor contribution from the remnants of low-grade C creatures processed in the kitchen. Thus, he had 2 premier C baits, 1 intermediate C bait, and 1 lower-grade C bait. Cui Ze's eyes shimmered with determination. At this moment, he was presented with one final opportunity for fusion. By merging 2 top-tier C baits, he could obtain a single B-grade bait, thus embarking on the journey of B-grade fishing. After merely a moment's hesitation, Cui Ze resolved to proceed with this plan. The distinction between C-grade and B-grade represented 2 entirely different realms. The chance to possess the ability to fish at the B-grade level was an opportunity that he could not afford to miss. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A flicker of astonishment crossed Cui Ze's face. Yet he soon reconciled himself with the reality of the situation. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable for fishing skills to possess such limitations. Otherwise, should one utilize a form of mental coercion akin to Conqueror's Haki to eliminate thousands of lowly soldiers in one fell swoop? The law of bait fusion would imply that tens of thousands of F-grade baits could effortlessly yield an A-grade bait. In such an event, the value of A-grade abilities would diminish significantly. Although Cui Ze currently lacked a comprehensive understanding of the criteria differentiating C, B, and A-grade experts, he recalled a particular incident. On the zombie-infested island, his mentor, Kaido, was capable of contesting with Admiral Zephyr for several days without displaying any signs of decline. Yet his overall evaluation was merely an A. Chapter 10. Summary of experiences. Even a formidable figure like Kaido, a top-tier powerhouse of the seas, could only attain an A-grade rating. This serves as a microcosm of a broader truth. The ability or item capable of reaching A-grade must indeed be extraordinarily potent and exceedingly rare. Consequently, it is entirely reasonable that B-grade baits and above cannot be acquired through the fusion of lower-grade baits. It is not the case that if someone were to vanquish 50,000 fishermen in a single blow on Fisherman Island, their Conqueror's Haki or any other facet of their strength would genuinely elevate them to the level of a pirate emperor, an A-grade powerhouse. Since fusion is not possible, so be it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze refrained from entertaining any notion of wasting time. He was so pressed that he could not even afford to employ low-grade sea bait as a preliminary measure, plunging directly into the pursuit of top-tier sea bait for fishing. A dual fishing endeavor. During this fishing expedition, the following was acquired. Type of acquisition. Ability entry C-grade ability entry. Primal dance source. Captured by Culinary Delight's description, primal dance, also referred to as the Dance of the Primates, is a combat technique imparted by the esteemed Ape King, Bambina, one of the 8 sovereigns of the culinary realm, to the 50 billion monkeys inhabiting the 7th continent. Effect. The essence of primal dance lies in the complete unification of the thoughts of all cells within the body, ensuring that every cell moves in harmonious synchrony. Evaluation. Are you also dancing? During this fishing expedition, the following was acquired. Type of acquisition. Ability entry C-grade ability entry. Culinary reverence source. Captured by Culinary Delight's description, a unique state of mind. Effect. By cultivating a persistent gratitude for all things in the world, the user attains a heightened level of focus and concentration, allowing for the elimination of superfluous movements, thereby reducing energy expenditure and enhancing the precision of actions. This can even lead to physiological alterations, resulting in a deceleration of caloric consumption and an increase in the capacity to store energy. Evaluation. Acknowledgement of the reverence for food. A dual ability entry? Cui Ze was taken aback. Such fortuitous luck was a rarity for him. Moreover, it had been previously mentioned that the probability of fishing out items from the dimensional sea far surpassed that of various other attributes. To his astonishment, with his luck suddenly on the rise today, he had directly fished out 2 ability attributes. Judging by this, one could truly say that his fortune today was nothing short of explosive. Cui Ze was acutely aware that personal fortune is subject to fluctuations. The opportunity to fish is fleeting and demands immediate action. He promptly discarded the remaining 2 C-grade baits, one of medium quality and the other of inferior quality, and resumed his dual fishing endeavor. During this fishing session, he acquired a type of ability, C-grade ability, super smell source, gourmet captor description, a sense of smell that surpasses that of ordinary humans and even exceeds that of canines. Effects. 1. Capable of discerning minute differences in scents present in the air. 2. Through scent, one can detect the gender, age, and approximate danger level of other humans or creatures. Evaluation. A peculiar olfactory prowess. Additionally, he obtained an item, C-grade item, species of snack tree source, gourmet captor description, a culinary tree that bears a variety of delectable snacks. Effects. It produces different delightful snacks according to the seasons, with millions of varieties, hence it is also referred to as the tree of millions. Note, due to the substantial nutritional requirements for producing these snacks, this tree is exceedingly rare, and no vegetation will grow within a 1-kilometer radius of it. Evaluation. A tree of pear blossoms overwhelms the begonia. A tree of snacks overshadows the hearth. The affairs back home are nearly concluded, and he is scheduled to return this afternoon. He is unable to ride on the vehicle, thus today's update will be postponed until the evening. At the latest, normal update times will resume the day after tomorrow, specifically at 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. He is also diligently working on manuscript storage. The pirate, adhering to justice, will update tonight. Currently, content is being manually typed. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, Kindly refresh the page to access the latest information. All 4 C-grade fishing opportunities have been completely expended. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to feel disappointment or satisfaction. However, a stroke of good fortune had bestowed upon him 3 entire attributes and a single item in return. This transaction was indeed commendable. The goddess of luck seemed to favor me, a devoted believer. Yet, it must be noted that my baseline luck value still languished at F. I cannot help but wonder if it is possible to alter my fate through the acquisition of other ability attributes in the future. A few fleeting ideas danced through my mind, but Cui Ze shook his head, choosing to set aside thoughts of enhancing his luck for the time being. Prioritizing the sequence of his fishing results instead, Cui Ze meticulously examined his harvest for the day. The first thing that caught his eye was a C-grade ability attribute, Primate Martial Arts. Primate Martial Arts. Cui Ze perused the luminous screen, his gaze flickering with a subtle nuance, for he possessed a certain comprehension of this ability. Beyond the information presented in the entry's description, Yuan Wu is one of the unique powers wielded by the protagonist, Alu, who is also a captive of culinary delights. The essence of Yuan Wu lies in the mastery over all cells within one's body. Its most fundamental manifestation is the attainment of a flawless release of force, effectively neutralizing all external influences. These forces encompass not only assaults from adversaries, but also the gravitational pull of the planet itself. Indeed, when Yuan Wu is cultivated to an extraordinarily profound level, its possessor can even liberate themselves from the planet's gravity. Take, for instance, the illustrious Yuan Wang, one of the 8 kings of the culinary realm. Before slumber, he can effortlessly leap, reaching an altitude of 50 kilometers into the stratosphere within a mere second, subsequently soaring through the mesosphere to the thermosphere. This altitude places him hundreds of kilometers above the Earth's surface, teetering on the brink of outer space. The pinnacle of Yuan Wu's force release is truly formidable. However, the quintessence of Yuan Wu transcends mere force release or defense. When the synchronized cellular consciousness, already attuned to fundamental protection, is transformed into an offensive capability, Yuan Wu can unleash an astonishing and unparalleled lethality in an instant. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's emotions surged with excitement. The formidable power of haki had been a pursuit of his for an extended period, yet he had never grasped its essence. In this treacherous sea teeming with monsters, lacking haki ultimately renders one incapable of achieving greatness. Consider 2 illustrious examples, Crocodile and Enel. Both were invincible natural fruit users during the first half of the Grand Line. Yet they fell to the hands of the inexperienced and unseasoned Luffy. Beyond the so-called protagonist's aura and fruit attribute counters, the most critical factor remains that neither Crocodile nor Enel mastered the power of haki. Perhaps their premature appearances prevented them from adapting to the evolving circumstances, which is indeed unfortunate, even bordering on tragic. Had Crocodile or Enel possessed the prowess of armament haki, could Luffy have triumphed over them? Now let us turn our attention to Cui Ze's formidable adversaries, Kaido and Big Mom. These 2 pirate emperors are both formidable haki users, wielding the pinnacle of the 3 forms of haki. Without haki, Cui Ze would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with these 2 Yonko. Yet, at present, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze took a few deep breaths to calm his exhilarated spirit, then directed his gaze towards the next fishing bounty. Sea-level ability attribute. Sense of justice. Sense of justice. A look of astonishment once again graced Cui Ze's face. Indeed, today's fishing fortune was exceptionally abundant. Just a few days ago, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist the urge to stroke his chin. With enhanced auditory sensitivity, mastery and precision shooting through visual enhancement, and the extraordinary capability of superlative olfaction, he pondered whether the future might bestow upon him the augmentation of tactile and gustatory senses, potentially culminating in a form of supersensory ability or an elevated talent. However, to speak candidly, when juxtaposed with the immense potential of the formidable ape warrior and the noble spirit of food, the power of superlative olfaction appeared somewhat inferior. Aside from the discrepancies in the quality of fishing bait, it is likely that a decline in his own fortunes also played a role. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After browsing through the item effect descriptions of the various tree species on the dim sum tree, Cui Ze instinctively shifted his gaze towards the alluring forest beneath his feet. A bold idea suddenly struck him. He began to dig. Planting trees. Indeed. Cui Ze's audacious idea is to plant the dim sum tree species on the Boeing archipelago. More precisely, it involves planting it within the enchanted forest of the central region of the archipelago. According to the item description of the dim sum tree species, once it is planted, all land within a 1 kilometer radius will become desolate and barren due to the tree's excessive absorption of nutrients. Consequently, if Cui Ze were to introduce the dim sum tree species into the enchanted forest, the vibrant realm filled with an array of wondrous delicacies would inevitably transform into a deserted wasteland, devoid of life. The Boeing archipelago, or rather, the barren of the stomach. Cui Ze was oblivious to the intricate principles and historical origins underlying the formation of such creatures. However, he was acutely aware of one fact. The barren of the stomach ensnared his prey by luring them with the rich and delectable aromas wafting from the enchantment forest, fulfilling his own survival needs. The enchantment forest undoubtedly served as an irreplaceable botanical organ for the barren of the stomach. Should Cui Ze plant the seeds of the snack tree within the enchantment forest, this remarkable tree, capable of transforming the forest's abundant nutritional delicacies into delectable snacks suspended from its branches, would not only drain the forest of its resources but also continuously siphon the barren's inherent vitality. The snack tree would inevitably become a parasitic blight upon the barren of the stomach. Once the snack tree's seeds fully matured, the barren, stripped of all nutrients, would devolve into a lifeless isle devoid of existence. At that juncture, Cui Ze would effortlessly harvest the prestigious bait symbolized by the barren of the stomach. One seed of the snack tree could be exchanged for a barren of the stomach, or in other terms, a C-grade bait could be traded for a B-grade or even an A-grade bait. Such a transaction was entirely feasible. Cui Ze brought his fingers together, cradling the seeds of the sweet fruit tree within his palm. As for the earlier mention of delivering the sweet fruit tree seeds to Charlotte Linlin in exchange for the treasures of the world, that is an utterly implausible endeavor. Who is Big Mom? She is the natural destroyer, the empress of Tato Land, the sole female emperor of the seas. If Cui Ze were to truly venture to Tato Land with the seeds of the sweet fruit tree to meet Big Mom, it is likely that before even reaching the heart of Tato Land, Cake Island, the precious seeds would be plundered by other members of the Big Mom pirates. Moreover, API call failed with status code 429, error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze harbored no concerns that the planting of the dim sum tree species would precipitate a catastrophic collapse across the entire Boeing Islands, thereby resulting in the loss of the culinary captives of the world coordinates. The Boeing Islands, indeed, comprise a series of isles. Furthermore, the gastronomic barren is not a solitary entity. Once the dim sum trees were planted, Cui Ze remained industrious. While awaiting the growth of these trees, he seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, embarking on a silent study of the techniques of 8 martial arts. As for culinary ethics, that could be addressed when mealtime arrived. The prowess of 8 martial arts lies in the mastery of one's own cells. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze immersed himself in the fundamental techniques of monkey martial arts for several minutes, and suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within them. He had initially believed that mastering the basics of monkey martial arts would require at least half a day. However, a particular ability brought him a delightful revelation, the 6th technique, paper drawing. The essence of paper drawing lies in relinquishing all bodily strength and perceiving the subtle fluctuations in airflow generated by an opponent's movements, thus allowing the body to become as light and supple as paper, effortlessly evading attacks. Although the force release of paper drawing is not on par with that of monkey martial arts, it nevertheless lays a commendable foundation for the latter. With this insight, Cui Ze navigated the capabilities of monkey martial arts without hindrance, beginning to intricately and deeply control his own cells. The fingers of his right hand, the palm of his right hand, his right forearm, his left hand, and his chest and abdomen. Cui Ze's mastery over cellular progression and scope is continuously advancing. Nearly half an hour has elapsed. Cui Ze was able to exert a rough control over all the cells in his body, temporarily relieving himself of the weight of gravity. Once he achieved this, he paused his in-depth study of the monkey fist technique. While maintaining control over his bodily cells, Cui Ze executed another martial arts technique, iron block. As he engaged the iron block to tense his entire right forearm, he simultaneously employed the monkey fist technique, commanding all the muscle cells in his right forearm to adopt a defensive posture. Time continued to pass, and the forces of iron block and monkey fist collided and merged countless times. At this moment, the two powers erupted simultaneously. A deep, dark hue suddenly manifested on Cui Ze's right forearm, radiating an imposing, metallic luster reminiscent of iron, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Concurrently, a series of new prompts emerged on the light screen. Through relentless physical training, you have comprehended a higher-level ability technique. You have acquired the C-level ability term, armament haki. C-level ability term, armament haki description. Armament haki, one of the three classifications of haki, enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities. Effect 1. Hardening. The most fundamental application of armament haki, enveloping the body in haki, rendering it harder than steel and significantly boosting defensive strength. 2. Demon lock. The most basic effect of armament haki, allowing one to make contact with the physical form of a devil fruit user. Evaluation. Stone has become even more stone-like. The haki attribute has been activated. Haki. See, your overall evaluation has risen to C. Everything seemed to unfold as if it were destined. Cui Ze fixated intently on his right forearm, enveloped in a dark hue rendered by the armament haki, his entire being stood motionless, as if transformed into a statue immersed in profound contemplation. In the next moment, Cui Ze suddenly sprang into action. He slightly bent his knees, unleashing an inexhaustible force from beneath his feet, propelling himself into the sky, with his right forearm enveloped in the formidable aura of haki. He soared high before plummeting like a meteor. Boom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze rose gracefully from the ground, gently shaking his wrist as the inky blackness of his armament haki gradually receded from his forearm. On the surface, my current physical strength was rated at a mere C level. However, in reality, possessing the mastery of armament haki allowed me to unleash a power far beyond that classification. The might of haki endowed me with the genuine ability to engage in battles that transcended my apparent limitations. After a brief evaluation of my newly acquired armament haki capabilities, Cui Ze felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He understood well that the potential of armament haki extended far beyond mere hardening. The two fundamental applications of this power are hardening and wrapping. When developed to an advanced stage, it could even enable remote strikes and internal destruction. Much like the strength of the ape warriors, the power of armament haki also necessitates continuous and in-depth exploration. Both of these abilities possess immense potential, promising a bright future ahead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze opened his eyes and methodically indulged in the food before him. As the sustenance was steadily consumed, his movements became increasingly precise and minimalistic, devoid of any superfluous exertion. Once the dinner hour concluded, Cui Ze roughly calculated his food intake for the day. Typically, he required a minimum of 50 portions to satiate his hunger. Yet now, having consumed only around 40 portions, he had absorbed sufficient nourishment that would ordinarily necessitate 50 portions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In Cui Ze's mind, his numerous abilities flashed one by one. In terms of overall evaluation, I might only merit AC. However, when it comes to comprehensive combat prowess, I could possibly achieve AC. Perhaps tomorrow I shall seek out Smoker, Virgo, and Trafalgar Law to engage in a novel form of battle. As the sun sets and the moon rises, then the moon sets and the sun rises again. The Boeing Islands are once more graced by a tranquil morning. Out of respect for the survival challenge and a testament to their own strength, Smoker, Virgo, and Trafalgar Law did not reside in the same area as Cui Ze, but rather dispersed in various corners of the Temptation Forest. Early in the morning, Cui Ze departed from the treehouse, first proceeding to inspect the growth of the snack tree species. Initially, he had anticipated that it would take at least 2 more days for the saplings to flourish. However, upon reaching the spot where he had dug the hole and planted the tree the previous day, he was astonished to discover a small tree, approximately the thickness of a finger, had already sprouted from the ground covered in chunks of meat, standing as tall as his calf. This growth was precisely to my liking. Cui Ze once again inspected the growth of the various tree species within the dim sum tree and, upon finding no issues, promptly made his way to the temporary encampment of the other 3 elite marines in the Temptation Forest, gathering them all together. Ever since Smoker, Virgo, and Jinbi had entered the Temptation Forest, Cui Ze had taken to challenging the 3 marines daily, employing a variety of tactics to harvest their D-grade bait. Smoker and Jinbi, being relatively pure marines, recognized their inferiority to Cui Ze but would never refuse his challenges. Engaging in combat with Cui Ze allowed them to continually hone their fighting skills, thereby enhancing their overall strength. Consequently, each battle left Smoker and Jinbi feeling both pained and exhilarated. As for Virgo, he was a brother-in-arms who had shared life and death experiences with Cui Ze. How could he possibly decline Cui Ze's request for sparring? Despite being a Marine undercover agent, Virgo was not lacking in his pursuit of strength, and he even contemplated turning Cui Ze into an insider for the Don Quixote family. When Cui Ze approached, the three Marines felt no sense of surprise. "It's my turn to fight you today, Cui Ze," boomed the tall and robust Jinbi, stepping forward. With his arms crossed confidently over his chest, he exuded self-assurance, though the alertness in his eyes belied his true feelings. "Let me, the tightest-lipped man in the world, take the stage. I want to reveal that I just mastered a new form of the 6 powers yesterday." Smoker and Virgo exchanged glances, bemused. Despite having trained alongside Jinbi for nearly a year, they still struggled to adapt to his spontaneous boasting, especially when such claims lacked any factual basis. It was as well known within the training camp that Smoker was a chain smoker and Virgo was a slovenly fellow. Just as it was common knowledge that Jinbi's lips were looser than Big Mama's skirts, Cui Ze found himself in a state of helplessness. Among the 4 individuals on this Boeing island, he was the sole rational one, while the other 3 exhibited varying degrees of eccentricity. Yet, he had inadvertently revealed his own intelligence. Cui Ze shook his head, dismissing the inconsequential topic. However, this was of little significance. "Zanzamaru, I do not wish to challenge you alone today." Zanzamaru absent-mindedly touched his watermelon-like hairstyle, failing to grasp the meaning. "What does this imply? Are we not fighting today?" "No, that is not the case." Cui Ze raised his fist, and a deep, ebony hue of armament hockey erupted from within his body, enveloping his forearm in darkness. "Today, I shall take on 3. What?" Smoker, Virgo, and Bartolomeo were simultaneously taken aback, particularly when they beheld the ominous gleam that symbolized the armament hockey. Master Cui struck a pose, revealing a chilling grin that showcased his pristine, finely aligned teeth, which glimmered with a foreboding light. "I shall take on 3. Hey, Cui Ze, even if you have mastered armament hockey, to challenge all 3 of us at once is rather presumptuous." The brash Smoker stepped forward, visibly displeased. He acknowledged Cui Ze's strength surpassing his own and was acutely aware of the hockey's counteractive effect against the smoke fruit. However, this did not imply that the proud Smoker was willing to join forces with his fellow Marines to confront Cui Ze. Nor did it suggest that Smoker believed the newly initiated mastery of armament hockey by Cui Ze would enable him to face 3 adversaries simultaneously. After all, he, Virgo, and Bartolomeo were among the elite in the training camp, their overall strength not significantly inferior to that of Cui Ze. Yet, Cui Ze had no intention of allowing Smoker to finish his statement, nor did he wish to grant these 3 any time or space for refusal. With a decisive step forward, he advanced. With a swift motion of his toes, Cui Ze propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, heading directly towards the most conspicuous Jean Tawan. Jean Tawan, having long been prepared to face the challenge, exhibited no hint of complacency at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly, assuming a defensive stance, and let out a powerful shout. Iron block. The muscles within Jean Tawan's body, under the command of his indomitable will, tightened instantaneously, transforming into an impenetrable barrier as steadfast as steel. As one of the students in the advanced martial arts training facility, Jean Tawan's proficiency in the iron block technique far surpassed that of the majority of soldiers in the elite training camp. Aware that he could never surpass Cui Ze in speed, Jean Tawan's strategy was to endure the initial onslaught using the iron block, and then seize the opportunity to counterattack. This had become his habitual tactic for addressing Cui Ze's challenges over the past few months. Just in time, in the blink of an eye, Cui Ze appeared before Jean Tawan, his elevated right fist enveloped in a layer of dark, formidable hockey. Boom. Cui Ze unleashed a straightforward and unembellished straight punch. His fist, enveloped in armed color, collided forcefully with the tightly tensed abdomen of Jean Tamaru, producing a dull thud that resonated as if 2 colossal boulders had crashed into one another, sending invisible shockwaves rippling outward. A fleeting expression of agony crossed Jean Tamaru's face as he felt as though his abdomen had been pierced by a searing iron drill. An unrelenting wave of excruciating pain radiating from the point of impact of Cui Ze's fist. The defense of his iron block faltered, barely enduring for 2 seconds before being shattered by the formidable straight punch imbued with armed color. With a splatter, Jean Tamaru expelled a mouthful of blood, his massive form hurtling backward, crashing through countless culinary trees in the enticing forest. "Jean Tamaru!" Smoker exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could he be defeated so swiftly? Virgo, too, struggled to maintain his stoic demeanor. Their prolonged encounters had afforded Smoker and Virgo a reasonable understanding of Cui Ze's capabilities. They recognized they were no match for him, yet the disparity in their strengths was not as vast as they had imagined. Take Jean Tamaru as an example. His mastery of the iron block endowed him with exceptional defensive prowess within the elite training camp. In past skirmishes with Cui Ze, Jean Tamaru had never succumbed due to his iron block being breached. Typically, his defeats stemmed from Cui Ze exploiting gaps in his defense during combat, leading to his downfall. Moreover, battles between Jean Tamaru and Cui Ze usually spanned at least several minutes. However, today, in a mere exchange, Jean Tamaru was vanquished by Cui Ze, and his iron block was shattered head-on. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the memories of Smoker and Virgo. The two seasoned naval officers swiftly assessed the situation, drawing their conclusions. Cui Ze's strength has significantly escalated. To be precise, it is the enhancement from the armament hockey that has endowed Cui Ze with tremendous power. Smoker, suppressing the arrogant swelling within him, gazed solemnly in Cui Ze's direction. Simultaneously, he addressed Virgo beside him, saying, "I'll strike from the left, you from the right. Be cautious not to inhale my smoke." As soon as the words left his mouth, Smoker's lower body transformed into a swirling mist, propelling him rapidly towards Cui Ze. Two robust, grayish-white tendrils of smoke surged ahead, attempting to ensnare Cui Ze in place before he could react. Faced with Smoker's smoke confinement, Cui Ze leapt upward, subtly employing the unburdening techniques of the ape martial arts. His form resembled a swift, undulating swallow, deftly evading the encroaching clouds of smoke, only to collide head-on with Smoker, who charged towards him. White fist. A glimmer of stubborn defiance flickered in Smoker's eyes as he clenched his right fist, channeling the power of the smoke fruit. In an instant, his fist swelled, striking fiercely towards Cui Ze. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After finishing his work, Cui Ze was promptly greeted by 3 notifications on the screen, indicating that he had once again acquired 3 D-grade fishing baits. Not a single one was worth using, ever since Cui Ze deftly outmaneuvered Smog, Virgo, and the Battle Peach. Any lingering ambitions they had to compete with him for the top spot in the elite training camp were utterly extinguished. It is not that our side lacks strength, rather. It is Cui Ze's ruthless prowess that is overwhelming. In the days that followed, whenever Cui Ze contemplated challenging Smog and his companions again, these 3 would invariably concoct some inexplicable excuse to avoid him. Engaging in combat with opponents of comparable skill is termed training, conversely. Challenging those of vastly superior capability is merely an invitation to be beaten. Smog, Battle Peach, and Virgo are certainly not masochists. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted in Cui Ze's mind. Several trivial questions flashed by in quick succession, yet none could be answered. He could not abandon the elite training camp and remain alone on the Boeing Islands, awaiting the gradual growth of the snack tree. The only course of action now was to depart. A rustling sound emerged behind Cui Ze, as Smoker, Virgo, and Tontada gradually made their way forward. What a peculiar tree, how had it escaped my notice before? Tontada, intrigued, approached closer and plucked a handful of purple sweet potato glutinous rice balls from the branches of the dessert tree, promptly shoving them into his mouth, chewing with palpable delight. The flavor seems to surpass that of the other confections found in the enchanted forest. Indeed, it is decidedly superior. Cui Ze silently replied within his heart. The delicacies upon the pastry tree are derived from the essence of the forest's nourishing bounty. It is widely acknowledged that only the concentrated form embodies true essence. Enough of that, Jiao Taoan. Do refrain from eating any further, Smoker said with an air of impatience. Soon, the warship will approach, and it is time for us to await at the outskirts of the bandit forest. Jiao Taoan shot a glare at Smoker, deeming him an exceedingly dull individual. Virgo concurred, stating, indeed, culinary islands like the Boeing Islands are a rarity upon the vast sea. After departing from Boeing Islands today, we may not encounter such delectable desserts for an indeterminate time. The remnants of food occasionally adorning Virgo's face unmistakably reveal his undeniable gluttony. Now, let us cease this bickering. Cui Ze finally patted the trunk of the dessert tree and decisively declared, let us set forth now. Having endured various trials and tribulations, Cui Ze has established himself as a leader in the hearts of Smog, Virgo, and Jean Taoan, and his words carry considerable persuasive power. Cui Ze boldly emerged from the forest of temptation, closely followed by Smoker and the other 2. With their swift pace, the 4 soon reached the outermost coastline of the Boeing Islands, the very spot where they had initially landed. After waiting for approximately half an hour, a naval training vessel adorned with a white background and blue seagull flag gradually approached. Prominently positioned at the forefront of the warship's deck was none other than the esteemed Admiral Zephyr. Cui Ze and his companions were among the last group to return to the training vessel. Upon their arrival, the other recruits who had boarded earlier were already lined up in neat formations on the deck. Marines, I am gratified to announce that, during this final survival training, no unfortunate soul perished on the Boeing Isles. Once Cui Ze and his group integrated into the ranks, Chief Instructor Ze Fa commenced his address. His steady voice effortlessly resonated in every ear, capturing the undivided attention of all present. However, a safe return does not equate to a complete triumph in the survival assessment. Ze Fa's words caused a palpable tension among several members of the training camp. His gaze swept over the formation, his keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, lingering momentarily on a few noticeably plump Marines. Clap, clap. With a couple of sharp claps, a team of medics emerged from the cabin, armed with an array of diagnostic equipment. We shall now commence a thorough examination of each individual's physical condition. The instructors will evaluate based on both performance on the island and current physical status, culminating in a comprehensive score. The most crucial assessment criterion is the body fat percentage. As a seasoned chief instructor with over a decade of experience, ZFA was well aware of the conditions on the Boeing Isles. For the disciplined Marines, the Isles served as an excellent training ground. Conversely, for the undisciplined, it was merely a cozy haven for indulgence, yielding no beneficial effects from exercise. ZFA earnestly hoped that every Marine in the elite training camp embodied exceptional self-discipline and seriousness. Regrettably, each year, a handful of individuals emerged from the Boeing Isles. Plump and lethargic, the medical personnel navigated through the crowd, assessing the Marines' physical conditions. Following the completion of the examinations, ZFA promptly declared the assembly disbanded, announcing that the final rankings of the survival training would be revealed the following morning. Most of the naval soldiers opted for immediate rest, while a select few, who held themselves to higher standards and exhibited greater discipline, intended to seek out their familiar senior instructors to reflect on the insights gained during the past month of survival training. Cui Ze's fingers twitched slightly. Upon boarding the naval training vessel, the dormant instincts of his long silent predatory nature stirred restlessly within him. Hunt, hunt. As Cui Ze walked quietly towards the cafeteria of the warship, he was suddenly confronted by a robust figure blocking his path. Cui Ze, I have heard that you have mastered the Conqueror's haki. The boisterous voice of Instructor Shiozua echoed across the expansive deck of the naval vessel. Upon hearing this, the medical personnel analyzing the body composition results, the resting naval soldiers, and the inquisitive senior instructors all turned their attention towards them. Even Commander ZFA couldn't help but glance over, his gaze fixated directly on Cui Ze. Instructor Shiozua, how did you know? Before Cui Ze could voice his confusion, he caught sight of the conspicuous figure beside Instructor Shiozua. Who else could it be but the notoriously tight-lipped man known as Jean Tuan? How shameless of you. You slovenly man. Cui Ze tugged at the corner of his mouth, suppressing his urge to confront the ginseng rooster of Jean Tao. Indeed, I have truly encountered the formidable power of dominance. Cui Ze, without uttering a single word, raised his right hand and unleashed the formidable power of armament haki, instantly enveloping his forearm in a layer of resilient, iron-like black sheen. Armament haki, hardening. Action spoke louder than words. It was indeed armament haki. Instructor Shiozua displayed a signature look of astonishment. However, his thoughts extended far beyond the mere fact that Cui Ze had mastered armament haki. Demonstrating such prowess in public stirred a wave of discussions about him throughout the naval training ship. The power of haki, which appeared rather commonplace in the original narrative, had transformed into a universal skill in the latter part of the Grand Line, where even some low-ranking Navy personnel and pirate minions could harden and entangle. Yet, in truth, the three types of haki were exceedingly rare and regarded as advanced skills in these waters, excluding a few exceptions within the vast Navy ranks. Only officers at the highest echelons possessed the ability to wield haki. In other words, with Cui Ze's current capabilities, he could effortlessly assume the role of a branch-based commander within the Four Seas, a position that merely required the rank of a Navy brigadier. Even amidst the formidable ranks of the Navy headquarters, Cui Ze could leverage his mastery of armament haki to vie for a colonel position. Mastery of haki and the absence thereof represented entirely different realms of existence. In the highest office of the naval training vessel, Teacher Ze Fa exclaimed, Cui Ze has truly grasped the power of armament haki. Instructor Shiozua stood before the desk, trembling with excitement. The elite training camp of the Navy was ostensibly designed to cultivate the most exceptional newcomers within the entire naval establishment. Yet, over the past decade, the number of new recruits mastering the power of haki during their time at the elite training camp could be counted on one's fingers. Each one could be deemed a prodigious talent. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, Gaki, and now Cui Ze had joined their ranks. Comparatively, Cui Ze faced greater disadvantages prior to entering the elite training camp. He possessed no foundational combat or training experience. Moreover, his tenure in the elite training camp was half as short as that of the aforementioned individuals. Could it be that Cui Ze's physical aptitude surpasses that of Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan? A startling thought suddenly pierced Instructor Shiozua's mind. No, surely not. It must be that peculiar breathing technique of Cui Ze that is at play. Shouzwa raised his gaze towards Ze. Teacher Ze. Do you recall a few months ago when I reported to you about Cui Ze's unusual breathing frequency? Indeed, Ze nodded gently from behind his desk. He held Cui Ze in high regard and remained vigilant about any information concerning him. After all, Ze intended to position Cui Ze as an undercover agent within the Navy to disrupt the so-called warlords of the sea system. Cui Ze's reputation was perfectly suited for such a role, especially as a vanquished foe of the Emperor. Furthermore, with Cui Ze now mastering armament hockey, this situation only reinforced Ze's resolve regarding the plan. He intended to relay this strategy to the headquarters that very night, to be deliberated with a few trusted comrades. Unaware of Ze's intentions, Shouzwa continued his report. I previously informed you that every time Cui Ze entered that peculiar breathing frequency, he simultaneously demonstrated iron block. Ze replied, maintaining his composure. Thus, you suspect that Cui Ze's breathing frequency could enhance his proficiency in iron block training. You later confirmed this point. Yes, Teacher Ze. Instructor Shouzwa nodded emphatically. Through sustained observation during that period, I am quite certain that Cui Ze utilizes that peculiar breathing frequency to accelerate his mastery of iron block. However, it now appears that the effects of this breathing frequency extend beyond that. This breathing method may not only aid in iron block practice, but could also facilitate the cultivation of armament hockey. The ability to assist in iron block training and expedite hockey mastery represents two distinct strategic significances. A glimmer of insight flashed in Ze's eyes as he commanded. Have Cui Ze come to my office. Cui Ze had just finished slaying several sea beasts in the ingredient processing room. Cui Ze then received a summons from the messenger. Is Zifa looking for me? Cui Ze, fully aware of the urgency of the situation, promptly set aside the fish-slicing knife and hurried towards the highest office. Along the way, his mind raced with thoughts, continuously pondering the reason behind Ze's summons. After much contemplation, Cui Ze could only attribute it to the significance of mastering the hockey. Is the mastery of hockey truly of such paramount importance? It transcends mere assistance in the kitchen. Even Ze seems to hold it in such high regard. Cui Ze found himself perplexed. In his impression, the ability of hockey was rather commonplace, especially in the latter half of the Grand Line. In the New World, one would be hard-pressed to find a pirate who dared to venture forth without hockey. Yet, how could Zephyr, an experienced admiral of the Navy headquarters, display such urgency over a mere rookie mastering this ability? With a deep sense of confusion, Cui Ze entered Zephyr's office for the second time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zephyr candidly revealed his intentions. My breath? Cui Ze was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the breath of beast would be discerned by the instructors of the Navy elite training camp. The nature of the breath of beast was indeed subtle in its manifestation. Who among ordinary individuals would pay attention to another's breathing rhythm? However, upon deeper reflection, such exposure was not entirely unexpected. The senior instructors of the elite training camp were, for the most part, masters of the dual-colored hockey. With their keen perception, detecting Cui Ze's unusual breathing frequency would be a relatively simple task, particularly considering that Cui Ze had, on multiple occasions during his training with Iron Block, showcased the ability of the breath of beast to enhance his physical capabilities in front of instructor Shouzwa. With this realization, Cui Ze abandoned any notion of concealment. After all, there was no point in attempting to hide it. It would be more prudent to reveal it willingly. Cui Ze candidly stated, indeed, Zefa, the instructor. The breathing technique I have mastered indeed expedited my ability to acquire the Iron Block skill. Was it merely the Iron Block? A flicker of disappointment crossed Zefa's eyes. Could it not assist in the cultivation of the advanced hockey? Could it aid in the training of hockey? Cui Ze shook his head. The breathing technique did not possess such formidable effects. The experienced Zefa quickly composed himself, despite his disappointment, and inquired, could you provide a brief description of the overall effects of your breathing technique? Although the version of the breathing technique that Cui Ze has mastered does not significantly aid in the cultivation of hockey, any assistance in accelerating the training of iron blocks would still be a considerable enhancement for the entire Navy. After pondering for a moment, Cui Ze proceeded to explain the general effects of the beast breathing technique. He did not delve into all the sword forms of the beast breathing, but focused primarily on the aspects of physical enhancement and explosive power augmentation. Zefa, upon grasping these elements, immediately sensed the technique's complexity. In simpler terms, does this beast breathing enable one to grow stronger merely through breathing? Cui Ze blinked. Indeed, breathing can indeed become stronger. Upon hearing this, Zefa's expression instantly grew more solemn. Initially, based on Shouzwa's description, Zefa had assumed that Cui Ze's breathing technique was merely a temporary burst of physical prowess, unsustainable for any significant duration. However, Cui Ze now revealed that this breathing method, when mastered to an advanced level, could astonishingly be maintained continuously, without interruption. This revelation bore an entirely different significance. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that the difficulty of cultivating Cui Ze's breathing technique was relatively low, with far less stringent requirements for personal physical attributes than the 6 styles. while still offering commendable enhancements to one's physical capabilities. Should this ability be fully developed, the Navy might soon witness a remarkable leap in the overall strength of its grassroots soldiers. The mere thought of such a splendid prospect caused even the battle-hardened veteran Ze Fa to breathe a little more rapidly. After regaining his composure, Ze Fa earnestly inquired, Cui Ze, what level of strength do you believe one could attain by mastering this breathing technique to its utmost depth? What is the pinnacle of its potential? Cui Ze furrowed his brow slightly. The first thought that crossed his mind was, of course, the formidable Kagaya Yorichi, the one who had instilled centuries of psychological trauma in Muzan, the progenitor of all demons. Considering Yorichi's prowess, he could likely attain the rank of a rear admiral in the world of One Piece. Yorichi's abilities, including the breath of the sun, the ability to perceive the world, his intricate patterns, and his crimson blade, culminate in the extraordinary feat of delivering over 500 strikes in a single assault, all directed at Muzan. However, as soon as this notion emerged, Cui Ze promptly dismissed it. No, the requirements for a rear admiral's dual haki are exceedingly high. Yorichi would be more suitably ranked as a captain or perhaps even a commodore. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze pondered his words thoughtfully. After all, I have not rigorously tested the limits of beast breathing. This result is merely my personal conjecture. However, that is entirely sufficient, even if it were to be one rank lower. The effectiveness would still be ample. Zephyr did not conceal his expression of joy. Now, let us discuss your breathing technique. Does Instructor Zephyr imply that I should willingly offer beast breathing to the Navy? Before Zephyr could speak, the composed Cui Ze inquired first. Ahem. That is more or less the case, Zephyr replied with a light cough, providing a serious explanation. Perhaps you, Cui Ze, are unaware of the formidable power of beast breathing. For seasoned sailors like us, this ability may not hold much significance. However, for those junior sailors whose strength is currently inadequate, beast breathing can prove to be an invaluable asset. Thus, I have come to this realization. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze deftly shifted the conversation. May I inquire? Admiral Zifa, am I expected to unconditionally offer my unique abilities? Zifa quickly discerned the change in both title and demeanor from Cui Ze. However, he was a man of clear boundaries between public and private matters, and he did not take offense. On the contrary, the Navy has its own protocols. Zifa shook his head and explained, to unconditionally contribute is nothing short of coerced plunder. In such a case, how would we differ from pirates? Upon hearing this, Cui Ze secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, I am but a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to the whims of another. If Zifa truly intended to extract the beast-breathing technique from him under the auspices of his rank, it would be a dire predicament. Cui Ze indeed found himself with little room for refusal. Fortunately, this esteemed gentleman is a staunch adherent to principles, at least for the time being. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze inquired with curiosity, what might one be able to exchange? A promotion and a salary increase? Or perhaps something else? Zefa replied. All options are viable, but they must be assessed based on the specific effects of beast breathing. Instructor Zefa, your approach lacks any semblance of sincerity, Cui Ze remarked. Cui Ze, summoning his courage, shook his head. You just mentioned that beast breathing can significantly enhance the strength of the grassroots Marines, and I am equally aware of this. If the foundational strength of the Navy is greatly expanded, it will not only stabilize maritime order, but also enable us to address the persistent, formidable challenges that have long plagued the Navy. Indeed, I am referring to those notorious pirates in the New World. When considered in this light, the strategic significance of beast breathing is indeed monumental. A flicker of astonishment passed through Zefa's eyes, a testament to his admiration for Cui Ze's comprehensive perspective. For some inexplicable reason, Zefa felt an invigorated confidence in the impending implementation of the undercover warlord plan. I almost forgot that you were once a royal prince. Such keen insight into the larger picture is a rarity, Zefa remarked with a touch of awe. In that case, what price do you wish the Navy to pay? Promotion and salary increase. That is the most fundamental requirement. Cui Ze revealed a dazzling set of pearly whites, his expression akin to that of a hunter gazing upon a fattened lamb destined for slaughter. Ideally, I wish to acquire a devil fruit. Zephyr's demeanor instantly darkened. The upper echelons of the elite training camp were well aware that this commanding officer harbored a profound disdain for those who relied on the powers of devil fruits, neglecting the cultivation of their physical prowess. Indeed, he was referring to Borsalino. What devil fruit? Zephyr scoffed. It couldn't possibly be the light fruit, could it? Although, the thunder fruit is quite remarkable as well. Cui Ze murmured softly to himself. Yet he was aware that the thunder fruit had likely already been consumed by Enel. Nevertheless, he realized that he must find the time to make a trip to Skypiea in the future, otherwise, he would find it difficult to be at peace. What did you say? Zephyr exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Cough, cough. Cui Ze promptly cleared his throat a few times. In truth, my expectations are not lofty. I do not demand a natural type fruit, nor do I yearn for a mythical beast type. An ordinary superhuman or animal type would suffice, considering Zefei's temperament, as well as my own untamed nature. Cui Ze ultimately added, of course, an ordinary animal type would be preferable. Zefei's expression brightened slightly, yet it remained rather unremarkable. To my knowledge, the supply of devil fruits at the Navy headquarters is exceedingly limited. The vast majority are claimed by those who have rendered meritorious service immediately upon their arrival. The remaining fruits are either surrendered to the world government or discarded at punk hazard for experimentation. Realizing he had misspoken, Zefei quickly fell silent. I will consider your request. However, remember this, the reward you receive will be assessed based on the efficacy of the beast's breath. To which I replied, I am fully aware of this. Cui Ze's smile radiated brilliance. Exchanging an F-level beast breathing technique for an EX-level devil fruit. What a remarkable bargain. Naturally, his smile was indeed bright. Instructor Zephyr, I wonder when you will send someone to learn the beast breathing? Zephyr held the beast breathing technique in high regard as a strategic capability. Upon hearing Cui Ze's words, several names of suitable Navy elite soldiers for learning this technique swiftly flickered through his mind. Primarily those training camp members who had yet to master the 6 forms, iron block. Zephyr was eager to witness the effectiveness of the beast breathing technique. Curious if it truly possessed the prowess described by Shiozua. Tomorrow morning, I shall dispatch Instructor Shiozua along with select representatives from the Marine Corps to study your breathing method. Zephyr quickly formulated a plan. He was unconcerned that today's actions would interfere with Cui Ze's future undercover mission as a warlord of the sea. To the outside world, Cui Ze was merely an obscure exiled prince. Having been out of contact for nearly half a year, perhaps he had perished in some forgotten corner of the ocean. The intelligence regarding Cui Ze's induction into the elite naval training camp is almost impossible for the outside world to ascertain. In such circumstances, Zefei's decision to assign Cui Ze to undertake an undercover naval mission minimizes the likelihood of exposure. To further mitigate this risk, Zefei has devised an additional plan, awaiting Cui Ze's future execution. By the time this plan is enacted, it is likely that even the current members of the elite naval training camp will believe that Cui Ze has genuinely defected from the Navy. Zefei's meticulous strategies will undoubtedly minimize the risk of Cui Ze's exposure. Upon hearing about Zefei's arrangements, Cui Ze felt a tinge of confusion. Did Instructor Zefei not intend to implement the comprehensive study of beast breathing immediately? Not to worry, Zefei waved his hand, casually revealing the next step in the elite training camp's agenda. The ultimate survival training on the Boeing Islands has just concluded, and the camp is about to initiate a final combat assessment. The instructors will evaluate the members' rankings based on a combination of various assessment results. Thus, it is prudent to allow those individuals a moment of respite. Cui Ze expressed his acceptance of this notion, accompanied by a subtle sense of delight within him. I wonder if the final combat assessment will allow me to face off against a group of Marines alone, he mused. Zefei's arrangements were nothing short of decisive. Early the next morning, Instructor Shiozua arrived, accompanied by the so-called representative of the Marines, to seek out Cui Ze. Cui Ze, Commander Zefei has tasked me to learn your breathing technique alongside the new recruit, Tina. Instructor Shiozua indicated the pink-haired beauty beside him, who was none other than the mysteriously absent Tina from several chapters. Tina had previously focused on paper drawing and shaving, without delving into the study of iron blocks, making her an exceptionally suitable candidate. Indeed, she was quite fitting. Possessing the abilities of the Kanken fruit, Tina was positioned in the second tier of the elite training camp, just behind the true top-tier talents, Cui Ze, Smoker, Virgo, and the formidable Peach Maru. The crucial point was that she had yet to master the iron block. This latter aspect held even greater significance. Both Zefei and Shiozua acknowledged the enhancement that the beast breathing technique provided to the foundational strength of the Marines. Yet they were equally aware of its training benefits concerning the iron block. It has been a long time. You remain as beautiful as ever, Miss Tina. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cui Ze immediately commenced the instruction on the breath of beasts. The breath of beasts is a form of breathing technique, while the term sword style refers to the specific techniques derived from this breathing method. Zefei places great emphasis on the essence of the breath of beasts itself, remaining unaware that this fundamental technique encompasses an additional 11 sword styles. Cui Ze would not adopt the role of a superficial Good Samaritan, willingly unveiling all 11 sword forms of the beast breathing technique. After elucidating some fundamental aspects of this technique, Cui Ze disclosed only one sword form to Shiozua and Tina, the 8th form, Explosive Charge, widely recognized as the formidable Boar Rush. This explosive acceleration and straightforward assault were ideally suited for the novice Marine soldiers. Approximately half an hour later, the adept instructor Shiozua, known for his exceptional physical prowess, grasped the key points of the beast breathing technique, even achieving a temporary state of total concentration. In contrast, Tina, with her insufficient foundational skills and relatively weaker physical endowments, appeared somewhat clumsy. Fortunately, this young woman exhibited remarkable mental resilience, undeterred by Shouzua's swift mastery of the breathing technique. Shouzua, sensing that the enhancement to physical capabilities through the beast breathing was not as formidable as he had anticipated, turned to Cui Ze with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Is this merely because your physical attributes are exceptionally superior, instructor?" Cui Ze spoke with irritation. "I have consistently emphasized that the beast breathing technique is only effective for those Marines with relatively weak physical attributes. By the time one reaches the rank of a lieutenant, the efficacy of beast breathing becomes virtually non-existent. As for Cui Ze himself, his overall strength has already ascended to the officer level. And the enhancement effects of beast breathing, total concentration, constant have long ceased to be beneficial for his physical prowess. Ultimately, it is merely an E-rank ability, and one cannot expect it to provide substantial enhancements to those at the C-rank level of expertise." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze, having effortlessly bypassed the rather untroublesome Shouzua, shifted his gaze to the less manageable Tina. After another half hour, this large, pink-haired girl, under Cui Ze's unreserved guidance, finally brushed against the threshold of the beast breath technique. It must be said that individuals endowed with robust physiques and sharp intellects experience a distinct advantage when learning breathing techniques. Tina's chest rose and fell dramatically, and from her petite, cherry-like lips escaped a long, misty exhalation. Her face, glistening with sweat, radiated a vibrant flush, clearly indicative of her substantial exertion. In Cui Ze's estimation, Tina's endurance attribute likely hovered around E-rank, perfectly aligning with the limits that the beast's breath could augment. However, this also meant that practicing the beast's breath exacted a considerable toll on Tina's stamina. Today's training had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Cui Ze meticulously examined Tina's training progress, while Shouzua remained outside his purview. "Tina, for the next 3 days, at this very hour each morning, come to my room. I shall assess your training advancement. If all proceeds without issue, by the end of these 3 days, you should have mastered the fundamental total concentration breathing technique. Following that, we will delve into the self-practice of total concentration, constant." With bright eyes, Tina earnestly nodded in acknowledgement. She understood, even though she was merely beginning to explore the beast breathing technique. Tina could already perceive a significant enhancement in her physical capabilities attributable to this breathing method. She placed great value on this ability to grow stronger through breath. For 3 consecutive days, Shouzua and Tina, undeterred by inclement weather, sought Cui Ze's guidance on all aspects of the beast breathing technique. Beyond the sword forms, Cui Ze imparted nearly all the knowledge he possessed regarding the beast breathing techniques to the two. Instructor Shouzua had thoroughly mastered the beast breathing, and aside from his inability to maintain the total concentration, constant state, his proficiency in this breathing method was scarcely inferior to that of Cui Ze. At this point, it would pose no issue to appoint Shouzua as an instructor for the beast breathing technique, which was precisely Ze-Fa's intention. Meanwhile, Tina had also attained the ability to perform the total concentration beast breathing and was diligently striving towards mastering the total concentration, constant state. During these 3 days, the results of the survival training assessment were announced, and Cui Ze, having acquired the ability to wield the armament hockey, undoubtedly emerged as the top contender. The combat assessment mentioned by instructor Ze-Fa had concluded as well, and Cui Ze effortlessly triumphed over a multitude of Marines, securing the laurels once more. In light of his outstanding performance across various assessments, Cui Ze, who had joined the vessel midway, rose to prominence as the leading figure of this elite training camp. 2 more days passed. The luminous screen of Cui Ze finally displayed the long-anticipated notification: "You have slain a carnivorous plant rated B, barren of the stomach. You have been awarded a B-grade victory bait, enabling you to fish for B-grade talents, abilities, informational entries, or other assorted items from the Dimensional Sea." Moreover, the vessels of the Navy Elite Training Camp have at last reached their ultimate destination, the Navy headquarters, Marineford, accompanied by a resounding blast of horns. The training ship of the Navy docked securely at the port of the town behind Marineford. A dense throng of people gathered at the dock, eagerly gazing towards the naval training ship. Most of them were relatives of the current Naval Elite Training Camp members. The many had come merely to partake in the festivities. Led by Zephyr, the elite trainees surged forth from the training vessel and lined up in an orderly formation on the dock. Zephyr stood at the forefront of the crowd, his demeanor solemn and earnest as he regarded the elite trainees before him, his piercing gaze subtly scanning over a few particularly outstanding youngsters. Sensing the palpable atmosphere in the air, the gathered onlookers instinctively quieted, and the expansive dock fell silent, save for the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the stones. As of today, the current training camp is officially concluded. Zephyr's final address was unexpectedly succinct. "Regarding you all, the headquarters will strictly arrange your upcoming rank and assignment area based on the evaluation results and performances from this elite training camp. Now disperse." The elite sailors initially paused for a moment, then erupted into jubilant cheers. "Long live Teacher Zephyr. It's finally over. The flowers of Marineford are blooming once more." After venting their emotions, most of the camp members immediately rushed towards their relatives and friends nearby. These individuals must be what one refers to as direct descendants of the Navy, with family members and elders mostly being seasoned sailors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze also took a step forward, departing from the harbor dock and ventured into the heart of the town behind Marin Fando. As a new recruit who had joined the training camp midway and had no relatives or friends in the town of Marin Fando, he found that the camp had specific arrangements in place. Essentially, this meant residing in the dormitory. Cui Ze, following the prior guidance of the training camp instructor, arrived with a lively step at the collective dormitory in Marin Fando town, specifically designated for the elite naval troops. Fortunately, it was not a large communal dormitory, but rather a cozy single room. Cui Ze expressed a certain satisfaction with the environment of his new dormitory, and soon he eagerly summoned the luminous screen. Prior to arriving at Marin Fando, the screen had displayed a brand new notification. The Baron of the Stomach, who had been planted with the pastry tree seeds, has finally perished. A cause for great rejoicing. After waiting for so many days, the pastry tree seeds have finally vanquished the Baron of the Stomach. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's initial aspiration was to acquire a grade A bait. However, he felt no disappointment upon receiving a grade B. After all, it was a bait obtained in exchange for a sapling of the snack tree. When rounded up, it was almost equivalent to getting it for free. The key point is that I am currently situated in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, which can essentially be regarded as the most concentrated area of naval excellence in these waters. Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement. In such a place, he was certain to reel in something extraordinary. Moreover, it was B-grade bait. Yet, he pondered whether the Navy headquarters would conspire with other worlds. With this thought in mind, Cui Ze took another look at the remaining bait he possessed since his last 4 consecutive C-grade catches. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze retrieved an F-grade bait, a type of bait that has now been relegated to mere triviality. Before embarking on his fishing endeavor, he cast a glance at the state of Lady Luck. As ever, the circumstances remained unchanged for the ever-reliable D. Yet, this was something he had grown accustomed to. With his fingers as the rod and his thoughts as the line, the fish would surely take the bait. This fishing expedition yielded the following rewards. Item type. F-grade item. Wide-brimmed hat source. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series description. A white hat adorned with golden edges, embellished with a golden dolphin and sun insignia at the forehead. Effect. Decorative evaluation. The hat is the true essence. In an instant, a splendid wide-brimmed hat of exquisite quality materialized in Cui Ze's hand. Is this not the hat of the Platinum Star? Strangely, it possesses a certain allure. Wait a moment. How could Marine headquarters, Marineford, possibly be connected to the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Is there any commonality or connection between these two realms? Cui Ze casually placed the hat upon his head. An overwhelming impulse to immediately unleash a flurry of aura surged within him. Indeed, the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series boasts an array of remarkable abilities, particularly the stance. Yet, reflecting upon his earlier doubts, Cui Ze remained somewhat skeptical. Rather than recklessly employing B-grade or C-grade bait for fishing, he prudently opted for a single D-grade bait. Fishing results. Type of catch. Item D-grade item. The Hand of Death. Black 1 source. Fate series item description. Noble Phantasm. Revolver item effect. Fires bullets inscribed with bad luck, piercing the opponent's head from behind. Even bullets shot from the front are destined to curve around to strike from the rear. It is said that the struck opponent will witness an illusion of Ace of Diamonds and 2 8s playing cards in their final moments. Item evaluation. I relish the thrill of shooting from behind. The world of fishing has transformed. In Cui Ze's hand materialized a single-action revolver, its barrel gleaming with brilliance. The grip, crafted from pristine white ivory, resembled a work of art more than a mere instrument of weaponry. A world of fate. Cui Ze toyed with the exquisite handgun in his grasp, marking the second occasion he had fished out a noble phantasm from the illustrious Fate series. The first being the surgical knife of the Dissolution Saint, a mere imitation. Could it be that the island of Marin Fando corresponds to a realm that is fundamentally disunited? The discord between these two worlds led Cui Ze to this conclusion. If that were the case, then the direction for fishing would be utterly devoid of purpose. He retrieved his last D-grade bait and cast it into the dimensional sea, eager to see what treasures might surface this time. Fishing outcome. Type. Item D-grade item. M1897 75mm howitzer origin. Bright sword description. Caliber 75mm. Weight 1,160 kilograms. Length 2.7 m. Effective range 8,500 m. Initial velocity 529 milliseconds. Evaluation. Squad leader. Today is certainly not a day for fishing. Cui Ze decisively shut the light screen and prepared to step out to summon someone to report the unexpected appearance of a cannon in his room. Otherwise, how on earth could I have fished out an Italian cannon? You claim there is a cannon in your room? Smog regarded Cui Ze with an expression of profound skepticism, Yet beneath the surface, his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Surely, you didn't pry it off a warship, did you? Don't jest. Cui Ze spoke with a hint of irritation, still unable to recover from the pang of loss he felt. Moreover, did we not just rush from the dock to this communal dormitory together? Where would I find the time to steal a cannon? Like Cui Ze, Smog found himself equally alone in Marinvondo, thus residing in the same dormitory. Following Cui Ze, Smog went to inspect the cannon that had mysteriously appeared in his companion's room. It turned out to be the Miss-75. Smog affectionately patted the robust barrel of the M1897 75mm cannon, unable to conceal his excitement. What boy does not revel in the thrill of artillery? Standing nearby, Cui Ze subtly steered the conversation. Smog, how do you suppose this cannon came to be here? Obviously, it was smuggled in by some restless soul. Smog crouched down, gently caressing Miss-75's sturdy, dark, and thick barrel, his back turned as he spoke. In truth, similar incidents had occurred at the branch base in the East China Sea. Yet he did not expect anyone at the headquarters would dare to sneak a cannon into the dormitory. What an excellent rationale. It seems that reaching out to Smog beforehand to inform him of the situation was indeed a wise decision. Cui Ze nodded to himself before speaking. I am now going to hand over this artillery piece to the dormitory administrator. Would you like to accompany me? Let us go. Smog patted the cannon's barrel, lifted it with ease, and followed Cui Ze downstairs to seek out the dormitory administrator. The stout and imposing dormitory matron's expression immediately turned serious upon seeing the two young men descending with a cannon in their arms. You two rascals. How dare you pilfer a cannon from a naval warship and bring it into the dormitory? Even I would never have dared to do such a thing in my day, exclaimed Sister A.Y., the administrator. Cui Ze discerned a subtle malice emanating from the dormitory administrator, promptly altering his tone, his words dripping with sweetness as if coated in honey. We are both members of the current elite training camp, having just returned to headquarters today. This artillery piece was not brought into the communal dormitory by us. Rather, it was discovered in my room. Smog cast a sidelong glance at Cui Ze, astonished that this thick-browed fellow could wield such flowery language and flattery. I took note of this incident to share with Tina later. So that was the case. The kindly-faced dormitory administrator immediately accepted Cui Ze's explanation, her smile reminiscent of a female Methriel Buddha. What a handsome young man. Are there any young ladies that have caught your eye? Dear lady, I happen to know many contact details of the beautiful female soldiers from headquarters. Cui Ze's eyes suddenly sparkled, and the smile on his face grew more genuine. The female soldiers at headquarters are truly exceptional. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds ambition, and it is strength that provides the foundation for one's voice. With his promotion to level C and mastery of dominance, Cui Ze's posture straightened significantly. According to his personal plan, once Say-Fa confirms his naval rank, he intends to proactively request a transfer to the Four Seas branch, preferably to the weakest East Sea, to bide his time for a few years and develop quietly. Ideally, he hopes to find 7 or 8 devil fruits. Once he possesses godlike abilities, he shall return to the Grand Line in an invincible manner. With this approach, finding a young female soldier from the naval headquarters to discuss the ocean and the moon would be a delightful affair, after all. There would be no need for long-term commitment. He has already contemplated the 3 reasons for parting ways. You love the sea. I once loved you. I'm sorry. You're a wonderful girl, and I don't want to hold you back. You deserve better. Let us pause our relationship for now. Would this be too callous? However, before Cui Ze could voice his thoughts, sensing the restless aura of a scoundrel beside him, Smoker swiftly wrapped an arm around Cui Ze's shoulders and urged him away from the dormitory, simultaneously exclaiming, "Oh dear, moving a cannon downstairs is exhausting. I'm so hungry I could faint." Listening to Smoker's awkward remarks felt utterly cringeworthy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze silently added a phrase in his heart. No relationship? Smog let out a cold chuckle. She visits your room every morning, and you claim there's nothing between you two. That is only because Tina intends to join me. Cui Ze was about to defend himself when he suddenly stumbled upon a revelation. Wait, how do you know about Tina's daily activities? Smoker repressed a sneer and replied with a stern expression, I'm hungry and lack the energy to converse with you. However, I will certainly relay today's events to Tina. Unfazed by the breach of secrecy, Cui Ze nonchalantly shrugged. I too will inform Tina of all the details from today, especially concerning a certain voyeur who takes pleasure in secretly observing her every move. Smoker fixed his gaze on Cui Ze, as if rediscovering the extent of his audacity. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, I'll treat you to lunch today. Very well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze's desire to deliver a severe blow to Smoker was swiftly thwarted during their journey. As a satellite town of the Marine headquarters at Marineford, this vibrant settlement, populated by the families of naval personnel, thrived with activity. Particularly after the infamous incident when the Golden Lion had boldly infiltrated the headquarters, the Navy had significantly intensified its protective measures for the surrounding towns. It is no exaggeration to assert that, aside from the holy land of Mariawa, above the Red Line, this town behind Marineford is arguably the safest haven upon the vast ocean. Consequently, various celebratory events are frequently held in this town. For instance, today, as Cui Ze and Smoker made their way to the food street, they stumbled upon a competitive eating contest. Let's partake in this. Free food, and in ample quantities. Smoker declared decisively. No, I desire a grand feast. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze offered an unexpected reply. A mere 3% interest would suffice. Smog's expression darkened in disbelief. I come to you for a loan, and yet I must also treat you to a meal, followed by paying back interest afterwards? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze gently patted Smoker's shoulder. This afternoon, we shall engage in a battle at the training camp. I am eager to observe your latest mastery of the smoke fruit. You merely wish to thrash me, don't you? Smoker glared at Cui Ze, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Very well, let us fight. Just wait until I master the hockey, then. Cui Ze and Smog gathered at the venue of the eating competition. Today's event, held in the bustling food district, featured a rather straightforward rule. The contestant who consumes the greatest quantity of food within the allotted hour would emerge victorious. According to the hostess introduction, past champions of this grand feast have often been valiant figures, exuding an extraordinary presence, notably the formidable Vice Admiral Karp, whose illustrious exploits are legendary. However, this year, Vice Admiral Karp was unable to partake in the competition as he was visiting his hometown to see his grandson. Consequently, the organizers decided to switch this year's featured delicacy from donuts to cherry pie. The host elaborated extensively on the exquisite flavor of the meticulously prepared cherry pies and their immense popularity along the Grand Line, where branches have been established on various islands, such as Guy Island and Honeycomb Island. Cherry pie. Cui Ze found the name oddly familiar, yet he could not recall the specific details at that moment. With the sound of a command, the eating competition commenced in earnest. Gazing at the towering pile of cherry pies before him, Cui Ze clasped his hands together, embracing the spirit of gastronomic duty. In the next instant, he devoured with fervor, consuming voraciously and relentlessly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze, along with the unexpectedly arrived Jean Tawan, found themselves in this place. Hush. An hour elapsed, and the host raised the whistle to his lips, blowing sharply. The piercing sound of the whistle signaled the conclusion of the eating competition. Even before the staff could announce the final tally, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze is indeed a formidable figure. At that moment, the burping Jean Tawan unexpectedly approached. Cui Ze. Teacher Ze Fa is looking for you. Cui Ze was rendered speechless, doubling his confusion. So, Ze Fa, if you have matters to discuss, will you choose to dine here first, Jean Tamaru? You truly are a laid-back man with an insatiable appetite. Smoker, nearby, inquired curiously. Could it be that the training camp's arrangements have been finalized? Do not attempt to pry into the affairs of the world's most reticent man, Jean Tamaru proudly retorted. Casting a glance at Smoker, I certainly won't divulge that I am utterly oblivious. To face the legendary sea pirates at such a young age? How terrifying indeed. In the spacious and brightly lit headquarters office, a peculiar tone suddenly resonated. It was the acting admiral, Kizaru, also known as Borsellino. In his hand, he held a thin paper document that detailed a highly classified operation known as the Undercover Seven Warlords Plan. The individuals privy to this plan included only the fleet admiral, 2 admirals, the chief staff officer, and himself. The participant in this clandestine operation was a naval recruit, and notably, one who had recently joined. Kizaru repeatedly scanned the plan's contents, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Ze Fa, testing the waters with his words. Could it be that this unfortunate recruit has fallen victim to internal strife within the Navy? Do not engage in baseless speculation, Borsellino, Ze Fa admonished, his demeanor towards Kizaru always rather unyielding. Were it not for Kizaru's recent involvement with several confidential special units, including the Navy Science Division and SWORD, Ze Fa would never have approached him. The assignment of naval recruit Cui Ze Feite as the executor of the Undercover Seven Warlords Plan was solely due to his capabilities and identity. And for no other reason. Capabilities and identity? Kizaru's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Are you certain, Ze Fa, that you are describing a mere recruit? Ah, yes. Indeed, Kizaru replied nonchalantly, as if genuinely accepting Ze Fa's assertion. What the admiral says is undoubtedly correct. That tone of his. It caused veins to throb on Ze Fa's forehead, his iron fists clenching involuntarily. Fortunately, a knock on the door timely shattered the awkward atmosphere. "Come in." At Ze Fa's command, Cui Ze, dressed in naval uniform, entered. "I have the honor of meeting Admiral Ze Fa." Cui Ze instinctively raised his palm in a naval salute. But he quickly found himself staring in astonishment at another individual seated in the main chair of the office. He had encountered Admiral Kizaru. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze pondered many things, yet he never anticipated the scene unfolding before him. One of the well-known secrets within the Navy headquarters was the discord between Zephyr and Kizaru. Yet, at this very moment, these two individuals were inexplicably seated together in the same office, and remarkably, they were alone. Hadn't they just nearly come to blows? The Admiral Kizaru. Zephyr furrowed his brow in disbelief, wondering how he had previously overlooked the finesse with which Cui Ze wielded his manipulative tactics. In stark contrast, Kizaru's expression appeared rather more insidious. "Oh dear, what an admiral! I am not one at the moment, am I?" While he feigned nonchalance. The corners of Kizaru's mouth were almost blooming into a radiant smile. Cui Ze quickly realized that the current trio of red, yellow, and green had yet to ascend to their positions of power. He had just misspoken. Fortunately, rectifying his error was not a formidable task. During his time aboard the training vessel, he had heard from fellow comrades that Admiral Yellow Ape had already been designated as a candidate for the position of admiral. However, a candidate is not a true admiral. One can only ascend to that rank when a vacancy arises. Yellow Ape stroked his chin and cast a sidelong glance at Zifa. "I hope I haven't misremembered the rules, have I, Teacher Zifa? We mustn't allow the sailors to ridicule us." Zifa retorted coolly. Yellow Ape, unwilling to concede, responded. "But I believe this is merely an introduction to naval protocol for the soldiers." The two locked eyes in a fierce exchange, as if sparks were about to ignite in the air. Cui Ze stood motionless, his gaze unwavering, completely disengaged from the celestial confrontation between Huang Yuan and Ze Fa. The vacancy of a high-ranking general was evident. This was a straightforward implication. With Ze Fa's demise, Huang Yuan would ascend to power. How audacious of you, Huang Yuan, to aspire for the heavens. Ultimately, it was the prudent Ze Fa who took a step back. After all, it would be utterly foolish to display discord among the high-ranking naval officers in front of the lower-ranking Marines. Cui Ze, you have been summoned for a specific assignment. Ze Fa picked up a document from the table and threw it towards Cui Ze with a flick of his wrist. As the document approached Cui Ze, it had lost all its initial momentum, descending into his grasp like a delicate feather. The control over such force was truly remarkable. Cui Ze lowered his head, swiftly scanning the confidential documents in his hands, only to soon raise his eyes in astonishment. Me, going undercover to become a pirate. The task assigned to Cui Ze by Zifa was naturally subject to certain modifications. He could not simply approach Cui Ze with the notion of becoming one of the 7 warlords from the outset. Becoming one of the 7 warlords is the ultimate goal of Cui Ze's undercover plan, not the initial assignment. Indeed, Zifa nodded, proceeding to elucidate the rationale behind this. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, pirates have proliferated across the globe. This year, the Mariewa incident has further exacerbated the situation, prompting the world government to bypass the Navy and establish the 7 Warlords of the Sea initiative, thereby fueling the audacity of pirates anew. In an effort to curb the rampant growth of piracy, the Navy headquarters has specifically devised this undercover pirate plan, aiming to undermine the pirates from within. After thorough selection, you have been deemed the most suitable candidate for this undercover mission. Cui Ze inquired, "What makes me suitable?" Furthermore, his aspiration had always been to secure a strong alliance with the Navy, even though he had recently ascended to the sea rank, significantly enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. He still faced a lengthy journey before achieving complete safety. Why forsake the warm, comfortable, and secure confines of the Navy office to venture outside? Enduring harsh conditions and becoming a wandering pirate? The disparity was indeed staggering. In terms of strength, you are the star of the elite training camp, hardly inferior to the officers of the Navy headquarters. Zephyr highlighted 2 prominent attributes. Regarding reputation, you had once suffered defeat at the hands of Kaido yet survived. A title of a vanquished foe under the Emperor carries considerable prestige among pirates. Here, Zephyr also omitted another crucial factor: identity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze fell into silence. The most troublesome aspect of desperately clinging to the naval powers had finally emerged, which was the orders from above. Cui Ze had been pondering when he would receive directives from above that did not align with his own needs. He never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Zifa, noticing Cui Ze's silence, gently inquired, "So, do you consent to undertake this undercover operation? Will you agree or disagree?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Cui Ze stated with impartiality. I am uncertain to what extent our department can extend support for my undercover operations. Life is not easy. Cui Ze has chosen to pursue flexible employment. He does not intend to reject the undercover pirate mission assigned by Zifa, for such a refusal would bear no significance. As long as Cui Ze remains in the Navy, he must inevitably accept the tasks designated by his superiors, whether they be Zifa, Kizaru, or subsequent base commanders. In this regard, Cui Ze has long been mentally prepared. Although going undercover as a pirate somewhat contradicts his personal ambitions, upon reflection, there are indeed benefits to this path. If the primary advantage of being a Navy officer lies in safety, then the greatest merit of undercover work as a pirate is undoubtedly freedom. With his fishing abilities, Cui Ze is destined never to linger in a fixed maritime area. Whether it be the ominous zombie island, Zao Min Island, the neighboring winter island of the future kingdom, or the bountiful Boeing Islands teeming with the glutton baron, each of these magnificent islands represents a portal to an extraordinary world from which he can fish for myriad abilities. Should Cui Ze follow his original plan to remain hidden in the East Sea, his aspirations to utilize his fishing prowess to explore the mysteries behind these islands would likely be confined to fleeting Navy leave periods. This would render both time and spatial logistics quite challenging, as these islands predominantly lie within the Grand Line, far removed from the East Sea. Not to mention the islands that Cui Ze has yet to explore. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Alabasta, the Valley of Magic, Sky Island, Water 7, the Sabaody Archipelago, Fishman Island. These are merely the paradises of the first half of the Grand Line, with the subsequent New World phase demanding a considerable investment of time for exploration. However, should Cui Ze opt to embrace the pirate life, such complications would largely dissipate. Furthermore, the astute Cui Ze possesses knowledge of the precise locations of numerous maritime treasures, particularly several devil fruits that remain unclaimed at this current juncture. The Mara Mara no Mi from the East Sea, the Ope Ope no Mi and Goro Goro no Mi from the North Sea, the Goro Goro no Mi from the Sky Island, the Sanguis Sanguis no Mi from Sleepy Town, and the artificial mythical Zoan from Punk Hazard. These premier devil fruits are scattered across the oceans, their locations disparate and unconnected. For Navy officer Cui Ze, accessing and collecting these devil fruits would be exceedingly difficult, yet for pirate Cui Ze, such endeavors would be devoid of substantial concern. Of course, despite the numerous advantages of choosing the pirate path, this does not hinder Cui Ze's desire to procure significant leverage from the Navy headquarters. The headquarters support? Upon hearing Cui Ze's words, Zifa and Kizaru exchanged glances, astonished. Logically, the Navy headquarters would indeed extend some level of support for these undercover pirates, be it in the form of salary, intelligence, or rank, among other benefits. The issue lies in the fact that when personnel were previously dispatched to execute highly confidential missions, each individual was fervent, eager to pledge eternal loyalty to justice on the spot. Yet now, Cui Ze has audaciously taken the initiative to make demands. This is indeed unorthodox. Noticing Zifa and Kizaru's silence, Cui Ze could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Surely, the two commanders do not intend to provide even a modicum of support? Ahem. Certainly not. Zifa coughed twice and promptly replied. The plan you are about to undertake is of utmost importance, thus the headquarters will undoubtedly bolster its support. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a spirit invigorated, Cui Ze immediately began to count on his fingers. In truth, there were not many. To aspire to become a formidable pirate, one must undoubtedly possess strength. Thus, it would be prudent to acquire 7 or 8 devil fruits, for I hold a deep affection for such treasures. Furthermore, a great pirate's vessel must not be meager. I envision a state-of-the-art warship from the Navy headquarters, which could be modified for my use. However, the interior must be adorned with opulence. The kitchen space should be expansive. Ideally, it should also include a fish pond, as I am exceedingly fond of fish keeping. Additionally, a grand pirate's travels must exude a certain flair. This issue is easily resolved with a mere 1 or 200 million berries. Moreover, a lone pirate is destined for an unremarkable future. It would be advantageous for the Navy headquarters to support some pirate subordinates, as I do not require any commissioned officers. A few members from this elite training camp would suffice. Lastly, a great pirate must possess personal prestige. Although I previously clashed with that ruffian Kaido, my defeat was rather disheartening. Perhaps I could find a high-ranking admiral from the headquarters to engage in a staged duel. A pretense of conceding would suffice. Cui Ze's demands could be counted on the fingers of one hand. He raised his right palm towards Admiral Zephyr and Admiral Kizaru, stating, "Gentlemen, my requests are truly modest, merely 5 minor conditions." He had yet to mention logistics support, naval escort, or exemptions from plunder. And you have the audacity to include etc. Zephyr's roar nearly brought the entire naval headquarters building crashing down. Kizaru's expression also reflected his discontent. If Cui Ze's demands were to be met, the Navy would not merely be accommodating a pirate undercover. It was on the verge of nurturing a Shichibukai. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was, in essence, making an exorbitant demand. He did not truly expect Zifa or Kizaru to acquiesce to all of his stipulations. However, what if these two were to suddenly lose their senses and actually agreed to some of his requests, even if it were just one, or a scaled-down version of his demands? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze's expression was one of utter innocence, frail and pitiable. Thus, how does Admiral Borsellino intend to arrange for this helpless little marine? The yellow monkey appears to be a slacker, idling away his days in a state of perpetual leisure. Well, in truth, that is precisely his demeanor. However, to have ascended to the rank of admiral, in waiting, it is evident that he possesses a substantial degree of capability. One could hear him meticulously refuting Cui Ze's requests. First and foremost, concerning the devil fruit. The supply of devil fruits at the Navy headquarters is exceedingly scarce, and such rewards are exclusively reserved for those naval members who have rendered outstanding contributions. Therefore, the headquarters will not provide you with a devil fruit. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The devil fruit spoken of by Zephyr is a reward obtained through the exchange of beast breathing. Due to time constraints and the unclear effects of beast breathing, Zephyr has yet to convey this matter to the other high-ranking officials at headquarters. We shall discuss the devil fruit at a later time. With that, Zephyr concluded the topic. Cui Ze, recognizing the opportune moment, remained still, as obedient as a fledgling chick. Huang Yuan, seemingly from nowhere, produced a cup of steaming tea, moistening his throat before resuming his previous discourse. Secondly, the new class warships. Their availability is critically limited. The construction schedule for the fastest of these vessels has already been set for 2 years hence, and you shall not acquire one. Thirdly, regarding financial provision. This is a matter we can discuss in greater detail. Should you become an undercover pirate, your remuneration and social benefits will elevate by at least 1 tier. However, it will not reach the extravagant sum of 1 or 200 million berries. Fourthly, personnel support. Your undercover operation within the pirate realm is exceptionally sensitive and should not be disclosed to the remaining naval personnel. Furthermore, Vice Admiral He, the chief strategist at headquarters, has meticulously devised a plan to facilitate your discreet departure from the Navy, ensuring that the elite training camp sailors do not suspect the authenticity of your pirate identity. Fifthly, the prestige of being a pirate. At this juncture, Huang Yuan abruptly ceased his speech. Cui Ze gazed expectantly at his dear, esteemed, and beloved boss, the yellow ape. To be candid, the conditions he had just mentioned were essentially mere nonsense. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze was acutely aware of the limitations of the Navy. The truly desirable fruits had essentially been seized by the world government and the celestial dragons. He did not harbor any expectations for the inferior fruits. Thus, his focus shifted to the fifth option, match fixing. Defeating an admiral would correspond to an A-rank victory bait. However, he was uncertain whether the screen would acknowledge this. Regardless, it was worth a try. Under Cui Ze's eager gaze, Kizaru first shook his head. The admiral of the headquarters likely had no time to concern himself with such trivial matters, and Kazan was far too indolent. If you are intent on seeking your own demise by challenging Sakazuki, you might as well prepare for the aftermath now. As for myself, Cui Ze held his breath, while Boss Huang smiled with a crooked grin. How delightful! If not for the inappropriateness of the time and occasion, Cui Ze would have eagerly raised his hands in jubilant celebration. From this day forth, he, Xiao Ze, would be the most loyal and devoted subordinate of Boss Huang. Should anyone dare to publicly insult Boss Huang as a cunning, lecherous, and despicable wage thief, along with the remaining 38 derogatory terms, let them beware. Cui Ze will not let him go easily. What a kawaii moment. It is undeniably kawaii. Defeating the yellow ape. Securing A-grade bait. Who knows what abilities might be reeled in? Shiny forms? Yellow glimmers? Divine light rods? Cui Ze found himself lost in a reverie. Cui Ze, I truly wouldn't mind engaging in a minor spar with you. However, the script may not unfold as you envision, remarked Huang Yuan. A subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the barely contained excitement of the naval soldier, Xiao Ze. Speed is power. Have you ever been struck by the velocity of light? Having reached a general consensus on the fundamental conditions, the remaining details would merely require adherence to the naval regulations. Huang Yuan withdrew from the discussion, allowing space for Cui Ze and Ze to converse. Returning from his thoughts on the bait, Cui Ze regained his composure and eagerly turned to Ze, inquiring, Teacher Ze, when might I commence this undercover mission among the pirates? Quite soon. Within the next couple of days, Ze replied, noticing that Huang Yuan's discussed conditions fell well within his acceptance, thus dispelling any lingering resentment. Following the conclusion of the elite training camp, each elite naval soldier is entitled to a 3-day leave. My plan is for you to embark tomorrow, under the guise of a vacation, aboard a naval warship to the Sabaody Archipelago, where you will officially initiate your undercover operation. The Sabaody Archipelago, a fantastical island teeming with bubbles, Cui Ze pondered what kind of fishing world this bubble island might correspond to. This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he recalled Huang Yuan's mention of an escape plan. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Cui Ze asked, "So, my departure from the Navy, or rather, my ascent to notoriety as a pirate, will commence at the Sabaody archipelago?" Zfa nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is correct. However, further specifics will be communicated to you tomorrow." Cui Ze's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He held a firm belief in the escape plan proposed by Zfa, for the architect of this scheme was none other than the illustrious Admiral He, renowned throughout the Navy. However, therein lay the conundrum. Admiral He lacked the ability to see through the veil of deception. Perhaps, in the eyes of Zfa and He, Cui Ze's escape plan could elude detection by all, including every member of the elite training camp. Yet Cui Ze was acutely aware that an undercover operative from a pirate faction had infiltrated this current Navy elite training camp. It was none other than the high-ranking officer from the Don Quixote family, the original Red Heart, Virgo. The existence of Virgo was precisely why Cui Ze had just presented the fourth point of request to Zfa and Admiral Kizaru. Don Quixote Doflamingo had dispatched Virgo into the Navy as an undercover agent. I, in turn, had pulled Virgo into the depths of the undercover pirate scheme. To have a genuine pirate infiltrate as another pirate would undoubtedly create a most intriguing spectacle. In Cui Ze's mind, a title of a story collection instantly materialized. The family patriarch sent me undercover into the Navy, only for my superior to assign me as an undercover pirate. Re-entering the family. A game of espionage. Regrettably, this proposition was promptly dismissed by Huang Yuan. At this moment, Cui Ze found himself unable to divulge to his two superiors the true identity of Virgo. The fact that he could infiltrate the Navy, particularly into a highly selective elite training camp with stringent scrutiny, indicated that the Don Quixote family had undoubtedly invested considerable effort in Virgo's identity concealment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze remarked. As for Virgo, our relationship is exceptionally good. He would certainly not refuse my request. Virgo would undoubtedly comply with Cui Ze. Mr. Virgo, you surely do not wish for Admiral Zephyr to discover your undercover identity, do you? No, the pirate undercover operation demands an exceedingly high level of confidentiality. This matter must not be known to other Navy personnel, nor should they be involved. Zephyr shook his head. However, Vice Admiral Crane had once suggested that perhaps tomorrow you could take a few familiar companions with you to the Sabaody archipelago. This would indeed enhance the authenticity of your departure from the Navy. Such a strategy. Vice Admiral Crane is indeed quite astute. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. If Cui Ze were to truly become a pirate, the first outsider to sense something amiss would undoubtedly be Virgo. I am merely a pretend pirate, while he is a genuine one. This predicament is rather vexing. I understand. Cui Ze murmured, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Zephyr displayed a look of satisfaction, nodding approvingly, and then began to instruct on the nuances essential for undercover operations. During such missions, it is imperative to conceal your identity from outsiders, especially when dealing with the Navy. Utmost discretion is essential, Zephyr advised. I recall that you fortuitously captured a white snail near the Winter Island by the Future Kingdom, correct? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze undoubtedly comprehended this principle. The white telephone bug was indeed a D-grade item that he had personally fished out. The description of the item's effects was quite explicit. From now on, will my communications with the naval headquarters be conducted directly with Teacher Zifa or Admiral Kizaru? Cui Ze inquired, expressing his uncertainty. Not quite, Zifa replied, shaking his head. There will be a Marine assigned to manage your dedicated communication line. Currently, she is serving as a clerk in the deep-sea prison, and the confidentiality of the information is exceedingly high. Cui Ze perceptively captured the intelligence embedded within Zifa's words. Becoming an undercover pirate while also securing a dedicated customer service representative? Quite splendid. Zifa nodded at Cui Ze a few more times before instructing him to leave the office and prepare for the operational plan for the following day. Do not forget the time. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, at Dock 13 in town, for the sightseeing cruise to the Sabaody archipelago. Upon exiting the headquarters, Cui Ze returned to the communal dormitory, where he encountered the long-awaiting Smoker. What did Master Zifa summon you for? Smoker inquired. Has the arrangement for the training camp finally been revealed? Cui Ze casually remarked, indeed, the position assigned by Teacher Zfa is that of a colonel at headquarters. Envious, aren't you? Of course, his words were mere fabrications. Zfa had not yet had the opportunity to discuss his military rank arrangements. How could one not feel envy? Smoker's eyes nearly brimmed with a hint of red. For remaining at headquarters is the ultimate aspiration of most sailors. I wonder where I will be assigned. In truth, with your rebellious nature, regardless of where you are placed, you will soon find yourself relegated to the four seas. Cui Ze gazed thoughtfully at Smoker. It is highly probable that he has been reassigned to Log Town, where his daily responsibilities involve apprehending those amusing entertainers. No, rather, he is biding his time. Poised to capture 2 future emperors of the sea. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze carried the unconscious Smoker back to the communal dormitory. As for the task of informing Virgo, that could wait until evening. Upon returning to his room, Cui Ze retrieved the D-grade bait he had just acquired after defeating Smoker. Despite the previous fishing experience, today's fortune did not seem particularly favorable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze cast the D-grade bait into the dimensional sea, using his finger as a rod and his thoughts as the line. Embarking on a fishing endeavor. May the benevolent Huang Yuan bless him with a bountiful catch. Let it not be another Italian cannon. During the fishing session, the following was obtained. Type of harvest. Ability attribute D-grade ability attribute. Steel rending finger source of ability. Northern Fist of the North Star attribute description. An ability of the ultimate essence of the Northern Fist of the North Star attribute effect significantly enhances the power of the fingers, allowing one to tear apart steel with bare hands and effortlessly crush the bodies and bones of enemies. Attribute evaluation. Steel rending finger. After perusing the luminous display, Cui Ze suddenly felt his fingers grow rigid. The next morning, at the naval headquarters, in the male soldiers' dormitory, Cui Ze, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, sensed an intense feeling of danger emanating from beside him. Almost instinctively, he rolled several times on his bed, adeptly maneuvering himself into the narrow space between the wooden bed and the wall, adopting a standard half-crouched position on the floor, utilizing the temporary concealment provided by the bed. Cui Ze focused intently in the direction of the impending threat and shouted, "Who goes there?" However, upon recognizing the face of the threat, his voice quickly diminished to a whisper to avoid attracting the attention of the other sailors in the dormitory. It turned out to be Huang Boss, the unexpected source of danger, a familiar face from the day prior at the headquarters building. With a cheerful demeanor, Huang Boss dissipated the small cluster of shimmering light gathered on his fingertip and looked at the crouched Cui Ze, praising him in his customary tone. "Cui Ze, your vigilance is commendable." Feeling somewhat irked, Cui Ze rose from the floor, brushing off the dust with a vigorous motion, and replied curtly, "What brings you here, Huang Boss?" Anyone would respond with irritation when their peaceful slumber is disrupted, especially after a day of fishing that yielded nothing but the most nonsensical of catches. It is essential to note that this is the naval headquarters, Marineford, teeming with formidable individuals and bizarre creatures. Hats, pistols, Italian cannons, and that enigmatic beta steel crack. Just thinking about it incites frustration. Not anything of great significance, Huang Boss continued. Your future operations will largely be under my command as you have been assigned to the sword unit under the supervision of Zifa Sensei. He paid no heed to the change in Cui Ze's address, first providing an explanation before producing a folder and handing it to him. This contains details regarding your rank assignment, salary, and the specifics of the extraction plan. Hearing that it was a matter of importance, Cui Ze suppressed his irritation. He accepted the folder, opening it to review the documents within. The monthly salary and compensation for a lieutenant commander in the naval headquarters. Cui Ze deftly omitted certain trivial details and swiftly flipped to the conclusion of the document, which pertained to the so-called escape plan. The objective was to journey to the Comoros Islands, confront the individual captured in the photograph, and subsequently retreat via the designated route. Upon closer inspection of the image depicting the man with golden, curly hair, he confirmed that the face was unfamiliar. Who could this individual be? Cui Ze raised the photograph in his hand, inquiring with curiosity, by assaulting him, can one truly extricate oneself from the Navy? He neither donned the iconic bubble helmet nor was he a celestial dragon. Upon hearing such irreverent words, Kizaru's gaze shifted dramatically, and his look towards Cui Ze grew considerably more earnest. Assaulting a celestial dragon? You truly are remarkable, Kizaru remarked with a measured tone. Is it possible that young Cui Ze intends to attack a celestial dragon? How frightful indeed. Undoubtedly, assaulting a celestial dragon is the swiftest route to notoriety upon these seas, and one would certainly be unable to escape the infamy of being a pirate. Cui Ze shrugged nonchalantly and stated candidly, moreover, didn't Boss Huang agree to collaborate with me on staging his sham battle? Taking down the celestial dragons would also suit Boss Huang's style. In that case, I would become the legendary pirate known for beating the celestial dragons and toppling the marine admirals. Well, even with Cui Ze's audacity, at this moment, he could only contemplate assaulting the celestial dragons, rather than contemplating their demise. After all, if one were to actually kill a celestial dragon, the world government would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. At this juncture, Cui Ze was hardly prepared to face a full-scale manhunt orchestrated by the world government. For now, it would be prudent to disregard that detestable group of celestial dragons. Clap, clap, clap. To everyone's surprise, Kizaru began to applaud. His expression one of genuine admiration as he regarded the young marine before him. Young Cui Ze, since you harbor such grand aspirations, I wholeheartedly encourage you to take action. I assure you, I will not forget to visit you in Impel Down, provided you haven't perished on Sabaody Archipelago. Kizaru's words were sincere. At this moment, he truly held some admiration for Cui Ze. Within the Navy, there were many who harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, Kizaru being one of them. Yet, there was no one like Cui Ze, who boldly expressed his disdain for the celestial dragons and proclaimed his intentions in front of a rear admiral. As far as Kizaru knew, Cui Ze was indeed a rare breed. Not even pirates possessed such courage. Cui Ze's lips trembled slightly, and he ceased his nonsensical chatter. So, who exactly is the person in the photograph? Huang Yuan smirked, wondering if stating, he is not a celestial dragon, would disappoint young Cui Ze. Cui Ze awaited with an icy demeanor. Bored by the atmosphere, Huang Yuan decided to unveil the secret. Very well. Although not of the esteemed lineage of divine descendants or the aristocracy of the world, he was still a figure of considerable stature. His Majesty, King Henry Cavendish of the Bourgeois Kingdom, a member of the world government. Furthermore, not long ago, the Bourgeois Kingdom had completely annexed the entire territory of the defunct Tobias Kingdom. Standing on a sightseeing boat departing from the town behind Mariford, Cui Ze, adorned with a wide-brimmed platinum hat, gazed at the shimmering surface of the sea, while thoughts of the final intelligence shared by Huang Yuan flickered through his mind. Admiral Crane had indeed provided me with a most suitable target for engagement. For Cui Ze, whether in his past life or present, the true nemesis responsible for the downfall of the Tobias Kingdom was none other than the formidable Big Mom pirates, reigning over the New World. The Bourgeois Kingdom, which later occupied the entirety of the Tobias Kingdom's territory, could at best be likened to a hyena drawn by the scent of prey, eagerly approaching in anticipation. To be candid, Cui Ze harbors no significant animosity towards the kingdom of Bourgeois. Even in the absence of Bourgeois, other kingdoms would inevitably seek to claim the unoccupied territories of the kingdom of Tobias. For any kingdom or king, the expansion of territory is an unparalleled achievement, one that cannot be overlooked, a feat worthy of immortalization in history. No nation can resist the allure of such accomplishments. Nonetheless, it must be noted that even if Cui Ze's disdain for the kingdom of Bourgeois is minimal, it does not deter his intention to assault this member of the world government that has seized the lands of the kingdom of Tobias. Whether driven by nostalgia for his homeland or by his own naval ambitions, the king of this world government member state, Cui Ze has made up his mind. Even Kizaru cannot impede him. This is what he proclaimed. Henry Cavendish. Suddenly, the visage and name of the golden curly-haired gentleman flashed through Cui Ze's mind. The name sounded somewhat familiar. He wondered if it could possibly relate to the future captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, the illustrious Bema Cavendish. Yet, he distinctly recalled Cavendish being referred to as Rommel's Scythe, and this was an entirely unfamiliar realm of the kingdom of Bourgeois. Cui Ze shook his head, casting aside trivial information from his mind. Regardless of whether the kingdom of Bourgeois had any connection to the future pirate nobleman, by Mockhaven Dish. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze suddenly summoned a luminous screen to examine his current personal attributes, a privilege afforded by the pirate infiltration plan devised by ZFA. Cui Ze attained his military rank long before the other members of the elite training camp. On the very first day of his naval service, he understood one crucial truth. Becoming a naval officer entailed the acquisition of informational entries. With each promotion came the promise of more advanced informational entries. The display screen was inundated with notifications, cascading like a torrent. Your E-rank informational entry, Elite Marine, has been promoted. You have obtained a D-rank informational entry, Navy Corporal. D-rank informational entry, Navy Corporal entry description, a rank within the naval hierarchy, signifying entry into the non-commissioned officer tier. Entry effect, grants a D-rank bonus of 1 point to strength, endurance, agility, and leadership attributes. Entry evaluation, we all have a bright future ahead. Your D-rank informational entry, Navy Corporal, has been promoted. Your D-rank informational entry has been upgraded to Navy Sergeant. Entry effects remain unchanged. Navy Sergeant has been promoted, now designated as Navy Staff Sergeant. Entry effects remain unchanged. Navy Staff Sergeant has been promoted. You have obtained a C-rank informational entry, Navy Officer. Navy Officer has been promoted, now designated as Navy Captain. Entry effects remain unchanged. C-rank informational entry, Navy Headquarters Major entry description, a rank within the naval hierarchy, belonging to the officer tier. Entry effect, grants a C-rank bonus of 1 point to strength, endurance, agility, and leadership attributes. Entry evaluation, it's time to sit back and enjoy the rewards. Your overall evaluation has subtly improved, culminating in a dense stream of information. In summary, Cui Ze has acquired a new C-rank informational entry, Navy Headquarters Major, enhancing all 4 core attributes, aside from his commanding presence and fortune, significantly boosting his prowess. Is a Navy Headquarters Major already classified as a C-rank informational entry? Cui Ze gently rubbed his slightly sore eye sockets. After perusing the series of content, he was able to deduce certain insights. The information entries for the junior military officers were classified as Grade C, which implies that the corresponding entries for mid-level officers would be classified as Grade B. As for the candidates for general, the generals themselves, or the marshals, their information entries should be categorized as Grade A. The naval information entries of Grades A and B feel rather distant to Cui Ze at this moment and can be disregarded for the time being. However, Cui Ze is about to assume the role of an undercover pirate, just as the Navy possesses information entries. It stands to reason that the pirates would have their own as well. Cui Ze closed the light screen, his thoughts swirling within his mind. Once I become a pirate, perhaps the screen will subsequently update with information pertaining to pirates, minor pirates, major pirates, supernovas, and the 7 warlords. However, I am uncertain whether the information entries for pirates and the Navy will conflict with one another. Moreover, there is another matter requiring attention. Should I someday regain my identity as a naval officer, I wonder if the information entry regarding my pirate status would be erased. As Cui Ze pondered his future, a series of footsteps approached from behind him. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched between his lips, leaned in from behind. Cui Ze, why not join us in the cabin? A significant figure is aboard our ship. Cui Ze turned his head to gaze at the cigarette enthusiast who was but a breath away, and with a vigorous wave of his hand before his nose, he sought to disperse the thick haze of smoke. It is unlikely that one could find another eccentric on the vast ocean who would indulge in 2 cigars in one sitting. Smog, unfazed, shook his head and retorted, regardless. You mentioned that you would cover all expenses this time. I was referring to the expenses on the islands of the Comoros, and we are still aboard the vessel. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was just about to speculate whether that person was the boss Huang Yuan when he heard Smoker exclaim, "It's Admiral Aokiji." Aokiji? The future candidate for the position of Admiral in the Navy Headquarters, known as the T-Pig Aokiji? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze regained his composure and spoke with an air of nonchalance. It is said that there exists a dreadful man who has professed his love 100 times, only to face rejection each time. T-Pig had confessed to Peach Bunny Shiwan 100 times, yet all his efforts were in vain. Smoker's cheeks twitched slightly, clearly indicating that he was familiar with this tale. LSP is indeed a wellspring of power. Moreover, this narrative also features the legendary duo of Beauty and the Beast. To be frank, considering Peach Bunny Shiwan's beauty, dubbing T-Pig as the Beast seems to be quite an embellishment. Ahem. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unseemly. Smoker declared with utmost seriousness. Let us instead discuss how we shall enjoy our time on this Abayadi archipelago. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze gazed across the sea towards the enchanting Bubble Island, a realm that seemed to have emerged from a fairy tale. Instinctively, the angler within him awakened. He pondered what marvelous catches might await him on this whimsical isle. Yesterday's fishing endeavors within the naval headquarters yielded rather lackluster results, leaving much to be desired. Cui Ze eagerly yearned to discover a new island to cleanse the remnants of yesterday's anguish. Following the exertions of the previous day, his bait reserves dwindled to a solitary B grade, 1 C grade, and a meager quantity of F grade bait for daily use. Observing that there was still a brief interval before the vessel would dock, he felt a stirring anticipation. Cui Ze conversed briefly with Smoker and Virgo beside him before swiftly entering the cabin of the sightseeing boat, retrieving an F-grade bait. The capabilities of the items caught while fishing would fluctuate according to the conditions of the surrounding islands. Cui Ze held an F-grade bait in his hand, his gaze flickering with intrigue. The most striking feature of the Shambodi Islands is undoubtedly the bubbles. What might one catch a bubble island? With fingers as rods and thoughts as lines, he cast his line. This fishing expedition yielded the following: type of harvest, item F-grade item, blue flower source of item, life with slaves description of item, a blue wildflower growing in a thicket, possessing a calming effect of item, brewed as tea, it soothes the heart and curbs desires evaluation of item. Hilvi, it is time to take the medicine. The 5 exclamation marks unequivocally demonstrated Cui Ze's astonishment at this moment. He could hardly believe he had managed to fish out such an extraordinary item. The crucial point was the origin of this blue flower. No, it couldn't be. Cui Ze gently twirled the stamen of the blue flower in his hand. As the cool nectar gradually seeped out, staining his fingertips a damp indigo. Surely, it cannot be so restrictive? Although the Feite archipelago is undeniably one of the greatest islands of the Grand Line, and perhaps the largest hub for the slave trade across the vast seas, the existence of such a life must surely be an isolated incident. I am a respectable person, destined not to meet a dismal end at the hands of the river crab deity. The Feite archipelago must be akin to Marineford, intricately intertwined with various otherworldly connections. Meanwhile, he sought to soothe his startled spirit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze chuckled softly as he patted Virgo's shoulder, intending to elucidate the situation. It was Smoker who was about to step into the realm of adulthood. Before Cui Ze could finish his words, he was abruptly silenced by the furious Smoker, who hastily fabricated an excuse, claiming that his cigar was nearly finished and he needed to procure some new ones. Oh, Virgo nodded in apparent acceptance of this explanation. As far as he knew, the area around the 70th to 79th numbered peninsula was primarily a hub for leisure, entertainment, customs, bars, and hotels. Smoker, you assert that you are merely smoking here without engaging in any other activities? I find that hard to believe. This bushy-browed, wide-eyed fellow harbors such peculiar habits in private. Virgo lowered his head, concealing his unusual expression. The elite Navy officer, with his evident weaknesses, could he possibly enlist his family's vessels? After all, it would merely entail delivering some beautiful women. Were Cui Ze privy to Virgo's current thoughts, he might well burst into laughter. Let us depart, disembark, Smoker exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Cui Ze's shoulders and forcefully leading him off the ship, with Virgo closely trailing behind. The trio of elite Marines blended seamlessly into the throng of tourists aboard the sightseeing vessel, drawing no attention whatsoever. Upon setting foot on the land of the Shambadi archipelago, Cui Ze finally relished his newfound freedom. He massaged his neck and inquired, "Ahem, gentlemen, where do you intend to venture first?" The essence of the Shambadi archipelago is encapsulated in a colossal Yalki vine tree. The entire island comprises 79 trees, each distinctly numbered. Let us head to the island designated as number 40, suggested Smoker. The area from number 40 to number 49 is primarily a tourist zone and specialty shops. There should be plenty of entertaining activities. Virgo refrained from voicing an opinion, as his enthusiasm for exploring the Shambadi archipelago was rather lukewarm. Were it not for Cui Ze's insistent persuasion, he would likely still be honing his skills at the headquarters, striving to master the art of hockey. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The reason Cui Ze offered this suggestion was due to intelligence from the naval headquarters, indicating that a group from the kingdom of Bracoa was unlawfully lingering in a particular area. As for the reason behind this, it is self-evident. I fear that upon my arrival there, I would be unable to restrain myself from taking direct action. Smoker rolled his eyes. As an elite of the Navy, he was certainly aware of the general situation in the Feite archipelago, due to the overt support of the world's nobles, the deliberate neglect of the world government, and the inaction of the naval headquarters. Heinous acts such as slave trading and human trafficking were openly conducted as normal business activities in the Feite archipelago. The naval headquarters did not lack opinions on this matter. Unfortunately, their opinions were never taken seriously by the world's nobles or the world government. Over time, the naval headquarters ceased its efforts to combat crime in the Feite archipelago and only focused on pursuing pirates who intruded into the area. A rather convenient justification. Cui Ze shrugged. Let us first venture to Peninsula 40. Fortuitously, Peninsula 40 is encompassed within the evacuation route of the escape plan, setting aside any malevolence. The Shambodia Islands undoubtedly stand as the most prosperous isles in this vast sea, perhaps without rival. Peninsula 44, renowned for its distinctive scenic views and unique bubble products, surpasses even some major islands' central towns in terms of prosperity. Cui Ze, Smoker, and Virgo hastily made their way from the 69th Peninsula to the 40th Sequence Island, their first destination. Glancing at the time, Cui Ze proposed. Let us first indulge in a leisurely lunch. One must be well fed to have the energy for enjoyment. Virgo nodded eagerly, having felt the pangs of hunger himself. Exercising and cultivating haki both require considerable energy, do they not? Smoker, on the other hand, wished to procure some cigars first. However, the majority prevailed, and he was unceremoniously escorted to a nearby restaurant. Upon entering, both Smoker and Virgo dismissed any formality with Cui Ze and immediately began to peruse the menu with fervor. Cui Ze paid no heed to the situation and instead chose to join them. Regardless of how much these two indulged, their combined appetite paled in comparison to that of Cui Ze. Though they claimed it was a treat, in reality, Smoker and Virgo were merely inconsequential additions. Even with the inclusion of the formidable Tanjiro, it would not suffice. That fellow Tanjiro was indeed a voracious eater. A plethora of dishes was presented by the restaurant's attendants. The three Marine brothers immediately began to feast heartily. 2 minutes later, Smoker conceded defeat. 5 minutes later, Virgo followed suit. Yet the relentless Cui Gourmand Ze continued to devour without restraint. Upon acquiring the title of Big Eater, Cui Ze's capacity for consumption surged by nearly a third. After clearing the table of every morsel, he barely managed to feel 7/10 full. Finished eating? Smoker, overcome by a craving for cigarettes, trembled with urgency. Once you're done, let us hurry outside. This restaurant astonishingly prohibits smoking indoors. If you wish to smoke, just step out and do so. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze, without raising his head, casually waved his hand and soon ordered a table full of delicacies. As he savored the delectable morsels following his main course, a lively discussion erupted from a nearby table. Hey, have you all heard? There's a grand auction taking place today on the 13th Peninsula. It's said that numerous slaves who previously escaped from Mary Geos have been recaptured and are set to be publicly auctioned off. Aren't the slaves from Mary Geos considered the property of the celestial dragons? How could anyone dare to auction them openly? Who knows? Perhaps the slave auction on the 13th Peninsula is backed by one of the celestial dragons themselves. But is it just slaves? Are there no renowned swords or devil fruits among the offerings? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze curled his lips in disdain. He had no interest in an auction without devil fruits. Wait a moment. The peninsula number 13? ISNT that the very peninsula where Shaki S Bar, known for its underhanded dealings, is located? Moreover, it is home to the formidable Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, a figure whose reputation rivals that of MR. 3. The names Rayleigh, Shaki, and slave auction flashed through Cui Ze's mind, intertwining in a manner that hinted at a significant event, though he could not quite grasp it at that moment. Virgo, sensing Cui Ze's unease, glanced in the direction of their conversation. Was he particularly intrigued by the mention of the slave auction? Not in the slightest. Cui Ze shook his head, casting aside trivial matters from his mind. At this moment, he had no need to concern himself with the actions of old Laylee. Old Laylee was not the resplendent MR3, he was merely a retired pirate of many years. Cui Ze elucidated, expressing his curiosity solely regarding the devil fruits. The promising marine, Cui Ze, harbored a keen interest in these extraordinary fruits. Virgo took note of this information, intending to relay it to the young master, Doflamingo, when time permitted. However, it must be said that ever since the conclusion of their previous skirmish, the young master had mentioned being preoccupied with Admiral Crane, leaving little opportunity for communication. Was it truly beyond the young master to contend with an aging vice-admiral? Virgo found himself perplexed. After all, in his eyes, the young master was a born sovereign destined to rival the Sea Emperor. How could the knight Yasha possibly fear a mere vice-admiral? Virgo suppressed his doubts. Returning to the topic that Cui Ze had just broached, devil fruits are exceedingly rare. Even at grand auctions, it is not guaranteed that they will be available, particularly the most exceptional ones. I comprehend. Cui Ze nodded, his gaze towards Virgo imbued with sincerity. In truth, your Don Quixote family consistently offers some of the most extraordinary devil fruits, surgery fruit, gold fruit, flame fruit, among others. In the future, we could certainly engage in commerce. When you are prepared with the devil fruits, I shall simply collect them. After all, that is the customary practice. Just as Cui Ze was about to speak, intending to discuss Virgo's homeland in the North Sea and his views on the notorious pirates of that region, a new wave of conversation erupted from a nearby table. This time, Cui Ze could not disregard it. It was the voice of that man, suspected to be an auctioneer. This slave auction has attracted numerous kings from the member countries of the world government. Among them are the Goa Kingdom from the East Sea, various entities from the North Sea, and the Brukoya Kingdom, to name a few. A curious guest, intrigued, inquired, what brings these dignitaries here? Are they competing with the celestial dragons for slaves? I suspect they might be aiming to acquire slaves, only to later present them to the celestial dragons, thereby winning their favor. For instance, that little East Sea nation, what was it called? Ah, yes, the one with the duck, ha ha ha. Indeed, the celestial dragons have visited the Goa kingdom, and they even sunk Sabo's small vessel in passing. Cui Ze paid little heed to the idle chatter of the guests. But he did catch the mention of the bourgeois kingdom. Virgo. Suddenly, Cui Ze's expression darkened, and he stood up abruptly. I have something to attend to, he declared. Virgo, taken aback, noticed Cui Ze's grim demeanor and instinctively nodded. Very well, go ahead. I shall explain to Smoker later. With a heavy heart. Cui Ze did not even take a moment to bid farewell to Virgo before he dashed out of the dining hall, racing towards the direction of Peninsula number 13. Virgo remained alone in the restaurant. A few minutes later, the cheerful Smoker entered, enveloped in smoke. He surveyed the surroundings but did not see Cui Ze, prompting his curiosity. Virgo, where is Cui Ze? He inquired. Virgo explained. Cui Ze just overheard a conversation from the nearby table and mentioned he had something to deal with. But he has yet to return. Smoker nodded, suddenly sensing something amiss. You mean Cui Ze has left? Virgo confirmed. Indeed. Smoker immediately asked. Did Cui Ze mention when he would be back? No, Virgo replied. Smoker glanced at the astonishing number of plates on the table and instinctively swallowed hard. Did Cui Ze settle the bill? In a fit of rage, Cui Ze surged forward with explosive speed, the distance between Peninsula number 44 and Peninsula number 13 diminishing rapidly. In just a few minutes, he traversed nearly half of the Shambadi archipelago, reaching the vicinity of Peninsula number 13. At that moment, his ordinary din-din mushy in his pocket emitted a series of ringing notifications. 2 rings sounded before it was abruptly cut off. Cui Ze understood that this signal was provided by headquarters, indicating that the target had reached the illicit zone. He recalled the detailed escape plan prepared by General He. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze shouted incomprehensible slogans as he charged directly towards the entourage of the kingdom of Bourgeois. Assassin. An assassin. Protect the king. Do not let his majesty come to harm. Quickly alert the nearby navy. This is the remnant of the kingdom of Tobias. Bang. Cui Ze drew forth the fateful hand of death, and without hesitation, fired directly at the last speaking guardian. If you cannot speak, then forever remain silent. The ebony bullet, marked with the insignia of bad luck, erupted from the chamber of his prized revolver, striking unerringly at the guardian's brow. As a royal protector of a member state of the world government, his prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. In an instant, the guardian deftly tilted his head, attempting to evade the bullet's trajectory. However, to his astonishment, the bullet's path was erratic, vanishing into thin air mid-flight. What? The guardian's eyes widened in disbelief, only to be met with the spectral images of 2 playing cards, the ace of clubs and the 8 of diamonds. The dark bullet, drenched in blood and brain matter, erupted from the guardian's forehead, swiftly extinguishing his life. The hand of death, even when fired from the front, would invariably curve around to strike from behind. A single shot piercing through the skull. You have slain a guardian of the kingdom, rated D in overall evaluation. The instantaneous demise of one of their own caused the remaining guardians to fall into a state of heightened alert, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. After the initial chaos and losses, the members of the Bourgeois kingdom began to comprehend the assassin's true identity. It must be one of the Tobias kingdom. Surely, it is the young prince of Tobias. The chief guardian leaned towards King Cavendish, whispering in a low tone, his vigilant gaze fixed intently upon Cui Ze, his gloved right hand resting upon the hilt of his rapier. As the distance between them diminished, the chief guardian suddenly drew his sword. American sword, Bluebird. The blade of the rapier sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, a vivid azure aura enveloping the sword, subtly coalescing into an illusory form reminiscent of a bluebird. Cui Ze squinted his eyes, his superhuman sense of smell indicating that the danger posed by this chief guard was not particularly high. Nevertheless, he raised his right fist, enveloping it with the armament hockey. The pitch-black hockey, shimmering with a cold luster, swiftly covered Cui Ze's forearm. Employing the techniques of the monkey fist, he concentrated all his strength into a single force, gathering it atop his right fist, and struck fiercely towards the sharp beak of the bluebird. Boom. The 2 forces collided violently, instantly unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful explosion. A circular shockwave emanated from the point of collision between the dark hockey and the azure sword aura, radiating outward in all directions and flattening the surrounding bubble grass. The 2 forces remained locked in a tense stalemate for a moment. Cui Ze stood firm, his form unwavering, resembling a timeless rock. In stark contrast, the chief guard's forearm trembled slightly, causing the sword's aura, akin to a fragile azure bird, to waver. In terms of strength, I cannot compete with this young prince. The chief guard decisively ended the feudal stalemate, leaping into the air and executing a graceful inversion above Cui Ze's head, where he unleashed a different technique. The beautiful sword, Swan Lake. The western sword traced a rotating arc in midair, its sharp blade aimed directly at Cui Ze's neck. A flamboyant display of swordsmanship. Cui Ze's feet struck the ground with relentless force, unleashing an unimaginable power. The synergy of the ape-like martial arts and the explosive momentum of the moon step transformed Cui Ze into a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the chief guard. The primal strength of his iron-headed form served as Cui Ze's primary weapon at that moment. With a thunderous impact, Cui Ze executed a headbutt that collided with the unprepared chief guard's abdomen. The latter expelled a cloud of blood, soaring into the air like a swan pierced by a powerful crossbow, only to crash down to the ground, broken-winged. Thud. The chief guard of the kingdom of Brahoa lay defeated. You have vanquished a kingdom guard with an overall rating of C. The chief guard of the kingdom was effortlessly dispatched, leaving the remaining adversaries bereft of any will to resist. Cui Ze approached the flustered Henry Cavendish with unimpeded confidence, casting a lofty gaze upon the middle-aged gentleman, whose golden curls still exuded a certain charm. Prince Feite. Cavendish felt his legs weaken. Were it not for the so-called glory of the monarchy sustaining him, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. The kingdom of Brujoya is willing to relinquish all territories of the kingdom of Tobias. Furthermore, we shall wholeheartedly support Prince Feite's return to the throne. In the face of life-threatening peril, Henry Cavendish instantaneously conceived this notion and proclaimed it aloud with fervor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze is not the legitimate prince of the Tobias kingdom. Rather than assuming the precarious role of a monarch in a fragile nation, Cui Ze remains inclined to wander in search of treasures, striving to enhance his own prowess. The sanctum of disintegration glinted, falling from his grasp, and pierced the shoulder of Henry Cavendish like a nail. The blade sank into flesh, and a bloom of crimson erupted. The delicate and prized king of the allied nation let out a muffled groan of agony, yet he valiantly suppressed his cries of pain. King Cavendish, I sense your goodwill. This is commendable, truly commendable. Cui Ze pressed the disintegrating Holy Mother deeper into Henry Cavendish's shoulder, whispering softly into his ear, Yet I am a person of gratitude. The kingdom of Tobias has nurtured me, and I am perpetually reminded of her. Should misfortune befall the kingdom of Tobias once more, whether through attacks, incursions by pirates, the oppression of its people by officials, or even a tsunami that submerges the land, I shall hold every citizen of the kingdom of Brujoya accountable. From the noble lords to the common folk, none shall escape my wrath. In that moment, I will wield this scalpel, stained with the blood of kings, to carve open your abdomen, extract your liver, slice it finely, and with sweet rum, return it to your very own mouth. The tardy yellow ape happened to overhear this final proclamation from Cui Ze and nearly lost his glasses in astonishment. Cui Ze, how do you play the role of a pirate undercover? Restrain yourself a bit, old man. Through the refracted blade of the disassembled Holy Mother, Cui Ze's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the glaring, golden figure of the shining yellow ape. He remained utterly unfazed, abruptly withdrawing the scalpel embedded in Henry Cavendish's shoulder. With a swift motion, a jet of crimson spurted forth. The extraction of the blade should have elicited a piercing scream of anguish. However, at that moment, Henry Cavendish lay as silent as a corpse. The words of Cui Ze had shattered the king's resolve, leaving his heart engulfed in boundless terror. Not only did he refrain from a cry of pain, but he also forcibly suppressed his body from trembling, fearful that any sign of weakness might provoke Cui Ze into even more aggressive actions. Observing this scene, Cui Ze felt a sense of satisfaction as he patted Henry Cavendish's face. Clap, clap. Cui Ze's palm gently struck the face of Henry Cavendish, producing a resounding slap. Such an act, imbued with an intangible violence, sent shivers down the spine of His Majesty the King. Observing this scene, the yellow ape pondered. Has this fellow truly spent several years as a pirate before joining the Navy? With such demeanor, such presence, and such posture, his bounty must surely exceed 100 million. Cui Ze remained oblivious to the thoughts of the enigmatic yellow ape. He draped his arm casually over Henry Cavendish's shoulder, his index and middle fingers languidly pinching the hilt of a replica of the Virgin Mary, the blade rhythmically tapping against Cavendish's arm. The glinting fruit? You must certainly be the esteemed Rear Admiral Kizaru from the Navy headquarters. With an acute understanding of the situation, Cui Ze feigned a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, so you have the time today to personally undertake a mission? Upon hearing this sardonic tone, Kizaru inexplicably felt as though he had been bested in some regard. Truly, this newcomer is rather formidable. Kizaru stroked his chin, forcibly adapting to the cadence of the conversation. Cui Ze shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, so what? Suddenly, the yellow ape felt a twinge of irritation in his teeth. This little rascal. The yellow ape instinctively narrowed his eyes. To dare to attack and hold hostage the king of a world government member nation, it seems you were seeking a permanent suite in the deep-sea prison. Indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze teetered on the precipice of self-destruction, a reckless venture indeed. Is this what it means to be a candidate for the Grand General? How utterly absurd. At that moment, the fury of Kizaru reached a breaking point. With a strange sound reverberating, a beam of light erupted from Kizaru's fingertips. Slicing through the air with breathtaking speed, striking with unerring precision the oscillating blade of the Mother of Destruction replica held by Cui Ze. A crisp chime resonated in the air. The mere E-grade material of the surgical knife stood no chance against the incandescent wrath of Kizaru's laser. The Mother of Destruction replica, which had accompanied Cui Ze for several months, could not endure even half a second as the laser beam cleaved it in two, sending the upper half of the shattered blade flying far away, embedding itself into the ground. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze gave no thought to the profound psychological impact of his recent series of sarcastic remarks on Huang Yuan. You are in a state of agitation. You are in a state of agitation. You are in a state of agitation. Cui Ze positioned the severed blade against the neck of Henry Cavendish. You dare to launch an attack while I still hold the hostages in my grasp. Truly audacious. You Navy, controlling the hostages? That is merely an illusion you perceive. The speed of light far surpasses that of sound. Before the words could reach Cui Ze's ears, the figure of the yellow monkey was reflected in his pupils, his right palm, adorned with a white glove, clamped down like an iron vise on the wrist of Cui Ze's knife-wielding hand. It was only at this moment that Cui Ze comprehended the words spoken by the yellow monkey, recalling the prior arrangements made within the Navy headquarters. Cui Ze relinquished his efforts to manipulate Henry Cavendish. Engaging in a brawl with the Allied nations offered no thrill compared to the prospect of confronting the formidable generals at headquarters. Naively, he still believed that the yellow ape would adhere to the script at this juncture. Cui Ze abruptly lifted his right leg. The thigh ensconced in spring-loaded bandages exuding a formidable strength capable of shattering steel, aimed at delivering a kick to the abdomen of the yellow ape. The dark hue of the armed hockey enveloped his toes, creating a resounding whoosh. Barring any unforeseen events, the esteemed yellow ape should be able to showcase his prowess here. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. No matter how swift Cui Ze may be, he cannot outpace the speed of light. The unremarkable white glove, as if experiencing a momentary lag, materialized in the path of Cui Ze's advancing right leg, and with impeccable precision, it grasped his calf and forcefully yanked him to the side. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Cui Ze attempted to report the actor, his words were abruptly cut short by a blinding kick from the yellow ape. Bang. In an instant, a brilliant flash erupted, and Cui Ze was sent soaring like a mere rag doll, propelled by the force of the yellow ape's kick, crashing directly into the cluster of buildings on Peninsula number 13. Boom. Amidst the deafening roar, a series of structures fell victim to Cui Ze, who had transformed into a shooting star, collapsing into heaps of useless rubble, while shattered bricks and swirling dust scattered in all directions. In that critical moment, Cui Ze barely managed to shield his back with his armament hockey, and then employed the techniques of the monkey fist to dissipate the impact of the debris relentlessly colliding against his body, thereby avoiding being kicked off the line by Kizaru. Boom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze felt an upheaval within, his entire being engulfed in waves of pain. The notification from the luminescent screen delivered a final, devastating blow. You have been defeated in battle against the A-rank powerhouse, Borsalino. Victory, bait not acquired. Cui Ze's indignation surged as he vowed to report the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, Borsalino, for playing with the emotions of young men and manipulating the very fabric of fate. In the dark ruins, consumed by fury, Cui Ze bypassed all formalities and unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Borsalino. He dismissed all notions of the man's slippery character, lewd demeanor, and unattractive appearance, along with an array of 38 derogatory adjectives left unsaid. Curse that thieving scoundrel of a salary. Damn the Revolutionary Army infiltrator. To hell with the road treasure of the sea. After venting his frustrations, Cui Ze gradually regained his composure from the recent brutal blow. He did not hastily extricate himself from the debris, but instead summoned the luminescent screen. Though he had not secured Borsalino's victory bait, he had engaged in a battle nonetheless. Perhaps, by riding on the coattails of the Marine Admiral's brilliance, he could reel in something worthwhile, akin to the previous bounty of the Beta Steel Splitter. This time, Cui Ze opted against the most rudimentary F-grade bait, and instead presented the D-grade bait he had just obtained through the defeat of a guard. O fortune's favor. In this endeavor, I shall offer the sacrifice of Borsalino's 3 years of fortune. Cui Ze silently offered a prayer before immediately commencing his fishing endeavor. During this fishing excursion, the following items were acquired. Item type, item D-class item, world color cancer source of item, Lance series description of item, a stamina restoration item effect of item. Consuming it restores full stamina for entities with an overall evaluation of D or below. For entities with an evaluation of C, it restores 1/3 of stamina. It has no effect on entities rated B or higher. Note: It cannot be used in the midst of battle. Item evaluation, a blue pill. What on earth is this grotesque item? Cui Ze was taken aback. The fishing conditions in the Chambord Islands were indeed quite unorthodox. What a surprise. However, after perusing the specific effects of the worldly colors, Xiaoze Achumilov suddenly changed his expression. This pill is truly remarkable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze immediately concealed the blue pill known as world color cancer close to his person, storing it alongside the mysterious card belonging to the voluptuous Miko. Cui Ze huddled his neck, sensing an inexplicable oddness in the air. The sacrifice of the yellow ape's fortune proved to be remarkably effective. Cui Ze once again retrieved a bait, this time a C-grade lure. Encouraged by the effects of the world color cancer, he did not hesitate and cast the C-grade bait into the dimensional sea. Fishing results, type of reward, ability attribute C-grade ability attribute, magic reflection source of ability, otherworldly demon lord and the summoned girl's slave magic description of attribute. A one-time special ability effect of attribute, when other entities employ a slave spell or utilize special means of mental enslavement against you. The ability will automatically trigger, reflecting the enslavement effect back upon the user. Note, reflection limit is see attribute evaluation. Are you my master? Gazing at the information on the luminous screen, Cui Ze opened his mouth, uncertain how to evaluate the ability attribute acquired during his second fishing expedition. Magic reflection. While it could be deemed useful, it seems to possess some merit. Yet, upon closer contemplation, he could not fathom its practical applications. It was a rather mediocre ability, unpalatable yet regrettable to discard. No, this thing would not be missed if abandoned. Cui Ze retrieved his final C-grade bait, a contribution made prior to the defeat of the Chief Knight. It appears that the world behind all fishing activities in the Shambodi archipelago is, to some degree, intertwined with the existence of slaves. The lives of slaves, evaluative guides, the Lance series, and the otherworldly demon lord with summoned girls and their enslaving magic. Slaves are simply slaves. Yet, from the realm of slavery, one can still emerge with remarkable treasures. Oh, goddess of fortune, I implore you, let this last C-grade bait yield something extraordinary. This time, I am willing to sacrifice the glasses of the yellow ape boss. One day, I shall shatter them with my own hands. Fishing harvest details, type of harvest, item C-grade item, perverse glasses item source, perverse glasses item description, a psychological tool item effects. 1. Decorative. 2. The glasses harbor a forbidden power capable of altering one's attributes. Donning or removing them can instantaneously change a person's offensive and defensive characteristics. 3. While wearing the glasses, hidden mental attributes receive a D-grade boost of 1 point. Item evaluation. A man should act decisively. Upon reading these lines, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze gritted his teeth and remarked. The Shambodi archipelago is indeed a costly venture. After 3 fishing attempts, he had depleted his stock of bait. Now, he was left with only the B-grade bait he had previously pilfered from the Baron of the Stomach. Considering the consistently poor quality of his fishing and the peculiar location of the Shambodi archipelago, Cui Ze resolutely suppressed the urge to continue fishing with B-grade bait. For wasting bait was not a trivial matter. At this moment, even BL-themed game items had been reeled in. Who could fathom what peculiar treasures from bizarre realms might surface in the next fishing endeavor? It was akin to the concept of a reborn lowly island. To those who search for it, I extend my apologies. I had forewarned you. Cui Ze casually stuffed the grotesque glasses into his pocket and began to excavate the debris of the collapsed structure above him. A few minutes later, disheveled and covered in rubble, Cui Ze emerged from the ruins of the slave auction site. At this moment, he harbored no intention of returning to Peninsula number 44. Instead, he contemplated an audacious assault on the royal family, with the aim of seizing the king. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze brushed off the dust from his clothes and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself on Peninsula 13 and needed to traverse a considerable distance to reach Peninsula 35. The immediate priority was to ascertain his precise location. However, after the recent violent impact, the environment around him was in disarray, rendering it impossible to discern any direction. Cui Ze activated the beast breathing technique, spatial awareness, and managed to locate a relatively intact building in the vicinity, hastily making his way towards it. Admiral Crane's plan would only extend to the Sabaody archipelago. Any actions taken after boarding would be communicated at a later time. As he hurried along, Cui Ze contemplated future strategies. His previous actions had already prompted the world government to issue a bounty, rendering his transformation into a pirate inevitable. The pressing question now was the destination of the vessel arranged by Admiral Crane. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Cui Ze arrived at the vicinity of the previously sensed cluster of intact buildings. He lifted his gaze and unexpectedly caught sight of a wooden sign, bearing a name he found remarkably familiar, Shaki's Bar. Shaki's Bar, the stronghold of the Vice Admiral? Cui Ze instinctively narrowed his eyes, his nostrils slightly flaring. The extraordinary olfactory senses were instantly activated, drawing in the minuscule particles of the surrounding air into his nasal cavity, bringing forth a lang of scents, some aged, some mature, and others youthful. The aroma of ink-laden parchment, the pungent scent of saltpeter-laden gunpowder, and the rich fragrance of fine liquor filled the air. Moreover, there were several humans present, a robust elderly man in his 60s, a woman in her 50s, both exuding a significant level of threat, particularly the former. Additionally, 3 young girls emanated a metallic tang of blood. One was 16, another 15, and the youngest merely 13. With this intelligence, Cui Ze swiftly deduced the identities of the individuals within the bar. Rayleigh, Shaki, Hancock, and her 2 younger sisters. I thought something felt familiar earlier. The 13th Peninsula, Rayleigh, Shaki, and the slave auction. A flicker of realization crossed Cui Ze's eyes, soon replaced by a veil of perplexity. After the Hancock sisters successfully escaped from the holy land of Marigios, it was indeed through the intervention of Rayleigh and Shaki that they managed to return to the calm seas of Amazon Lily. However, the incident at Marigios had concluded several months ago. Logically, the Hancock sisters should have already returned to their home on Amazon Lily by now. Why then? Were they still lingering in the Sabaody archipelago? Connecting this to the recently detected sin of blood, Cui Ze found himself pondering a troubling possibility. Could it be that after their escape from Marigios, the Hancock sisters had unfortunately fallen into the clutches of a slave ship once more, only to be brought to the Sabaody archipelago for another round of auction? It was then that they encountered Rayleigh and Shaki. Cui Ze felt that his deductions were largely accurate. In the original narrative, the 3 sisters of Hancock indeed managed to return to Amazon Lily with the assistance of Rayleigh, Shaki, and the enigmatic Euroliosa. However, there lies a considerable distance between Mariewa and the Sabaody archipelago. It seems implausible that Rayleigh would hastily descend upon Mariewa at the onset of the attack and fortuitously encounter the Hancock sisters. The most likely scenario is that the sisters, while fleeing Mariewa, were recaptured and taken back to the Sabaody archipelago, where they coincidentally crossed paths with the old Rayleigh. Despite Cui Ze's belief that he had surmised the essential truth, he had no intention of provoking the individuals at the bar at this moment. Better to make a discreet exit. Young man, have you been standing at the entrance of my bar for so long without considering stepping in for a drink? A magnetic female voice resonated, piercing through Cui Ze's ears. It was hard to fathom that such a sultry tone could emanate from a woman in her 50s. Cui Ze was not surprised by Xiaqi's discovery of him, for she was a true veteran pirate who had retired from the seas decades ago. Her experience surpassed even that of Silbaz Rayleigh. Although her strength remains ambiguous, there are claims that Xiaqi was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, as well as assertions that she hails from the island of 9 Snakes. This need not be elaborated further. Cui Ze stood outside the entrance of the knock-on-the-door bar, hesitating to step inside. I still have some matters to attend to, he remarked. Yet, even as he uttered these words, the heavy door of the bar creaked open from within. Standing at the threshold, Cui Ze beheld the entire interior of the tavern in a sweeping glance. Behind the bar counter was the enchanting Xiaqi, exuding an undeniable charm. Seated at the counter, sipping a drink, was the bespectacled Lei. Additionally, 3 ragged young girls, their bodies marred with bloodstains, were present. Distinct marks of restraint were evident on their necks, wrists, and ankles, and they regarded the scene with expressions of fear and disgust. Cui Ze's gaze gradually shifted. He did not linger on the bean sprout like Hancock and her 2 sisters, but ultimately settled on a pair of spectacles. Is Rayleigh also one to don glasses, thus carelessly passing on these grotesque spectacles? Or perhaps it would be rather unseemly to later transfer them to Admiral Sengoku. It turned out to be the young man who had just engaged in combat with Kizaru, Borsellino, beside the bar. Rayleigh gently shook his wine glass and cast a sidelong glance in this direction. There is an unmistakable sense of mischief in your gaze, it seems. Evidently, Rayleigh's observation Haki had detected the previous battle's circumstances. Cui Ze shrugged his shoulders, hesitating for a moment before stepping into the knockoff bar. Who would dare to casually reveal their nefarious intentions in the presence of the formidable king of the underworld, Silbaz Rayleigh? The motion of Rayleigh swirling his glass came to an abrupt halt, and a piercing glint flashed beneath his lenses. How did you know? Cui Ze felt a sudden tension envelop him, as if he were ensnared by an invisible force. He quickly offered an explanation. Before the esteemed lord of the underworld removed his signature mustache, anyone who had seen your bounty notice could easily discern your identity. To be frank, it is utterly absurd that Rayleigh's disguise has gone unnoticed for so many years while he has concealed himself in the Sabaody archipelago. It is akin to Clark Kent wearing glasses. Rayleigh, silent, stroked his beard, and the tension in the air dissipated, reluctant to let go. Behind the bar, Shaki propped her chin on her hand, listening with a smile to their conversation, and only then did she interject. Young man, did you not intend to abstain from drinking? What brings you in after all? Because I suddenly recalled something. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze's lips twitched slightly, yet he resolutely retrieved a thick stack of currency, all in denominations of 10,000 berries. Xiaoqi accepted the money, casually shook it, and then stowed it away into the ample confines of her four-dimensional pocket. In Alabasta, the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Crocodile held in his possession an unutilized devil fruit. Thank you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze felt no sense of loss. This mindset of contentment persisted until he arrived at the 35th Peninsula and boarded the vessel that had been prearranged by the headquarters. Is everyone heading to Alabasta? Indeed. I've heard that the grandest casino of the Paradise Phase is about to open. Who wouldn't want to partake in the festivities? Not to mention, Sand Crocodile has brazenly offered a devil fruit as a reward for the opening of the Rain Banquet Casino. Whoever emerges as the greatest winner on the day of its inauguration will receive that devil fruit from Sand Crocodile himself. Piecing together the information he had gathered, Cui Ze suddenly turned his gaze towards the receding Shambordi archipelago. 1,000,000 berries merely for a piece of well-known information? Cunning old hack. Cui Ze silently attributed this matter to old Lely, intending that one day, when his strength had sufficiently grown, he would repeatedly beat this old pirate who had long since retired, a sustainable endeavor to harvest bait. After casting one last glance at the Sabaody archipelago, Cui Ze departed from the deck, returning to his pre-booked cabin in solitude. The vessel arranged by Vice Admiral Heron appeared to be an unremarkable medium-sized ship. The central mast did not display the Navy's iconic white flag adorned with a blue seagull, but rather a broad sail emblazoned with the dark gray letters UMIT. This signified that the ship belonged to one of the sovereigns of the underworld, the Navy King, Deep Sea Current Umit. Before boarding, Cui Ze learned from the ticket inspector about the ship's itinerary. Apart from basic supplies, the vessel would sail directly from the Sabaody archipelago to Alabasta. The UMIT Logistics Company, helmed by the maritime King Umit, would likely find itself on the brink of bankruptcy, overshadowed by Buggy Express in the future. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze retrieved one of his scarce F-grade bait and cast it into the dimensional sea without a trace of hesitation. During this fishing expedition, the following were required: type of harvest, item F-grade item, cowhide tricorn hat source of item, Pirates of the Caribbean series description of item, a commonplace decorative piece effects of item. 1. Provides shade. 2. Offers protection from rain. 3. Symbolizes the identity of a pirate to a certain extent. Item evaluation. Another hat? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze replied in a detached tone. This is Lieutenant Colonel Cui Ze Fit from the Naval Headquarters. May I inquire what orders General Paulicelino has? The words of young Cui Ze indeed sound rather heartless. Remarked the voice of Kizaru through the transponder snail. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inform you about the conclusion of the events on the Sabaody archipelago, as well as the arrangements for the subsequent course of action. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his composed demeanor. Why? Surely, he could not be apprehensive about my potential retribution, could he? Huang Yuan remarked, it seems that is indeed the case. It appears that King Henry Cavendish harbors quite a substantial psychological shadow regarding you, young Cui Ze. One must recognize that he is the sovereign of a nation in the New World, having encountered countless formidable pirates, yet here he is, visibly intimidated by you. I find it rather astonishing. Cui Ze's lips twitched slightly. The unfolding of events was truly unexpected. It was clearly you who urged me to masquerade as a pirate. So what am I to do now? If I am not burdened by a pirate's bounty, can I return directly to headquarters? Kizaru replied, following my discussion with Admiral Tsuru. I must ask you, young Cui Ze, to proceed to Alabasta. According to our intelligence, the warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile, is currently recruiting troops and appears to be planning a significant operation. Is the headquarters suggesting that I confront Crocodile? Cui Ze suddenly perceived that transforming a false pirate into a genuine one was indeed a commendable choice. However, that was not the case, as Kizaru elucidated. Crocodile was a man capable of contending with formidable foes like Whitebeard and Barrett, especially in the desert, his domain, even if a top admiral were to intervene. Victory was not guaranteed. No. In truth, it would only take a newcomer from the East China Sea, with a bounty of 30 million berries, to bring that sand crocodile to its knees. Cui Ze silently expressed his doubts. The decline in the strength of the sand crocodile was likely far beyond the imagination of everyone in the sea, including the current Kizaru. Kizaru continued, therefore, our department's arrangement for young Master Cui Ze is to first investigate Crocodile's activities within Alabasta on his own. Additionally, another vice admiral from our department will also be heading to Alabasta. A fleeting figure crossed Cui Ze's mind. General Kaji? Indeed, said Huang Yuan. It appears that young Cui Ze has had some prior interaction with Kaji, albeit just a brief acquaintance. Cui Ze shook his head and inquired further. Am I required to cooperate with General Kaji's actions? Not at all, replied Huang Yuan. Kaji is unaware of your true identity, so there is no need for you to align with his endeavors. Understood. Cui Ze has essentially clarified his operational strategy in Alabasta, indulgence in pleasures and neglect of serious matters. By the way, when will the headquarters deliver my devil fruit? At this moment, Kizaru has already learned about the beast breathing technique that Zephyr acquired from Cui Ze and has a general understanding of its effects and potential. The headquarters is currently testing the efficacy of the beast breathing, and preparations for the reward of the devil fruit for young Cui Ze are already underway. Kizaru disclosed a piece of intelligence to Cui Ze. It is a Zoan-type devil fruit, originally intended for experimentation in Punk Hazard. A Zoan-type fruit from Punk Island? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze eagerly inquired. So when will this devil fruit be bestowed upon me? It should be soon, assured Kizaru. For now, young Cui Ze. Let's focus on Alabasta. Understood. Cui Ze exhaled a deep sigh, striving to quell the turbulence within his heart. He understood that the Navy headquarters was vast and complex, with intricate internal processes and factional distinctions, not to mention the unreasonable oversight of the world government and the celestial dragons. The application for rare items such as the devil fruits was inherently cumbersome and indeed required considerable time. Following this correspondence, subsequent communications would be entrusted to specialized personnel, including the detailed task plans arranged by the headquarters, which would be conveyed through the designated marine. After delivering this final statement, the yellow monkey terminated the call. And what did that customer service representative from Impel down? Cui Ze squinted his eyes, quickly dismissing the woman he had yet to meet from his thoughts. Fishing was of utmost importance. He retrieved the B-grade bait obtained by defeating the Baron of the Stomach and silently prayed to the goddess of fortune. Fishing. During this fishing endeavor, the following was acquired. Type of catch. Item B-grade item. A-grade Golden Law half-day experience card source of item. Fate series description of item. A card of destiny effect of item. For half a day after use. One's personal fortune will elevate to a level, and wealth fortune will reach its peak. Item evaluation. Whether standing, kneeling, lying down, or prostrate, one can earn money. Cui Ze bore an expression of disbelief. Could this trinket possibly be valued as a B-grade bait? Even if his method of defeating Baron Stomach was somewhat cunning, it hardly warranted the catch of such a useless item, and it could only last for half a day. What profit could be made in such a short span? Just as Cui Ze was engulfed in a wave of frustration, he suddenly recalled another matter. The Rain Banquet Casino in Alabasta was set to open soon, and the day's top winner would be awarded the coveted devil fruit, the Sand Crocodile prize. It seemed that this golden experience card had arrived at the perfect moment. However, he wondered whether this opportunity could catapult him to greatness. Paradise, Alabasta, Canola Flower Port. This is the most renowned and prosperous port city of the super desert nation of Alabasta, famed for its perfume production. At the bustling docks, numerous vessels of various sizes lay anchored, while sweat-drenched workers busily transported goods between the ships and the pier. The scene was alive with visitors, tourists, and hawkers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At noon, a medium-sized merchant ship emblazoned with the letters "You Might Eat" slowly approached the dock. Once the anchor was dropped and the ship steadied, Cui Ze, adorned with a leather triangular hat, disembarked with barely a sound. As his training in the martial arts deepened, Cui Ze became increasingly adept at controlling his cells and mastering the technique of gravity nullification. He had a premonition that if he continued his training diligently, his agility attribute would soon surpass the sea level. Standing on the dock, he surveyed his surroundings, silently observing the demeanor of the Alabasta populace at Canola Flower Port. Contrary to his expectations, he had anticipated that the citizens, living under the influence of the notorious 7 warlords of the sea, would be relatively downtrodden, at best displaying a sense of despondency. After all, the Nefertari royal family had ruled this region for 8 centuries, and national loyalty should be quite high. However, the reality was that the dockworkers appeared almost devoid of discontent. On the contrary, most bore expressions that hinted at a sense of stability and confidence. Was this the heroic scheme of Sand Crocodile? Cui Ze averted his gaze and set forth, making his way into the depths of the canola flower port. He had no intention of lingering in this port city. Rather, he was determined to head straight to the dream city of rainy Alabaston, the vast oasis that also housed the Rain Banquet Casino. Visions of Crocodile flickered incessantly through Cui Ze's mind. The warlord, having somehow gleaned intelligence regarding the whereabouts of Pluton, one of the three great ancient weapons, surmised its location to be concealed within Alabasta. Consequently, upon his induction into the Shichibukai, Crocodile extended his predatory influence over the Desert Kingdom, simultaneously bolstering his renown and authority within Alabasta through the relentless subjugation of pirates, a feat befitting his status as a warlord of the sea. Through these persistent endeavors, Crocodile was frequently lauded in the press as Alabasta's guardian hero. Before his surreptitious deployment of the forbidden substance, dance powder, nearly precipitated the kingdom's ruin. Indeed, Cui Ze struggled to comprehend the actions of Crocodile. Strictly speaking, this individual is not a truly malevolent pirate. This can be discerned from the amount of his bounty. Prior to becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile's bounty was a mere 81 million berries. What does this signify? 7 years ago, following the conclusion of the O'Hara massacre, the 8-year-old Robin had a bounty of 79 million berries. It is noteworthy that Crocodile had previously engaged in battles with formidable figures such as Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, and Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir. Yet this top-tier powerhouse from over a decade ago had a bounty of just over 80 million. This can only indicate one thing: Crocodile, at heart, is not a man who relishes in villainy. During his time on the seas, he merely sought to challenge the strong. After ascending to the rank of warlord, Crocodile often appeared before the world under the guise of a hero combating pirates. Thus, Cui Ze arrived at a rather peculiar conclusion at this current stage. Crocodile might actually be a good person, just having become a warlord. With Baroque works yet to be established and the organizations of the billionaire and millionaire elders not yet formed, the current Crocodile indeed appears to be a good man who enjoys combating pirates. What a strange phenomenon, Cui Ze could not help but exclaim. When did pirates become inclined towards virtuous deeds? This reflection led him to draw parallels with several other warlords of the sea. Crocodile, the sand alligator, is deemed a hero. Dracul Mihawk, a seasoned warlord, spends his days indulging in zombie figurines within the treacherous Devil's Triangle. Bartholomew Kuma is an undercover operative for the Revolutionary Army. While Mihawk remains a solitary wanderer, Jimby stands as the guardian of Fishman Island. Among these warlords, it appears that only Boa Hancock and Don Quixote da Flamingo genuinely embody the essence of piracy. What sort of grand pirate system is this? In contrast, the newer generation of warlords seems far more competent, with 2 of them even ascending to the rank of emperor. Cui Ze recalled the mission assigned to him by headquarters to independently investigate Crocodile's activities within Alabasta. This investigation was nothing short of absurd. Cui Ze shook his head. At this stage, even if the Sand Crocodile were to unleash a massacre, it would be an impossibility. This fellow is determined to become the hero of Alabasta. With this thought in mind, Cui Ze's resolve regarding his course of action in Alabasta grew even firmer. Indulgence and revelry, eschewing all serious pursuits. It would be best to reclaim the fruit from the Rain Banquet Casino. The half-day B-grade item, the Golden Rule experience card, could likely only be utilized there. As his thoughts wandered, Cui Ze had already arrived at the Quick Duck rental agency within the port of Canola Flower. The Quick Duck, a unique creature of Alabasta, is renowned for its swift movement across desert terrains, and it is regarded as the fastest animal in the Desert Kingdom. Serving as a means of transportation for the inhabitants of Alabasta. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze withdrew his gaze, refraining from taking any hasty actions. What level of conflict does my Alabastan operation truly represent? With the presence of these 2 prominent figures, the success of this endeavor is assured. Jiaji and Ishao appeared to be companions. Both having noticed Cui Ze standing within the shop, the future tea merchant offered Cui Ze a serene smile. My friend, the winds and sands of the desert are quite fierce. It would be prudent for us to proceed together, ensuring mutual support. In the boundless expanse of the desert, 3 swift ducks lined up in formation, their webbed feet striking the ground in unison, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Cui Ze did not decline the invitation from his colleague, Gigi. To speak candidly, he harbored a certain interest in this prospective elite. It pertains to the metaphorical bait that the other party represents. Through occasional interactions aboard the ship in recent times, Cui Ze has gleaned a rough understanding of the character of Gigi, who is described minimally in the original work. If one were to employ the Navy's conventional notion of justice, Gigi could be epitomized as embodying a languid form of righteousness. This notion of justice is inspired by the character prototype of Torajiro, the protagonist of the story from which Gigi's character is derived. This is merely a personal conjecture, a languid form of righteousness, characterized by a tranquil demeanor, a carefree existence, an innate sincerity, and a disposition inclined towards benevolence. Cui Ze can almost assert that T-Pig is the most unpretentious among all the admirals he has encountered in the Navy headquarters. Kizaru is nothing short of slick. A slacker, a wage thief. Aokiji epitomizes laziness, indolence, and a chronic absence from work. It is no wonder that T-Pig enjoys such immense popularity among the general public, despite his rather unappealing appearance. Ahem. As for the companionable smile shared with him. Previously, Cui Ze had not encountered the future Admiral Fujitora aboard the ship, implying that they had traveled separately and only arranged a rendezvous in Alabasta. After all, the limited intelligence revealed by Shaitan and Gion included the information that they were very close to Isho and were suspected to be old friends of many years. Currently, this conjecture seems highly probable. Cui Ze also harbored a considerable interest in Isho. He had become a pirate under the orders of the Marine headquarters. Yet, in the vast ocean, solitary pirates are a rarity. Figures such as Red Count Redfield and Hawkeye Mihawk are exceptional cases, barring unforeseen circumstances. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze is secretly harboring thoughts of capturing the Vine Tiger with a smile. However, in reality, there is another individual who shares a similar sentiment, CHT and GJ. I observe that young Master Cui, despite his youth, possesses striking features and formidable strength. With clear and penetrating eyes, he is indeed a promising candidate for the Navy. Cui Ze joined the elite naval training camp Midway, lingering at the headquarters for merely a day or two before being recruited into the pirate undercover operation. The bounty on the pirates was abruptly halted due to personal reasons concerning Henry Cavendish. Considering these various factors, even as a vice admiral at the naval headquarters, Jiaqing remains unaware of Cui Ze's true identity. What about me? Cui Ze raised his hand and pointed towards the distant green at the edge of the desert, casually explaining. I heard that Alabasta has opened an extravagant casino. I merely wish to visit it. Aji, is that not your intention as well? Cui Ze remained oblivious to the machinations within Jiaji's mind, yet he never contemplated revealing his undercover identity to the other party. Such fundamental professional discretion was indeed part of Cui Ze's character, unlike a certain individual whose loose lips could rival the flapping of an old woman's skirt. As for the matter of gambling, I, an old hand in the game, cannot afford to miss out on this. With a grin, I suddenly interjected into the conversation. Poker. Dice, pachinko. What type does our young friend Cui Ze excel in? Does playing dodiju count? Cui Ze suddenly became aware of a rather significant predicament. He aspired to obtain that elusive devil fruit from the Rain Banquet Casino. The objective was commendable. However, his lack of gambling prowess posed a considerable obstacle. Well, to be frank, I am not particularly skilled in gambling. I merely rely on a stroke of good fortune. Cui Ze, with a somewhat sheepish demeanor, articulated his thoughts. Reassured by the promise of the golden rule, unperturbed by the potential for exposure. Might you first impart to me some fundamental rules of casino gameplay? He inquired. How can one claim to be merely inexperienced without grasping the basics? A smile fell into silence. As a seasoned gambler, the instinct to lure novices into the fray surged within him suddenly. A small wager brings joy, while a grand gamble inflicts harm. Allow me to elucidate the commonplace rules of the casino for young Master Cui. Meanwhile, Jiaji chuckled lightly, refraining from interjecting. His notion of inviting Cui Ze to join the Navy was a spontaneous thought. At this juncture, his understanding of Cui Ze was still limited, and he intended to utilize the insights from a smile to probe into the other true character. Time swiftly passed. The three swift-footed ducks finally arrived at the jewel city of Rainy Land in Alabasta. The kingdom of Alabasta is a quintessential desert realm with vast, boundless deserts occupying the majority of its territory. Yet, the city of Rainy Land, heralded as the dream city of Alabasta, is a verdant oasis, rich in water and lush greenery, hosting an abundance of rare vegetation and freshwater resources in the arid landscape. It is precisely due to this unique geographical advantage that Crocodile chose to establish the Rain Feast Casino here, envisioning Rainy Land as his future stronghold. Along the way, through a rigorous educational approach, a smile imparted knowledge to them. Cui Ze has acquired a novel entry. F-grade ability entry, gambling. Entry description. Gambling refers to the act of utilizing valuable items to speculate on the outcome of contests, competitions, or unpredictable events, with the aim of obtaining additional valuable items. Entry effect. A rudimentary understanding of conventional gambling methods at sea. Entry evaluation. Wow. A big fat sheep. Setting aside the disparaging remarks in the evaluation, Cui Ze feels relatively content with this newly acquired ability. At least he would not enter the Rain Banquet Casino as a complete novice, susceptible to revealing his ignorance. Cui Ze, Jiaji, and a third companion hastily returned the rented duck to the leasing company, and subsequently, they converged upon the Rain Banquet Casino. The Rain Banquet, an immense pyramid-shaped edifice situated at the heart of the central lake in the Rain City, appears to be enveloped in a shimmering golden exterior, glistening brilliantly under the sun's rays. Opulent and resplendent, it stands as a true testament to the grandeur of this luxurious pyramid. Cui Ze, Jiaji, and he shall follow the throng of tourists as they entered the Rainy Banquet Casino. With less than 3 days remaining until its grand opening, the casino had nonetheless opened a small section for visitors to explore and enjoy. As they stepped into the interior of the Rainy Banquet Casino, Cui Ze was irresistibly drawn to the small pyramid suspended in the center of the casino. This crystalline glass pyramid, with its luminous surface, constantly reflected the ever-changing sky of the rain-soaked city, providing ample natural illumination for the entire Rain Banquet Casino. However, what captivated Cui Ze was not merely the exterior of this glass structure, but rather the peculiar fruit perched atop its apex. The fruit's surface, a striking blend of black and red, was adorned with an abundance of intricate arabesque spiral patterns, with shapes resembling hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs prominently embossed upon it. Having perused the compendium of devil fruits, the tea-loving Kaki immediately discerned the true identity of this fruit, the paramecia-type card fruit. The card fruit. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cui Ze Feite's eyes. Indeed, this object is destined to be mine. The chapter scheduled for 9 o'clock is currently under review. Perhaps it has exceeded the poetic limits, and I am uncertain when it will be approved. I would like to inform everyone in advance that there may be a delay of several minutes. I am already in communication with the editor regarding this new chapter of the Pirate Saga, which is currently being typed out. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. I wonder what EX level abilities or items the card fruit might yield. Leaving the Rainy Banquet Casino, in Cui Ze's mind, the question lingered, piquing his curiosity akin to the scratch of a cat. Although he had yet to formally partake in the opening gambling event at the Rain Feast Casino, he already regarded the card fruit as his own possession. If it were not for the concern that prematurely staking his claim could lead to misfortune, Cui Ze needed to utter a couple of phrases to demonstrate his unwavering confidence in victory. His eagerness was on the verge of spilling over when he was soon noticed by the duo, Jiaji and his companion, who sensed something unusual. What's the matter, young Master Cui Ze? Jiaji inquired with a hint of concern. Are you feeling unwell due to the local environment? After a moment of hesitation, Cui Ze decided to express his true thoughts. He was merely contemplating the card he had just seen. It turned out to be a devil fruit. Jiaji felt a wave of relief wash over him and slowly nodded. He himself was not a user of a devil fruit and held no significant expectations regarding them. Conversely, his friend possessed an immensely powerful paramecia-type gravity fruit. It was entirely reasonable for Cui Ze, who lacked any powers, to harbor a desire for the devil fruits. Jiaji first offered some words of comfort, then advised him. However, he requested that Cui Ze understand there is no absolute invincibility or perfection among devil fruits in the vast ocean. One can hold hopes for them, but one should not become obsessed. By the way, I have already utilized an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, and another Zoan-type will soon be distributed by the Navy headquarters. Cui Ze opened his mouth, yet the words he uttered were not suitable to share with Jiaji. The leisurely temperament of the Vice Admiral, T-Pig, prompted him to offer a few heartfelt suggestions. Ultimately, in a state of helplessness, Cui Ze nodded. I understand. He also casually referenced the renowned words of Teacher Kaido. Haki is the supreme existence that transcends all. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiaji's squinty eyes. Haki? Although the question might seem somewhat presumptuous, curiosity piqued within him. Had young Cui Ze already mastered the art of Haki? If that were indeed the case, Jiaji would be even more eager to recruit Cui Ze into the Navy. Such a promising talent at such a young age would be an utter waste if not embraced by the Navy. Trusting in Jiaji and Ishao, Cui Ze's resolve strengthened. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze cast a skeptical glance at Fat Tiger, unable to fully believe his whimsical words. A creature destined to become a formidable general in the future must surely have been extraordinary in his youth as well. With eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, Jiaji could not restrain himself and remarked, Cui Ze, my young friend, it is not mere self-praise. My mastery over Haki is quite commendable. Shall we exchange insights later? A little more dialogue to promote the noble ideals of the Navy would be splendid. Ultimately, we could welcome this promising talent into our ranks. Having known each other for many years, Ishao immediately discerned Jiaji's intentions. The blind swordsman smiled faintly, choosing not to intervene. His observation Haki revealed no sinister aura emanating from Cui Ze. For this chance encounter with a young man, joining the Navy could indeed be a favorable option. At the very least, it would prevent Jiaji from pestering him about enlisting or disturbing his gambling pursuits. With a subtle smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, Fat Tiger shared a knowing smile. Upon hearing Jiaji's words, Cui Ze was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had completely overlooked these two experienced mentors. Now, without the burden of a pirate bounty, he could certainly seek to learn from them. Not to mention, could he not inquire about the mastery of observation hockey? Of course. That would be no trouble at all. In that case, he would have to trouble Brother Jiaji a little more. Cui Ze readily agreed. However, recalling the card fruit atop the glass pyramid, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed with longing. How about tonight? Cui Ze proactively suggested a time. Tonight? Jiaji glanced at the sky. There were still 2 or 3 hours left until dinner. Did young Master Cui have something he wished to pursue? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze harbored some concerns regarding the integrity of this individual. Who could ascertain whether the sand crocodile might have a change of heart at the last moment? Who could predict if the sand crocodile would unexpectedly present some peculiar demands? For instance, what if the one who acquires the card fruit is compelled to join his ranks? If one could somehow employ clandestine means to secure the card fruit in advance, would that not be utterly delightful? In any case, with the experience card of the Golden Rule in hand, Cui Ze felt an abundance of confidence regarding the impending gamble. After all, gambling is merely a matter of skill. While luck is ordained by the heavens, what does it mean to be a child of destiny? Tactical card draw. Alas, at present, the Baroque studio has yet to be established, and the patrols within the Rain Banquet Casino are primarily composed of minions whose abilities are barely above those of ordinary individuals. After waiting for a full hour and more, Cui Ze finally encountered a somewhat familiar figure, with shoulder-length black hair. A scruffy rectangular face adorned with a pair of pale blue spectacles and draped in a sun-protective white linen cloak. He wore an upper garment that resembled an aged blue-striped dress with frilled edges. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze gestured towards a nearby CAF. Faced with the invitation from a stranger, Galdinu naturally displayed a wary expression. After much persuasion, Cui Ze finally managed to coax Galdinu into the CAF at the price of 100,000 berries. Now, what brings you to seek my company? Galdinu inquired, delicately grasping the porcelain handle of his coffee cup and savoring a sip leisurely. It is worth noting that the appearance fee for a stylist of my caliber is quite substantial. Indeed, it is very costly, equivalent to 1,000 chopper. My esteemed Vice Lord, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Cui Ze remarked. It appears that we must appoint Mr. Galdinu to conduct the interview with Crocodile. Oh, must I still take photographs for the newspaper? Galdinu suddenly regained his composure. No need. Cui Ze responded with irritation, casually rolling up a menu to serve as an impromptu microphone, directing it toward Mr. Galdino. Mr. Galdino, the interview is about to commence. Please be prepared. Galdino sat upright, replying, understood. Based on my recent visits, the vicinity of the Rain Banquet Casino is teeming with a diverse array of individuals, placing considerable strain on the security situation in Rain City. I wonder what solutions Crocodile might propose in this regard? The question was strikingly professional, causing beads of perspiration to form on Galdino's forehead. How on earth am I to answer such a query? Why should a pirate like me be concerned with national security strategies? Just as Galdino pondered his response, Cui Ze's next question followed swiftly. In my observations, beyond its title as the City of Dreams, Rain City also bears the honors of being the entertainment capital, the fashion capital, and the romantic capital of Alabasta. Does the establishment of the Rain Banquet Casino signify a shift in this oasis city's primary industry from entertainment and fashion to gambling? What an absurd question. Since when did Rain City possess so many peculiar titles? What is a primary industry? I have a modicum of understanding regarding fashion, but what is gambling? Galdino felt the sweat on his forehead increase. The concerns that truly preoccupy Cui Ze are intertwined amidst a multitude of sophisticated inquiries. Crocodile has placed the card fruit atop a glass pyramid. Does he not harbor any apprehensions regarding the possibility of others stealing that fruit? This is a question I can address. Galdino eagerly raises his hand to respond. Cui Ze cast an encouraging glance at him. Galdino remarked, that glass pyramid was, in fact, crafted by Lord Crocodile, using his sand fruit. The moment someone touches it, Lord Crocodile will sense it, so there is absolutely no need to worry about thieves. Previously, a few audacious little rascals attempted to pilfer the devil fruit, and they were nearly instantaneously reduced to mere husks by Lord Crocodile. The transformation between sand and glass? Crocodile, you are still capable of such feats? Cui Ze was profoundly disheartened. With the intelligence provided by Galdino, He realized that his attempt to seize the card fruit ahead of time had essentially failed. He found himself unable to evade Crocodile's perception, nor could he withstand Crocodile's counterattack. It appeared that he would have to resort to conventional means to gamble for the fruit. He could only hope that Crocodile was an honest and trustworthy individual, akin to the selfless Don Quixote da Flamingo, who generously provided devil fruits for the benefit of all. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze rose to his feet and, inadvertently, caught a glimpse of Mr. Galdinu's spectacles. Mr. Galdinu, I sincerely appreciate your cooperation in this interview. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Before Cui Ze could raise his hand to intervene, he asked with an expression of bewilderment, Mr. Gardinu, how do you feel wearing these glasses? Feel? Cui Ze couldn't shake the impression that Gardinu's tone had grown noticeably colder. I sense that my artistic inspiration is being ceaselessly ignited. With the eccentric glasses perched on his nose, Gardinu suddenly turned to Cui Ze, flashing a self-assured smile that he presumed to be charming. You're a journalist. Your physique and style are quite commendable. Would you care to visit my home to discuss artistic perspectives? My bed is both spacious and incredibly comfortable. It's hard. It's hard. My fists are hard. Unable to contain the surging wave of nausea within him, Cui Ze clenched his fist and struck the aged visage of Galdinu. With a resounding thud, blood gushed forth, accompanied by the viscous wax of a candle, as the future vice-emperor was sent sprawling by Cui Ze's blow. You have vanquished a pirate minion rated E. Ah, what a thrill. Seizing the opportunity while the guards of the Rain Banquet Casino remained oblivious to the chaos, Cui Ze hurriedly extricated himself from the turmoil. In the subsequent 3 days, Cui Ze remained diligently at the inn, immersing himself in the study of Kinbunchaku Haki. By the morning of the 3rd day, he successfully manifested the ability of the Kinbunchaku Haki. Through dedicated exploration and perception, he grasped a higher echelon of skill. Acquiring the C-rank ability, Kinbunchaku Haki. C-rank ability, Kinbunchaku Haki description. Kinbunchaku, one of the 3 classifications of Haki, enables a profound awareness of the surrounding atmosphere. Building upon his already acquired C-rank ability of Super Smell, D-rank information ability of Sniper, and E-rank ability of Acute Hearing, Cui Ze's Kinbunchaku Haki has been significantly enhanced. C-rank ability, Kinbunchaku Haki ability effects. 1. Super Smell, accurately perceives the sense of nearby objects. 2. Supervision, capable of seeing the aura emitted by human bodies. 3. Super Hearing, able to hear the sounds produced by the body. Ability evaluation, no matter how strong the wind blows, I can still hear. Mastering Kinbunchaku Haki instilled Cui Ze with renewed confidence for the upcoming betting event at the opening ceremony. On the 3rd day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Cui Ze, along with Jia Ji and Yi Xiao, ventured to the Rain Banquet Casino to partake in the formal gambling session. The rules for the opening ceremony of the casino were rather straightforward. From 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, patrons were free to roam within the confines of the Rain Banquet Casino, indulging in all forms of gaming apparatus it had to offer. As the clock struck 5, the 5 gamblers who had amassed the greatest fortune would be invited to the glass pyramid, where they would engage in a final game with the formidable Crocodile, Sir Crocodile. In the form of Texas Hold'em, the ultimate victor would be rewarded with the legendary card fruit. Upon hearing the rules as articulated by Sir Crocodile himself, Cui Ze could not help but raise an eyebrow. The entire glass pyramid was constructed by Crocodile. Could one honestly assert that there were no hidden devices within? Is this gambling den equipped with advanced technology that offers a full view of the game? Prepare to face the wrath of destiny. As the formal gambling session commenced, Cui Ze exchanged all his berries for chips and made his way directly to the opulent slot machines of the Rain Banquet Casino. Yi Xiao and Jia Ji, intrigued, approached him. Cui Ze, are you planning to play the slot machines first? Yi Xiao inquired with a hint of melancholy. These contraptions do not provide the same thrill as engaging directly in the game. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze was not at all surprised to witness such an outcome. He activated his personal light screen, preparing to relish what it meant to possess a level luck. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. Luck, EX, activated. Bonus from the visitor of the otherworld. How could I have forgotten my Transcender's halo? The A-Class Golden Rule Half-Day Experience card could forcibly elevate one's fortune to a level. Meanwhile, the visitor from the otherworld could disregard all effects, forcibly enhancing their luck attribute by 2 entire tiers. Under this dual enhancement effect, his luck was poised to transcend the heavens. Gazing at the astonishing EX-level luck value displayed on the screen, Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable brilliance. Back in the day, Chun Daozi turned 20 into 37 million. Cui Ze Feite can effortlessly win the card fruit with 3 million berries. From now on, please call me the gambling monster. Beside him, Xiao seemed unable to accept Cui Ze's sudden stroke of genius, softly comforting himself. After all, it was merely a machine dependent on luck. How could anyone maintain such extraordinary fortune? Mastering the art of gambling requires sincere dedication. By the time Xiao regained his senses, Cui Ze had already wandered far ahead. The melodious sound of jackpot music echoed incessantly, and the entire row of luxurious slot machines in this area displayed the grand prize on their electronic screens. Master, I want to learn this. The seasoned gambler Xiao instantly forgot his earlier musings, lifted the hem of his light purple kimono, and hurriedly dashed to Cui Ze's side. Xiao, my friend? The relentless winning machine, Cui Ze, turned to gaze at the eager fat tiger. Playing the slots requires a stroke of luck. Much like how one cannot simply stumble upon money on the road. At that moment, Cui Ze felt a peculiar sensation beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a golden crocodile coin being crushed underfoot. This was the highest denomination chip in the Yue casino, worth 1 million berries. Although Xiao was oblivious to his surroundings, he still caught sight of this scene. Ah, what kind of nonsense dares to impede my foot? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze triumphed over a sand crocodile. With the slot machines entirely drained, he shifted his focus to the other games within the Rain Feast Casino, roulette, blackjack, and baccarat. The number of chips in Cui Ze's hands continues to swell, leading to a resounding victory in all directions. As time passes, the number of individuals at the Rain Banquet Casino who have noticed Cui Ze's remarkable wins is steadily increasing. Ultimately, every pair of eyes within this opulent casino is fixated upon him, even without employing the observation of conqueror's hockey. Cui Ze can sense the gazes of these gamblers, eyes that intertwine excitement and admiration with jealousy and malice. It is uncertain how many wish for Cui Ze to triumph in the final game. However, there are far more who yearn to witness him lose everything with the last card. Disregarding the gazes of those around him, Sheffer chuckled softly at his opponent across the poker table. After rounds of dealing and betting, the Texas Hold'em game had dwindled to just him and his adversary. Seated opposite him was a corpulent man of considerable girth. Perched upon his nose were round, dark sunglasses, and a cigar was clenched between his teeth. He was adorned in an exquisitely tailored suit, draped with a hand-stitched fur mantle. Each of his stubby fingers bore a gleaming gold ring, each crowned with a gem of various hues, each the size of a pigeon's egg, and each worth more than the fortunes of most in the casino. This was Lou Feld, one of the titans of the underworld, known as the King of Usury, his hands stained with the blood-soaked lucre and innocent lives. He was also one of the few luminaries in the Rain Banquet Casino, drawn there by the allure of the paramecia-type card fruit. Cui Ze cast his gaze upon Luther Feld, interjecting with a note of gentle admonition. The moment for the reveal has arrived, Mr. Feld. Luther Feld, with a dismissive air, retorted, I hardly require your instruction, you callow whelp. Harbor no illusions that your fleeting fortune holds sway over me. He punctuated his declaration by drawing deeply on his cigar, exhaling a pungent plume of smoke that danced in the air. Indeed? Cui Ze responded. Cui Ze chuckled softly, casting a sweeping glance over the surrounding crowd, meeting their gazes that were tinged with either greed or intense curiosity. Since you are so confident, why don't we engage in a grand wager? Lou Field, indeed intrigued, leaned forward slightly and inquired, what do you have in mind? Having spent the afternoon at the Rain Banquet Casino, my current stake amounts to approximately 1.3 billion Bailey. With nonchalant ease, Chiza uttered a sum that ignited envy in the eyes of the surrounding gamblers. How about a game of show hand? 1 round to decide everything. 1 round to decide everything. Lou Feld licked his lips avariciously. Even for the notorious king of usury, over 1 billion berries was a substantial sum. More importantly, losing this gamble meant forfeiting the chance to vie for the card fruit. That was a desirable fruit, especially for someone like him who controlled numerous casinos. Lou Feld glanced at the gambling table. Aside from the hidden card, his 3 exposed cards were 3 kings. His opponent, a 7, an 8, and a 10, all of hearts. I refuse to believe you can draw a flush. A flicker of mania, the madness of a gambler, flashed in Lou Feld's small eyes. 1,300 million berries, I'll wager it against you. The gamblers in the Rain Dinners casino collectively gasped. Even the seasoned Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 felt a tremor of apprehension. Dealer, deal the card. Cui Ze cast his gaze upon the middle-aged croupier, drenched in perspiration. Had it not been for the unwavering scrutiny of his superior, the croupier might have already succumbed to weakness, collapsing to the ground. With a trembling swallow, he extended his hand, preparing to deal the cards. Suddenly, a golden hook descended from above, obstructing his palm. Allow me to handle the final round of dealing. Came the deep, raspy voice of Sir Crocodile, the Sand Warlord. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd, for they were taken aback by the unexpected revelation of Sir Crocodile's presence in this climactic gambling match. Cui Ze was utterly unconcerned. He even contemplated inquiring of the crocodile whether his left hand was genuinely severed. Lou Field, meanwhile, exhaled a sigh of relief in secret, with Crocodile himself taking action. He no longer had to worry about any underhanded tactics from the novice opposite him. Crocodile began to deal the cards. Lufield received a heart jack, and an arrogant smile instantaneously spread across his corpulent face. The heart jack is in my possession, he declared, raising the old jack and revealing his hidden card, an isolated heart king. For kings, what do you possess to triumph over me? Cui Ze merely cast a glance at Crocodile, raising an eyebrow in silent challenge. Deal the cards, sand alligator. Crocodile recalled the fortunes amassed by this youthful visage throughout the afternoon, and he slowly revealed the card he was about to play, the Six of Hearts. It seems that fate is on my side. Cui Ze revealed his hidden cards. 5 face-up playing cards, a royal flush in hearts, an assured victory. What a joke. How could 4 kings possibly lose? The onlookers, captivated by the spectacle, were left utterly astounded. Billions of bellion chips had vanished in an instant, and Lu Feier, with a countenance darkened by fury, barely restrained himself from overturning the gambling table. He cast a venomous glare at Cui Ze for a prolonged moment before striding out of the gaming hall. It was evident from Lu Feier's every action that this king of usurers had no intention of concluding today's gambling affair so easily. Cui Ze paid no heed to the lamentations of the defeated, his gaze fixed upon the mountain of golden chips before him. A staggering fortune of over 2 billion berries lay upon the modest tabletop, exuding an intoxicating aura of wealth that could easily enrapture the heart and cloud the mind. Such abundance. Cui Ze nonchalantly seized a handful of golden chips, only to abruptly release his grasp, allowing the tokens to succumb to the relentless pull of gravity. The ensuing collision of gold resonated with a crispness that bordered on maddening. Yet, these colossal riches, capable of intoxicating the average person, elicited little emotion within Cui Ze. It was, after all, merely half the bounty of a Yonko. Crocodile. Cui Ze diverted his gaze from the golden chips, his attention now fixed upon Crocodile, who was temporarily acting as the dealer. These tokens represented a substantial sum, approximately 2.5 billion berries. He mused whether he could directly utilize them to procure the paramecia-type card fruit. Cui Ze's resolve was unwavering. His objective, from the very beginning, was solely the card fruit, destined for him by fate. A sum of 2.5 billion berries would suffice to acquire a Logia-type devil fruit, or even a mythical zoan, for a paramecia. This was an astronomical price, far exceeding its worth. Even Crocodile, a man of considerable worldly experience, was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, the sand crocodile slowly responded. According to the Rain Dinner's casino's regulations, the card fruit shall belong to the ultimate victor of today's inaugural gambling match. To exchange a card fruit for over 2 billion berries? If there were no onlookers, Crocodile would, of course, be willing. However, this was the Rain Dinner's casino's opening day. If, on the casino's very first day, he were to publicly violate the rules regarding the casino's reward, how could Rain Dinners continue to operate? Moreover, who is to say that those 2 billion berries will necessarily belong to this unfamiliar whelp before him? Crocodile raised his eyes to the glass pyramid suspended in midair, the venue for the final gamble. Lufeld, that good-for-nothing who only knows how to manipulate gambling techniques, allow me to demonstrate what true ability-based cheating looks like. Everything within the glass pyramid is under my complete control, seeing through hidden cards, swapping cards on the spot. I am the gambler, and I am also the house. Allow me to teach this naive newcomer, who only knows to rely on luck, a lesson. Within the glass pyramid, the first round of the final gamble began and concluded with astonishing speed. Cui Ze hadn't even unveiled his hidden cards when the online dealer graced him with a set of 3 aces. Conversely, Crocodile's hand consisted of a spade 5, a heart 3, and a club 2. Ostensibly, he couldn't find a single card exceeding 6. Crocodile exclaimed, "Hold on. I haven't even utilized my ability to exchange cards yet. Furthermore, isn't that brat's luck a tad too extraordinary? Even his hidden card was an ace. Commencing with 4 aces, how audacious. The first round concludes with my defeat." Crocodile nonchalantly declared, as he turned his cards face down. "There's ample time remaining. I refuse to believe that little rascal's fortune will persist indefinitely." The second round commenced. Cui Ze, for old kings. Sha'ayu, pass. The third round. Cui Ze, a straight flush. Sha'ayu, I fold. The fourth round. Cui Ze, a full house. 3 aces and a pair of kings. Crocodile, pass. Round 5. Cui Ze, a royal flush in spades. Mr. Crocodile, every time you place a bet, you only wager the bare minimum of 100,000 Bailey. How long do you intend to continue playing this way? Cui Ze slammed his royal flush of diamonds onto the gambling table, expressing his profound dissatisfaction as he addressed Crocodile. "Are you planning to deliberately prolong this?" The sand crocodile retorted, "Are you cheating, you rascal? Another royal flush? The casino experts informed me that the probability of drawing such a hand is less than 1 in 10,000. How is it possible for you to draw it consecutively?" Yet, Crocodile found himself unable to accuse Cui Ze of foul play. Everything within the glass pyramid was firmly under his control. Crocodile was acutely aware that the impudent youth across from him, far from employing any deceit, hardly even drew cards. Typically, after the dealer had dealt the cards, the sand crocodile would simply fold. His opponent either held 4 aces, for kings, or a flush, What kind of gambling was that? Could this be considered a delay? Crocodile's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he continued to argue. A series of incomprehensible phrases escaped his lips, such as, I just haven't drawn a good hand yet. Save the crocodile. You draw a flush, yet I cannot. It's infuriating. However, the atmosphere within and outside the glass pyramid was instantly filled with a sense of exhilaration. Had he known it would turn out this way, he might as well have sold the card fruit to me earlier. Cui Ze interrupted Shaiji's words with evident irritation. Why not settle it as I did with Lu feared before, with a single decisive hand? At that moment, Crocodile could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Given the current trend, he was not only unlikely to recoup Cui Ze's funds, but might risk losing all his own investments, all due to Cui Ze's misfortune. Upon hearing Cui Ze's proposition, Crocodile clenched his teeth in determination. Rather than simply dealing the cards face down, he might as well take a gamble. Very well. Crocodile's gaze hardened, radiating an astonishing aura. If I apply myself, I am indeed the stronger contender. The dealer began to deal the cards. Cui Ze, a royal flush of hearts. Crocodile, the card fruit is yours. Lady Luck is smiling. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze had never contemplated such a scenario. Upon entering the VIP lounge, he encountered an unfamiliar figure clad in a black suit, seated upon the plush sofa, exuding a formidable presence. Kid, my boss wishes to see you. Upon the doors opening, the man in black sprang to his feet, articulating the characteristic proclamation of a lackey. Lord Field was not particularly fond of. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze paused momentarily, recalling another matter. Had he ever fished in Alabasta? This D-rank bait would be perfect for the occasion. Fashioning the D-rank bait, Cui Ze capitalized on the dual boon of the A-rank Golden Rule experience card and the otherworldly visitor, casting it directly into the dimensional sea and initiating his fishing endeavor. Fishing in progress. Type of harvest. Item D-rank item. Pseudo-space source. Yu-Gi-Oh! Series description. Field spell card effect. 1. This field spell card can be treated as a card with the same name as any other field spell card, thereby gaining the original field spell card's effects. Requires prior possession of the field spell card. 2. Pseudo-space constitutes a three-dimensional space measuring 1 kilometer in length, 1 kilometer in width, and 1 kilometer in height. Appraisal. Tada. A card from the King of Games? In an instant, the field spell card, pseudo-space, materialized successfully. Cui Ze gazed at the magical card in his hand, and an enchanting world filled with dueling and smiles immediately sprang to his mind. A mere D-rank bait could summon a field spell that mimicked an alternate dimension. What wondrous treasures could be reeled in with an EX-level superhuman card? This represented an extraordinary stroke of luck, an amalgamation of EX-tier fortune, coupled with the EX-grade fruit and the art of EX-level fishing, creating a trifecta of unparalleled enhancement. Cui Ze tightened his grip on the Superman series card fruit, a fleeting glimmer of fervor flashing in his eyes. He had once envisioned the 3 legendary gods, the Abyss Dragon, the Zombie Bird, and the Tribute Soldier, alongside the myriad of Blue Eyes White Dragon family heirlooms that boasted damage immunity, as well as various extraordinary deities and artifacts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Cui Ze murmured softly. While fishing, he encountered a remarkable type of catch, an EX-level ability entry titled Blank Deck, originating from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. This entry is described as a virtual game card set consisting of 54 cards. Its effect allows for the unrestricted imprinting of monsters and spell trap cards of any kind, with card levels ranging from F to EX tailored to one's own needs. The evaluation of this entry proclaims it as the ultimate tool for duelists, asserting that everything is inevitable, even the cards themselves, which are crafted by the duelists. As he gazed at the fishing prompt refreshing on the screen, Cui Ze's pupils instantly contracted. He had anticipated catching tangible, definitive game cards. To his astonishment, he had instead reeled in an entire set of freely imprinted blank cards. The card levels were also unrestricted from F to EX. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of playing cards with a printer and blank sheets? Cui Ze summoned a blank card, grasping it in his hand, unable to contain his excitement. In that case, I shall not hold back. Let us adhere to the rules and engage in a delightful duel. Arise, the god of destruction, Obelisk the tormentor. From the void, a faint cawing of crows echoed. Cui Ze's attempt to print a card on the spot was, unsurprisingly, doomed to failure. But wait, everyone else is successfully printing cards. Why is it that I cannot summon a mythical beast? Cui Ze ran his fingers through his hair and muttered a complaint. Could it be that my hairstyle is unsuitable for playing cards? After silently contemplating the capabilities of the blank deck for a while, Cui Ze finally came to a rather significant realization. Free engraving does not imply the ability to create cards at will. Card engraving requires a template. In other words, Cui Ze desired to imprint monster or magic trap cards, necessitating a specific target for reference. As he pondered this, his gaze inadvertently drifted downward, resting upon the floor of the VIP room. Speaking of which, is it not quite reasonable for an additional Rain Feast casino to appear among the field magic cards? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze's lips twitched subtly as he retrieved the blank card. He had no desire to expend it on such a low-ranking thug, especially a deceased one, temporarily shelving the notion of imprinting the card. Cui Ze extracted the grade E bait previously acquired from defeating Galdino and cast it into the dimensional sea. With his luck stat nearing its zenith, he figured it was better to seize the moment and continue fishing. Commencing the angling process. This angling session yielded the following type of harvest: a talent trait. Grade E talent trait. Candle in the wind source. Yu-Gi-Oh! Series description. Like a candle flame threatened by the breeze, it symbolizes something on the verge of extinction. Effect. Upon sustaining an overwhelming blow, the user's life force is forcibly locked at its minimum, while simultaneously gaining a temporary grade E bonus of 1 point to their luck attribute. Assessment. Your life hangs by a thread, like a candle in the wind. Well, this is unexpected. Cui Ze blinked in astonishment, never expecting to unearth such a remarkable ability. Indeed, Mr. 3 is a truly formidable aide. Heavily relied upon by the future Emperor Buggy, his life has always been akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Neither Magellan, nor Kazan, nor Sengoku has ever dealt him a truly devastating blow. Is this the terrifying talent of a vice-emperor endowed with an invincible strength? Let us set aside any trivial banter. To speak candidly, this is the first time Cui Ze has encountered an ability with such coercive power. The flickering candle can undoubtedly be regarded as the most potent E-level ability he has ever witnessed. It is indeed a stroke of EX-level fortune. As the bait was nearly exhausted, Cui Ze was preparing to venture out in search of some oblivious prey. Perhaps a king of loan sharks, Indeed, he aimed to hunt for some high-grade bait and hasten his fishing endeavors. At that moment, Jiajin and Yixiao simultaneously entered the room, both wearing grave expressions. Cui Ze, I just caught a whiff of blood outside, Jiajin remarked. As soon as he spoke, they noticed the lifeless body clad in a black suit in the corner. Another unruly gambling den. Yixiao observed the situation and firmly grasped the hilt of his cane sword, his expression darkening. I had thought that crocodile, the heroic pirate, would offer a more respectable establishment, but it seems that pirates remain pirates, filled with sordid and despicable characters. No, my dear brothers, you seem to be misled. Cui Ze clarified. This individual is not one of Crocodile's men, but rather a subordinate of the Lone Shark King, Lu Field. Yixiao's expression softened slightly. Oh, so it is Lu Field, the one who just lost a considerable sum of money to you? He has indeed undertaken actions I myself have contemplated. Brother Yixiao, let us refrain from making any more cold jokes here. Cui Ze produced 2 blank cards, handing one to Yixiao and the other to Jiaji. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that Lu Fied will persist in his subsequent inquiries regarding me. Therefore, my dear friends, would you be willing to lend me a modicum of your strength? What does this imply? Jiaji held the blank card in his hand, toying with it for a moment. Has young Cui Ze, perhaps, already consumed the card fruit? Indeed. That is precisely the case. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze abruptly activated the imprinting ability of the blank card deck. A prompt illuminated the screen, indicating that the target was willing to bestow their power upon him. Should he imprint a monster card or a normal monster card? With time of the essence, Cui Ze decisively opted for the former. The imprinting was successful. He obtained a B-rank card. B-rank card, Vice Admiral Khaki card type. Effect monster card effects. 1. Card possession. Usable once per battle. Upon activation, it enhances his strength, endurance, agility, and domineering aura to B-rank for a duration of 30 minutes. 2. Dual-colored domineering aura. Usable once per battle. Upon activation, it elevates the levels of his armed and observation hockey to B-rank. Oh. So effect monster cards are designed to amplify one's abilities. He pondered. What, then, is the nature of a normal monster card? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze finally set his mind at ease. It appears that this level of engraved cards, aside from some consumption of physical strength, does not inflict any additional harm on the target individual. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze swiftly acquired his second monster card. You have obtained a B-level card. B-level card, Benevolent Hero, a smile card type, normal monster card effects. 1. Card summoning, usable once per battle, after use. Summon Benevolent Hero, a smile, onto the battlefield, with its duration dependent on the extent of its stamina consumption. 2. Gravity Fruit, usable once per battle, upon use. Benevolent Hero, a smile will gain the ability to freely utilize Gravity Fruit, albeit at a significant increase in its stamina consumption. A normal monster card, ready for battle summons. A radiant expression of astonishment illuminated Cui Ze's face as a multitude of formidable naval figures surged into his mind, including but not limited to Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Borsalino, Sakazuki, Kazan, Gaki, Gion, Ichao, and Aramaki. Indeed, the mightiest of players, it was all inevitable. Such strength, overwhelming strength. It could undoubtedly be described as soaring to new heights. Elatedly, Cui Ze stowed away the two monster cards of Kizaru and Fujitora. For him, whose current overall evaluation is only C, these two B-grade cards, either of which can be regarded as a trump card. The imprinting rules of monster cards have been basically figured out. It requires the target to completely lose their free will, or the target is willing to actively give power. According to the rule that the upper limit of monster cards can reach EX level, there should be no creature on the sea that can escape the restrictions of monster cards. In other words, as long as I knock the enemy unconscious, I can imprint their card. Given time, I may be able to transform the 4 emperors of the New World into monster cards, and that long list of naval powerhouses. As a high-risk pirate undercover, seeking support from the Navy headquarters before facing battle is a very reasonable thing to do, right? When the time comes. It would also be very reasonable to have a few naval admirals come over and copy their monster cards, right? What is it called, a pirate with the backing of justice? With a swiftness of thought, Caesar's mind conjured a myriad of audacious schemes. For instance, enlisting the future 3 admirals to extend solace to the bereaved Big Mom in Tato land, or perhaps rallying the present dual admirals to offer comfort to the widowed Kaido in Wano country, even to the point of conscripting Kizaru and Fujitora to bring succor to Crocodile and Rodefeld. My comrades, I am exceedingly fond of games. Indulge in the draw. Summon the monster cards. These 2 cards have been of immense assistance to me. My gratitude knows no bounds. After stowing the cards, Caesar inquired about the purpose of Kizaru and Fujitora's visit. Kizaru, Fujitora, might I inquire as to the reason for your presence in the VIP room? Is there some matter that requires notification? I nearly neglected the matter at hand, Kizaru exclaimed, snapping his fingers as if jolted awake. Indeed. Fujitora and I came here with the intention of escorting you away from the Rain Dinners casino. Away? Cui Ze subtly furrowed his brow. Why must one depart? Is there an urgent matter that requires attention? If my 2 esteemed brothers have any requests for assistance, please do not hesitate to articulate them. It is not particularly pressing. With a smile, he continued the conversation, a look of helplessness surfacing on his stubbled, portly visage. However, within the casino, where a plethora of characters converge, Cui Ze, you have once again amassed a staggering fortune of billions of Bailey and gambling winnings, and additionally, acquired a devil fruit. The combined allure of these 2 factors is indeed formidable. So, it turns out my 2 esteemed brothers are concerned for my safety? Cui Ze smiled cheerfully. However, his thoughts ran deeper. Perhaps Jiaji and Ishao were genuinely concerned about Cui Ze's safety. Yet, a more plausible scenario was that the 2 were troubled by the impending conflict, which could potentially affect the innocent populace of Rainy City. On this matter, Cui Ze expressed his understanding. Moreover, Cui Ze's next target for hunting is the king of usury, Lu Feared. Judging by the events at the Rain Banquet Casino this afternoon, this sovereign of the underworld harbors a certain trepidation towards the Sand Crocodile. Within the confines of the Rain City, this usurer may resort to petty provocations, such as assassination or small-scale assaults. However, should the setting shift to the vast, open desert, he might choose to take matters into his own hands. This aligns perfectly with Cui Ze's meticulous strategy, systematically dismantling his foes one by one, rather than attempting a sweeping eradication. With that in mind, my 2 companions, let us embark on this endeavor together, Cui Ze proactively suggested. However, before we depart from the rain-soaked grounds, let us first exchange our chips together. With 2 esteemed individuals by our side, we shall be better fortified against any counteraction from Lu Feared. Jiaji and Ishao were momentarily rendered speechless. They were eager to make their exit, yet it was indeed foolish to abandon over 2 billion belly in gambling stakes. Over 2 billion belly. Fat Tiger lowered his head, his shoulders drooping. In my lifetime, I have never won such a substantial sum. The Yuyan Casino had not introduced any peculiarities regarding the chip exchange. The more than 2 billion berries that Cui Ze has won are predominantly not drawn from the internal reserves of the Yuyan Casino, but rather from the personal fortunes of the gamblers who frequent its halls. Just as the casino staff were engaged in tallying the chips, an expected figure emerged before the trio led by Cui Ze. With slicked back hair and a thick cigar clamped between his teeth, Crocodile exuded an air of undeniable authority. The Sand Crocodile cast a cursory glance at the trio. To his left stood a disheveled, overweight man in a purple kimono, blind and unkempt. To his right, a garish fellow with a bulbous nose and squinting eyes, clad in an utterly tasteless ensemble. Their appearances were unremarkable, their demeanor utterly mediocre. Clearly, 2 mere buffoons. With palpable disdain, Crocodile dismissed Fujitora and Chaporin, directing his gaze squarely at Cui Ze, and bluntly extended an invitation. Lucky lad, would you care to work for me? Cui Ze cast a glance at the future candidate for the naval admiral on his left, then surveyed the future admiral of the naval headquarters on his right. In that fleeting moment, he held a profound disdain for Crocodile's ability to recruit subordinates. It was no wonder he overlooked the formidable vice admiral, Gall D. Roger. Given the opportunity, you proved to be utterly inept, Crocodile. Both Jia Ji and Yishao similarly directed their attention towards Cui Ze, silently awaiting his response. Well, first, allow me to pose a question. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, Zephyr brandished the belly notes in his hand, a mere stack valued at 1 million. Speaking of wealth, could you possibly offer me a daily wage of 2.5 billion belly for a mere 6-hour workday? Crocodile was utterly disarmed by Zephyr's pointed remark. The formidable warlord rendered speechless for a long moment. 2.5 billion belly? A daily wage, no less. What audacity! Observing Crocodile's silence, Zephyr chuckled softly. It seemed the esteemed Crocodile boss was lacking in funds. Very well, he would concede slightly. How about a monthly salary of 2.5 billion belly? Crocodile's smile vanished, replaced by a knowing look. He realized the young upstart was merely toying with him, a mere striver reliant on luck. Hopefully he wouldn't come to regret the decisions made this day. The desert sandstorms would surely bury all such fortune. A warlord of the sea, with a bounty of only 89 million belly. Mr. Crocodile, if you cannot afford a suitable wage, then refrain from speaking of recruitment. Cui Ze shrugged nonchalantly, producing a blank card that transformed the room designated for exchanges and calculations of chips into a venue card. You have obtained an A-grade card. A-grade card, treasure chamber card type, field magic card effect. The treasure chamber houses the personal treasures of Cui Ze Feite, valued at approximately 2.5 billion berries. The A-grade card radiated an enchanting glow, instantly absorbing all the calculated berries within the room, which then fell into Cui Ze's grasp. The illustration on the front of the card depicted a towering heap of berries. How long has it been since he consumed the card fruit? How is he able to wield his abilities with such ease? Upon witnessing this scene, Crocodile's pupils constricted slightly, and he silently exited the room. Cui Ze toyed with the A-level card, treasure chamber for a while. The card's rating is rather peculiar. Does an evaluation of A-level correspond to a bounty of over 2 billion berries? Could it be that the card's level is assessed based on the bounty amounts in the world of pirates? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze once again revealed a blank card, from which a mesmerizing radiance erupted, instantly enveloping the surroundings in all directions. Crocodile, who had just exited the chamber, found himself similarly ensnared by this luminous aura. Instinctively, the sand crocodile assumed a defensive stance, summoning a multitude of sand particles to entwine and encircle his body, only to realize that this brilliance bore no offensive intent. In a fleeting moment, a second terrain card was freshly unveiled. You have obtained a D-rank card. D-rank card, Rain Feast Casino card type, terrain magic card effect, the largest casino within the borders of the Alabasta Kingdom. Resembling a colossal pyramid crowned with a massive banana crocodile sculpture, lavishly adorned within. Such an unusual card rank, I find myself somewhat perplexed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze, Jia Ji, and Yishao departed from the vibrant oasis of UD, embarking towards the vast and boundless expanse of the Alabastan Desert. Shortly after their departure, a band of menacing thugs, clad in black suits and armed with gunpowder weapons, relentlessly pursued them. Following closely behind was a swirling gust of sand. The moonlight, delicate as a veil, gently draped over the endless desert, illuminating 3 sets of footprints of varying depths upon the golden sands. Brother Jia Ji, brother Yishao, as you both had previously feared, there indeed lingers a group of tailing us. Cui Ze casually flipped through the cards in his hand, continuously experimenting with the application of the tester cards throughout his journey. If all goes as anticipated, he should indeed be in the service of the notorious loan shark, Lu feared. As his words echoed, several new notifications materialized on the invisible screen. You have replicated a D-grade card, Rain Banquet Casino, within the simulated space. The effect of the simulated space card has undergone a transformation. You have acquired a D-grade card, Simulated Space, Rain Banquet Casino. Since the D-grade card, Simulated Space does not belong to the blank card set, you have activated the auxiliary card set of the blank card set. The number of cards in the auxiliary card set is not included in the blank card set. There are no limitations on the number of cards in the auxiliary card set. You have erased the D-grade card, Rain Banquet Casino. You have obtained a blank card, main card set and auxiliary card set. Cui Ze was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise gracing his expression. It seems that in the future, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards caught within the borders of Alabasta will no longer pose a concern regarding the limitation of occupying the 54 card slots in my empty deck. Cui Ze, your mastery of observation hockey is commendable. Kaji cast a glance of mild astonishment at Cui Ze. It was evident that he had only just acquired this ability in the afternoon. Perhaps it was due to my inherently decent perceptual skills. Cui Ze smiled subtly, his hands never ceasing their movements. He placed the D-grade items, the black hand that summons death, the spring bandage, the giant-breasted manipulator, the world color cancer. The E-grade items, the permanent pointer of the ancient island, the health bracelet, and the F-grade items, the treasure map of the magnetic drum kingdom, the wide-brimmed hat, and the leather triangle hat, all into the A-grade card treasure chamber. The card level of the A-grade treasure chamber has slightly increased. In the future, I can regard the treasure chamber as my personal storage room, regardless of what items I fish from the Sea of Dimensions or treasures I acquire from the ocean. I can store them in the treasure chamber. Cui Ze's gaze flickered ever so slightly. Of course, it is preferable to arrange the tools for daily use separately. With this thought in mind, Cui Ze retrieved the hand of black that invokes death from the treasure chamber and re-imprinted the card. The level of the A-grade card in the treasure chamber diminished slightly. You have obtained a D-grade card. D-grade card, hand of black that invokes death card type, equipment magic card. However, Cui Ze, your observation hockey has overlooked another presence. The base of Ishao's staff gently pressed into the desert, leaving behind a small pit in the sand. It was none other than the warlord of the Seven Seas, Crocodile. He too had followed closely behind. Is that so? Cui Ze gently touched the two monster cards held by Jiaji and Ishao. If I find myself in a confrontation with the sand alligator later, can you two lend me your support? Upon hearing this, Jiaji and Ishao exchanged apprehensive glances. Ultimately, it was Jiaji who broke the silence. While I can certainly provide assistance, Cui Ze, are you truly confident in facing Crocodile? It is important to remember that he is a legendary pirate who has had direct confrontations with the likes of Whitebeard and Barrett. Jiaji's expression was tinged with hesitation. Indeed, Ishao tightened his grip on the staff blade, his demeanor serious. Despite Crocodile's actions in Alabasta suggesting he is not inherently ruthless, we must not underestimate his formidable power. Furthermore, we are in a desert region, which significantly amplifies the potency of his sand fruit. Cui Ze tucked away two monster cards and once again produced a blank card. No matter, some truths are only revealed through action. You have acquired a D-rank card. D-rank card, desert card type, field magic card effect, the desert within the realm of Alabastan. Cui Ze has suspended his experiments on blank card decks. Not because he has completed all his trials, but due to a group of oblivious individuals in black suits obstructing the path of the trio. Gazing at the heavily armed figures before him, Cui Ze retrieved the freshly engraved desert card and, with a smile, inquired of Jiaji and Ishao, gentlemen. I trust you would not object to my resolving this little obstruction? Jiaji maintained a calm demeanor, asserting that not a single life would be unjustly taken. Even if he were to eliminate 100 of Lu Feier's men, Ishao, composed and unruffled, added, if young Cui Ze is unwilling to take action, I am more than willing to intervene. That won't be necessary, Cui Ze replied, directing his attention toward the black suits as he activated the desert card. Allow me to conduct further experiments with my newly acquired abilities, especially as we are soon to confront the legendary 7 warlords. Hey, you three over there. Lord Lu Feier has sent me to convey a message to you, the leading figure in the black suit declared. His expression menacing as he brandished his weapon with a brazen stance. However, before he could finish his sentence, the desert card unleashed a shimmering light. In the next instant, a torrential cascade of yellow sand descended from the heavens, as if an endless river of sand had ruptured in the clouds, pouring forth its ancient sorrow and fury upon the earth. The heavily armed black suits, caught off guard, were swiftly engulfed by this relentless deluge of sand before they could utter a single word. A multitude of notifications instantaneously flashed across the luminous screen in Cui Ze's vicinity. You have vanquished a gang enforcer with an overall rating of D. You have eliminated a gang enforcer with an overall rating of E. In the blink of an eye, Cui Ze had amassed dozens of D and E level baits. As the swirling sands settled, both GG and Ishao displayed expressions of astonishment. How could this be possible? This shared sentiment surged within the minds of these two seasoned warriors. The superhuman-type card fruit. How could it possess the ability to manipulate yellow sands? A similar thought echoed in the mind of another. Youngster, how is it that you can also command the sands? The figure of the sand crocodile emerged from a swirling gust of sand, his voice laced with a simmering fury. Do you wish to know? Cui Ze retracted the desert card that had devolved into a blank card due to the exertion of his abilities. Inquire with your sand fruit, he suggested. Upon hearing such a provocative remark, the sand crocodile revealed a terrifying grin, a colossal scar running across his nose, resembling a centipede poised to strike. Very well then, the sand crocodile declared, raising his right palm. A spiral of yellow sandstorm coalesced in his hand. Let us question you with the sandstorm. With a swift motion, Crocodile flung his arm, and the yellow sandstorm erupted from his palm, rapidly expanding into a towering vortex. The swirling force of its cutting power obliterated every rock in its path. How frightful indeed, Cui Ze murmured, gazing at the approaching sandstorm. He gently flicked a blank card, opting for imprinting. The inexorable sandstorm seemed to be drawn toward the blank card by an invisible force, surging uncontrollably until it was entirely absorbed. Not a single drop or grain remained. Imprinting successful. You have acquired a C rank card. C rank card. Sandstorm card type. Normal trap card effect. A terrifying sandstorm that intensifies with each gust of wind, ultimately transforming into an uncontrollable sand disaster. When used at close range, it can effortlessly shatter rocks and bring down structures. Cui Ze retracted the sandstorm card and cast a gentle smile at the astonished sand crocodile. It seemed that the desert held little value after all. This is impossible. Gazing at the tempestuous sandstorm that obscured the sun, which transformed in an instant into a diminutive and innocuous mysterious card, this scenario was utterly unfathomable to Crocodile. What nonsense is this? If his sand crocodile had not succumbed to dementia, the fortunate young lad opposite him must have only acquired the card fruit just this evening, right? It could not have been more than 2 hours since he consumed the card fruit, if, within such a brief span of time, that young boy managed to harness the power of the devil fruit to this extent, then Crocodile must have truly wasted decades of his existence on a futile endeavor. What is truly impossible? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Caesar unleashed the Shalon card, transforming it once more into a terrifying sandstorm, aimed at Crocodile's location. Who do you think you are? You card-wielding brat. A hint of crimson stained Crocodile's pupils, akin to a cold-blooded crocodile driven into a frenzy. Using my own techniques against me. Crocodile transmuted his arm into an amorphous mass of sand, which then abruptly expanded several times over, solidifying into a broad, razor-sharp sand blade, and unleashed it in a swift / Desert Spada. The Desert Spada, capable of cleaving through the desert floor with ease, effortlessly shattered the nascent sandstorm, tearing the vast expanse of sand into disarray. The Desert Spada, its momentum unspent, continued its trajectory, bearing down on Caesar, Kaji, and Isha with unstoppable force. Cui Ze activated his observation haki. A flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes. He aimed towards the blade of the desert treasure knife and hurled a blank card, which instantaneously transformed into a C-grade card, Desert Treasure Knife, unleashing the power contained within it. The Desert Treasure Knife abruptly reversed its blade and soared directly towards Crocodile's position. You have truly provoked my wrath. Crocodile's voice shifted to an eerie calm, signaling that this formidable sea creature, the sand crocodile, had indeed entered a state of furious rage. He raised his arms, which instantly turned to sand, crumbling, expanding, and reshaping into 4 colossal blades of sand, each several times larger than the previous Desert Treasure Knife. Diamond Treasure Knife. Crocodile suddenly swung his arms, and the 4 massive sand blades whistled through the air, converging upon the Desert Treasure Knife that Cui Ze had wielded in retaliation. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of 4 violent impacts resonated almost simultaneously, as the Desert Treasure Knife, which had just been capable of slicing through the sandy ground, was swiftly cleaved into 4 segments under the might of the superior Diamond Treasure Knife. Dust and sand erupted, scattering in all directions. The Diamond Treasure Knife, with an unstoppable force, surged forward, intent on cleaving Cui Ze and his companions into pieces. At that moment, yet another blank card materialized, standing defiantly before the blade of the Diamond Treasure Knife. Your ability is quite impressive. Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately imprinted the card. It is now mine. The imprinting was successful. You have obtained a B-grade card. B-grade card. Desert Colossus Blade card type. Normal trap card effect. For colossal blades of sand, capable of effortlessly severing mountains and cleaving the earth, wield tremendous power. Crocodile's face was as cold as ice, yet a fierce rage burned within him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the powers of the sand fruit once more, conjuring a superstorm of sand far more formidable than the previous one. Weighty sandstorm. The heavy grains of sand nearly enveloped the entire world, obscuring the moonlight from the sky, plunging both heaven and earth into a shroud of darkness. Faced with such a tempest capable of easily obliterating an entire city, Cui Ze remained utterly unfazed, solely focused on imprinting the card. Blank card. The imprinting was successful. You have obtained a B-grade card. B-grade card. Weighty sandstorm card type. Normal trap card effect. A once-in-a-century supersized sandstorm, possessing the terrifying power to effortlessly annihilate multiple towns. The colossal sandstorm was entirely absorbed by the card, and the world was instantly purified, revealing the scene of a moonlit night once more. Under the silvery moonlight, Crocodile had unknowingly descended upon the desert, kneeling on the coarse yellow sand, his right palm pressed firmly against the ground. An invisible wave emanated from his position, rapidly spreading in all directions. Wherever this wave of force passed, whether it be the rough grains of sand or the hardened desert rock, even the henchmen of the Lone Shark King were slowly disintegrated into fine dust, causing the entire desert to sink slightly. Erosion cycle. Crocodile's gravelly voice echoed through the desolate desert. In the face of such extensive assault, Even the likes of Jackie and Ishiao could not help but wear solemn expressions. This is the legendary pirate who once stood against Whitebeard and Barrett. This ability is remarkable. I now possess a powerful clearing technique. With a joyful expression, Cui Ze tossed forth a blank card. Indeed, the sand crocodile was a good man, bestowing not only berries but also the devil fruit. And now even offering up his formidable techniques. The ability known as erosion reincarnation, which could effortlessly obliterate a small kingdom, exhibited no resistance against the absorption of the blank card. A flicker of ethereal light flashed, and the invisible waves generated by the sand fruit vanished completely. In their stead floated an A-grade card. A-grade card, erosion reincarnation card type, normal trap card effect, an awaken level technique of the nature type sand fruit. It boasts an extensive range, capable of instantaneously draining moisture from living beings or other materials, spreading outward. Even rocks can be reduced to sand, wielding the desiccating power to utterly annihilate the earth. Such a formidable ultimate move was effortlessly countered, causing Crocodile's composure to shatter, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move for an extended period. Unbeknownst to him, Cui Ze was also perplexed as to why the sand crocodile's ultimate move warranted an A grade. Is the level of erosion reincarnation truly A? Both Kaido and Kizaru possess A grade evaluations, yet how could the sand crocodile achieve such a status? Might this suggest that the warlords of the sea, or perhaps pirates of this caliber, typically hold an overall evaluation of only B, yet possess one or multiple abilities that allow them to contend with A-grade powerhouses? This conjecture seems to be the most reasonable. Cui Ze tucked away the A-grade card, Erosion Rebirth, intending to reserve it as a trump card for a critical moment. He pondered whether casually locating a notorious pirate lair and casting the Erosion Rebirth within would enable him to swiftly reap a bounty of unsuspecting prey. Cui Ze gazed expectantly at the stationary crocodile, hoping that this sand crocodile would have the decency to present him with a few more corrosion reincarnation cards. Alas, the psychologically shattered crocodile no longer wished to unleash any large-scale attacks. Regaining his composure, Crocodile transformed into a subtle, flowing quicksand that roamed the desert, swiftly rushing towards Cui Ze's position. It was only when he drew near that he suddenly lunged forward, his right arm morphing into a swirling sand sword, aiming directly at Cui Ze's body. The Desert Greatsword. In the face of such close-quarter attacks, Cui Ze deployed a blank card. Regrettably, this blank card failed to absorb the Desert Greatsword. It merely halted the attack, intercepting it mid-air. The imprinting of the card requires the target to completely relinquish their free will. Close-range slashes and fist strikes, among other such forms, do not fall within the imprinting scope of the blank card. In the depths of Cui Ze's mind, several thoughts flashed momentarily. Upon encountering that infuriating card and witnessing the Desert Greatsword no longer being absorbed, Crocodile was instantly filled with joy. Even though the first Desert Greatsword was thwarted by a blank card, Crocodile promptly summoned a second Desert Greatsword, aiming it directly at Cui Ze's waist. Left with no alternative, Cui Ze was compelled to unleash the power of armament hockey to fend off Crocodile's second strike. Yet he was still violently sent flying by the ferocious blow of the Desert Greatsword. What? Such a level of power? Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, before revealing a cold smirk. Card trickster, I have discovered your weakness. Is that so? With the Desert Greatsword propelling him high into the air, Cui Ze did not hesitate to draw the additional card, pressing it against himself. With the enhancement from the effect monster card, Vice Admiral Aokiji, your strength, endurance, agility, and hockey attributes have all risen to B rank, lasting for half an hour. Your armament hockey and observation hockey levels are also elevated to B rank. Now, I shall summon my fist in attack position. Good afternoon, esteemed readers. Today, this book has made it onto the Sanjong recommendation list. Let the celebrations commence. Ahem, I digress. To be honest, achieving Sanjong so swiftly has genuinely surprised me. This pirate, backed by justice, could only reach Sanjong thanks to the unwavering support of all you readers. I am immensely grateful for your donations, monthly votes, recommendations, and collections. Thank you for your continued readership. After Sanjong at the beginning of next month, the book will officially go on the shelves, so I kindly ask for your ongoing support. Here, I shall reiterate the rules for additional content. For every 100 subscriptions, there will be 1 extra chapter. For every 1,000 monthly votes, 3 extra chapters. For every 10,000 recommendations, 1 extra chapter. And for every 10,000 donations, 2 extra chapters. Due to the previous book's overdue chapters, so heartbreaking, and this book's current backlog even more sorrowful. The exact count of overdue chapters has yet to be determined, but it is approximately over 40 chapters, heartbreakingly twitching fingers. Those readers who followed from the last book should be aware. Despite the backlog, I still possess the ability to produce extra chapters. The overdue chapters will not be delayed for long, unless the count continues to grow. During the Sanjong recommendation period, I will strive to update diligently. By the way, writing these drafts is truly challenging. Lastly, I would like to make a small announcement for the reader group. If any readers wish to join the group to chat and share with fellow book lovers, you can click on the book details page, open the introduction, and find the information exchange group. Strike through. Within, there are 2 daily chatty administrators eagerly awaiting the presence of esteemed readers. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. I will continue to work diligently on my writing. The reflections of this pirate, bolstered by justice and the Sanjiang recommendation, are currently being typed out. Please hold on for a moment. After the content updates, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Cui Ze slightly bent his knees, utilizing the technique of the moonwalk, and forcefully stomped upon the void of air, propelling himself downward towards Crocodile with the swiftness of a released arrow, creating a swirling white wave around his form. What? Crocodile, caught off guard by Cui Ze's sudden acceleration, momentarily failed to react. Just as he turned to glance, a fist, infused with the ominous hue of armament haki, reflected and magnified within his pupils. Instinctively, Crocodile harnessed the power of the sand fruit, conjuring a seemingly thin yet resilient barrier of sand around himself to withstand Cui Ze's strike. Boom! The armament haki-clad fist collided heavily against the sandy barrier, producing a dull thud of impact. The solid and sturdy sand wall, under the immense force of Cui Ze's B-level strength, crumbled instantly into shapelessness. However, in that fleeting moment of obstruction, Crocodile had already regained his composure. He intended to submerge into the desert, temporarily evading Cui Ze's bizarre explosive state, when a sudden, howling gust of wind pierced his ears. Unbeknownst to him, Cui Ze had swiftly changed position, his long leg, enveloped in armament haki, lashed out with the ferocity of a steel whip, aiming to strike Crocodile down to the very bone. For nearly a decade, Crocodile had diligently sought the power of ancient weaponry, striving to harness the legendary might of these artifacts to compel the world's strongest man to bow before him. Even when encountering lesser foes on his quest, the power of the sand fruit effortlessly dispatched them. In other words, Crocodile, engrossed in the pursuit of ancient weaponry, had not engaged in battle with the ocean's elite or sub-elite masters for almost 10 years. This was evident from his bounty, which barely exceeded 80 million. Having not faced adversaries of such caliber for an extended period, Crocodile's battle instincts had long rusted. As he instinctively attempted to turn away to evade Cui Ze's whip-like kick, he was nonetheless grazed by the tip of the foot, now imbued with armament haki, across his cheek. A thin stream of crimson blood seeped from his face, cascading downwards. Feeling the long-forgotten pang of pain, Crocodile gritted his teeth in disbelief and swiftly conjured a massive sword of sand, determined to force Cui Ze back. A sharp crimson light flickered within Cui's pupils as he activated his observation haki. Like an elusive fish, he deftly evaded the assault of the colossal sword forged from sand and deftly maneuvered himself beside the sand crocodile. Raising his fist, which resembled a large cooking pot in size, he enveloped it in a thick shroud of armament haki, delivering a ruthless blow. With a resounding thud, his punch struck Crocodile squarely on the cheek. Mere moments ago, the once arrogant warlord of the sea had been reduced to a rolling gourd, tumbling helplessly across the desert, his demeanor utterly disheveled. This spectacle left the onlookers astounded. Was Crocodile truly being subdued? Beside them, Kaji watched in wide-eyed disbelief. How could this be possible? Cui's strength and speed had surged to unprecedented heights, though he wore a seemingly calm smile. The tight grip he maintained on his staff revealed the profound shock that echoed within the heart of his future marine admiral. No matter how one might argue, Crocodile remained a meticulously chosen warlord of the sea by the world government, a formidable oceanic warrior who had once vied with the likes of Whitebeard and Barrett. Could it be that Cui Ze has indeed subdued the sand crocodile? Jiaji and Yixiao remain mere spectators. However, the first-hand combat experience of Cui Ze offers him a more profound understanding. To think that Crocodile truly lacks haki, neither armament haki nor observation haki. It appears that Instructor Shio's words were indeed correct. Haki is the unwavering belief in oneself, to lose confidence in one's own strength and to pin the hope of defeating an enemy on the elusive ancient weapon. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze. With an expression of indifference, casually flung forth a blank card, securing yet another skill. You have acquired a C-grade card. C-grade card, Desert Sunflower. Dreadful card imp. Although Crocodile had languished for quite some time, the fundamental pride of a formidable warrior still lingered within him. This distinguished pirate, reduced to such a state by an obscure newcomer, had not only failed to inflict a single scratch on his opponent, but had also rendered himself utterly disheveled. It was simply outrageous. Such a level of resilience was akin to an unyielding cockroach. Listening to Crocodile's robust voice, Cui Ze could not help but experience a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, even with the enhancement of the monster card effect, Cui Ze remained on the same playing field as Crocodile. In fact, when situated in his desert domain, Crocodile might even possess a greater strength. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze let out a soft sigh and retrieved a card bearing the name Yixiao, opting for a standard summon. A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings as Yixiao, clad in a delicate lavender kimono, made a dazzling entrance. Observing from the sidelines, Another Yi Xiao sensed the presence of his counterpart in the arena, momentarily lost in astonishment. What exactly was the nature of Cui Ze's fruit ability? However, in the next heartbeat, an even more astonishing event unfolded. At Cui Ze's command, Yi Xiao suddenly activated the power of his gravity fruit, and concentric purple rings materialized above his head, ascending into the vast, dark night sky. Yi Xiao's eyes widened in horror, revealing the whites of his eyes. "My gravity fruit!" exclaimed Kaji, equally astonished, as he filled in the final 4 words for his friend. On the battlefield, Crocodile gazed at the unexpectedly summoned Yi Xiao, ready to burst into laughter. "Is this blindfold really your choice, card trickster? What are you playing at?" Yet, before Crocodile could articulate his derision, the pitch-black sky erupted in a radiant orange glow. A colossal, rough-hewn meteor, engulfed in searing flames, plummeted from above. The overwhelming force bore down upon Crocodile, trapping him beneath its might. The earth trembled violently, the thunderous explosion drowning out all commotion in the world. The sands surged like waves, and the entire Alabasta trembled under the impact of the meteor. As silence reclaimed the realm, a massive rock emerged from the once boundless desert. The surrounding sands transformed into glistening glass-like formations by the intense heat and pressure. A notification flashed upon the screen, signaling the conclusion of the battle. "You have defeated a warlord of the sea with a comprehensive evaluation of B. You have acquired a B-rank victory bait." The battle had come to an end? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze. Utilizing his observation haki, discerned that the once mighty sand crocodile had now vanished without a trace. He had initially intended to employ a blank card to attempt to subdue the defeated warlord of the sea, but his plans had ultimately fallen through. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze. With a mere smile, summoned several celestial meteors once more, transforming each into a card skill. Ultimately, after acquiring 3 B-trap cards, Yi Xiao, utterly exhausted, dissipated into the air. You have received a B card. X, 3B card. Celestial Obstruction Meteor card type. Normal trap card effect. A colossal meteor descends from the heavens, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire city. Cui Ze stowed away 3 B cards, Tian AI, Zhenxing, and Jiaji, while Yi Xiao also hurried over. The 2 individuals, seemingly victims of account theft, wore expressions of profound complexity, particularly Yi Xiao, who encountered another version of himself. "Cui Ze, what was that just now? What on earth is happening?" The plump and battered Yi Xiao, having endured the tumultuous waves of the sea, spoke with a certain disjointedness, his words fragmented and intermittent. "This is precisely what I previously mentioned to you two, my friends." Cui Ze blinked innocently, feigning nonchalance. "My card possesses the ability to harness the strengths of the 2 esteemed gentlemen. The specifics of this borrowing, however, are rather peculiar." "What does it mean by this is the situation? Want it not to manipulate the effects so recklessly? You only acquired the card fruit in the evenings, and yet you can already confront the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, by night? Not only can you seal the power of his sand fruit, but you can also wield the forces of the gravity fruit at will? The circumstances are somewhat acceptable, yet a smile betrays a hint of alarm. After traversing the seas for countless years, he has never encountered such an absurd user of a devil fruit. There is no time for the 2 gentlemen to react." Cui Ze, with a rueful expression, smiled faintly and produced 2 blank cards to hand over. "Gentlemen, it seems that the power you previously lent me has been entirely depleted. Might I trouble you for a little more?" Cui Ze urged Jiaji and Yi Xiao. The sand crocodile has indeed been dealt with, yet the king of usury, Lu Field, remains at large. Jiaji and Yi Xiao exchanged glances, ultimately accepting the blank cards and imprinting their own abilities upon them, trusting the previous impressive results. Cui Ze refrained from arbitrarily altering the attributes of the 2 brothers' cards, maintaining the same conditions as before. "Effect monster, Jiaji, normal monster, Yi Xiao." Cui Ze remarked. "Old man, I am astounded by how you have developed the card fruits to such an extent in such a short time." Yi Xiao, with a serious expression, returned the Yi Xiao card. "However, allow me to offer you this piece of advice. My power may be lent to you, but it must never be employed for nefarious purposes." Cui Ze solemnly declared, "Rest assured, my friend Yi Xiao, I assure you, your cards shall be employed solely against the nefarious." "Nefarious?" Yi Xiao's expression flickered slightly. Such a description undoubtedly encompasses more than just pirates. However, this line of thought resonated deeply within Yi Xiao's heart. He was, after all, a benevolent hero who could not tolerate the wickedness of the world, even to the extent of sacrificing his own sight. Pirates are evil, but they are not the only embodiment of malevolence. I shall keep that in mind. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. As for that usurer, He had already fled when you were engaged in battle with Crocodile and is now aboard a ship departing from Alabasta. Upon hearing this, Cui Ze furrowed his brow slightly. He held a strong belief in Yi Xiao's mastery of observation haki. This fellow possesses a remarkable prowess in observation haki. with an extensive range capable of precisely pinpointing meteors in the cosmos. Given this, perhaps it is best to let him be for now. Cui Ze shook his head with a trace of regret. If Lu Field were still within the confines of Alabasta, he might have seized the opportunity to test the mettle of this sovereign of the dark world while the effects of the Jayakapai were still in play. Unfortunately, this individual had already sensed the impending danger and made a hasty retreat. Indeed, a creature of the shadows lurking in the dark world. Not to mention, his adaptability to changing circumstances is remarkably astute. For the time being, let us set aside the matter of a king of the dark world. Upon hearing Cui Ze's words, Jayakapai and Yixiao could not help but exchange glances filled with concern. The king of the dark world is hardly an agreeable entity. Each one commands vast domains, industries, and influences. What is paramount is their formidable strength. It is worth noting that the kings of the dark world can almost be likened to the 7 warlords of the sea in the realm of darkness. Even Jayakapai and Yixiao would not dare assert that they could secure a victory in a one-on-one confrontation with a king of the dark world. Yet, it was Cui Ze who uttered these words. Moreover, it was Cui Ze who had just vanquished a sand crocodile in the desert stronghold. Well, it matters not. Cui Ze, my dear brother, I have long harbored a question for you. Jayakapai clenched his teeth and suddenly spoke up. Do you have any intentions of joining the Navy? Huh. Cui Ze was momentarily taken aback. Join the Navy? Again? Jia Ji observed Cui Ze's expression, noting the absence of any overt signs of resistance. He was poised to seize the moment, appealing to emotions and reason alike. Just then, Cui Ze shook his head and said, I have not yet fully savored the pleasures of a carefree life. This statement clearly conveyed his refusal. Jia Ji, however, did not feel disheartened. He had heard similar sentiments expressed by others far too often. Yet, Cui Ze's next utterance filled Jia Ji with unexpected delight. But who can truly predict the future? Cui Ze shrugged his shoulders. He was merely a feeble, helpless, and pitiable pirate infiltrator, destined to obey the orders of his superiors. Who could predict whether one day his superior might whimsically decide to summon him back to the naval headquarters? Cui Ze cast a glance at Chachuan Jiaji, silently pondering. Brother Jiaji, to be frank, who can say who might become the general of the Shanghai Navy headquarters first? With Crocodile vanquished and Lu Feier fleeing without a fight, the 2 primary adversaries had been dealt with, prompting Cui Ze and his companions to abandon their thoughts of continuing to wander the desolate desert. They found themselves at the Mirage Space, Rain Feast Casino. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze was the last to step inside. As his figure vanished behind the entrance of the Rain Feast Casino, the expansive and colossal pyramid gradually dissipated, retreating into a mere card, concealed within the void of space. Inside the Rain Feast Casino, Cui Ze ascended to the pinnacle of the pyramid, seeking a lavish chamber. After closing the door, he activated the luminescent screen. The events in Alabasta had reached their conclusion. It was time to summarize the entries. As anticipated, the screen refreshed with multiple notifications. You achieved renown within the grandest Rain Banquet Casino in Alabasta, where spectators witnessed your astonishing triumph, amassing over 2 billion berries in wagers. You acquired the B-level talent entry, Golden Law. B-level talent entry, Golden Law entry description, a description of the fateful pattern of wealth that binds one's life. Entry effect, a significant enhancement in personal financial fortunes. Destined to be affluent throughout life, devoid of concerns regarding monetary shortages. Entry evaluation, it is a fallacy to claim that money cannot buy happiness. However, that small sum you possess indeed cannot procure true joy. Your fame burgeoned in the Rain Banquet Casino, where gamblers revered you as a deity. Having witnessed your prowess in various gambling techniques, you earned the B-level information entry, Gambling God. B-level information entry, Gambling God entry description, an individual who has attained the pinnacle of gambling skills. Entry effect, 1. Acquisition of the B-level ability entry, Gambling Technique. 2. A 1-tier enhancement to your luck attribute. Entry evaluation, there remains an abundance of things to wager upon. Life itself, indeed. B-level ability entry, Gambling Technique entry effect, the utmost level of human skill, mastery of all forms of gambling techniques at sea. Entry evaluation, I can see that there is an element of chance involved. By confronting and decisively defeating the Shichibukai, crocodile, you acquired the B-level information entry, Card Master. B-level information entry, Card Master entry effect. 1. An increase in personal influence, with a 1-point B-level enhancement to your dominance attribute. 2. Your renown begins to spread throughout the Grand Line. Entry evaluation, the goddess of fortune smiles upon you. What a marvel! Gazing at the cascade of notifications flowing across the screen, Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement. After battling the crocodile, he had garnered such a plethora of entries. B-level talent entry, Golden Law. B-level information entry, Gambling God. B-level ability entry, Gambling Technique. B-level information entry, Card Master. Cui Ze meticulously perused the information displayed on the screen, ultimately fixating his gaze upon the entry pertaining to the gambling god. At last, he had acquired yet another attribute to enhance his own fortune. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze set aside the summarized information and retrieved the bait acquired from previous battles. After clearing out the D and E grade bait obtained from the minions of the usurer Lu Feite, he skillfully integrated them, resulting in the creation of a premium C grade bait. At present, Cui Ze's bait reserves consist of 1 B grade and 1 C grade. It remains to be seen what items and abilities he will manage to fish up this time. Cui Ze first fashioned a B-level bait for Crocodile. With an extraordinary stroke of luck, he need not concern himself with any issues of preparation. Such concerns were non-existent. He gently cast the B-level bait into the dimensional sea, holding his breath in anticipation. Type of harvest from this fishing expedition. Item B-level item. Magic cylinder source of the item. Yu-Gi-Oh! Series description of the item. A normal trap card effect of the item. When the opponent attacks, it will instantaneously absorb their attacking energy and return the maximum damage they could inflict back upon them. Note, usable once per battle item evaluation. Bow before the noble power of Hanno. Goodness. As he beheld the card materializing in his hand, Cui Ze's eyes widened in astonishment. The divine card of the glutton. Although the effect of the magic cylinder card had undergone slight modifications and additional restrictions, this did not diminish its formidable strength. With the acquisition of a blank card deck, Cui Ze could now disregard nearly all mid-range and long-range attacks upon this vast sea. However, when it came to close combat, such as slashes or punches, Cui Ze found himself somewhat lacking in mains. The crux of the matter lay in Cui Ze's own inadequate strength. All attributes, including the overall evaluation, stood at a mere C level. But with the magic cylinder in his possession, a truly formidable card, everything could change. Cui Ze's combat weaknesses were instantaneously mitigated to a considerable extent. For instance, let's take Crocodile as an example. In their previous encounters, Cui Ze, prior to acquiring the enhancement card, struggled to effectively defend against Crocodile's desert sword, resulting in being directly sent flying. Had he possessed the magical tube at that moment, Cui Ze could have absorbed the entirety of the damage inflicted by the desert sword the moment it struck, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Furthermore, the damage dealt by the desert sword could have been entirely returned to Crocodile, achieving maximum damage output. This is not merely a simple desert sword, it is truly formidable. Although the magical tube possesses immense power, it primarily inflicts damage on a singular target. Cui Ze, with aspirations reaching beyond the realm, pondered the possibilities. If the sand crocodile were slightly more formidable, perhaps it would have acquired an A-grade bait by now, potentially summoning a divine protective barrier, reflective shield, capable of countering an entire group. Shaking his head, Cui Ze dismissed such futile musings. Just how precious is an A-grade bait? The 4 emperors and the generals all belong to that echelon. If he were to merely draw a divine protective barrier with clearing capabilities, it would hardly be worth the endeavor. The magic tube had proven sufficient already. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze retrieved the last remaining bait and cast it into the dimensional sea. It remains uncertain what sort of card these scoundrels under the reign of the Lone Shark King might yield. Fishing results, type, item grade, C item, onus source, Yu-Gi-Oh! Series description, effect monster card effect, when battling against an enemy monster. The strength attribute of this light attribute monster will be augmented by the total strength attribute of the opposing monster. Note, usable once per battle. Item evaluation, dishonest scoundrel. Remarkably, a scoundrel card has indeed been fished up. Cui Ze's head was filled with dark lines as he transformed Earnest into a blank card deck subcard. C-grade card, Earnest. The effect of this scoundrel is indeed formidable, yet the restrictions are too severe. Where shall I find a light attribute monster? Light? Total light curtain. An explanation of card abilities can be found at the very end. Name, Cui Ze feat strength, C endurance, C agility, C dominance, B charisma, C luck, C augmented by the visitors from the otherworld. God of gambling bonus, talent traits, visitor from the otherworld, EX, wild body, EX, golden rule, B, resilience, E, flickering candle in the wind, E, ability traits, fishing, EX, blank deck, EX, gambling skills, B, observation hockey, C, armament hockey, C, ape martial arts, C, eating principles, C, 6 powers, C, super smell, C, exceptional courage, C, magic reflection, C, smoke form, D, mastery of hand-to-hand combat, D, mastery of precision shooting, D, powerful attacks, E, keen hearing, E, navigation skills, E, cold gun technique, D, big dipper steel splitting technique, D, 45-degree angle attack mechanical repair method, E, beast breathing, total concentration, constant, E, information traits, card master, B, god of gambling, B, defeated by the emperor, C, Navy Headquarters Lieutenant Colonel, C. Sniper, D. Killing Machine, D. Friend of Oddities, D. Glutton, D. Small Fry Slayer, F. Zombie Slayer, F. Inferno, F. Overall Evaluation, C. Talent Traits. In order of acquisition, EX level trait. Visitor from the Otherworld trait effect. Permanently gains a 2-tier enhancement to personal luck attribute. The upper limit of the luck attribute is EX. E-level trait, Resilience trait effect. 1. Gains a 2-point E-level enhancement to endurance attribute. 2. Significantly enhances the ability to withstand pain, fear, and hunger. EX level trait, Wild Body, blank, Ancient Species, blank, Source of Talent. Animal System, Ancient Species, Head Tusk Fruit trait effect. 1. Before the attribute values reach A level, strength, agility, and endurance will receive prolonged substantial upgrades. 2. Resistance is greatly enhanced, significantly reducing damage from attacks while increasing vitality, stamina, and recovery. 3. Gains the trait Iron Head, a law-level iron forehead, the hardest existence in the universe, impervious to any form or force of destruction. E-level trait, Flickering Candle in the Wind trait effect. After sustaining unbearable injuries, forcibly locks the minimum vitality, capable of withstanding up to A-level attack damage. B-level trait, Golden Rule trait effect, significantly enhances personal wealth fortune, destined to be wealthy throughout life without worrying about financial shortages. Ability traits, in order of acquisition, EX level trait. Fishing trait effect, utilizes Sea King species, defeating enemies. And demon fruits as bait to fish for endless light curtain traits or extraordinary items in the vast dimensional sea. E-level trait, Beast breathing, total concentration, constant trait effect. By breathing air, allows the blood to absorb vast amounts of oxygen in a short period, thereby enhancing personal heart and lung function and improving physical fitness. E-level trait, Keen hearing trait effect. Within a 50-meter radius, no movement escapes your ears. C-level trait, Exceptional courage trait effect. 1. Gains a 1-point C-level enhancement to dominance attribute. 2. Hidden mental attributes gain a 1-point C-level enhancement. Simultaneously immune to all mental impacts of C-level and below, including but not limited to imposing presence, intimidation, observation, etc. E-level trait, Navigation skills trait description, relatively powerful navigation skills among elite navigators. D-level trait, Smoke form trait effect. 1. Flight. 2. Immunity to general physical attacks of D-level and below. E-level trait, Powerful attacks trait effect. Trained to know how to attack in a way that inflicts greater pain on the enemy. F-level trait, Close-range shooting, mid-range shooting, long-range shooting. Extreme shooting trait effect. When launching remote attacks on targets at close, mid, long-range extremes, your attacks are exceptionally precise. Advances to E-level trait, Precision shooting trait effect. 1. Gains a 1-point E-level enhancement to agility attribute. 2. Within 100-meter range, attacks on fixed targets hit the mark every time. Advances to D-level trait, Mastery of precision shooting trait effect. 1. Gains a 1-point D-level enhancement to agility attribute. 2. Within 100-meter range, every shot hits the mark. E-level ability trait, Cold gun technique trait effect. 1. Gains a 1-point E-level enhancement to agility attribute. 2. If an opportunity arises to attack a target unable to defend well, can aim for vital parts to inflict additional damage. D-level trait, Mastery of hand-to-hand combat trait effect. 1. Gains a 1-point D-level enhancement to strength attribute. 2. Basic mastery of various excellent combat techniques commonly found at sea, particularly adept at hand-to-hand combat. E-level ability trait, 45-degree angle attack mechanical repair method trait description, a special mechanical repair trick exclusive to Gun Sister. D-level ability trait, 6 powers, SAR D-level ability trait, 6 powers. Teke later evolves into C-level ability trait, 6 powers trait description, high-level physical techniques mastered by the world government and Navy headquarters. Divided into 6 techniques, Soru, Tekai, Jeppo, Ronzon, Shurgon, each capable of surpassing human physical limits with immense power. Mastering all enables one to contend even with devil fruit users. C-level ability trait, Ape martial arts trait effect, completely unifies the thoughts of all cells within, ensuring all cells maintain consistent rhythm. C-level ability trait, Eating principles trait description, a special mental state. C-level ability trait, Super smell trait effect. 1. Capable of distinguishing extremely subtle and varied scents in the air. 2. Can deduce the gender, age, and general danger level of other humans or creatures by smell. C-level ability trait, Armament hockey trait effect. 1. Hardening of armament. 2. Devil fruit locking. D-level trait ability, Big Dipper steel splitting technique trait effect, significantly enhances the strength of fingers, capable of tearing steel apart with bare hands. C-level ability trait, Magic reflection trait effect. When another entity employs enslavement spells or special means of mental domination against you, the ability will automatically trigger, reflecting the enslavement effect back to the user. Note, the rebound limit is classified as a CF level ability entry, Gambling. Effect, a basic understanding of conventional gambling methods at sea. C-level ability entry, Observation hockey. Effects, 1. Enhanced olfactory perception. 2. Heightened visual acuity. 3. Superior auditory perception. EX level ability entry, blank deck, specific ability details can be found at the end of the article. Effect. Allows the free imprinting of monsters and magic trap cards of any type and ability according to one's needs, with card levels ranging from F to EX. B-level ability entry, gambling techniques. Effect. Mastery of all forms of gambling techniques achievable by human skill. Information entries in chronological order of acquisition. F-level entry, zombie slayer. Effect. Slightly increased damage dealt to zombies and other undead beings. F-level entry, blazing fire. Effect. Increased personal influence, granting a 1 F-level bonus to command attributes. D-level entry, friend of monsters. Effect. Easier to gain the favor of fearsome and grotesque creatures. C-level entry, emperor's defeated foes. Effects. 1. Increased personal influence, granting a 1 C-level bonus to command attributes. 2. Your reputation begins to spread throughout the Grand Line, attracting the attention of certain interested parties. E-level entry, elite marine. Effect. 1 E-level bonus to physical strength, endurance, and agility attributes. Advancing to D-level entry, Navy Corporal. Effect. 1 D-level bonus to physical strength, endurance, and agility attributes. Advancing to C-level entry, Navy Lieutenant. Effect. 1 C-level bonus to physical strength, endurance, and agility attributes. Advancing to C-level entry, Navy Commander, Lieutenant Colonel in the Navy Headquarters. Effect. Similar to Navy Lieutenant. F-level entry, Glutton. Effect. 1 F-level bonus to endurance attributes. Advancing to E-level entry, Big Eater. Effect. 1 E-level bonus to endurance attributes. Advancing to D-level entry, Voracious Eater. Effects. 1 D-level bonus to endurance attributes. 2. Increases stomach capacity and digestive efficiency by 30. E-level entry, Small Fish Slayer. Effects. 1. Familiarity with the habits and weaknesses of most common sea creatures. 2. Slightly increased damage dealt to ordinary sea creatures. D-level entry, Sniper. Effects. 1. Increased personal influence, granting a 1 D-level bonus to command and agility attributes. 2. Enhanced vision, allowing one to discern the movement frequency of an ant's antennae within a 50-meter range. D-level information entry, Killing Machine. Effects. 1. Increased personal influence and intimidation, granting a 1 D-level bonus to command attributes. 2. Machine-like slaughter, Tireless, granting 1 D-level bonuses to endurance and strength attributes. B-level information entry, God of Gambling. Effects. 1. Acquires B-level ability entry, Gambling Techniques. 2. 1 tier bonus to luck attributes. B-level information entry, Card Master. Effects. 1. Increased personal influence, granting a 1 B-level bonus to command attributes. 2. Your reputation begins to spread throughout the Grand Line. Item entries in chronological order of acquisition. F-level item, Gas Mask, destroyed in battle. Subpar item, Tanjiro Kamido's Rice Ball consumed. E-level item, Nezuko Kamido's Bamboo Muzzle consumed. E-level item, Sun Blade, Beast Breathing, Sharp Weapon, lost in battle, later picked up by Runty. E-level item, Tanjiro Kamido's Special Rice Ball consumed. F-level item, 5,000 berries. F-level item, Treasure Map, valued at 100 berries, Magnetic Drum Kingdom. E-level item, Holy Mother of Disintegration, Imitation, Sharp Weapon, destroyed in battle. E-level item, Permanent Pointer of the Ancient Island. E-level item, Health Bracelet. D-level item, Clockwork Bandage. D-level item, Giant Breasted Hand. D-level item, White Telephone Bug. D-level item, 1 million berries. F-level item, Roast Pig's Tenderloin consumed. E-level item, Colorful Fruit consumed. C-level item, Snack Tree Seeds consumed. F-level item, Wide-Brimmed Hat. D-level item, The Black Hand That Brings Death. D-level item, Italian Cannon surrendered. F-level item, Blue Flower consumed. F-level item, Misfire Dragon's Oil Roasted Meat consumed. D-level item, World Color Cancer. C-level item, Devilish Glasses, given to Gal D. Nero. F-level item, Leather Triangle Hat. B-level item, A-level Golden Law Experience card consumed. D-level item, Simulated Space transformed into a subcard. B-level item, Magic Tube transformed into a subcard. C-level item, Onyx transformed into a subcard. Blank Deck, Main Deck, Treasure Chamber, A. Erosion Cycle, A. Benevolent Hero, 1 Smile, B. Celestial Obstruction Star, B. 3. Vice Admiral Khaki, B. Desert Diamond Blade, B. Heavy Sandstorm, B. Desert Sunflower, C. The Black Hand That Brings Death, D. Desert, D. Subdeck, Magic Tube, B. Onyx, C. Simulated Space, Rain Banquet Casino, D. It has come to my attention that many readers do not understand the capabilities of the blank deck, possibly due to not having seen the author's explanation in this chapter. Thus, I shall provide clarification here. The blank deck is an EX level ability acquired through the superhuman card fruit. The main deck consists of 54 cards, allowing for the free imprinting of monsters and magic trap cards of any type and ability, with levels ranging from F to EX without limitation. Imprinting requires the target's willing sacrifice or the loss of their free will. The main deck can seal off all offensive means not directly associated with the user, including but not limited to devil fruit abilities, bullets, cannons, flying slashes, etc. However, the user's bodily attacks, such as fists or sword strikes, cannot be sealed, as these attacks are closely tied to the user's essence, violating the rules of willing sacrifice or loss of consciousness required for imprinting. Both monster cards and magic trap cards are consumable abilities. For instance, the cards imprinted by Suzuki, such as Kaki, One Smile, and the series of sand-type abilities from the Sand Crocodile, are one-time use abilities. Once used, the cards revert to their blank form. However, the main deck can also include fixed-use types. For example, the A-level card, Treasure Chamber, is a magical card specifically designed for storage. As long as the items within are not entirely removed, the Treasure Chamber will not revert to a blank card, though its level may fluctuate. Monster cards or magic trap cards possess the ability to be transformed into permanent cards, a feature that has yet to be elaborated upon in the ongoing narrative. Here, I will use the Sand Crocodile as an example. In the midst of battle, Cui Ze vanquished the Sand Crocodile. Should the Sand Crocodile succumb to unconsciousness on the spot, Cui Ze would be able to imprint the creature based on its loss of free will. At that moment, he would obtain a B-level standard monster card representing the 7 warlords of the sea, Sand Crocodile, granting him the ability to summon it freely for combat. Consequently, the Sand Crocodile card would transform into a permanent card. It would revert to its blank form only upon the demise of the Sand Crocodile or if Cui Ze chose to erase it intentionally. This outlines the specific rules governing the main deck. There are no limitations on the number of cards in the side deck, which also cannot be imprinted actively. Its contents primarily derive from the illusory cards of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, such as Magic Cylinder, Honest, and Simulated Space. Through the fishing ability, cards drawn from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World are not one-time use capabilities. The advantage of the side deck over the main deck lies in its non-consumable nature, allowing for repeated use. However, its disadvantage is that during combat, each card can be utilized only once, aligning with the turn-based rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! This encompasses the entirety of the blank deck's ability settings. 1,000 words of elaboration should suffice in providing clarity and detail. This concludes the complete content of Cui Ze's personal attribute panel. While the information regarding each entry may not be exhaustive, the main points have been clearly articulated, and there should be no omissions or errors. If any are found, prompt correction is welcomed. Should Cui Ze's personal attributes experience further expansion or significant change in the future, the author will issue updates in a similar chapter. This chapter will be transferred to the relevant works prior to its publication. Cui Ze silently fixed his gaze upon the telephone bug on the desk, the peculiar ringing resonating throughout the tranquil room. This was a call to the headquarters, devoid of any ulterior motives. Having not seen the visage and demeanor of Admiral Kizaru for quite some time, Cui Ze felt a pang of nostalgia. He longed to engage in more dialogue with Admiral Kizaru, hoping to strengthen their mutual bonds. After all, he was none other than the illustrious Kizaru, a user of the light fruit, the quintessential counterpart for the scoundrel card of Onitsudo. No one on the vast ocean could serve as a more fitting imprint for the Kizaru card. The mere thought of imprinting the Kizaru card and affixing the scoundrel label, enhancing its effects, sent waves of exhilaration through Cui Ze's mind. At this stage, Kizaru was no less than an A- grade card. With the augmentation of his 4 combat attributes, strength, endurance, agility, and dominance, he could undoubtedly reach the A-grade level. Furthermore, Onitsudo could replicate the strength attribute of his adversary on the spot. What does this signify? It signifies that by stacking these 2 cards, Cui Ze could instantaneously transform into a true top-tier powerhouse of the ocean, particularly one specializing in strength. Kizaru, please answer the call. Cui Ze silently murmured. As long as you can casually print me 7, 8, or even 10 yellow ape cards, I shall forgive you for your previous antics on the Shambadi Islands, and I will no longer secretly plot how to shatter your glasses with a single punch. Several seconds passed, and Cui Ze felt as though time had come to a standstill. With a crisp sound, the call was finally answered. A clear yet authoritative young female voice resonated. Moshi, this is Miss Domino. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze vowed to personally shatter Boss Huang's glasses in the future. Upon hearing the grave voice on the other end of the phone bug, Domino, far away in the depths of the great undersea prison, recognized the gravity of the situation. Very well. I shall immediately redirect the phone bug to the Navy headquarters. After approximately half a minute of waiting, the crisp feminine voice faded away, replaced by the slick, lecherous voice of a middle-aged man. Moshi, is anyone there? Why is there no response? Boss Huang. Cui Ze interrupted Huang Yuan's leisurely pursuits. I have an important report regarding the Shichibukai of Alabasta, Sir Crocodile. Oh, I wonder what it could be. Huang Yuan's tone remained unchanged, continuing to tease Cui Ze. It is rather late, and this isn't precisely working hours, is it? I trust young Cui Ze isn't seeking overtime pay by contacting headquarters at this hour? Does this imply that Huang Yuan receives overtime pay for his night shifts? Strangely, this was the first thought that sprang to Cui Ze's mind. He shook his head, dismissing the irrelevant musings. After my personal, first-hand assessment, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze observed that Huang Yuan remained silent for an unusually long time, and he initially presumed that this eccentric old performer had fallen asleep. Thus, he boldly dropped another bombshell. Oh. Huang Yuan's throat emitted disjointed and meaningless interjections, reminiscent of a rusted mechanism that had not been oiled in decades. Before he finally managed to regain some semblance of normalcy after a prolonged pause. I understand now. I have defeated the sand crocodile once. How should I proceed with my subsequent investigation? As the situation grew tense, Cui Ze's ambitions became clear. He sought to secure the yellow ape card. Was it not enough for the esteemed boss Huang to personally journey to Alabasta to offer guidance to this inexperienced recruit? There is no need to rush with your investigative mission. Let our headquarters first ascertain the specific circumstances. Huang Yuan disregarded Cui Ze's irrelevant musings and commenced his actions. Should Cui Ze indeed triumph over Crocodile, the previously devised plan for an undercover operation within the 7 warlords of the sea would necessitate significant revisions. Initially, the strategy for Marineford was to assign this young man a series of tasks, allowing him to hone his abilities while simultaneously building his reputation. Ultimately, the intent was to find 1 or 2 relatively weaker warlords to serve as stepping stones, thereby replacing them and becoming an ally within the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. But was this not merely the first task? Cui Ze, have you directly defeated the veteran powerhouse Crocodile? Or was it in the desert kingdom of Alabasta? Must you act so unpredictably? Kizaru felt an urgent need to swiftly inform Zifa-sensei and Granny Tsuru, seeking their counsel on how to navigate the current predicament. Otherwise, the undercover operation would spiral into complete chaos. Grasping the transponder snail, Kizaru transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Zifa-sensei's residence. Cui Ze, unaware of the circumstances, continued to report, there is another matter. Admiral Gigi wishes to recruit me into the Navy. Boss Huang, how should I handle this situation? Gigi wants you to join the Navy? What is the nature of this? Do you intend to join the Navy and receive 2 salaries? Bolusolino was momentarily bewildered, nearly crashing into Zifa's residence. Cui Ze, where are you at this moment? Huang Yuan stood at the entrance of Zifa's home, decisively ringing the doorbell with the swiftness of light. Regardless of your current location, find a concealed place to hide and await a response from headquarters. Crocodile's abilities will be significantly enhanced in the desert. You must remain vigilant regarding your safety. For now, that will suffice. I do hope Crocodile makes a comeback. I shall deliver a few blows of heavenly punishment upon him. Before Cui Ze could respond, the call was abruptly terminated by Kizaru. Half an hour later, the phone rang once more. Clearing his throat, Kizaru struggled to suppress the shock that surged within him. As anticipated by Cui Ze, Akainu had promptly reported the situation in Alabasta to headquarters, detailing the scene of Cui Ze overwhelming Crocodile, without mentioning Zephyr. Tsuru's astonished expression upon learning of this event was noteworthy. Kizaru remarked, headquarters has verified the details of your actions in Alabasta. So, what rewards await for defeating one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Cui Ze hastily inquired, by the way. When can I expect the Zoan-type devil fruit that the headquarters intended to bestow upon me? The devil fruit you seek will likely be personally handed to you during your next return to the headquarters for a debriefing, Kizaru replied. As for the specific rewards for defeating the 7 warlords, they will manifest in the enhancement of your rank and benefits. Is that not a justifiable reward? Cui Ze, with an air of righteous indignation, inquired, am I not risking my very life, having triumphed over the formidable sand crocodile in the desolate expanse of the desert? Does the headquarters not take into account the blood and sweat I shed during this battle? Blood and sweat. Have you truly experienced such a thing? Huang Yuan recalled the report from Jiaji. The sand crocodile had succumbed to Cui Ze with scarcely a semblance of resistance. It was utterly absurd. Since when could a mere naval recruit possess the strength to rival and utterly crush notorious pirates? Regaining his composure, Huang Yuan continued. So, what other form of reward do you seek? Perhaps another devil fruit could be arranged? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze was overwhelmed with joy, as he had not anticipated the genuine possibility of acquiring a devil fruit from headquarters. What do you intend to do with so many devil fruits? Asked Kizaru, intrigued. The intelligence returned by Major General Kaji also noted your status as a card fruit user. It is well known that one cannot consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously. I have recently developed an unusual affliction. I find myself unable to work unless I am collecting devil fruits. Cui Ze spoke ambiguously. What a convenient excuse. He continued. Such strange ailments do not exist upon the vast sea. Wang Yuan stroked his stubble thoughtfully. Since you are reluctant to divulge your reasons, you must have your own justifications. Huang Yuan speculated that Cui Ze might be seeking to harness the powers of the devil fruit to summon formidable subordinates to restore the Tobias kingdom. Having engaged in casual banter long enough, it was time to address the matter at hand. Huang Yuan's tone grew serious. Midshipman Cui Ze, Feite of the Navy headquarters. Effective tomorrow, you are to suspend your activities within Alabasta and proceed to the Devil's Triangle, where you will initiate a campaign against the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Your objective is to reclaim the naval warships that have been forcibly detained and rescue all surviving naval personnel aboard. Following the joint confirmation from Zephyr and Crane. Given that Cui Ze has now acquired the capability to confront the warlord of the sea directly, it is imperative to accelerate his training regimen. The second warlord of the sea after Sir Crocodile, Gecko Moria, stands as the most suitable target. The corpulent Moria? Cui Ze narrowed his eyes. Another B-grade bait, indeed. He recalled that among Moria's subordinates, there were 2 possessors of devil fruits. It remained uncertain whether those 2 fruits had been consumed. The paramecia type, transparent fruit. The paramecia type, phantom fruit. Regaining his composure, Cui Ze solemnly responded to the snail phone. Understood, sir. Very well. Full of vigor. The following morning, in the desert of Alabasta, Cui Ze, Jiaji, and Yishao emerged successively from the Rain Banquet Casino. The first 2 appeared relatively unscathed, yet the final figure, Yishao, bore the distinct marks of fatigue, with 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, accentuated by a web of scars and unsettlingly vivid sclerae, creating a rather intriguing visage. My dear Yishao, did you not manage to find rest last night? Cui Ze retrieved the Rain Banquet Casino, returning it to the secondary deck, and cast a teasing glance at Yishao. With arms crossed and an air of curiosity, Yishao observed the scene. He chuckled softly, unperturbed by the jest. Indeed. The gambling tools within the Rain Banquet Casino were far too captivating, tempting him to engage in a game or two. A game or two? More like a million or two. Cui Ze and Jia Ji exchanged glances, stifling their laughter at the dark circles under the smile. Gentlemen, the matters in Alabasta have nearly concluded. May I inquire about your future plans? Cui Ze prompted, recalling the task assigned to him by Boss Huang the previous night. I presume you are already aware of my naval affiliation, so I shall not conceal it any longer, Jia Ji stated candidly, all the while ensuring that he did not divulge any classified naval intelligence. Originally, I received orders from headquarters to proceed to a perilous maritime zone to address a notorious pirate who has been plundering naval vessels. Why does this task sound so familiar? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze felt utterly speechless. How could the headquarters assign the mission of an elite general to someone as insignificant as a mere lieutenant colonel? Is there truly such a degree of exploitation of labor? This simply cannot stand. If Boss Huang does not grant me a few more cards, I shall transform from a false undercover into a genuine pirate. How outrageous. And what of that jovial brother of mine? Cui Ze turned to look at Fat Tiger, who was discreetly stifling a yawn. Suddenly hearing Cui Ze's question, he almost choked on his laughter. Ahem. He coughed heavily twice, attempting to mask his surprise. I am but a wanderer accustomed to a nomadic life, he continued. With no particular plans for my next actions, perhaps merely to roam about and bury some unsightly evildoers along the way. Upon hearing these words, Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had been contemplating the potential of this fat tiger. If circumstances permitted, Cui Ze genuinely wished to recruit Yi Xiao into his fledgling team. Although at present, this so-called team consisted solely of Cui Ze himself. Yet, should Yi Xiao join, he would undoubtedly enjoy a position of significant importance, second only to Cui Ze himself. Ahem. Even amidst this wandering existence, one would think there ought to be at least a semblance of direction. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Cui Ze retrieved the treasure chamber card and presented the rationale he had long prepared. Having amassed such wealth, he found little opportunity for expenditure. Commissioning a luxurious treasure ship was indeed a splendid choice. Both Jiaji and Yi Xiao comprehended Cui Ze's intentions. If that is the case, let us journey together. Yi Xiao mused for a moment before speaking up. I have heard of the renowned shipwright, Mr. Tom, in the Seven Water capital, who aspires to construct a water train connecting the various islands of paradise. I plan to visit that famous shipbuilding city to assess the situation. A succession of exclusive terms, Seven Water capital, Mr. Tom, maritime train, the eccentric Frankie, and the design of the underworld, flashed through Cui Ze's mind, swiftly suppressed within his heart. It is not yet the time. Then, Brother Jiaji, I shall accompany Brother Yi Xiao on our departure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze did not overlook his experienced mentor. constantly seeking his guidance on the techniques of armament haki and observation haki. Furthermore, Cui Ze earnestly implored Ishu to utilize his gravitational fruit to create a negative gravity, thereby honing his physique and training his ape martial arts. While the blank deck is undeniably formidable, Cui Ze is acutely aware that the body is the true capital of combat. A mutual exchange of favors. Cui Ze recently imparted his newly acquired B-level gambling skills to Ishao without reservation, striking precisely at the soft underbelly of the corpulent tiger. Although the reasons behind Cui Ze's remarkable transformation from a novice, who barely grasped the fundamental rules of gambling, to a master of considerable prowess within mere days remain elusive, Ishao harbored no doubts upon recalling Cui Ze's audacious heist of over 2 billion berries at the Rain Banquet Casino. Perhaps this is what one might call genius. Upon reaching the City of Seven Waters, with the aid of Yi Zhao's gravity training, Cui Ze experienced a modest enhancement in his attributes of strength, endurance, and agility, elevating them to the sea level. His ability traits, Monkey Fist and Armament Haki, also underwent significant refinement, advancing to sea level. Consequently, his overall evaluation improved from C to C. While his strength saw notable advancement, the relationship between Cui Ze and Ishao has grown remarkably close. Every day, Ishao engages in exhilarating bets and even generously offers his life card. The life card is a rare and extraordinary item found in the vast ocean. Crafted by integrating one's own nails into its material, it symbolizes the vitality of its owner, consistently pointing in the direction of its master, effective regardless of the ocean's expanse. Yi Zhao's willingness to bestow the life card signifies that he has come to regard Cui Ze as a close friend. During their journey, Cui Ze has also engraved several of Yi Zhao's monster cards. These include not only the standard monster cards but also effect monster cards. B-level card, Benevolent Hero Ishao card type, effect monster card effects. 1. Card possession, upon activation, enhances the user's strength, endurance, and dominance attributes to B level, while agility is elevated to B level. 2. Gravity fruit, upon activation, grants the ability to freely manipulate gravity, with a manipulation capability not exceeding B level. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Cui Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement as he plunged into the mist of the Devil's Triangle. He had discovered it, the terrifying three-masted ship. A vessel capable of ensnaring the unwary within the endless fog of the sea? Alas, the sacred gravitational pull of the planet binds us all. I have unveiled the entire map. The horrifying three-masted ship, adrift within the enigmatic waters of the Devil's Triangle, is somewhat mischaracterized by the term sailing ship. More accurately, it resembles a diminutive island floating upon the ocean's surface. The overall silhouette of the fearsome, three-masted ship manifests a distinct circular form, encircled by a formidable wall constructed of resilient stone blocks. The entrance resembles a gaping mouth, a massive iron gate. Beyond this iron maw lies an inner sea, encircling the central isle, which is adorned with grotesque, desiccated forests. At the heart of this island stands an ancient castle complex. Its central tower and two additional towers along the stone walls collectively forming the robust mast of the dreadful vessel. A colossal sail emblazoned with the words Thriller bark billows from the mizzenmast, while the main mast proudly displays the flag of the Moonlight Moria pirate crew. Featuring a colossal skull adorned with a crown and delicate lavender bat wings, Cui Ze released the floating gravity that enveloped him, landing upon the outer wall of the terrifying three-masted ship. As he gazed upon this artificially marked minuscule island, a plethora of corresponding intelligence flickered through his mind. According to Brooks' elucidation in the original text, the terrifying three-masted ship is a colossal island hailing from the West Sea. The map of One Piece delineates the oceanic expanse with remarkable clarity, segmenting this watery planet into 6 principal regions, divided by the Red Line and the Grand Line. Among these, the East Sea and the South Sea cradle the paradise, while the West Sea and the North Sea encircle the New World. If that is the case, how did the terrifying three-masted ship, originating from the West Sea, breach the dual barriers of the New World and the Red Line, to arrive in the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle located in the Paradise Face? Contemplating this, Cui Ze could not help but narrow his eyes. Brook has no reason to deceive the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. His intelligence should be sound. The true conundrum lies in the fact that the era in which Brook lived is far too distant from the present. Perhaps in those days, Brook truly witnessed the terrifying three-masted ship adrift upon the waters of the West Sea. At that time, it may have been known as the Terrifying Roar, or perhaps by another name. Subsequently, this colossal vessel from the West Sea must have been transported to the Grand Line through significant means and extraordinary capability. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze took a deep breath and set forth towards the central island of the ominous three-masted ship. The duration of the smile fruit is merely half an hour. I have already squandered several minutes locating this terrifying vessel. There is no time left to ponder ancient historical dilemmas. Utilizing the powers of the gravity fruit, Cui Ze's figure shot forth like a meteor, rapidly advancing towards the island's core. Moments later, he descended upon the island's terrain, gazing at the desolate and dilapidated surroundings. Cui Ze could not help but feel a sense of deja vu reminiscent of his initial arrival on that forsaken zombie island. The atmosphere was indeed overwhelming. Cui Ze furrowed his brow. A pervasive stench of decaying corpses lingered among the terrifying three-masted ships on the island. This odor might not be particularly noticeable to the average person, but for Cui Ze, endowed with superhuman olfactory senses, it was decidedly unpleasant. Cui Ze was acutely aware of the source of the foul stench of decay. Moonlight Moria, a wielder of the shadow fruit, possesses the ability to seize the shadows of others and embed them within corpses, thereby animating them into functioning zombies. Simultaneously, these zombies inherit the combat prowess and personality traits of their original shadow bearers, though the powers of the devil fruit cannot be transferred or replicated. The shadow fruit, in a certain sense, is remarkably potent. However, it has been somewhat misappropriated by the corpulent Moria, relegated to a mere figurine fruit in his daily exploits. Cui Ze took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore the overwhelming stench of decay that assailed his senses, while simultaneously activating the powers bestowed by the gravity fruit to perceive his surroundings. He had located the naval warship previously captured by Moonlight Moria, as mentioned by boss Kizaru. Fortunately, the number of survivors aboard the vessel was relatively substantial. At this moment, the warship lay anchored in the inner circle of the terrifying three-masted ship. Adrift upon the turbulent sea, Cui Ze quickly identified the location of the naval vessel, yet he refrained from rushing to its aid. His primary objective in entering the Devil's Triangle was to confront Moonlight Moria. Rescuing the individuals aboard the naval warship was merely a secondary consideration. After all, should Cui Ze successfully vanquish Moonlight Moria, the personnel on the naval ship would be automatically saved, requiring no further intervention from him, not even a personal appearance. Having confirmed the position of the naval warship, Cui Ze began to make his way toward the interior of the island. Indeed, the formidable boss aboard the terrifying three-masted ship was none other than Moonlight Moria. However, this grand vessel also harbored a multitude of lesser zombies. Having not engaged in combat for some time, Cui Ze could not afford to overlook these easily accessible prey. Let me recall. What were the weaknesses of the zombies created by Moonlight Moria? Cui Ze reminisced about the intricate details of the terrifying sailing tale from the original work. Without the sensation of pain and oblivious to the weakness of fatigue, the only vulnerability lay in salt. Given this circumstance, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The tactical maneuver of Cui Ze unleashed a torrent of oceanic waters that surged forth from the Great Sea Card, cascading onto the central aisle of the formidable three-masted vessel. The deluge spread in all directions, instantly submerging all debris, colossal trees, and zombies in its path. What is this? Oceanic waters. How can such waters manifest upon the island? Does the infamous Bermuda Triangle also experience tsunamis? Accompanied by a cacophony of terrified cries, the zombies were purified by the waves, their inky shadows soaring from the ground into the heavens. Concurrently, Cui Ze's luminescent screen was inundated with notifications, reminiscent of the relentless tide. You have vanquished a zombie with an overall rating of F. X3 You have vanquished a zombie with an overall rating of E. Cui Ze cast a cursory glance and immediately discerned that the zombies, eroded by the sea, were predominantly of a very low level, with even E-rank specimens being a rare sight. What could account for this phenomenon? I recall that the zombies aboard the terrifying three-masted ship, whether corporeal or spectral, were meticulously gathered by Moonlight Moria, were they not? Cui Ze furrowed his brow in perplexity. Is this the quality of the meticulously gathered corpses and shadows that have coalesced into a zombie? It is worth noting that, apart from the Moonlight Moria, Cui Ze had also set his sights on the other two minor bosses within the terrifying three-masted ship, the Demon Oz and the Swordmaster Ryoma. The former is a colossal demon renowned 5 centuries ago, possessing the extraordinary ability to effortlessly move islands. The latter is a legendary warrior celebrated across the seas, famed for slaying a dragon above the capital. Currently, the zombies washed away by the sea are of remarkably low level, and the quality of the bait obtained is surprisingly inferior. This compels Cui Ze to question the value of both Demon Oz and Swordmaster Ryoma. Could it be that what he initially believed to be a monster-hunting paradise is, in fact, a mere illusion? After a moment of contemplation, Cui Ze retrieved a recently acquired F-grade bait. Given this, he decided to explore the fishing world corresponding to the terrifying three-masted ship, a fog-laden, Ruinous island interspersed with zombies and shadows appeared before him. Fishing session details. Type of catch. Item F-grade item. White top hat origin of item. Honkai series description of item. A pristine white top hat adorned with 2 azure feathers on the brim. Effective item. Decorative item evaluation. Green 2O's hat. What on earth is this? A hat caught while fishing? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze has managed to gather 2 pieces of intelligence, albeit with great difficulty. Firstly, the chaotic world of fishing behind the terrifying 3-masted ship remains uncertain. Secondly, there is indeed a significant connection between the terrifying 3-masted ship and the Battle of God's Valley from years past. The trash-wearing helmet is undoubtedly a reference to the celestial dragons, is it not? Meanwhile, deep within his fortress, Moonlight Moria, who is engaged in educating children, senses the rapidly vanishing members of the zombie legion through the multitude of uncontrolled shadows. Abandoning the little girl, Moonlight Moria rushes out of the castle, hastening towards the area where the zombies have first disappeared. Who dares to wreak havoc in my territory? Moonlight Moria roars in fury until he encounters that card-playing youth who is casting out to sea. Oh, this young man. I have seen him before. The subway, the old man, the mobile phone. Gazing at the inexplicably transformed Moonlight Moria, adorned with an oversized face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze was about to extend his greetings to Moria when he suddenly recalled an eccentric entry he had once acquired. Entry D. Friend of the Oddities. Effect. Easier to gain the favor of terrifying and grotesque beings. A plant known as grass. It is set to be released the day after tomorrow. I seek your donations. I seek your monthly votes. I crave your support. Before Cui Ze could respond, Moonlight Moria, gazing at the unfamiliar young man who inexplicably stirred feelings of fondness within him, eagerly spoke up. Young lad, would you care to join my Moonlight Pirate crew? Since his devastating defeat at the hands of Kaido in Wano country, which resulted in the loss of all his crew members, Moonlight Moria had remained in the Devil's Triangle for nearly a decade in silence. Despite commanding a formidable 3-masted ship and occupying the vast expanse of the Devil's Triangle, Moria's daily life consisted of little more than tending to a pink-haired girl he had fortuitously rescued, hailing from the West Sea, with hardly any other activities to engage in. In a moment of stillness that inspired action, Moria had intended to venture out in the past couple of years to seek suitable aids to help him forge a more powerful army of zombies. In the original narrative, Moria recruited the brilliant Surgeon Hogback around this same period. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a likable young man today. Reflecting on the tragic fates of his former pirate companions, Moria paused before adding, I shall personally transform you into the strongest zombie in the world. Second only to my ace, the Demon Oz. Cui Ze regained his composure upon hearing the utterly unreliable recruitment rhetoric from Moonlight Moria, feeling utterly bewildered. Are you not considering the consequences? I still have my own aspirations. Furthermore, as the captain of a pirate crew, could you not possess a modicum of discretion regarding secrets? Is it truly acceptable to casually divulge a trump card? Let us refrain from such nonsensical recruitment talk. Cui Ze activated the ability of the gravity fruit, gently lifting his finger. Instantly, several withered giant trees around him tore through the earth, rising from the ground, their dead branches and leaves trembling in the air. The world government established the Shichibukai system, forcibly legitimizing those notorious pirates who commit heinous acts. Previously, I assessed the capabilities of Crocodile and Alabasta, which proved to be trivial. Today, it is your turn. Gecko Moria. You have defeated that crocodile? Gecko Moria, rather than being angered, expressed delight. Excellent. Just the opportunity one need to observe your combat prowess. With a flicker of thought, Cui Ze commanded several colossal trees to launch toward Moonlight Moria like cannonballs. Manipulating objects? Are you also a devil fruit user? A paramecia type? Moonlight Moria chuckled as he conjured a large mass of shadows, swiftly transforming it into a flowing shadow wall that shielded him from harm. What a pity that I have yet to master the art of turning devil fruit users into zombies. Boom, boom. The enormous trees collided with the shadow wall, producing a resounding crash, only to snap and fail to budge the seemingly ethereal black veil. Sensing the defensive prowess of the shadows, Cui Ze abruptly gestured downward, unleashing an overwhelming gravity from his gravity fruit that cascaded over Moonlight Moria. The weight bore down upon him, amplifying his physical burden severfold. Caught off guard by his sluggish battle instincts honed over the years, he found himself unceremoniously toppled to the ground, nearly burying his head in the mud. He was left in a most undignified state. You brat! Moonlight Moria screeched in sharp indignation. You are utterly despicable. Cui Ze exhibited no interest in engaging with the baseless banner of Moonlight Moria. After pinning his opponent to the ground, He intensified the gravitational pressure while harnessing the power of the gravity fruit and the ocean's might to manipulate a vast expanse of seawater, crafting a colossal wave towering several meters high, which surged towards Moonlight Moria. Seawater. Moonlight Moria gritted his teeth, pushing his corpulent body off the ground, only to behold the formidable wave rushing towards him. In a flurry, he commanded his shadows, conjuring a wall of darkness that appeared almost tangible. With a thunderous crash, the tumultuous water collided against the shadow wall, yet it failed to inflict any damage, instead dispersing upon impact. Witnessing this, Moonlight Moria's eyes gleamed with delight, a ghastly smile spreading across his pale visage. He. It is time for my counterattack. With that declaration, Moonlight Moria manipulated the shadow wall before him, shattering it and reshaping it into a swarm of bats that blotted out the sky, lunging towards Cui Ze's position. A swarm of bats. Cui Ze concentrated gravity, exerting it upon the swarm of shadowy bats, yet he could not hinder their speed in the slightest. Gravity has no effect on shadows. Upon realizing this, Cui Ze immediately discarded a blank card. The imprint succeeded. You have obtained a C-rank card. C-rank card. Night Demon Assault card type. Normal trap card effect. Shadows of bats spread across the mountains, capable of disregarding all forces except for dominance. They can withstand the opponent's attacks and launch an unceasing barrage of bites, inflicting physical damage. Card ability? Upon witnessing his scattered bats being instantly absorbed and sealed by a mere card, Moonlight Moria was momentarily taken aback. What kind of devil fruit have you consumed, kid? Cui Ze retracted the Night Demon Strike card and, utilizing the gravity fruit, conjured a formidable gravitational force that enveloped the entire vicinity. Under the influence of this overwhelming gravity, the ground beneath the terrifying three-masted ship fractured dramatically, as a profound pit was on the verge of formation. Moonlight Moria was once again rendered immobile, his forehead veins bulging as he pressed his hand against his shadow. From the depths of his shadow, he withdrew an oddly shaped gigantic spear and hurled it with great force towards Cui Ze, aiming directly at his form. Shadowhorn Spear. Having already sealed a Night Demon Strike, he still fails to learn his lesson? How obstinate. I admire that. Cui Ze once again cast a blank card, attempting to seal the Shadowhorn gun. However, unexpectedly, the blank card merely held the weapon suspended in midair, failing to absorb and seal it. The card creation failed. What? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze realized this and couldn't help but click his tongue. Instead of discarding the blank card, he unleashed another card. A B-grade card. Magic Cylinder. The power of the Shadowhorn gun was instantly absorbed by this normal trap card, transforming into a terrifying damage effect that, through the mysterious rules of the card game, was returned to Moonlight Moria himself. With a gasp, Moonlight Moria felt a piercing pain surge from his abdomen, as if he had been brutally pierced by a long spear. He instinctively reached for his abdomen but felt no trace of blood, as if this intense pain were merely a figment of his imagination. Kid, I don't know how you did it, but you have completely enraged me. The overwhelming pain ignited a terrifying crimson in Moonlight Moria's eyes. How many years had it been? How long had he gone without experiencing such excruciating pain? Kaido, I will kill you. I will turn you into a zombie. I must. Fury blazed within Moonlight Moria as he let out a deafening roar. Accompanying this bellow, his shadow began to swell uncontrollably, inflating to several times its original size in the blink of an eye. It is common knowledge that shadows change with the physical form. Likewise, the shape of the physical body mirrors that of the shadow. Thus, when the shadow undergoes transformation, the physical entity is theoretically compelled to reflect the same change. Taste this move. Shadow Revolution. With that proclamation, Moonlight Moria's body suddenly expanded, as if multiplying out of thin air. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, Moonlight Moria's stature now stretched to several dozen meters, his terrifying visage resembling that of a legendary demon from myth. Boom, boom. Harnessing his colossal size and strength, Moonlight Moria charged towards Cui Ze, defying the immense gravitational pull of the heavy gravity fruit. Each step he took reverberated with the thunderous tremors of the terrifying three-masted sailboat island. Indeed, you warlords of the sea are monstrous in strength in certain respects. Cui Ze sighed and retrieved the card he had prepared in advance. The Smile Effect card, although imbued with the same power of the gravity fruit, was not something Cui Ze could fully master in a short span of time. As for delving deeper into the devil fruit, exploring gravitational waves to outer space within half an hour was a mere fantasy. Given these constraints, if Cui Ze wished to unleash abilities of a profound nature, he would need to rely on authentic skill cards. Cui Ze retrieved the carefully prepared card and cast it into the air. A series of deep purple halos erupted from the trap card, resembling blades of light piercing through the darkness, cleaving the dense mist and traversing the vast canopy above the terrifying three-masted ship. Moments later, the unchanging gray sky of the Devil's Triangle was suddenly adorned with a striking orange-red halo as copious amounts of water vapor evaporated, dissipating the fog. As the white mist cleared, a colossal meteorite, ablaze with incandescent flames and carrying boundless light and heat, thunderously descended. The Moonlight Moria, rushing forward, Since the abrupt change in the surrounding atmosphere, particularly the horrifying three-masted ship now fully illuminated. Instinctively, he looked up and beheld the scene of calamity descending upon him. Gazing at the enormous meteorite, nearly the size of half the terrifying three-masted ship, an unexpected cold sweat trickled down his fierce, enraged visage. Hey, you bastard. B-level card, Celestial Cataclysm. It will be available the day after tomorrow. I implore your support. Faced with the impending meteorite attack capable of easily annihilating the entire ship, Moonlight Moria's eyes widened with fury. Without hesitation, he unleashed the true lethal ability of the Shadow Fruit. Countless slender shadows, akin to black serpents, erupted from beneath his feet, darting towards every corner of the three-masted ship with extraordinary speed, precisely locking onto each resurrected zombie ensnared in shadow. Come forth. All shadows aboard the terrifying three-masted ship, become my strength. Moonlight Moria bellowed, his eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light, reminiscent of a hellish demon. This time, I shall not lose anyone. The slender black shadows flowed like conduits of energy, continuously transmitting the shadows from within the ship into Moonlight Moria's being, surrounding him with an almost visible aura of darkness. Not enough, not enough, he exclaimed, raising his head towards the approaching celestial meteorite, gritting his teeth as he further accelerated the infusion of shadows, excluding the zombies previously cleansed by Cui Ze's water card. Nearly all the remaining shadows of the zombies aboard the terrifying three-masted ship had been absorbed into Moonlight Moria's form, almost 900 in total. His limbs and torso convulsed unnaturally, bloodshot veins coursing through his scarlet eyes, as small horns on either side of his forehead rapidly elongated into spiraling horns. Simultaneously, his already massive body swelled even further, reaching heights of 20, 40, and ultimately 60 meters. In the end, Moonlight Moria towered nearly 80 meters tall, surpassing the legendary giant, Ors, by several spans. Hey, I refuse to be defeated by a mere rock. Moonlight Moria raised his right arm, forming a colossal fist aimed at the descending celestial meteorite. With an earth-shattering crash, the moment his fist connected with the meteorite, a thunderous roar echoed, fissures erupting across the surface of the celestial body. The shattered fragments rained down upon the deck of the three-masted ship like a torrential downpour, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. By invoking the Shadow Gathering, Moonlight Moria amplified his already formidable strength to the point where he could easily shatter a small island with a single blow. The blazing meteorite was thus shattered by his immense power, halting its descent. Ahahaha. Despite the impact of the celestial meteorite, Moonlight Moria was not unscathed. Wisps of shadow escaped from between his clenched teeth, yet he forced a grin. As long as I shatter this rock, there is naught to fear. Each word he uttered was accompanied by labored breaths, shadows spilling forth from his mouth and nostrils. Is that so? With an expression of calm indifference, Cui Ze drew forth a second trap card and released it into the air. Your fate is being denied. B-level card, Celestial Cataclysm. The second strike, a meteorite, identical in size and shape to the first, plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily above the first meteorite. In the next instant, the meteorite shattered, calamity unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Feeling the surge of power transmitted back through his fist, Moonlight Moria's eyes widened in fury as he struggled to maintain his balance, attempting to shatter both meteorites simultaneously. However, such aspirations were naive. The two colliding meteorites crushed him beneath their weight, akin to squashing an insect. A torrent of blood, mingled with the viscous shadows, erupted from the mouth of the fading Moonlight Moria. The obsidian shadows, like a colossal fountain, painted a stark black line across the natural canvas of the world, while speck-like shadows raced freely through the air, heading towards their rightful owners. Across the serene forest aboard the terrifying three-masted ship, the Grand Line, in the west blue, countless pirates, marines, civilians, and merchants who had lost their shadows to Moonlight Moria were finally reunited with their long-lost essence at that moment. A notification appeared on the luminous screen. You have defeated a warlord of the sea with a comprehensive evaluation of B. You have obtained a B-level victory bait. Moonlight Moria has been vanquished. As he gazed at the refreshed notification, Cui Ze felt an immense sense of relief. To conquer Moonlight Moria, he had expended 3 B-level cards, 1 monster card with a smiling effect and 2 ordinary trap cards of Celestial Cataclysm. Now, it was time to see if the spoils from defeating Moonlight Moria could compensate for such a significant investment. In the final moments afforded by the Smile Fruit, Q's harnessed the power of gravity to remove the 2 meteorites that had pinned the Moonlit Moria, revealing the pitiful form of the warlord of the sea beneath. Previously, during the events in Alabasta, Q's had entertained a notion to utilize the blank card to imprint the fallen warlord of the sea. Regrettably, that idea did not come to fruition at the time, as the sand crocodile had escaped with remarkable swiftness. However, while one sand crocodile slipped away, a figure resembling a figurine enthusiast emerged. Whether this was a loss or a gain remains uncertain. Let us imprint the card. Cui Ze approached the unconscious Moonlight Moria and summoned a blank card. The detection indicated that the target had completely lost its free will. Shall I imprint the B-class card? 7 Warlords of the Sea, Moonlight Moria? Indeed, it is possible. Cui Ze, filled with exhilaration, raised his fist in triumph. His choice, undoubtedly, was the imprint card. The imprint was successful. You have acquired a B-grade card. B-grade card. Warlord of the Seven Seas. Moonlight Moria card type. Normal monster card effect. Summon the Warlord of the Seven Seas. Moonlight Moria. And you may command it at will. Note: imprinted monsters may experience a period of rebellion, yet they shall never escape the binding of the card. Monster information: severe injury. Exhaustion, unconsciousness 1. Overall evaluation: B. Strength, B. Durability, B. Agility, B-. Command, B-. Dominance, shattered, awaiting cohesion, luck. 2. Superhuman type, shadow fruit, level, B. A3. Swordsman. The card featuring Moonlight Moria showcases an abundance of information, surpassing the ordinary effects of typical cards. Normal summoning is unrestrained by limitations of frequency or time. As Cui Ze perused the cards, he swiftly discerned the distinctions among them. If the Smile and Kaido cards merely represented a temporary replication of abilities, then the Moonlight Moria card signified a complete subjugation of this formidable pirate. It allowed for his summoning and utilization at any given moment. Grasping the Moonlight Moria card, Cui Ze could distinctly perceive the current state of Moria contained within it. There was not a trace of deterioration in his injuries, as though time had been entirely sealed away. Could this sealing ability of the blank card deck serve as a temporary means of rescue? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze has essentially confirmed the effects of the Moonlight Moria card. As a standard monster card, Cui Ze is capable of summoning Moonlight Moria. However, he is unable to utilize the abilities of the shadow fruit associated with Moonlight Moria. The time suspension inherent in standard monster cards means that the sealed Moonlight Moria will not recover from injuries simply because it has been placed into a card. Whether the sealed card can perceive the passage of time remains to be seen until Moonlight Moria awakens. Furthermore, Moonlight Moria cannot voluntarily escape the constraints of the blank card deck. Yet, Cui Ze can actively dissolve this binding, restoring freedom to the entity. Concurrently, the Moonlight Moria card will revert to its blank form, akin to capturing a pet in a game. Cui Ze employed a rather apt descriptor. However, it remains uncertain whether this chubby homebody pet can actively evolve, considering its overall rating stands at a mere B. Cui Ze examined the final monster information of Moonlight Moria. A series of negative statuses were completely overlooked, swiftly transitioning to the ability attributes of Moonlight Moria. The aura shattered. Was this not akin to having one's mentality obliterated by Master Kaido? Cui Ze curled his lips in disdain. After examining the ability information of Moonlight Moria for a while and finding nothing else of interest, he stowed away the Moonlight Moria card and proceeded towards the main mast castle of the terrifying three-masted ship. This king of the obese, now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, would be handed over to the headquarters for further handling. Previously, when he had defeated Crocodile, he had refrained from going too far due to the presence of a Smile and the watchful eyes of Kaji. But now, with no one around, he felt liberated. Cui Ze is poised to seize the spoils from defeating Moonlight Moria. The expansion of the treasure chamber is happening today. It will be available for purchase tomorrow. Your generous support is greatly appreciated. What treasures have been revealed in the terrifying three-masted sailing ship arc? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze meticulously compiled a list of the truly valuable treasures held by Moonlight Moria, which primarily consisted of the devil fruits and exquisite swords. The remainder included some ordinary weapons and typical riches such as gold and silver. However, the latter held little significance for Cui Ze, who already possessed over 2 billion berries. If he could acquire them, he would simply add them to his treasury to further augment his wealth. If not, it was of no consequence. Previously, when utilizing a Smile fruit to amplify his abilities, his observation haki had sensed the presence of 2 living beings within the main mast castle, one large and one small. The larger figure undoubtedly belonged to Moonlight Moria. The smaller one could be Hogback, the corpse reanimating doctor, or perhaps Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit, or even Perona, the wielder of the ghost fruit. All 3 were comparatively diminutive next to Moonlight Moria. Just then, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze had no intention of making an appearance before the naval members to flaunt the prestige of his role as their savior. There was simply no need for such ostentation. It would only hinder the undercover pirate operation devised by the headquarters. Withdrawing his gaze, Cui Ze pressed onward into the depths of the main mast fortress. His observation haki had already zeroed in on the trembling little figure. A few minutes later, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze clenched his fists once more and turned his gaze towards Perona. However, he was taken aback to see that the petite girl with pink hair had exhausted herself from overexerting her abilities, causing her to roll her eyes back and faint. API call failed with status code 429. Error code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze originally intended to leverage the favorable impression from the Friends of the Odd to glean information from Perona regarding the location of Moonlight Moria's treasure. However, the little girl proved to be quite unpredictable. Now, Cui Ze is left to act independently. After a lengthy search around the main mast, disheveled and dusty, he finally discovered the treasure storage room of Moonlight Moria. Gazing at the sturdy iron door, Cui Ze retrieved a blank card. Card imprint: F-grade card, sturdy iron door. Play card. He cast aside the fallen iron door. Cui Ze stowed away the blank card and entered the storage room. Before him lay a veritable mountain of golden treasures, exuding a dazzling brilliance in the dim light. A few small boxes were perched atop this magnificent heap. Centrally positioned in the room was a large wooden chest, towering in stature, concealing its mysterious contents. It seems that over the past decade, the Moonlight Moria has indeed amassed considerable wealth. API call failed with status code 429. Error code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze leaned closer, gently lifting the lid of the large wooden box, his heart brimming with anticipation as he peered inside. What could it possibly contain? Alas, a corpse. The overwhelming stench of decay assaulted him, nearly rendering Cui Ze lifeless on the spot. Never before had he regretted acquiring the extraordinary sense of smell during his fishing escapades on the Boeing Islands as he did in that moment. The near-fatal encounter with Moonlight Moria, who had unleashed a magical attack in a surprise ambush against him. With a grimace, Cui Ze waved vigorously beside his nose, attempting to dispel the pungent odor that lingered in the air. What kind of rational pirate would place a coffin at the very center of a treasure vault? Surely, Moonlight Moria must have lost his wits. Cui Ze, suppressing his discomfort, gazed into the interior of the coffin. Lying silently within the sarcophagus was an emaciated corpse, clad in tattered white robes, bearing numerous severe marks of damage. Notably, a massive gash across the abdomen nearly severed the body in twain. Did Moria still take pleasure in desecrating the dead? API call failed with status code 429. Error code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Cui Ze reminisced about the intelligence regarding Moonlight Moria before succumbing to the fate of becoming a zombie figurine. Moonlight Moria was once a lean and tall young man, exuding a captivating charm and standing out among the notorious pirates. Unfortunately, he was utterly crushed by Kaido. His ambitions shattered. After facing Kaido and witnessing the annihilation of his forces, when Moonlight Moria escaped from Wano country, he forcibly took the bodies of Shimatsuki Ryuma and others, intending to transform the legendary dragon-slaying warrior of Wano into a formidable zombie. The scars on Shimatsuki Ryuma's corpse must have been inflicted by Moonlight Moria during his escape from Wano. Cui Ze arrived at a reasonable conclusion. However, why had the Frost Moon Dragon horse not yet been transformed? It must be that the damage to its corpse was too severe. Moonlight Moria had yet to recruit the brilliant surgeon Hogaback, nor had he encountered a suitable swordsman Shadow. Shaking his head, Cui Ze dismissed the trivial matters from his mind. He extended his hand directly and retrieved the katana from within the coffin. Grasping the handle, he was accompanied by the resonating hum of the blade. Cui Ze slowly drew the autumn water from its sheath. The spine of the blade was robust, its body a deep purple black, and the edge adorned with a chaotic, serrated pattern of crimson. Could this be one of the supreme great knives, the 12 crafts, known as autumn water? Although Cui Ze could not directly inspect the weapon's attributes as it was not a fishing item, this did not pose a challenge for him. It was still a card. You have obtained a B-level card. B-level card, autumn water card type, equipment magic card effects. 1. Black Blade, a premier weapon forged from the armament of a top-tier swordsman, tempered with advanced haki, exhibiting extraordinary hardness, unyielding strength, and unparalleled sharpness. 2. Dragon Slayer, increases damage dealt to dragon-type creatures by 15%. 3. National Treasure, in the New World, specifically in Wano country, wielding this blade automatically grants a reputation of respect or higher. The first two attributes, aside from the last, are indeed formidable. Cui Ze wielded the autumn waters, the sharp black blade slicing through the air, yet it produced not a whisper of sound as it cleaved the silence. A magnificent sword. Regrettably, I possess no skill in the art of swordsmanship. Cui Ze sheathed his sword and stowed away the Choshue card. Should he seek to learn some swordsmanship? However, his current abilities were already quite abundant. Setting aside the blank card deck, the mastery of the monkey fist, armament haki, and observation haki all required continuous learning and refinement. As for swordsmanship, he would defer that for now. With the acquisition of a magnificent blade ranked among the 21 crafts, Cui Ze's spirits were quite elevated. He approached the remaining small wooden boxes in the treasure storage room. Earlier, when he had collected the gold and jewels, he had deliberately overlooked these peculiar boxes. Eager to discover what treasures lay within, the first treasure chest contained a topographical map of Wano country. The second treasure chest held a topographical map of Onigashima. The third treasure chest revealed a permanent log pose for Wano country. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze opened the last treasure chest with a sense of indifference. Inside lay a peculiar fruit, its pale white skin adorned with intricate, enigmatic spiral patterns reminiscent of ancient vines. Cui Ze picked up a small piece of paper from the treasure chest, which recorded the name of this extraordinary fruit, the transparent fruit of the superhuman category. It will be available tonight. I humbly seek your patronage, your monthly tickets, and your support. As time passed unnoticed, the moment of launch arrived. The official release date for this work is tomorrow, July 1st. Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, the VIP chapters will be officially opened. The VIP chapters will be released around 12:05 a.m. Based on the current stockpile of manuscripts, I anticipate being able to update 6 chapters on the first day of release. 4 chapters will be published at midnight, totaling approximately 10,000 words, while the remaining 2 chapters will be available at 9 a.m. I am genuinely touched by the author's commitment of 6 chapters, nearly 15,000 words. I earnestly beseech those readers who encounter this message to consider subscribing. I am deeply grateful. After all, the subscription results will determine the income of a book, and I sincerely yearn for both achievements and earnings. I do not wish to evoke pity among you, but the past few years have been fraught with incidents surrounding me. When my previous work was released, I did not communicate my dire circumstances to my readers. At that time, my situation was quite bleak. In truth, if it had not been for the financial support from the success of my previous game panel, which alleviated my family's burden, I am uncertain how much longer I could have persevered. Fortunately, the clouds have parted, and the moon shines brightly. My circumstances have improved significantly. With no pressure from external debts, I naturally yearn for accomplishments in my work. I once again implore all esteemed readers to support the subscription results of this book. Those who have followed my previous work from the game panel should know that I am not lacking in skill. After the release of the game panel, I consistently delivered explosive updates and earned badges for habitual bursts and daily updates of 10,000 words. Relying on justice, I shall not falter. On the day of release, I will update 6 chapters. Thereafter, I will maintain a daily update frequency of 6,000 words. Now, let me clarify the situation regarding overdue updates and the rules for additional updates. Due to the significant debt from my previous game panel, I have completed the side stories. Yet I still owe several chapters, which have carried over to this work. As of the release date, I owe a total of 42 chapters, originally 38, plus 4 for new book rewards. To reiterate the rules for additional updates, for every 100 subscriptions, I will add 1 chapter. Initial subscriptions will increase this count. For every 1,000 monthly tickets, I will add 3 chapters, limited to within the month, in increments of 1,000. For every 10,000 recommendations, I will add 1 chapter, no deadline. For every 10,000 in donations, I will add 2 chapters, no deadline. Initial subscriptions will also contribute to additional chapters. The collection count for this work is not exceedingly high, yet the reading data is relatively decent. Should the initial subscription data surpass 2,500 for every additional 100 subscriptions, I will add 1 chapter. If the initial subscription data exceeds 3,000, I will work tirelessly to achieve habitual bursts and daily updates of 10,000 words. In essence, a continuous month of 10,000 words daily. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the supporters of this work. My dear readers, thank you for every collection, every recommendation, every monthly ticket, and every bit of donation. As the release approaches, I humbly request your initial subscription. Your support is immensely appreciated. The transparent fruit awaits. A look of astonishment instantly crossed Cui Ze's face. He could hardly believe that he had truly discovered a genuine devil fruit among the legendary treasures of Moonlight Moria. He had consecutively obtained the card fruit and the transparent fruit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze retrieved the transparent fruit from the treasure chest, yet he did not immediately engage in fishing. Ever since he acquired the ability of the blank card deck, a particular thought had lingered in his mind. The ceiling capacity of the blank card deck is of EX level, which can encompass all grades of treasures found in the vast ocean. Logically, as a treasure of the sea, the devil fruit should also fall within the realm of the blank card's sealing capabilities. If I could seal the devil fruit within the blank card, would that not imply that I could wield the powers of the devil fruit without actually consuming it? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cui Ze's eyes as he conjured a blank card. Instantly, he imprinted the card. The engraving was a success. You have obtained an EX level card. EX level card. Superhuman series. Transparent fruit card type. Equipment magic card effect. It grants the ability to render one's body transparent, as well as to make any object that has come into contact with the body transparent. Could it really be that the engraving succeeded? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze extracted the transparent fruit from the card and cast it into the dimensional sea. Indeed, the fisherman must adhere to his fundamental duties. During the fishing expedition, the type of harvest was as follows. Ability entry, EX level ability entry, breath concealment. Origin of ability, Feite series. Description of entry, a unique class ability of the assassin heroic spirit. Effects of the entry. 1. Assimilates with the world itself, rendering it immune to all forms of detection and perception. As long as one does not actively reveal oneself, one shall never be discovered by any entity. 2. At the moment of launching an attack, the ability level drops to A, making detection nearly impossible. 3. Even if the concealment action is completely successful, the target intended for assassination will still sense the assassin's presence. Evaluation of entry. Do not engage in assassination. Strive for invincibility. Life offers little time for breath concealment. Eliminating all witnesses is the epitome of a perfect assassination. EX level breath concealment. Gazing at the newly acquired ability entry on the luminous screen, Cui Ze found himself at a loss for words. From the initial role of a fisherman, to swordsman, to armored warrior, then to sharpshooter, dancer, and card player, am I now to embrace yet another profession as an assassin? The transparent fruit has yielded an EX level breath concealment. One cannot claim the quality of this fishing expedition was lacking. However, in comparison to the previous wild body and the blank card set, the expressiveness of breath concealment is indeed considerably diminished. The crux of the matter is that this assassin's divine skill diverges too greatly from my current ability system. Cui Ze silently reflected. Just moments ago, she had remarked on the favor of the goddess of fortune upon her devotee, yet it seemed her physique remained ever so unrefined. Nevertheless, it was merely a devil's fruit acquired without effort. To have ensnared such a concealed, all-weather buff was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. As the saying goes, having cast a line, one might as well reel in whatever bites. With the advantage of the transparent fruit, Cui Ze boldly decided to fish with the B-grade bait obtained from defeating the Moonlight Moria. During the fishing endeavor, the haul comprised the following. Type, item grade, B item, pride source, Full Metal Alchemist series description, homunculus, the 7 deadly sins, pride, manifests as a colossal shadow replete with countless eyes and mouths. Effects. 1. The wielder can manipulate the shadow freely, allowing it to extend agilely beyond its container to choke, slash, and execute physical attacks and defenses using the numerous razor-sharp teeth within its mouths. 2. Utilizes visual organs for ultra-long-range reconnaissance and assault. 3. Capable of devouring and assimilating other beings to acquire their abilities. Note, requires a container, biological vessel, for survival. Once severed from the container, it will disintegrate into nothingness at an alarming rate. Item evaluation. We fear that which is formless. Full Metal Alchemist? Cui Ze scratched his head. His understanding of this work being rather limited, he had only heard whispers of its fundamental settings. Judging by the effects of the items, the quality of this B-class fishing endeavor should be quite commendable. Yet, the fact that he could fish out an artificial being with sentience raises the question. Had he ever caught a truly living creature? Taking into account the item effect annotations from Pride, the moment the shadow materialized, Cui Ze swiftly cast a blank card, transforming it into a B-class card. B-class card, Pride card type, normal monster at this juncture. Cui Ze had yet to devise a specific strategy for utilizing this shadow, and planned to formulate a plan later. The effort expended to defeat the Moonlight Moria was considerable, yet the rewards were immense. B-class card, Moonlight Moria, B-class card, Autumn Water, B-class card, Pride. Additionally, there was the EX-class ability entry acquired through the transparent fruit, breath concealment. Among other spoils were a Night Demon Assault card, over 1 billion berries, and a pink-haired lowly, among others. After meticulously checking his gains and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Cui Ze retrieved 2 telephone bucks. It was time to report his achievements to the headquarters. No. It was time to strengthen his rapport with Boss Huang. Moshi, is anyone there? Boss Huang, I have taken down another warlord of the underworld. The familiar lewd tone echoed back. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Could it be that Brother Cui Ze has truly vanquished Moonlight Moria? It is important to note that he was painstakingly selected as a pirate who poses minimal threat to the ordinary populace of the sea. A pirate like Moonlight Moria, who has long resided in a desolate region where not even a bird would dare to venture and rarely engages in any activities outside, is indeed a rarity across the vast ocean. Oh, not at all, Cui Ze remarked. Upon hearing this, Kizaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Moonlight Moria is barely clinging to life, Cui Ze added. Splash. Kizaru inadvertently splashed the steaming tea onto his white trousers, nearly causing him to yelp in surprise. Ignoring the large stain of tea that now marred his pristine pants, Kizaru hurriedly inquired of Cui Ze what on earth transpired aboard the terrifying three-masted vessel. Cui Ze succinctly summarized the events and finally inquired. The situation is as follows. Previously, Boss Huang. The naval warship you mentioned has now departed from the vicinity of the fearsome three-masted ship. The number of survivors aboard can be clarified with the warship's commander later. As for Moonlight Moria, he is currently gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness, leaving me uncertain about how to proceed with him. At this juncture, Cui Ze proactively proposed, Boss Huang, should I eliminate Moonlight Moria? Before becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Sakazuki would undoubtedly appreciate your suggestion, Kizaru remarked languidly. It is worth noting that Moonlight Moria was once a formidable pirate capable of contending with the beast Kaido. However, from Cui Ze's robust tone, Kizaru could easily deduce that this individual likely emerged unscathed from his confrontation with Moonlight Moria. The illustrious warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, lay gravely injured and unconscious, while a mere naval recruit, barely 6 months out of elite training, remained unharmed. Is it truly the case that today's recruits are so formidable? Upon hearing Boss Huang's words, Cui Ze inquired, so, may I eliminate Moonlight Moria? The warlord system was conceived by the world government as a special measure to address the increasingly tumultuous maritime circumstances, with each pirate's selection undergoing thorough deliberation. When Kizaru spoke in official terms, he was indeed articulate and systematic. Cui Ze, so? Should we eliminate Moonlight Moria? Kizaru deliberately elongated his tone. I need to confer with Granny Tsuru, Teacher Zifa, and Admiral Sengoku. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze secretly rolled his eyes. Were it not for his intention to later engrave the card of Boss Huang, he would certainly have exchanged a few sharp remarks, laced with sarcasm, toward this slippery performer. His mind wandered back to the pink loli he had previously captured. Cui Ze inquired of Boss Huang, by the way, Boss Huang, when you engage in discussions with General He later, please remember to mention that I have a young girl here, approximately 10 years of age, who was previously suspected to have lived alongside Moonlight Moria. Is she an innocent victim abducted by Moonlight Moria? Huang Yu's brow furrowed momentarily, his tone suddenly reverting to normal. I am not entirely certain of the girl's specific origins, but I can affirm that her standard of living appears to be relatively decent. And she has not suffered any maltreatment, Cui Ze remarked. Furthermore, the young girl is a rare wielder of a supernatural devil fruit, presumably the phantom fruit. I understand. The voice of Kizaru emerged from the transponder snail, his tone suddenly shifting to a more lascivious one. Who would have thought that young Master Cui Ze is also a compassionate and tender-hearted gentleman? Compassionate and tender-hearted? Are you certain that such a term is appropriate to describe a girl just over 10 years of age? Cui Ze rolled his eyes and abruptly hung up the phone. Upon hearing the disconnection tone, Huang Yuan, unfazed, stroked his stubble a few times before rising to his feet and hastening towards the office of Admiral He. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Cui Ze, without even a bounty notice, has directly defeated 2 of the warlords of the sea. Moreover, they were once formidable pirates of great renown. Not only do the intricate details of the undercover plan require modification, but the Navy's attitude towards Cui Ze must also be adjusted accordingly. Numerous complications lie ahead. Borsellino, what is the matter with your trousers? The words of Granny Crane interrupted Kizaru's thoughts. Has the headquarters ceased to have anyone you care about? Kizaru lowered his gaze, only to notice a large dark stain on his trousers, marred by tea. Unfortunately, the positioning of the stain was rather conspicuous. Instinctively, Kizaru illuminated his trousers with a gleam of light. However, he quickly realized that such an action would render him even more disreputable. So he opted to envelop his entire lower half in light. Ahem, I accidentally spilled some tea just now, Kizaru said nonchalantly as he lifted his head. Granny Crane, I have come to discuss Cui Ze's undercover plan. It would be best to involve 2 admirals as well. Soon after receiving the notification, Sengoku and Zephyr arrived promptly.